Transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Frank Sinatra, who stars as that footloose and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Hi. I don't know what it is about me and employment. We start out together, but sooner or later we reach the fork in the road. Usually sooner. You take last week. The employment agency sent me out on a job as an oyster shucker. But somebody tried to serve me up on a half shell with a real crazy cocktail sauce. Blood. Pardon me, is this the 50 Fathoms Clam House?
Yes. Is there something I can do for you?
That's the best offer I've had all day.
We'll have a table in a minute. Would you care to look at the menu?
What's the menu got that you haven't got, baby?
A price list. If you'll excuse me, I'm busy.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get sore. I work here. I'm the new oyster shucker. I'm Rocky Fortune.
You'd better go around to the kitchen, Mr. Fortune.
Just call me Rocky, huh? And I'll call you 2 or 3 times a day.
Don't bother.
Why not?
For one thing, I've got a boyfriend.
Now, why would we let a little thing like that come between us?
Maybe because he's standing right behind you.
Oops. He isn't exactly standing behind me. It's more like all around me. This joker's 6'4", 200 pounds on the hoof, and broad enough to go through the middle of a revolving door. And I can't figure a gorilla like this with this girl. She's a real sweet little girl, like somebody's kid sister. Only she's wearing a knit dress, and she's got a figure that's giving the warp and the woof a hard time. I get a glimmer when she introduces me to the bruiser.
Mr. Fortune, this is Mr. Barney. He's the manager.
All right, Fortune, get back to the kitchen. I'll give you a personal introduction to a barrel of oysters. This way. Hey, Fortune,
Yeah.
stay away from Iris.
Who says so?
I say so. Now, here's your counter. Shell's in a garbage can. And this is the oyster knife.
Right.
And just so as we don't misunderstand each other, I'm very serious about Iris. Very serious.
Hey, look out with that knife.
You understand, Fortune?
I got an inkling.
Now get to work and shuck them oysters.
It takes me a few minutes to pull the dull-bladed oyster knife 2 inches out of the table where Big Barney has buried it. About this time, Ferdinand the waiter drifts in the door. Ferdy's a little wispy guy who looks like the mechanical rabbit the greyhounds chase at the dog track.
A dozen cherry stone. Hey, who are you?
Rocky Fortune. I'm the new oyster shucker.
What happened to Herman?
Maybe he got washed out with the tide. Hey, pal, when do I get something to eat here?
Didn't you get some supper?
No.
That Barney, no consideration. Look, I'll fix you something.
I've been looking at the menu. How about the swordfish? No?
To my best friend, I wouldn't recommend the swordfish. Not tonight.
Ferdinand!
Yes, sir?
Mr. Abernathy's coming in.
Excuse me. Hey, Chief, give me 2 double shrimp cocktails, a crab meat salad, lobster gumbo, a bowl of Boston, a bowl of Manhattan, and a bucket of lobsters.
What do you got out there? Rotary luncheon?
No, just Mr. Abernathy.
I take a peek through the kitchen door, and Mr. Abernathy is sitting on 2 chairs at once and is still lapping over on all sides. Barney and Ferdinand are hovering around him like a pair of hummingbirds trying to neck with a Navy blimp. I make a resolution to quit eating French fried potatoes and go back to unbuttoning oysters and remove their overcoats. It's lonely work, so I strike up a conversation. There's nobody in the pantry but me and the oysters, so I got no choice. You think you got troubles? I'm the one that ought to get stewed. You got it soft. You don't have to worry what happens if your lady friend decides to clam up. All you got to do is just lay there, that's all. If you want to make an impression on a dame, all you got to do is whip up a pearl. Holy smokes, a real live pearl. It's a real live pearl sitting in the middle of that oyster, staring up at me with its one beautiful beady eye. I'm figuring on calling little Arthur the Book to place a fin on the nose of Pearl Diver in the Fifth at Belmont when I open the next oyster. So help me, another pearl. I haven't had a run of luck like this since I busted up the floating crap game in Doherty's garage. So I leave the stake out and shoot it all. Another oyster. Another pearl. Come on, baby. Papa needs a new necklace. One after another, and every little darling loaded. I'm trembling as I hit number 10, 11, and 12. Great big fat pearls in my hot little hand, and all mine. Just to make sure, I stash them away in my pocket quick as Ferdinand the waiter comes in the door.
2 dozen special oysters for Mr. Abenaki.
Buddy boy, I never could see nothing special about no oysters. It's like eating a clammy handshake.
Get 'em up, and I'll pick 'em up on the way out. The specials for Mr. Abenaki come out of this barrel. And don't shuck 'em. He likes 'em open at the table. He says it improves the flavor.
Yes, sir, Sergeant. Unfortunately, Barney has forgotten to tell me this, and I've already separated Mr. Abenaki's special oysters from their shells. Now, to me, the difference between a couple of oysters is something that can only interest another oyster. So I fill up a plate from the regular barrel. This, it turns out, is a mistake. Through the doors, I hear Mr. Abenaki sounding off like the bullhorn on a big moat.
Barney!
And Ferdinand comes flying back like a scared pigeon.
What happened? What happened to the special oysters?
Who is responsible for this?
Please, Mr.
I
Abenaki.
paid for special oysters, shipped in just for me, and what do I get? Call these oysters? These miserable, scrawny blobs. What happened to Mr. Abenaki's oysters? You, Fortune.
Me?
What happened to the specials?
It was just a little mistake.
A mistake! A mistake with my oysters. Please, Mr. Abenaki. Fortune, what happened?
I opened them first. Nobody told me any different.
You hear that? He opened my oysters. All that flavor gone. Gone forever.
What is this, a federal case?
You feather-headed idiot.
Now, wait a minute.
Stupid,
The
no good.
customers can hear you.
Fortune, you lame brain, you apologize to Mr. Abenaki.
Okay. To him, I'll apologize. But you muscle-headed bum,
Well, you scrawny knucklehead, I ought to pry you apart like a charter clam.
why don't you put your money where your mouth is?
Mr. Barney, I'm sure it was an honest mistake. Why don't you give him another chance?
You shut up and keep out of this.
Hey, who do you think you're talking to? You ought to wash your mouth out with soap before you talk to a lady.
Fortune, you're fired.
Oh, no. Please, Mr. Barney.
You keep out of this. Take him up front and pay him off.
Iris fishes me a couple of bucks out of the register, and I can see she's a little sorry for me, which makes me feel very pleasant indeed.
Here you are, Mr. Fortune. I wish it was more.
Oh, well, easy come, easy go. I just wish I was staying on, though, so I could see you again.
It took a lot of courage to stand up to Barney like that.
I still have the oyster knife.
I wish there was something that I could do.
How about splitting a steak with me tonight, huh? After all, I just got fired, and I shouldn't be left alone with a knife.
Well, I suppose it's all right.
Meet you when you get off. Is it a date?
All right, Rocky. I'm off at 9.
I figure bounced the knot, I'm ahead for the day. 12 pearls and a beautiful girl. This is better than the Daily Double. It's about 8:45 when I head out the back door. It's a very cozy neighborhood. You could sometimes go as far as a block without stumbling over a drunk or being mugged for a pair of clean socks. So I'm not too surprised when an arm whips around my neck and I cease breathing until further notice.
Don't say a word.
Who can talk?
This ain't no briar pipe sticking in your back.
Okay.
Hand him over.
Anything in particular?
You know what I'm talking about. Hand him over.
Mac, this may make me seem a little slow, but I haven't got the slightest idea what you're talking
The
about.
pearls, wise guy, the pearls. You got 'em.
Oh, them.
Didn't your mother ever tell you it ain't polite to shortstop?
Now pass them over.
They're mine. I found them.
Okay, hand them over.
Over my dead body.
That can be arranged. All right, wise guy, I'll give you a quick 5 to hand them over. 1,
Hey, you're kidding, ain't you?
2,
Okay. I got them right here.
3,
Right here. Hey, they're gone.
4.
Honest, I put them in his pocket, see?
I said 4.
Look, there's a hole in it. Look, I can wiggle my finger through it.
5.
If you don't believe me, look for yourself.
Yeah. Okay, hold still.
I'm ticklish.
You're clean, all right. Listen, punk, I'll give you a chance. You got 12 hours to hand those pearls over.
But I lost them, honest.
You lost them, you find them. Remember, 12 hours or we'll fit you for a brand new satin-lined overcoat with silver handles. And just to show you we ain't kidding.
About 20 minutes later, the world slows down to a gentle spiral. Some other bum has rolled me for 38 cents in change, a subway token, and my shoes. I paddle around to the avenue with my bare feet, and I find Iris waiting in front of a drugstore looking like Hurricane Barbara, about to hit the Atlantic coast from Block Island to Cape Hatteras.
Rocky, this is not the kind of a neighborhood where a girl likes to wait for... What's the matter? You're limping.
I stepped on a live cigar butt.
Well, you're barefoot. Where are we going? To a square dance?
Look, honey, I'm afraid our date's off.
Why?
I got to attend a funeral.
Whose?
Mine.
What are you talking
There
about?
seems to be a difference of opinion about some pearls. I told the guy I found them, but he couldn't see it my way.
You found some pearls?
Yes.
Where?
Where else? In an oyster. 12 of them.
You found 12 pearls in one oyster?
No. One each in a dozen. How's that for luck?
Nobody's that lucky.
But now I can't find them. I got a hole in my pocket. I must have dropped them.
Oh, that's terrible.
You don't know the half of it. The guy who just slugged me gave me 12 hours to cough up the pearls or else. A particularly nasty else.
Oh, well, then we've got to start looking for them right now.
Right now, I'd rather look for some shoes. A guy can get athlete's foot this way. We head back into the 50 Fathoms clam house to try to find the pearls. I'm cutting my bare feet to ribbons on broken clam shells. We go through the sawdust in the pantry a spoonful at a time, but we draw a blank. No pearls. Up to now, I've been thinking I'm just lucky. But slowly I realize I've been playing with marked oysters. I figure them pearls must be hot as a tin roof in August.
Rocky, what happens if we don't find them? They might kill you.
Yeah. I was thinking that was a possibility, too.
Well, where else could you have dropped them? Was there anything on the floor, a garbage can or something?
Wait a minute. There was. That little barrel that Mr. Abenaki's oysters came in. It was right by this stool.
Maybe the pearls dropped in it.
But the barrel's gone, too.
Of course, they pick it up at night and take it back to the oyster boat.
Can you find out which boat?
I know. I sign the receipt every day. It's the Polly B at Pier 22. Oh, Rocky, do you think the pearls could still be in the barrel?
Well, I got a hasty feeling I'd better find out. Anyway, if Abenaki's oysters came from that boat, then so did the pearls.
Rocky, I'm going with you.
Now, look, honey, it's going to be dangerous and dark down on the dock.
You'll be there.
I know. That's what frightens me. Well, come on. Let's head for Pier 22. And if I don't find the pearls, well, at least it's a good place to jump off. I'm still barefoot as we head up the waterfront to Pier 22, but I keep going. I figure it's like a horse. If I pull up lame now, I'm a cinch to get shot. Pier 22 looks like the spot where Henry Hudson dropped his anchor on the first trip. There's a crap game going on in the dock office. We wait until somebody makes a four the hard way and slip through in the confusion. The oyster boat is halfway down the pier, and we go aboard. Don't trip on them ropes.
Isn't that the barrel? Right there?
That's it, all right. I'll tip it up to the light. Empty as a pocket before payday.
Oh, Rocky.
I wonder where the elephants go to die.
Rocky, listen.
Yeah, somebody must have broken up the crap game. They're coming this way.
What are we going to do?
That guy who put the arm on me is with him. You see the guy with no neck?
Yeah.
Come on, we better hide.
Well, where?
Down the hatch behind us.
I can't jump down there, not in this skirt.
In it or out of it? Here you go.
Oh, it's dark down here.
Look out, here I come. Now keep quiet, baby, and maybe we'll get out of this thing in one piece.
All right, let's get going. Okay. Cast off the bow line.
What is it? What's happening?
Did you bring your toothbrush?
A toothbrush? What for?
I can only think of one thing to say at this point.
What?
Bon voyage. Polly B is definitely not in the Queen Mary class. It's sort of a cross between an oversized shoebox and the Staten Island ferry. It would probably rock like crazy in a bathtub, and by the time we're through the Narrows and into the lower bay, Iris has turned a tasteful tone of green, which unfortunately clashes with her purple dress.
Oh, Rocky, I'm afraid I'm going to die.
No, you're not.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm not going to die. Ugh.
Somebody will hear you.
I don't care.
There's the boy. Loran, the boy.
What happened? We're stopping.
Maybe we hit a red light.
Will you men get the net on the side? Come on, hurry up.
What is it? Oysters?
I don't know. I better boost you up so you can sneak a peek. You ready?
Mm.
Well?
It's a barrel, Rocky. They pulled it in with a net. Rocky, it's got a flag on it. Let me down.
I got it now. Just like Prohibition. Someone on an incoming liner dumps the stuff over.
And this boat picks it up.
Yeah, and delivers it to the 50 Fathoms clam house. What a way to sneak in pearls inside an oyster. And if some jerk opens one by mistake, he just thinks he's lucky. Can you imagine a guy stupid enough to think he'd really find a pearl in an... You read any good books lately?
Rocky, it's a smuggling racket.
All right.
Maybe you're even
Back
smart.
off.
That's
Okay.
right. I could kiss you. I have my eyes closed and my mouth puckered when the roof falls in. Then I find myself kissing a 30-pound flounder, which is part of a load of fish dumped in on top of us. We're standing up to the neck in fresh-caught ocean fish in season. I pick a herring out of my ears and look around for Iris. And once again, I get that funny feeling. You know, that yearning to take her out of all of this. The Polly B makes it back to the pier in blue ribbon time. And when the coast is clear, Iris and I climb out of the fish and shake off the scales. I've got a smelt in my pocket and a certain air about me.
Ooh, I can't even stand myself.
I think it's invigorating.
Rocky, you know it's clear. You got the pearls by mistake.
Yeah, those oysters were meant for Mr. Abenaki. They're delivered specially for him.
It must be, Rocky. So, what do we do now?
Well, honey, as much as I hate disturbing a man at his meal, Mr. Abenaki leaves me no choice. He eats all day. However, there's a limit to how long a dame can wander through town with seaweed in her hair and a strong suspicion that barnacles have set in. So Iris heads up to her apartment to change. I figure I might as well head over to the clam house to do a little digging on my own. It's midnight now, and Ferdinand's in the kitchen when I get there.
Say, what happened? You jump off the ferry?
Never mind. Listen, has Abenaki still got his nose in a feed bag?
He's on his Demetas.
Demetas?
Yes, he has to watch his weight.
Look, Ferdinand, about those special oysters. Mr. Abenaki never has them open in the kitchen, right?
Right. He's a very particular man. He wants to make sure all the flavors locked in.
I'll bet he does. Ferdinand, this may come as a shock to you, but something tells me Mr. Abenaki is playing puss in the corner with the United States Custom. Not to mention the cops from the country where the stuff was originally heisted.
The stuff?
The pearls. I found a dozen of them in his oysters. I can't figure out where they went to, though.
You lost them?
Yeah, through a hole in my pocket. I was leaning over the counter right here. Now, they could have rolled along, but I didn't find them on the floor. They should have dropped right down here like... Who put that bowl of soup on the stool?
I did. That's Mr. Abenaki's oyster stew. I always leave it there till he's ready for it.
You do?
Yes.
Did Mr. Abenaki have oyster stew tonight?
Sure. He has a couple of bowls with each meal.
Ferdinand, I got to make some phone calls to the cops for a squad car and the Bellevue Hospital for a stomach pump.
You mean Mr. Abenaki is a smuggler?
Somebody around here is, and he looks like it. I'll let the cops nail it down.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it?
About Abenaki, why? He deserves what he's got coming to him.
Yes, but I'm afraid you don't. Now, please put up your hands, Mr. Fortune. You see, we wouldn't want the police around. The clam house has to think of its reputation.
But
Your gun is loaded. Barney,
Sure, boss.
take this gun and keep him covered.
With pleasure.
then it's you.
I suppose it is. Barney, could Captain Duran arrange a special trip on the Polly B?
Easy.
Well, we'll have to be careful where we drop you. It wouldn't do to spoil the oyster bed. Mr. Abenaki wouldn't like it.
Couldn't you just maroon me on a desert island?
Please, Mr. Fortune, be practical. Now, we're going out through the kitchen door. Barney, you go first.
Sure thing, boss. Coast is clear.
Barney, what happened?
Probably this.
Rocky? Rocky, all right?
Sure, how's Barney?
Oh, he's out cold.
What did you hit him with?
A frozen flounder.
You know, was Ferdinand all the time?
The waiter?
Sure, he got to the oysters before Abenaki. That reminds me.
Where are you going?
To call the cops. I got to tend to something.
Yeah? Can I help you?
Mr. Abenaki, you had an oyster stew earlier this evening.
I did. Please pass the ketchup.
Look, I don't want to disturb you, but there were a dozen pearls in that stew.
Oh? I thought the oysters were somewhat gritty.
Now, we've got to get those pearls back wherever they are.
Is that all?
You've got them.
I suppose I have.
In the midsection.
More or less.
I'm going to send for a stomach pump right away.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I have them in my vest pocket. Here. Are these the pearls?
You mean you didn't eat them?
Goodness, no. I almost lost a filling on the first one, though. I thought I was just lucky. You're sure these pearls belong to you?
I'm positive, Mr. Abenaki.
Well, if they're yours, take them by all means. Oh, and young man,
Yeah?
ask somebody to bring me another piece of pie.
Somebody else gets the pie. Me, I'm in the mood to relax. The Rover boys are safe in the walk-in refrigerator. The 12 pearls have come home to Papa. And I'm alone with Iris, who's wearing a flannel skirt and a little boy's shirt, which never looks like that on no little boy.
Well, Rocky,
Honey, I think maybe you saved my life. Would you like to claim a little reward?
what kind of reward?
Come here.
Mm-mm.
Closer.
Mm-mm.
Baby, I've got something for you. Here.
The pearls. Well, honey,
Hmm?
I've got something for you.
Yeah? What?
A property receipt from the U.S. Customs Department.
You're a...
Cop. Good night, Rocky.
Good night.
Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Lynn Allen, Jack Crucian, Jack Nestle, Lou Merrill, and William Oyler. Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now here's Frank Sinatra to tell you about next week's transcribed adventure.
Did you ever get up in the morning and find out you were somebody else? The next week I wake up married to a dame and I don't even know her name. I'm living like a Maharaja and I'm insured for $100,000. Double indemnity.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You ever see a magician pull the disappearing act on somebody? Well, a guy tried to pull it on me at a carnival once. The only trouble was he was trying to make me disappear for keeps.
All right. Get your red-hot Texas wieners right here. Red-hot, they tickle and tantalize your tummy like a $10 tenderloin. Red-hot. How many, Jack?
One pop and hold of nitroglycerin.
One without sauce, 15 cents.
Let's have some black coffee, too.
One ink, right, 25.
Say, Maitre D,
Yep.
how's chances for a guy picking up some steady employment around this county?
You been with it?
I used to work at mid-camp with Benchley Brothers.
The original 40 thieves, huh? Well, talk to the boss. He's down in the big tent.
Thanks, I will.
Mister,
Yeah, what is it? Come on, I'm busy.
I'd like to buy a hot dog, please. How much is one?
15 cents?
Oh, I guess I can't. Well, could I buy a half a hot dog? I've only got 7 cents.
Look, kid, go ask your mom for the rest of the dough and come back, huh?
I can't. I don't have any more.
Oh,
Fill him up, Oscar. I'll pay for it.
forget it. On the house. Here you are, kid. Compliments of Bussy Brothers Traveling Show.
I stand there watching the kid down the wiener like he's had a hard winter at Little America. After he finishes, I stake him to another which disappears faster than whiskey at a wake. He's only a little kid, about 8 or 9, with blue eyes and brownish hair. He's wearing a leather jacket and brand new blue jeans, a couple of sizes too big. I strike up a conversation. Tastes good?
Mm-hmm.
How long since you ate anything, kid?
This morning when I went out.
You here alone?
Uh-huh.
How old are you?
9. I mean 8 3/4.
You been on any of the rides?
Uh-uh. I only have 7 cents, and it costs a dime.
You finished?
Uh-huh.
Okay, come on. What ride would you like to go on?
Gee, you mean it?
I said it, didn't I? Come on.
Hey, Jack, don't you want the job?
It'll keep. Me and the kid here are going to live it up a little.
Can we see the fortune teller and everything?
Sure, why not?
Now?
Be my guest, son. I take the kid on everything, including the roller coaster, and I'm having a great time, only the kid seems serious, like he's got something on his mind. I figure he's got personal problems. Finally, we pass the fortune teller's tent, and his eyes open up like saucers.
That's where I want to go, Rocky.
The fortune teller? You sure?
Uh-huh. Please.
Okay, let's go. Who am I to argue? I remember when I was 9 years old, things were so bad I went to a gypsy to find out if I'd live to be 10. So in we go to Madame Zaza's fortune-telling tent. She's a doll, too, small and brunette. The kid sits down all serious, and I listen.
What is your name?
Billy. Billy Grayson.
Ah, yes. Let me gaze into the crystal ball. Ah, you are almost 9 years old, no?
Uh-huh.
And you are looking for someone. Yes, I see it now. You are looking for someone you have not seen for a long time. Someone who loves you very much, no?
Uh-huh.
Then you must not be afraid, for you will find her soon.
No kidding?
You must go to the House of Mystery on the Midway. There you will find the person for whom you are searching.
2 minutes later, I'm footing after the kid on the way to the House of Mystery. We go inside, and the place is a maze of waxwork, skeletons, crazy sounds, and trick mirrors. Just before you go out, there's a guy dressed in a Swami suit with a sign that says, "Disappearing Coffin." He's got a black box in front of him, and you're supposed to lay down inside, and the bottom opens, and a chute drops you out on the midway again. I get in first and slide down the chute into the sunshine. Then I wait for the kid to come down the chute. I wait, and I wait, and I still wait.
That must be the man, officer.
Okay, mister, take it easy.
Oh, what have you done with him?
Who, me? What is this?
What's your name, bud?
Who wants to know, officer?
Me, that's who.
Oh. In that case, it's Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
You know anything about a kid?
What kid?
What's his name?
William Grayson, Jr.
Who's this guy?
I'm his guardian, Howard Grimm.
I'm waiting for an answer, Fortune.
Yeah, he was with me.
You see, officer, the man at the hot dog stand was right.
Where's the kid now?
In the house of mystery here. At least I think he is.
He better be, Fortune.
Hey, what's going on here? I meet the kid, I buy him a hot dog and a few rides, and you act like I put the snatch on him or something.
The boy has been missing from my home since last night, Mr. Fortune. We traced him to this carnival. If he's unharmed, you've nothing to worry about.
Come on, let's go in and get him.
I better wait here in case he comes down to shoot.
You better come with us, Fortune. Let's go.
We hustle around to the barker in front of the house of mystery, and the cop tells him we want in. I'm not exactly worried, but what the barker has to say next makes me a little uneasy. This is a feeling which will grow in the next few minutes.
All right, it's on the inside. It's all on the inside. Witness the greatest spectacle of the ages, the famous 7 steps to heaven, the Oriental water torture, the chest of celestial bliss. See the living skeleton and experience the disappearing coffin. On the inside...
Hey, Mac.
Just a minute, Chester. On the inside, 25 cents.
Now.
All right, officer. What's the beef? Everything is clean. We've been inspected by the Legion of Cleanliness, and also the fixers in with the chief of police. Now go away. You're blocking up the entrance.
We're looking for a little boy about 9. Went in with this fella here about a few minutes ago.
Sorry, officer. We don't admit children, and this egg face I never saw before in my life.
Hold it up, Mac. You sold us a ticket yourself.
Buster, you're dreaming. You've been smoking bath salts.
Look, I went in with a little boy. You talked to him.
Get him off of my back, will you, officer? I got work to do.
Officer, he don't remember. The kid is inside.
You mind if we look around?
Help yourself. Just don't finger the finery.
Let's go, Fortune. Mr. Grimm, you wait out here in case he comes out.
On the inside, folks, the greatest of medieval torture chambers and criminal reenactments ever assembled under one roof, and you can see it for only a quarter, the fourth part of an hour.
We enter the house of mystery, and I can feel the hot breath of a fat cop on the hot nape of my neck. Billy! Billy, it's me! Rocky, where are you, kid? Billy! He must be hiding here somewhere.
Uh-huh. Let's ask the guy in the Swami suit.
Yeah. Hey, Baghdad!
You were addressing me, sire?
Yeah, I was addressing thee. Where's the little kid with the light hair?
Sire?
The kid who came in with me, remember? I got into the coffin and the kid was right behind me, only he never came out.
Sire, I know not whereof you speak.
You're gonna know whereof I socked thee if this rat race doesn't end pretty soon. Now, where is he?
Please, sire, you're creasing up the cashmere.
Talk, big boy.
Let him go, Fortune. Listen, Uncle, did you see a kid in here a little while ago with this chimpanzee?
I ain't ever laid an eyeball on this character. What is he, crazy or something?
Listen, Houdini, I'm gonna bust you right in the mouth.
Okay, now come off it. Let's go, Fortune.
Officer, this is some kind of frame-up.
Uh-huh. That's what Mr. Grimm thinks. You see, Fortune, the kid disappeared from his house, which is in Jersey. This is New York, understand? So if the kid ain't found, Grimm is going to charge a kidnapping under the Lindbergh law. You follow me?
I'd like to follow you, pal, but right now I got more important things to do, like finding that kid.
Look out. Grab him! He's going down the chute!
I see I'm getting nowhere with the law, so I take a Brody down the chute. When I hit the bottom, I stand there for a minute like a horse on a concrete pasture trying to make up his mind. The nearest place is the mid-camp where the gypsy lady does her palm reading, so I duck in.
Ah, welcome back, sir. What will it be?
Here's a buck. Give me the works. Palm reading, crystal ball. You can even feel the bumps in my head.
This is a big order.
You look like you can handle it, Madame Zaza.
I will try. What is it you wish to know?
What did you do with the kid?
I beg your pardon?
Come on, baby. Cut the phony accent and level with me. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
That crystal ball routine about the House of Mystery, that don't wash, Zazie, so let's have a little plain and fancy prognostication before the gendarmes arrive.
Gendarmes?
The cops are after me. They think I snatched the kid.
Huh?
So predict.
Okay, Mr...
Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
Okay, Mr. Fortune. I predict that if you move 1 inch, I'll put a bullet through your chest. Don't try anything.
You're the first gypsy I ever saw with a .45 caliber crystal ball.
Shut up. Hey, Marvel.
Yeah?
Come out front.
Who's this?
His name is Fortune. Meet Marvel, the world's biggest giant.
I eat guys like him for breakfast.
He working for Grim?
I don't know. He gave me a song and dance about the law being after him.
Yeah? Maybe we should give him back.
Are you crazy? If they think he's got the kid, let them think so.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Look, can you keep him under wraps until the show moves out?
I guess so.
They'll be looking for him.
Leave it to me. I got just the spot for him.
I got a spot for you, too, Buster.
Well, what'll you do with him?
Leave him to me. Okay, Fortune. Let's go.
A pleasure. Before we leave, would you like to try this crystal ball for size? This guy don't even budge. So I'm getting ready to haul off with the table when Zaza lowers the boom on the back of my skull and it's off to the Never Never Land.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up, folks, and witness the wild man from Borneo. See the savage human beast who tears his meat with bare hands. See the monster in his cage. This creature is so wild that his mouth must be muzzled and his hands tied to keep him from ripping the audience to shreds. He's on the inside, so step right up.
I figure I'm dreaming until I open my eyes. I am in a cage about the size of a telephone booth. My mouth is muzzled and my hands are chained to the bars of the cage. When I get both eyes open, I can see that Marvo has got me rigged up in a leopard skin with fake hair and war paint. When a kid throws me a peanut, it suddenly dawns. The wild man from Borneo is me.
Boy, I want to hit him with a penis, huh? We toss this
Hey, kid, bother the animals.
Say, buddy,
Yeah.
we're looking for a kind of medium-sized, dark-haired guy named Fortune. You seen anybody like that around?
I seen 1,000 guys like that.
He may have a small boy with him.
Seen 1,000 guys like that, too.
No, it's no use, officer. He's gotten away and taken the boy.
Yeah, maybe. We'll notify headquarters and have an alarm broadcast. Hey, what's bothering the wild man?
He must see a dame or something. Every time he sees a dame, he goes crazy. Right, Tarzan?
I see more ferocious-looking wild men at the YMCA.
He's been sick.
Oh. How come you got a muzzle on him?
That's no muzzle, Sergeant. That's him.
I spend the rest of the day ducking peanuts, trying to work the muzzle loose, but it's no use. Along about supper time, I manage to slip my hands out of the cuffs, along with almost half my skin. When the barker comes in to feed me my kennel ration, I am ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will now witness the wild man from Borneo eating raw meat with his bare hands. Stand back now, he's dangerous. Okay, Jack, I'm taking a muzzle off, but one peep and I'll brain you. You got that? There.
Thanks a lot.
Talking. Here's something to eat. Give him a good show.
I'll give him a real good show, Doc.
Right now. Oh. Hey, grab him!
Get out of my way, lady, or I'll bite you.
There he goes!
I'm off down the midway in my leopard skin like Seabiscuit running the Preakness. I duck into the first tent I can find, and I run out the other end. The next tent looks like a pretty good bet, so I duck inside that one. Nobody home, I think. On the second look, I see I'm not alone. Sleeping on a little bed in one corner of the tent is a midget wearing a full-dress suit and a high hat. Before I can move out, I hear somebody coming. I duck into an open steamer trunk and make like a wee mouse.
He ran down this way.
Don't make any noise. Come on in.
Well, everything looks okay in here.
Yeah, he's asleep. We better not disturb him.
I still think you ought to get out of here. Both of you.
Well, the show is moving out tonight. We'll be okay once we leave town.
Not with this Fortune character running around loose.
You're not afraid of him, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. Unless he knows what's going on.
No, the boy didn't tell him anything.
I'm more worried about Grim and the law than I am about anything else.
I'll take care of Grim if he tries anything, too.
We better get back to the Midway for the evening show.
Oh, you go ahead. I want to make sure everything's all right.
Yell if you need me.
Thanks, Marv. You've been wonderful. All of you.
Oh, forget it. We do the same for anybody in the show, you know that. I'll see you later.
I lift the cover of the trunk and peep out. Zaza, the gypsy lady from Brooklyn, goes over to the bed where the midget's sleeping. I see her pull the cover up over him, and then she leans over and kisses him on the forehead. As she straightens up, I suddenly get wise to what's going on. Hold it, baby.
Who's that?
It's me, honey, Rocky. Don't move and don't yell, or I'll give you a reason.
What do you want?
First of all, I want to know what's going on here.
It's none of your business.
Lady, I got a lump in my skull. The cops are after me. I've been pelted by peanuts, locked in a cage, and fed raw horse meat. Now, don't tell me it's none of my business. You start talking right now, I'm going to yell for the law.
You wouldn't dare.
No?
Oh, please. Oh, don't. I'll tell you.
That's a good girl. You can start by telling me why you got that kid dressed up in a midget suit.
Oh, we thought it would be a good way to hide him.
That makes sense. Now, how come you snatched him?
We didn't snatch him. He came because he wanted to.
What?
It's true.
Wait a minute, baby. Just who are you?
I'm his mother.
His mother?
Billy's father died when he was 4. I was with the carnival. His father came from a good family, and they didn't approve of the marriage. See, Billy's grandparents went to court and persuaded the judge I wasn't fit to raise the boy, that carnival life would ruin him. So Mr. Grimm was appointed his guardian, and I was denied the right to see him.
I begin to get the picture. Go on.
Well, we'd been writing to each other, and I managed to see him a few times when the show was around here. He wasn't very happy with his grandparents.
So you decided to take him away?
Well, when I found we were playing New York, I telephoned Billy and arranged for him to run away and meet me at the carnival.
And the Connie folks are all in on it, huh?
Yeah.
You know, baby, if you'd bothered to tell me this sooner, we could have saved a lot of trouble.
At first, I thought you were working for Grimm.
Don't insult me.
You know, I'm really sorry about what happened.
The big question is, what are you going to do now? Grimm and the cops are still looking for the kid, also for me.
I'll take full responsibility for what happened.
That means surrendering Billy to the law.
Yeah, I know.
With a good lawyer, you might even be able to get custody.
I've got to get him, Mr. Fortune. He needs somebody to love him and take care of him. Carney life may not be the best thing in the world, but at least we'll be together.
You want me to get the cops?
I
You won't get away with it anyway, honey.
No, I suppose it was crazy. All right. Get the police.
Before I go,
Yeah?
you think maybe I could get a pair of pants? This leopard skin's a little drafty. She gives me a pair of pants and a shirt, which belonged to her pal Marvo, the world's biggest joint. And I hit the midway looking like my tailor is Omar the tent maker. Pardon me, officer.
Yeah?
I think you gentlemen are looking for me.
Listen, Fudd, we're busy. Now go away. Fortune, grab him. Okay, we got you.
Take it easy. I gave up, remember? If you still want the kid, I know where he is.
Where might that be?
In the dressing tent with his mother.
His mother.
That's what I said, Mr. Grimm.
Come on, officer.
Let's go, Fortune.
Wait till I roll up my cuffs. The surge is getting underfoot. We backtrack to Zaza Grayson's tent, but before we get inside, the dame comes running out to meet us.
Rocky, he's gone.
Huh?
Billy, he's gone. He must have overheard us and run away.
Hold it a second. Let me get this straight. The kid is loose again?
Right after Rocky left the tent, I went over to tuck him in, and he's gone.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous.
We've got to find him.
Come on.
Oh, no, whoa, boy. Whoa, back up about 40 feet.
But the kid
I've
is
had
gone-
just about enough, Fortune. You and Madame Zaza here coming down to headquarters for a couple of 100 hours of questioning.
Sergeant, we've been through this before, but I'm afraid we're going to have to do a retake. Once again, they're off and running at Hialeah. This time it's Rocky Fortune in the lead, stumbling along inside a pair of oversized pants like Dopey the Seventh Dwarf. Second is Sergeant Aloysius Ryan of the Park Police, followed in a close third by Howard Grimm. Rounding the first turn of the midway is still Fortune by a collar button. Ryan second and Grimm third. Just when I'm getting ready to pull up lane, we pass the House of Mystery and I duck inside. It's darker than a diver's glove, but I work my way through the maze toward the disappearing coffin. figure I'll give him the slip.
Fortune! Come out of there! Come out or I'll blast you out! I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Make a dive for the disappearing coffin and land inside, right on top of a small squirming boy.
Ouch.
Billy,
Rocky.
wait till I close the cover. Shh. Now keep quiet.
Rocky, I heard you say you were going to send me back, and so I ran away. I don't want to go back, Rocky. I want to stay with my mom.
Will you keep quiet?
Okay, Fortune, I know you're someplace in here. Now come on out.
Don't make a sound, kid. He's right outside.
Okay.
If you're in that coffin, I'll count to 3, then I start pumping lead. 1, 2...
Hey, look out!
Rocky!
The graceful sergeant had managed to step right on the lever that opened the trap, and down we go. 2 seconds later, the kid and me are dumped right in the midway, followed by Sergeant Ryan, who lands right on top of me with his 200 pounds of solid blubber. And I am down for the count.
Okay, on your feet. You too, kid. Don't try to run away.
There they are.
Billy, are you all right? Oh, Billy.
He's okay.
Are you, Rocky?
Fine. Except I feel like I've been stepped on by a dinosaur.
Mom, they're going to take me away. I don't want to go away.
Oh, no, darling, they aren't going to take you away.
They're not?
No, Mr. Grimm says that I can come and live with you at Grandma and Grandpa's.
Honest?
If you folks had just given me a chance to explain. I've been trying to contact Mrs. Grayson to tell her that the boy's grandparents realize he isn't happy without his mother.
Of course.
They want her to come and live with them.
Is this on the level?
It's on the level, Rocky.
As soon as the boy ran away, the grandparents realized how much he misses her.
You mean this belt on the noggin and all this chasing around and running is all for nothing?
Well, not exactly for nothing, Rocky. You can get a job out of it if you want to.
A job?
Uh-huh. The Giant Marvo is one of the owners. He says he'll put you on starting tonight if you like.
You'll excuse the expression, put me on as what?
Well, Marvo says you gave such a great performance, he'd like to hire you as the wild man from Borneo.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast were Bryna Rayburn, David Pfeffer, Bill Griffiths, Ken Williams, Leon Janney, and Mason Adams. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Fred Way directed.
We in this country have never experienced the horror of an air raid. And yet, during these perilous times in which we live, such an air raid on our homes and cities is possible. Modern war makers strike without warning, hoping to cause the greatest damage in a single surprise blow. For the sake of our lives as individuals and as a nation, we must know how to protect ourselves if such an attack should come. Attack from the air, even atomic attack, can be survived. Knowing what to do in an air raid and in the moments immediately following it may save your life. Every home should have on hand a complete kit of up-to-date disaster first aid items. These items are listed and described in an official pamphlet, which may be obtained free of charge by writing to the Federal Civil Defense Administration in Washington, D.C. Besides obtaining the first aid kit, every household should have someone trained to use first aid materials. By enrolling for Red Cross first aid training, you can acquire the skill and knowledge that may save the lives of members of your family as well as your neighbors. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
How are you? Hey, did you ever notice how every week I get dragged or thrown into a homicidal picnic where I get pushed around? And speaking about lumps and stuff reminds me of another form of homicide. The football racket. Started one night at Artie's pool palace. As I ankle toward the cue rack, I see a monster-type guy moving toward me. His eyes are full of things to say. I put the cue away, and when he was close enough, looked right down his necktie.
Fortune?
I ain't Liberace, kid. Who are you and what's on your mind?
Jerry Brady, and I got trouble.
What's my handmaiden doing for you?
Plenty. Look, I'm in a spot.
Oh, yeah, I place you, Jerry Brady. Best quarterback in pro football. Yeah, you're in a spot. You can lead the Bombers to a championship tomorrow night, for which you'll get a fat bonus.
Maybe tomorrow never comes.
What's eating you, Brady?
Bert Addison.
Bert Addison? What's the big wheel got to do with you?
He owns the Tigers.
So?
Look, Fortune, it ain't like I was an angel. I done business with Addison a long time ago. I blew a few games for him when I was in college. Got some long green and was forgotten. Then I signed up with the Bombers. Since I've been playing for Pat Casey, I've been straight. Now Addison's after me.
The fix, huh?
What else? He wants me to meet him at his joint, the Silver Cradle, at 9.
How do I fit in this thing?
I understand you and Addison had it out before. Figures you won or you wouldn't be around. Gonna turn him down cold. I want you around to make sure I get out with all my arms and legs.
What's it worth?
500 clams.
Kid, you got a no blocking back. I'll meet you at 9.
What'll it be, Buster? Hey, you're Jerry Brady. What a ball player. It's on the house. What do you drink?
Where's Addison?
No offense, Brady. The boss is back in his office.
Thanks a lot, Buster.
Come in. Couple hours early, aren't you, Brady?
Yeah, I wanted to talk without Casey.
Bert Addison's always ready to talk. Let's get to the point. We've done business before. How much do you want to call wrong plays all night?
50 grand.
That's a lot of dough.
That's my price.
Bet that on my Tigers at 3-1. You can wind up a rich boy.
Is it a deal or ain't it?
Yeah, Brady. I'll give you 25 now, the rest after the game.
All of it, big man. You got no worries. Your team, your odds, 2 quarterbacks working for you.
Don't get too bright, Brady.
Look, Addison, I'm out for the big kill.
You want to count it?
No. One thing before I go. I may be back at 9. If I am, play along with whatever I do. Get it?
You're running the plays, but you better not fumble.
Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger speaking.
Hiya, hey.
Oh, it's you, Fortune. What's on your perverted mind?
You made a boo-boo, Sarge, and I was just ready to cut you in on something grandiose.
Your heart bleeds with the milk of human kindness.
Sarge, I was going to give you a bed warmer for your birthday.
Come on, I ain't got all night.
I latched on to a new job. I'm a bodyguard.
You a bodyguard. You mean a babysitter, don't you?
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, babysitter, but except this big-headed kid is bouncing for 500 smackaroos.
500? If you're working by the pound, you must be on Farouk's payroll.
Nope, I've been retained by a mud and cleat boy, Jerry Brady.
Mr. Football, huh? What do you want me to do, guard you?
Sometimes you're as precocious as Bonzo, Sarge.
Very funny. Well, if you're through guessing, I'm going to hang up.
Now, wait a minute, Finger. This may be something big. I'm meeting Brady at the Silver Cradle at 9. We got a date with Bert Addison. He tried to buy Brady off, and we're turning him down.
So what do you want from me?
Just wanted you to know. Thought you could call me at home later, make sure I was tucked in for the night.
I ain't that nice? Baby Rocky wants me to tell him a bedtime story. Get lost.
You're a real live doll, Sarge. But I'll wait with bated breath till I hear your blue little lips flapping in a couple hours. Bye now. A few minutes later, the cab dumped me off 1 block from the Silver Cradle. As I moved down the street, I saw 3 figures huddled together, a short distance from the club. One was young, thick-chested, with a yard of shoulder, Jerry Brady. The other was older, stoop-shouldered and wiry. I'd seen him before, too. It was Pat Casey. The third party, her clothes fit her like another layer of skin. I moved up to him, and Brady saw me first.
Hey, Fortune, over here. This is Pat Casey and his daughter, Nora.
Glad to meet you.
Hello. Hiya. I told Pat all about Addison. He's coming in with us, okay?
Sure.
You met Addison before, didn't you, Fortune? The hockey scandal, wasn't it?
Yeah. Me and the big wheel were playmates.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, then. And remember, Jerry, let me and Fortune shoot off our faces.
The boss will see you guys. He's in the back office.
Thanks for nothing. Let's go.
Come in. Have a seat. Smoke? Drink, perhaps?
We're not the Kefauver committee. Start talking.
I don't have a thing to say.
I do. I'm going to run your Tigers right out of the stadium.
You're just the guy who could do it. You know something, Brady? I was going to try to make a fix.
Look, Addison, no filthy bottom-of-the-barrel scum like you will get his hooks into this kid.
Tell him we've done business before, Brady.
I know about that, too, you parasite.
Okay, get out of here.
About your temper, Mr. Addison.
Still a funny little hired troubleshooter, eh, Fortune?
Your tonsils are out of tune, Addison.
You crumbs can leave now. And take that cheap crook quarterback with you.
Take one more step, Addison, and I'll bust you back. I did you a favor once, and I was paid. That was the end of it. I'm going to win with the Bombers tomorrow. You and no one else will stop me.
Leave the coat, Brady.
We caught a cab outside of the Silver Cradle and journeyed uptown like relatives in the last funeral car. Nora Casey sat next to Brady and caressed his hand gently. It did nothing for him, but it made me very nervous. After all this glib repartee, the cab stopped in front of the St. Francis Hotel. Casey bid us goodnight, and as he turned to go inside, his mind seemed to leave his face. We moved on. All the way to Brady's joint, he kept talking so much about Casey, I kind of wished he was my father. We reached Brady's apartment at the Regis Hotel.
Good night, Nora.
I thought we'd have a bite.
I got some things to do. Letters, you know.
What's the matter, Jerry? I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing wrong, baby. I just want to be alone.
But I thought we'd...
Please, Nora. Some other time, huh? Thanks, Fortune.
Your $500 welcome, pal.
Will you see Nora home?
I'll be looking all the way. Where to, Nora?
Drexel Apartments.
Drexel Apartments, Cabby.
There's nothing worse than to listen to a dame crying over another guy. I played like Mr. Anthony and went for Nora's whole hype. I turned down another drinking invite, took a rain check and phone number, and then headed home. I grabbed myself a quick belt and dropped into my favorite chair, and I was getting ready to doze off. Yeah,
How did your date with Brady and Addison go?
I'm home, ain't I?
It was Casey with you.
Sure, happy boy. So was his daughter.
It's 11:30 now. What time did you leave him?
Brady, his whistlebait daughter, and me dropped him off at the St. Francis Hotel about 9:30. Why?
They found Casey bouncing around the pavement a half hour ago. You better come down here.
Look, Fortune, the heat's on, and I ain't playing. Wit is one thing, murder's another. And you, as usual, are right in the middle of it. Now, I want some answers.
Okay.
How do you fit in the picture?
Brady hired me to keep him in one piece.
Who was going to break him?
I don't know. Bert Addison, maybe. Brady and Casey turned him down cold. There were a few words, and Casey belted Addison in the kisser.
I never thought it was suicide anyhow. We better visit Addison.
Yeah. If Potbelly and his boys did it, they're cooling off. The thing to do is to watch Brady. The helmet kid is next if he don't play ball. And I know he won't go for the fix.
Yeah, well, let's go see him.
You make it, Sarge. I want to look around a bit. Got the world on a string. Da-da-dee-da-da-da.
Hold it, Fortune. This ain't no pipe in your back. First come Jack.
I got his water gun, Pete.
What's this, a heist?
We're gonna take a ride, chum.
My two playmates are over 6 well-stacked feet. Solid muscle extended from the feet right up between the ears. I had a hunch about them, but no one to tell it to, so I make like Jack Horner. A few minutes later, we stopped in front of a Swelligan apartment house. I get hustled upstairs and shoved into a seat. Pete went into the next room to get the boss.
We meet again, Fortune.
Yeah. You may be a big wheel of these crumbs, but you're just a tinker-tatter to me, Addison.
Look, Fortune, you're an honest guy. You're legit and
Flattery gets you no place.
I respect you, and further...
I didn't know you cared, Cherub.
This is one time I'm playing it your way.
It looks like it.
Give him his gun.
What do I do now? Play heroics?
Look, Fortune, I've done lots of things. I play close to the law.
A mile outside of
All right, but I'm no murderer. I'm offering you a job.
For instance?
Find Casey's murderer. I'm being penciled in for a frame. I didn't have to knock him off. I had my deal. Tell him, Pete.
I work at the bar at the Cradle till 8. Brady came in a little after 7 and saw the boss.
So what?
I don't expect you to believe me. I laid 50 grand on him. He was going to call wrong plays all night. He came back with you and Casey to make it look good.
What are you building?
Take a look at these.
100 grand worth of bets on the Tigers. So what?
I bet that loot at 8:15 p.m. after I met Brady.
Why do you want to hire me?
I can't afford a bum rap. Find a fee.
I might wind up at your back door.
What's the tariff?
5 G's. All counted with your pudgy little fingers.
That's cheap.
You're on a level.
Well, count it.
You mean I can leave without lumps or anything?
Yeah.
Hey. I'd like to do something before I go.
Name it.
I didn't like the way he frisked me. I'll check with you at the Cradle, fat boy. I grabbed a one-eyed cab that was creeping up the street and headed for the St. Francis Hotel. I wanted to find out about Casey's bounce. I laid a sawbuck on the desk clerk, for which he tipped me on to a bellboy named Perkins. Perkins, it seems, had a tidbit to talk about, and I found him down in the service department. Are you Perkins?
What's even you, Dad?
Conversation?
I don't gas with no strangers. Blow time.
Tell me about Casey.
I ain't talking till I see my lawyer.
Try this double sawbuck for size.
Yeah, okay, man. Casey called for ice water. I breeze up in 5 minutes, and as I reach the door, I hear yakking, so I listen. Some square's coming on real strong. Tells Casey they can make a big killing, but Casey starts singing the cop blues. Then I hear scuffling and a window opening, and then quiet. I got scared and took off down the hall.
What time was that?
Somewhere near 10, maybe later.
Did you see anyone? 20 more, do it.
Love that long green.
Start singing.
Saw Jerry Brady come out of the room.
Brady, huh?
Yeah?
Look, hipster. I'm no patsy, and I don't dig hypos late on me. I'm no square, and I get mad easy. Brady was with me at 10 at his hotel.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. I'm fragile. So he's got an alibi. But I saw Brady. Now do me something.
All right, Bub, you saw Brady. Tell the cops the same tale. I left Perkins, grabbed a cab, and headed to the Regis Hotel apartments. I wanted to check on Brady. I called his apartment from the lobby. He was out. When the desk clerk slapped his eyes back to the racing form, I slipped upstairs to his room. I turned the joint upside down and came up with a couple of needles in a haystack. Headed back to the lobby where I made 3 calls. A, Nora Casey. I needed her for the bait. B, Sergeant Finger. I needed him for the cloak and dagger bit. C, Bert Addison. He was right about the 50 grand, and I wanted to deliver his fink. They said they'd meet me right away. Hi, Nora.
I'm worried sick. What's the matter? Your call sounded so urgent, and after what happened to Dad, I'm afraid, Rocky.
Look, you'd like to see this thing cleared up, wouldn't you, honey?
Well, how can you... Of course I would.
Well, then you gotta help me, but tears ain't gonna make it.
What do you want me to do?
You gotta play a scene. Just do like I tell you. If you do it, we can clear this whole thing up.
I'll do it.
Good. Now, look, Brady should be back in a couple of minutes. We'll give him time to get up to his apartment. Then you go up and play like nothing's happened.
But what has happened?
I'm not sure yet, but you gotta trust me. Wait a minute. There goes Brady now. Look, we'll give him time to get upstairs.
I don't understand you. You don't think Jerry... Why, Rocky, you can't think...
I said you have to trust me.
I do.
Good. Now go on up. And just be yourself. If things jam up, I'll be around.
Who is it?
It's Nora, Jerry.
All right, just a minute. Nora, baby, come in.
I called you earlier from the police station.
Yeah, well, I must have been having dinner.
Are you, going somewhere?
Packing stuff I won't be needing.
All your clothes?
After tomorrow, I'll be getting some new stuff. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm just being a woman, I guess. You didn't pack my picture.
Oh. Well, I was saving that for last.
What's happened to us, Jerry?
How was that for size?
I don't know.
Never kissed you like that before, did I?
Felt like I never kissed you before.
Hello? Hello?
What's keeping you?
I'm on my way. Where you going, Nora?
I'm going to freshen my makeup. Smeared it.
Who you talking to?
The love of my life. Nora Casey. What's the address?
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3.
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. Be there right away.
Got the money?
Yeah.
See ya.
Come here, Cuddles.
No.
How does that feel?
Hurting me.
If you don't do what I tell you, I'll mash every bone in your pink little body. Understand, baby?
I needn't tell you, I lost my guts when we got up to Brady's apartment. It looked pretty helpless until Potbelly Addison discovered Nora's message. With lipstick, she scrawled an address on the bathroom medicine cabinet. 123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. We sprinted out of the room, made an express out of the elevator, dodged through the lobby, and barreled into the patrol car. All the way over to 24th Street, I felt like a drunk ready to pass up the next round. Finger sat like a stone sphinx, and Fatso Addison fooled with a cigarette with nervous fingers. I just couldn't keep my numb mind off apartment 3.
Please don't hit me anymore.
Who sent you up to that hotel room?
No one.
All right, let's try it again. Who sent you up to
Look at him again. Hey, what's with her?
Yeah, she's on the verge of talking, ain't you, doll? Talk to Moose and me.
Please leave me alone.
Hey, look at lady. I'll squash your skull, and I ain't kidding. Who sent you up?
Told you. I told you the truth.
Hey, if that's the cops, lady, she passed out. Put her on the bed. I'll get the door. Who is it?
Bert Addison.
What you want?
I want to talk to Brady.
Let him in.
Hey, what is this?
Okay, Muscle Brain, get back and put your hands up. Finger, cover Brady.
What's the matter? You guys nuts?
Shut up, you bum.
Get moving, mister. Watch him, Finger. I'll look after Miss Casey. How you feeling, kid?
Thank God you're here, Rocky. They beat me so.
Nice guys. Can you manage?
I'm all right now. Look in the other room. He needs help.
Worked him over, too, huh? Finger, come here. Give Addison a gun. He's got 50 grand wrapped up in the scam.
If they pull anything, don't be afraid to use it.
All right, Sergeant.
Okay, Fortune, surprise me.
Take a look.
I'm looking. Who is it?
Why don't you stop using those eye drops? Take a good look.
What? That's Brady.
Yeah, and he sure ain't gonna play tomorrow.
Well, what about the thing
Twin brother. The old double reverse bit. I'll explain the whole thing later.
Here, get away from that window. I didn't shoot. I'm jumping.
Don't be a jerk, Buster. It's a long way down.
Wound him, Addison.
That feet won't shoot. Guy covered.
The money's still floating down.
Why didn't you shoot Addison?
I never shot a gun in my life.
I believe him, Sarge. You better call headquarters and have them collect the pieces. Let's get the show on the road. On the way back to town, I briefed the eminent Sergeant Finger with the unobvious details. Nora rode back with Jerry Brady, who came around. But he could only talk to her by Braille. They were both nursing a batch of Purple Hearts, and Addison rode with us. He was quiet, like a guy with so many thoughts he was double parking them. Finger dropped me off at my place with a promise to check later. And except for wear and tear, I was $5,500 richer. I was counting how many more defense bonds I could buy when they dumped me off. And I was glad to get home. Artificial arm and leg.
Very funny, Fortune.
If it isn't Sergeant Finger, boy, cop. What's on your alleged mind?
I got some reports for you to sign tomorrow. Addison canceled out all his bets, says he's going to sell the Tigers and go legit.
He's still a mile outside the law.
Yeah, so's the corner bookie. Got the album and the letters. He was right, Fortune. The twin escaped from an asylum. Jerry Brady was hiding him out. Picked up Perkins. He established the time. The reason he didn't see Moose was because they split up. Hey, Fortune, you listening?
Sure, needle noise. I'm listening.
Well, the Moose worked Casey over, but the twin dumped him. Moose cracked under questioning, and then he
How's the weather, Sarge?
Getting cold.
I'll buy you some musk for your blue little ears. So long, Sarge.
Hey, I ain't through yet.
Hey, Fortune. Hey, Rocky, you... what's the use?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Bert Holland, Lou Krugman, Ted Bonelts, Maurice Hart, Joe Forte, Bibi Janis, Eddie Fields, Lee Millar, and Jack Mather. Tonight's script was written by Doc Stanford. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I'll tell you about the time I took a job as a social director in the Catskill Mountains. $10 a week, all you can eat, wait on tables in the daytime, and don't forget to dance with the middle-aged widows in the evening. All of which ain't bad, except that in my case, the social director had to double as a funeral director at his own funeral. See you around.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly, tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You know, there's an old saying, never look a gift horse in the mouth. With pen and cheek, I now write me a new saying. Never look a gift blonde in the eyes. She was blonde because her hair told me so. That was the only proof I had. She didn't walk, she insinuated. She was from New Orleans, and her name was Lou, and believe me, brother, Lou was no lady. When I saw her, I said to myself, I'd dig this babe. She almost dug me, too, right into her grave.
Now, don't tell me an interesting-looking man like you spends much time in an unemployment compensation line.
So I won't tell you. You call the shots, baby. I'm awful easy to get along with.
Yeah, I really believe that. I hate to see a capable-looking man like you standing in a place like this.
I know what you mean, honey. The name's Rocky Fortune. This is not only a name, it's also a description. As fortunes go, I got the rockiest. Last week was pretty bad in the money book, so this week finds me in line.
I bet you're not too easy to keep in line.
You keep up with that southern syrup, and I'm liable to wind up making like a pancake.
Buy you a cup of coffee?
Make mine straight. You got all the sugar I need. Warmed by the steaming brew and blonde, I thought I'd better start moving in some direction, so I took the direct route. You must have something else on your mind besides what I hope. Why don't you spill, honey?
I love a direct man. Why don't you tell me something about yourself?
Well, I'm not exactly ready to publish a story of my life, not till I know what rights I can hang on to. Tell my fortune first.
Nice though. I think you're about to come into some real money.
I like you, Gypsy. Keep reading the coffee grounds.
And I notice you never mind sticking out your neck just a little bit if there's money involved.
That could be the story of my life. Yes.
And you also have an unfortunate habit of getting yourself involved, and sometimes you get hurt.
Keep reading me.
Well, I got me a little plan where you get just a little bit involved, where you can't possibly get hurt, and the way you can make yourself some $5,000.
Honey, my ears ain't wagging because of the money. I'm just fanning my face to keep a cool expression. Give.
All you have to do is one teeny-weeny little thing for little old me.
I'll make book. I won't like it, but tell me anyway.
But, honey, you will like the $5,000. It's such nice money.
And just what does little old me have to do for little old you to make that little old $5,000?
Kill my little old husband.
She poured on her message of murder.
So you see, honey lamb, it really is most embarrassing for me to be in this predicament. But there's one thing I got too much of.
Yeah, it's tough to believe. From where I sit, the distribution is great.
I just love to hear you say things like that. I just love it.
Let's get back to the excess. You said you had too much of something.
Oh, yeah. It's just too bad, but it can't be helped. I just have too many husbands.
Too many what?
Isn't it silly?
That's perfectly ridiculous. I thought I just heard you say you got too many husbands. Must have misread my ears.
No, you heard me right, honey.
But that's illegal.
Yeah, I know. That's what's so silly. It's all the law's fault.
I'll make book on it. What's the story?
Well, they weren't ever supposed to let Marvin out of prison, and now that they have...
Oh, so it's an ex-con you want me to bump.
Oh, no. Marvin hadn't any dirty old money. It's Perry I got to get rid of.
Who is Perry?
My husband.
Who is Marvin? My husband. You lost me someplace, honey. Let me tell this to myself as I now understand you, which I probably don't. You have two husbands, Marvin and Perry, both alive and both kicking.
Well, Marvin's kicking because of Perry. But Perry isn't kicking because he doesn't know about Marvin.
Lady, right now, I don't know about you. You just don't seem right to me. You just don't seem right. It was getting on toward evening when I made like a homing pigeon. The wheels in the head were whirling. The first thought was to invest in a call to Gestapo headquarters to ask my pal Sergeant Finger to run a make on the blonde. I tossed out that bright idea. If this dizzy dame was pulling my socks, Finger would never get off my back about it. I had a short session with the idea of going to the husband and informing him of the facts of life. Southern Fried had given me a real fancy engraved card with the address, so I knew where to find him. But that notion hit the trash, too. If she is kidding, I'm a real patsy. By the time I'd reached my pad and opened the door, I decided to forget my dizzy blonde dreamboat and find myself another playmate for the evening. I reached for the light switch when something hit me. Oh. That something that hit me was more than an idea. It was more blackjack style. Before I knew what had happened, I was sailing away to Dreamboat Bay, happy with my life as an ice cream soda. The awakening came like a whoosh of cold water in the puss, which it was. Somebody tossed me a lifesaver. I'm drowning.
I'm awful sorry to have to do this to you, Mr. Fortune, but it really was necessary.
Oh, stop bleeding about it. I might get upset. Who are you?
I'll tell you who I am after I tell you how important it is that you stay away from my honey pear.
You what?
My honey pear. You shouldn't ought to be messing around with Lulu Ann.
Lulu Ann? Oh. The lights are on. I'm seeing. Could you be Marvin?
I sure am, Mr. Fortune.
What's the story? Who belted me on the head?
I did. But I'm awful sorry.
Don't drown in your tears. Now, look, if you want to wrestle, Buster, just give me a chance to move in.
Careful now, Mr. Fortune. This here gun is sure loaded with real bullets. It would hurt me to have to kill you.
Yeah, I get the message. I wouldn't feel so good about that myself. So let's talk. Why massage my skull with the loaded leather?
I just had to convince you that you should stay away from my honey pear. I just know she's real gone for you.
Get ready to receive news, Buster, because I'm sending right now. I ain't interested in your honey pear. I think she's got a screw loose.
Well, that don't make no difference. She's interested in you.
Sure, she's interested in me. She wants me to do a job for her.
What kind of job?
She wants me to bump husband number 2. She's offered me $5,000 to bump Perry.
$5,000 to bump Perry? I see it all now. Isn't that downright sweet of her?
If you see anything, turn on some lights for me. It's awful dark where I'm sitting.
Well, don't you see? She knows I'd be perfectly willing to bump Perry if she asked me to. She just don't want me to get into trouble. You know, that really touches me.
In the head, pal. I think you're both touched. Now listen close to some words I'm going to read. I want no part of your honey pear or her $5,000. I want no part of you. And if I ever catch you without a loaded heater in your mitts, I'm going to play Scrabble with your head. Now, scram.
Now, it hurts me to have to be unfriendly. It hurts me real bad, but I still got something to say to you, Mr. Fortune. Stay away from my honey pear, no matter how close she wants to get. And don't you worry about taking care of Mr. Perry. I'll see he gets taken care of nice and proper. Right now.
First thought was to tip Sarge's finger and give him the rundown on the screw-loose con and the too much married blonde. Second thought was that by the time I convinced them this comedy of murder is for real, little old Marvin would have drilled a little old hole right through little old Perry's head. Thinking back on the running order, the only thing that convinced me the whole bit was for real was the lump in my skull. Everything else could have been a gag, but this wasn't. Next item should be to make a fast trip to the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Perry Shane. I made the item. Even the buzzer I pushed in the swank layout looked solid gold.
Yes?
Mr. Perry Shane?
That's right.
I got to talk to you, Mr. Shane, and we better talk fast.
I don't understand.
You will. Just get in out of the doorway and close the door.
Now, wait a minute. I don't like being pushed around in my own home. Who are you?
Rocky Fortune's the name. Sorry for the shove, but it had to be. Now, look, I'll give it to you straight. Somebody's looking to kill you.
Somebody wants to kill me?
That's right. An ex-con by the name of Marvin is looking for you right now.
Why does he want to kill me? Did I ever send him up?
That I don't know. I didn't even know you were a mouthpiece. Incidentally, is your wife home?
No, she hasn't been home all day. Do you know my wife?
If that's her picture sitting on the mantel, I know your wife. Your wife, incidentally, is the reason Marvin wants to kill you.
Now, before I ask you to leave, would you mind elaborating on this fantastic story of yours?
Well, I guess I'm giving it to you pretty fast at that. The picture ain't very pretty, though, so I don't feel bad. Believe me, mister, your Southern Belle is ringing out nothing but bad news for you. She wants you dead.
I don't know what this is all about, but right now I'm not interested. I don't know who you are or what your plan is, but will you please leave before I call the police?
Look, mister, believe me, I know she wants you dead because she offered me $5,000 to kill you.
Get out. Get out now.
I'd hate to have to belt you, so if I do, it's for your own protection. You better keep your hands down, Mr. Shane.
No one makes accusations like that against my wife.
Take it easy, Mr. Shane. Real easy now. You're going to push me too far.
Get out of my house.
Now sit down in that chair and behave yourself. I'm getting a little tired being shoved around. I'm the patsy in the deal, and I asked for nothing. Now listen to what I have to say. First of all, how long you been married?
That's none of your business.
So it's none of my business. This bump in my noggin was none of my business either before I got it. Your wife's husband is the character who gave it to me.
My wife's husband? Are you insane?
I don't blame you for asking, pal. I doubted myself for a couple of minutes. Whether you believe it or not, your wife has another husband. An ex-con by the name of Marvin.
You mean her ex-husband. I know she's been married before.
I mean her present husband. He was supposed to be a lifer, so she never bothered to get a divorce. But the law crossed her by letting him out.
Now, wait a minute. If all this is true, and frankly, I believe none of it, just what is your interest?
Your wife put the make on me for a couple of weeks. She decided I was the kind of guy she wanted for a particular job. She offered me $5,000 to knock you over.
Sounds like a handsome offer. What's stopping you?
Couple of things. First, the law. It's real illegal, you know. Second, you'd be real dead if I did.
And those two items are stopping you from earning a $5,000 fee?
What do you think?
Well, you seem like a particularly bright but rough young man. If you're passing up that offer, it's only because you want more from me.
That flatters me not, pal, but we'll overlook it. At least it shows you're thinking maybe Dreamboat did make the offer.
I see. Would you suggest I call the police and tell them a complete stranger has informed me I'm about to be killed, and please send me a police escort?
I'm giving you credit, so please extend the same in my direction.
Well, what would you suggest?
I'll make one call to the Irish Clubhouse.
To the what?
Sorry, pal, lost my head. Irish Clubhouse happens to be local police headquarters. Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger's my boy there. I'll call him, get him to give you a rundown on me, and then we'll both go over to headquarters.
Well, there's the phone.
Let's hope for your sake that Finger is at hand.
25th Precinct.
Sergeant Finger. From here to eternity.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. Frank Sinatra?
Oh, you are a funny man. Finger, I'm going to put an attorney on by the name of Mr. Shane. I happen to know he's got an ex-con gunning for him. Will you tell him that I don't make jokes about things like this?
Now, wait a minute. Don't put anybody else on. Who's gunning for who?
Sorry, pal, but I got a deadline. I got to get this guy over to the protection of your Schlack house before his own line goes dead. From a bullet. So talk to the man.
This is Perry Shane speaking.
I don't know what this is all about yet, Mr. Shane, but if Rocky says your life is in danger, we better come over right away.
Just a minute, Sergeant. Since I actually don't know this man, and I don't know you, perhaps we'd both better come right over to the precinct.
It's your life, Mr. Shane.
We'll be right over.
And away we went. Out of the door of the plush pad, down the gilded shaft for lifting, and out under the tilted nose of a snooty doorman. Lawyer Shane's car was parked in front of the apartment. It was long, black, and shiny. Could easily be a convertible. Convertible into a hearse. We made toward the car. Shane opened the door and started to get in. He moved toward the driver's seat, but I saw it coming up and shoved him toward the ground. Hit the ground!
What happened?
Take a peek at that neat hole through your windshield, and you won't need any other diagram. Now get behind that wheel fast, and let's get out of here.
Is it safe?
Yeah, he's real gone by now.
Did you see who it was?
Yeah, but just pull over here right at this curb. Pull up right here somewhere. It was little old Lou's little old husband. That was Marvin. Who else would be jerky enough to try a shot like that?
The hole in the windshield. It's right where I would have been sitting if you hadn't pulled me down.
Save the drama till we have time for it. We got things to do.
But aren't we going right over to the police headquarters?
You're going right over to Sergeant Finger, 25th Precinct. Now, give me your apartment keys. I'm going to move fast. Now, I'm going right back to your apartment. You go over to the precinct and bring Finger back. On the double.
Well, what are you going to... Why are...
The $64 questions come later. Move, quick. The moves had to be fast. Rube Goldberg stuck a bulb over my head and an idea lit up. The next move could be back to the plush pad, and I wanted to be there to see it. I I no sooner got the door open when magnolia blossoms hit my eardrums.
Rocky, I'm so happy as little old you.
I'll just bet you're no end pleased.
Well, I saw the whole thing right out this window. I was horrified.
Why? I thought you wanted him bumped.
Well, I do, but I didn't want you bumped. Oh, I couldn't stand it if anything happened to you.
Lady, you killed me.
Oh, now, Rocky, who could waste that much talent?
Let's write some story now, Lady Lou. Were you camping out in the other room while I was talking to Perry?
No, of course not. I was just completing my little plan with Marvin. You see, I'm afraid I had a change of heart, Rocky. I realized I'd still have Marvin as a husband, even with Perry out of the way, and that wouldn't do at all.
Why not? Marvin was the banana you picked in the first place.
Oh, but I got different ideas now. I want me another husband. I got him all picked out.
Say, you are the one. Your little plan was just screwball enough to work, too. You know this crazy Marvin's gone enough on you to do anything you want. He kills Perry for you. You, the about-to-become black satin widow, testify you saw Marvin kill Perry.
And the law kills Marvin because he was wicked and murdered Perry. And that leaves me minus 2 husbands.
And plus Perry's loot.
Also plus 1 husband number 3.
And him you already picked out.
Not him, Rocky. You.
Me? I'm too young to die.
Oh, you're not going to die, Rocky. Together we're going to live.
I'm so sorry for you, Mr. Fortune, that Lulu Ann picked you out. You know, I'm just downright sorry.
I'll buy that. You're the sorriest sight I ever saw. I hope you got my last message.
You mean about being too young to die? I received the message, but I'm afraid I gotta disagree.
Figures. That 38 you're packing looks mighty disagreeable. Where from in the woodwork were you hiding?
I just don't understand your Yankee talk. If you mean how come I come back here after shooting that and missing Mr. Perry, why, I just had to come back to find out what Lulu Ann wanted me to do next.
Oh, Marvin, honey, that's real thoughtful of you. I'm just going to give you a nice big kiss.
I hate not being a gentleman, Lulu Ann, but I think maybe you better stay over there with Rocky.
Why, Marvin?
I'm hurt, Lulu Ann. I'm real hurt. If I hadn't heard it from your own sweet lips, I'd never believe it. I heard the whole plan you told Rocky. You wanted me dead. And that goes against my grain.
Oh, but Marvin, baby, I was only telling Rocky that so I could stall him and keep him from calling the police. Now, you just go right ahead and shoot Rocky while I throw a few things in a bag.
Come, Marvin. You're not going to let Slick Chick pull the black satin over your eyes like that. Get with it, man. Get with it.
Now, don't you go putting any of your Yankee ideas into Marvin's crowded little head. You go right ahead and shoot him, Marvin.
Sure, go right ahead and shoot me, Marvin. The cops will be here in a minute. You'll burn for killing me, and little old Lulu Ann will be left with her little old moneybags Perry.
Don't you be telling him things like that. Now, I'll just turn on the radio nice and loud so the shooting won't disturb the neighbors.
Don't you see, Marvin? She's got to get rid of you so that she can be legally married to Perry.
Don't you believe a word he says. You go on and shoot him while the music is loud.
Turn off the radio and listen to me.
You make it louder and shoot him.
You gotta be dead or she's not legally married to Perry. She can't get his money while you're still alive.
We'll find a way of getting his money, Marvin, and we'll do it together.
Now, wait a minute. My nerves just won't stand all this shouting and loud music. I think you're trying to confuse me, Mr. Fortune. Get ready to leave, Lulu Ann. I'm gonna shoot him. I'm just so surprised.
He was surprised. Think how I felt. Here I am staring at a 38 caliber lead purveyor, and I hear the hammer click, the gunshot. I wait for the hot lead, and instead of a rainbow explosion in the puss, I see the guy and the gun fall. The explanation came from a welcome source, my pal, Sergeant Finger.
Someday, Rocky, that luck of yours is going to run out. Why didn't you come down the precinct with Mr. Shane?
For the reasons which I hope you heard, namely the story as told by Honey Pear and Marvin. Did you get it all?
Did we get it all? The way you were all yelling, we could have taken that story down at the precinct. Come on, Honey Pear, we're going downtown.
I refuse to move. You just have to talk to my husband. He's my lawyer.
Your ex-lawyer, Lulu Ann, and your soon-to-be ex-husband. I'll start annulment proceedings tomorrow.
Well, you can't annul me. Marvin's dead, and he's the only other husband I ever had.
Correction, Sweet Dreams. Marvin got his hand blasted, not his head. He'll be okay in a week. I can see you both now, walking arm in arm in your little old steel cottage. overlooking the Hudson River. In fact, if you're real sweet, I'll talk to Sergeant Finger about getting you a room with a southern exposure. That's so you'll all feel at home. It's a nice feeling, Mr. Shane, having a lively, expensive dinner after looking at some deadly lead.
Well, we both have much to be thankful for, Rocky. You keep looking at me as though you want to ask me something.
You hit the nail right on my head, Mr. Shane. My nose is where it don't belong again. I mean, Honey Pear wasn't a smart chick. She was wild and screwy and about as subtle as Sophie Tucker. How come she got hooked with a smart guy like you?
Oh, I was lonely, and she was pretty. She was amusing. And I happened to be a man. Need I say more?
If you do, you'll be talking too much. You look like you got something on your mind, too, Mr. Shane.
You hit the nail right on my head, too, Rocky. I was sort of thinking about you.
Well, you'll have to spill without any payment for your thoughts, Mr. Shane. I'm a little low in the loot department.
That's what I was thinking about. You see, I'm a very successful attorney. Frankly, I'm quite a wealthy man, and I can afford to have whomever I want around my office. I know your source of income is rather unstable. How about a job?
Me? In a mouthpiece office, wearing a white collar? No, thanks. Not for this moose.
Well, process servers have no use for white collars, and they lead a pretty eventful life.
Process server, huh? I didn't think of that. An outside type profession that could be interesting and lucrative. I have to kick that around between the ears a bit.
Well, while you're kicking it around, I'd like to make out a check for you for a nice, sizable advance.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Shane. Me, I'm a realistic type. Make it out to my favorite charity.
Which is?
Cash, Mr. Shane. C-A-S-H, cash.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Betty Lou Gerson, John Stevenson, Maurice Hart, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by Norm Sickle. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Hey, man. You ever been tiger hunting in Nepal? Well, I haven't either, but they tell me they tie a goat to a stake and they wait for the tiger to show up. Next week, I'll tell you about the time a guy I know went tiger hunting. Only the tiger was human, and the goat, that was me. See you around.
Visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. How are you? Hey, did you ever notice how every week I get dragged or thrown into a homicidal picnic where I get pushed around? And speaking about lumps and stuff reminds me of another form of homicide. The football racket. Started one night at Artie's pool palace. As I ankle toward the cue rack, I see a monster-type guy moving toward me. His eyes are full of things to say. I put the cue away, and when he was close enough, looked right down his necktie. Fortune? I ain't Liberace, kid. Who are you and what's on your mind?
Jerry Brady, and I got trouble.
What's my handmaiden doing for you?
Plenty. Look, I'm in a spot.
Oh, yeah, I place you. Jerry Brady. Best quarterback in pro football. Yeah, you're in a spot. You can lead the Bombers to a championship tomorrow night, for which you'll get a fat bonus.
Maybe tomorrow never comes.
What's eating you, Brady?
Bert Addison.
Bert Addison? What's the big wheel got to do with you?
He owns the Tigers.
So?
Look, Fortune. It ain't like I was an angel. I done business with Addison a long time ago. I blew a few games for him when I was in college. Got some long green that was forgotten. Then I signed up with the Bombers. Since I've been playing for Pat Casey, I've been straight. Now Addison's after me.
The fix, huh?
What else? Wants me to meet him at his joint, the Silver Cradle, at 9.
How do I fit in this thing?
Understand you and Addison had it out before. Figures you won or you wouldn't be around. Gonna turn him down cold. I want you around to make sure I get out with all my arms and legs.
What's it worth?
500 clams.
Kid, you got a no blocking back. I'll meet you at 9.
What'll it be, Buster? Hey, you're Jerry Brady. What a ball player. It's on the house. What do you drink?
Where's Addison?
No offense, Brady. The boss is back in his office.
Thanks a lot, Buster.
Come in. Couple hours early, aren't you, Brady?
Yeah, I wanted to talk without Casey.
Bert Addison's always ready to talk. Let's get to the point. We've done business before. How much do you want to call wrong plays all night?
50 grand.
That's a lot of dough.
That's my price.
Bet that on my Tigers at 3-1. You can wind up a rich boy.
Is it a deal or ain't it?
Yeah, Brady. I'll give you 25 now, the rest after the game.
All of it, big man. You got no worries. Your team, your odds, 2 quarterbacks working for you.
Don't get too bright, Brady.
Look, Addison. I'm out for the big kill.
You want to count it?
No. One thing before I go. I may be back at 9. If I am, play along with whatever I do. Get it?
You're running the plays, but you better not fumble.
Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger speaking.
Hiya, hey.
Oh, it's you, Fortune. What's on your perverted mind?
You made a boo-boo, Sarge, and I was just ready to cut you in on something grandiose.
Your heart bleeds with the milk of human kindness.
Sarge, I was going to give you a bed warmer for your birthday.
Come on, I ain't got all night.
I latched on to a new job. I'm a bodyguard.
You a bodyguard. You mean a babysitter, don't you?
Yeah, very funny. Yeah, babysitter, but except this big-headed kid is bouncing for 500 smackaroos.
500? If you're working by the pound, you must be on Farouk's payroll.
Nope, I've been retained by a mud and cleat boy, Jerry Brady.
Mr. Football, huh? What do you want me to do, guard you?
Sometimes you're as precocious as Bonzo, Sarge.
Very funny. Well, if you're through guessing, I'm going to hang up.
Now, wait a minute, Finger. This may be something big. I'm meeting Brady at the Silver Cradle at 9. We got a date with Bert Addison. He tried to buy Brady off, and we're turning him down.
So what do you want from me?
Just wanted you to know. Thought you could call me at home later, make sure I was tucked in for the night.
Ah, ain't that nice. Baby Rocky wants me to tell him a bedtime story. Get lost.
You're a real live doll, Sarge. But I'll wait with bated breath till I hear your blue little lips flapping in a couple hours. Bye now. A few minutes later, the cab dumped me off 1 block from the Silver Cradle. As I moved down the street, I saw 3 figures huddled together a short distance from the club. One was young, thick-chested, with a yard of shoulder, Jerry Brady. The other was older, stoop-shouldered and wiry. I'd seen him before, too. It was Pat Casey. The third party, her clothes fit her like another layer of skin. I moved up to him, and Brady saw me first.
Hey, Fortune, over here. This is Pat Casey and his daughter, Nora.
Glad to meet you.
Hello.
Hiya.
I told Pat all about Addison. He's coming in with us, okay?
Sure. You met Addison before, didn't you, Fortune? The hockey scandal, wasn't it? Yeah. Me and the big wheel were playmates.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, then. And remember, Jerry, let me and Fortune shoot off our faces.
The boss will see you guys. He's in the back office.
Thanks for nothing. Let's go.
Come in. Have a seat. Smoke? Drink, perhaps?
We're not the Kefauver committee. Start talking.
I don't have a thing to say.
I do. I'm going to run your Tigers right out of the stadium.
You're just the guy who could do it. You know something, Brady? I was going to try to make a fix.
Look, Addison, no filthy bottom-of-the-barrel scum like you'll get his hooks into this kid.
Tell him we've done business before, Brady.
I know about that, too, you parasite.
Okay, get out of here.
About your temper, Mr. Addison.
You're a funny little hired troubleshooter, eh, Fortune?
Oh, your tonsils are out of tune, Addison.
You crumbs can leave now. And take that cheap crook quarterback with you.
Take one more step, Addison, and I'll bust you back. I did you a favor once, and I was paid. That was the end of it. I'm going to win with the Bombers tomorrow. You and no one else will stop me.
Let him go. Good coach, Brady.
We caught a cab outside of the Silver Cradle and journeyed uptown like relatives in the last funeral car. Nora Casey sat next to Brady and caressed his hand gently. It did nothing for him, but it made me very nervous. After all this glib repartee, the cab stopped in front of the St. Francis Hotel. Casey bid us goodnight, and as he turned to go inside, his mind seemed to leave his face. We moved on. All the way to Brady's joint, he kept talking so much about Casey, I kind of wished he was my father. We reached Brady's apartment at the Regis Hotel.
Good night, Nora.
I thought we'd have a bite.
I got some things to do. Letters, you know.
What's the matter, Jerry? I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing wrong, baby. I just want to be alone.
But I thought we...
Please, Nora. Some other time, huh? Thanks, Fortune.
You're $500 welcome, pal.
Will you see Nora home?
I'll be looking all the way. Where to, Nora?
Drexel apartment.
Drexel Apartments, Cabby. There's nothing worse than listening to a dame crying over another guy. I played like Mr. Anthony and went for Nora's whole hike. I turned down another drinking invite, took a rain check and phone number, and then headed home. I grabbed myself a quick belt and dropped into my favorite chair, and I was getting ready to doze off. Yeah,
How did your date with Brady and Addison go?
I'm home, ain't I?
It was Casey with you.
Sure, happy boy. So is his daughter.
11:30 now. What time did you leave it?
Brady, his whistle-bait daughter, and me dropped him off at the St. Francis Hotel about 9:30. Why?
They found Casey bouncing around the pavement a half hour ago. You better come down here.
Look, Fortune, the heat's on, and I ain't playing. Wit is one thing, murder's another. And you, as usual, are right in the middle of it. Now, I want some answers.
Okay.
How do you fit in the picture?
Brady hired me to keep him in one piece.
Who was going to break him?
I don't know. Bert Addison, maybe. Brady and Casey turned him down cold. There were a few words, and Casey belted Addison in a kisser.
I never thought it was suicide, anyhow. We better visit Addison.
Yeah. If Potbelly and his boys did it, they're cooling off. The thing to do is to watch Brady. The helmet kid is next if he don't play ball. And I know he won't go for the fix.
Yeah, well, let's go see him.
You make it, Sarge. I want to look around a bit. Got the world on a string. Da-da-dee-da-da-da.
Hold it, Fortune. This ain't no pipe in your back. Frisk him, Jack. I got his water gun, Pete.
What's this, a heist?
We're going to take a ride, chum.
My two playmates are over 6 well-stacked feet. Solid muscle extended from the feet right up between the ears. I had a hunch about them, but no one to tell it to, so I make like Jack Horner. A few minutes later, we stopped in front of a Swelligan apartment house. I get hustled upstairs and shoved into a seat. Pete went into the next room to get the boss.
We meet again, Fortune.
Yeah. You may be a big wheel of these crumbs, but you're just a tinker-totter to me, Addison.
Look, Fortune, you're an honest guy. You're legit and
Flattery gets you no place.
I respect you, and
I
further...
didn't know you cared, Sheriff.
This is one time I'm playing it your way.
It looks like it.
Give him his gun.
What do I do now? Play heroic?
Look, Fortune, I've done lots of things. I play close to the law.
A mile outside of it.
All right, but I'm no murderer. I'm offering you a job.
For instance?
Find Casey's murderer. I'm being penciled in for a frame. I didn't have to knock him off. I had my deal. Tell him, Pete.
I work at the bar at the Cradle till 8. Brady came in a little after 7 and saw the boss.
So what?
I don't expect you to believe me. I laid 50 grand on him. He was going to call wrong plays all night. He came back with you and Casey to make it look good.
What are you building?
Take a look at these.
100 grand worth of bets on the Tigers. So what?
I bet that loot at 8:15 p.m. after I met Brady.
Why do you want to hire me?
I can't afford a bum rap. Find the thing.
I might wind up at your back door.
What's the tariff?
5 G's. All counted with your pudgy little fingers.
That's cheap.
You're on a level.
Well, count it.
You mean I can leave without lumps or anything?
Yeah.
Hey. I'd like to do something before I go.
Name it.
I didn't like the way he frisked me. I'll check with you at the Cradle, fat boy. I grabbed a one-eyed cab that was creeping up the street and headed for the St. Francis Hotel. I wanted to find out about Casey's bounce. I laid a sawbuck in the desk clerk for which he tipped me onto a bellboy named Perkins. Perkins, it seems, had a tidbit to talk about, and I found him down in the service department. Are you Perkins?
What's even you, Dad?
Conversation?
I don't gas with no strangers. Blow, Tom.
Tell me about Casey.
I ain't talking till I see my lawyer.
Tried his double sawbuck for size.
Okay, man. Casey called for ice water. I breeze up in 5 minutes, and as I reach the door, I hear yakking, so I listen. Some squares coming on real strong. Tells Casey they can make a big killing. So Casey starts singing the cop blues. Then I hear scuffling and a window opening, and then quiet. I got scared and took off down the hall.
What time was that?
Somewhere near 10, maybe later.
You see anyone? 20 more do it?
Love that long green.
Start singing.
Saw Jerry Brady come out of the room.
Brady, huh?
Yeah?
Look, hipster. I'm no patsy, and I don't dig hypos late on me. I'm no square, and I get mad easy. Brady was with me at 10 at his hotel.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. I'm fragile. So he's got an alibi. But I saw Brady. Now do me something.
All right, Bub, you saw Brady. Tell the cops the same tale. I left Perkins, grabbed the cab, and headed to the Regis Hotel apartments. I wanted to check on Brady. I called his apartment from the lobby. He was out. When the desk clerk slapped his eyes back to the racing form, I slipped upstairs to his room. I turned the joint upside down and came up with a couple of needles in a haystack. Headed back to the lobby where I made 3 calls. A, Nora Casey. I needed her for the bait. B, Sergeant Finger. I needed him for the cloak and dagger bit. C, Bert Addison. He was right about the 50 grand, and I wanted to deliver his fink. They said they'd meet me right away. Hi, Nora.
I'm worried sick. What's the matter? Your call sounded so urgent, and after what happened to Dad, I'm afraid, Rocky.
Look, you'd like to see this thing cleared up, wouldn't you, honey?
Well, how can you? Of course I would.
Well, then you gotta help me, but tears ain't gonna make it.
What do you want me to do?
You gotta play a scene. Just do like I tell you. If you do it, we can clear this whole thing up.
I'll do it.
Good. Well, look, Brady should be back in a couple of minutes. We'll give him time to get up to his apartment. Then you go up and play like nothing's happened.
But what has happened?
I'm not sure yet, but you gotta trust me. Wait a minute. There goes Brady now. Look, we'll give him time to get upstairs.
I don't understand you. You don't think Jerry... Why, Rocky, you can't think...
I said you have to trust me.
I do.
Good. Now go on up. And just be yourself. If things jam up, I'll be around.
Who is it?
It's Nora, Jerry.
Oh, just a minute. Nora, baby, come in.
I called you earlier from the police station.
Yeah, well, I must have been having dinner.
Are you, going somewhere?
Packing stuff I won't be needing.
All your clothes?
After tomorrow, I'll be getting some new stuff. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I'm just being a woman, I guess. You didn't pack my picture.
Oh. Well, I was saving that for last.
What's happened to us, Jerry?
How was that for sight?
I don't know.
Never kissed you like that before, did I?
Felt like I never kissed you before.
Hello? Hello?
What's keeping you?
I'm on my way. Where you going, Nora?
I'm gonna freshen my makeup. Need it.
Who you talking to?
The love of my life. Nora Casey. What's the address?
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3.
123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. Be there right away.
Got the money?
Yeah.
See you.
Come here, Cuddles.
No.
How does that feel?
Hurting me.
If you don't do what I tell you, I'll mash every bone in your pink little body. Understand, baby?
I needn't tell you, I lost my guts when we got up to Brady's apartment. It looked pretty helpless until Potbelly Addison discovered Nora's message. With lipstick, she scrawled an address on the bathroom medicine cabinet. 123 East 24th Street, apartment 3. We sprinted out of the room, made an express out of the elevator, dodged through the lobby, and barreled into the patrol car. All the way over to 24th Street, I felt like a drunk ready to pass up the next round. Finger sat like a stone sphinx, and Fatso Addison fooled with a cigarette with nervous fingers. I just couldn't keep my numb mind off apartment 3.
Please don't hit me anymore.
Who sent you up to that hotel room?
No one.
All right, let's try it again. Who sent you up to that...
Hey, what's with her?
Yeah, she's on the verge of talking, ain't she, doll? Talk to Moose and me.
Please leave me alone.
Hey, look at lady. I'll squash your skull, and I ain't kidding. Who sent you up?
Told you. I told you the truth.
Hey, if that's the cops, lady, she passed out. Put her on the bed. I'll get the door. Who is it?
Hold Addison.
What you want?
I want to talk to Brady.
Let him in.
Hey, what is this?
Okay, Muscle Brain, get back and put your hands up. Finger, cover Brady.
What's the matter? You guys nuts?
Shut up, you bum.
Get moving, mister. Watch him, Finger. I'll look after Miss Casey. How you feeling, kid?
Thank God you're here, Rocky. They beat me so.
Nice guys. Can you manage?
I'm all right now. Look in the other room. He needs help.
Worked him over, too, huh? Finger, come here. Give Addison a gun. He's got 50 grand wrapped up in the scam.
If they pull anything, don't be afraid to use it.
All right, Sergeant.
Okay, Fortune, surprise me.
Take a look.
I'm looking. Who is it?
Why don't you stop using those eye drops? Take a good look.
What? That's Brady.
Yeah, and he sure ain't gonna play tomorrow.
Well, what about the thing
Twin brother. The old double reverse fit. I'll explain the whole thing later.
There, get away from that window. Why did you shoot? I'm jumping.
Don't be a jerk, Buster. It's a long way down.
Wound him, Addison.
That speak won't shoot. Guy, cover!
some money still floating down. Why didn't you shoot at it?
I never shot a gun in my life.
I believe him, Sarge. You better call headquarters and have them collect the pieces. Let's get the show on the road. On the way back to town, I briefed the eminent Sergeant Finger with the unobvious details. Nora rode back with Jerry Brady, who came around. But he could only talk to her by braille. They were both nursing a batch of Purple Hearts, and Addison rode with us. He was quiet, like a guy with so many thoughts he was double parking them. Finger dropped me off at my place with a promise to check later. And except for wear and tear, I was $5,500 richer. I was counting how many more defense bonds I could buy when they dumped me off. And I was glad to get home. Artificial arm and leg.
Very funny, Fortune.
If it isn't Sergeant Finger, boy, cop. What's on your alleged mind?
I got some reports for you to sign tomorrow. Addison canceled out all his bets, says he's going to sell the Tigers and go legit.
He's still a mile outside the law.
Yeah, so's the corner bookie. Got the album in the letters. Fortune, the twin escaped from an asylum. Jerry Brady was hiding him out. Picked up Perkins. He established the time. The reason he didn't see Moose was because they split up. Hey, Fortune, you listening?
Sure, needle noise. I'm listening.
Well, the Moose worked Casey over, but the twin dumped him. Moose cracked under questioning, and then he
How's the weather, Sarge?
It's cold.
I'll buy you some must for your blue little ears. So long, Sarge.
Hey, I ain't through yet.
Hey, Fortune, hey, Rocky, you... what's the use?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Bert Holland, Lou Krugman, Ted Bonelts, Maurice Hart, Joe Forte, Bibi Janis, Eddie Fields, Lee Millar, and Jack Mather. Tonight's script was written by Doc Stanford. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I'll tell you about the time I took a job as a social director in the Catskill Mountains. $10 a week, all you can eat, wait on tables in the daytime, and don't forget to dance with the middle-aged widows in the evening. All of which ain't bad, except that in my case, the social director had to double as a funeral director at his own funeral. See you around.
Rocky Fortune is a weekly presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You ever notice how some guys go through life and nothing ever happens? Not even a ticket for speeding? Another guy, every time he orders a bowl of chowder, he finds a live octopus in it. Well, that's the story of my life. You take last week, I was sitting in a one-armed joint drinking black coffee and reading the want ads when I noticed a couple of ape-like characters giving me the 00.
After a while, they leave their table and come over to mine.
What if it ain't my old pal, Gandolfo?
I beg your pardon?
Come on, Gandolfo. Don't give me the no capiche routine. Mitchell's been looking all over for you. You shouldn't have took off from the hotel room this morning without telling anybody.
Look, Buster.
The name is Stanley, remember?
Okay, Stanley, let's get something straight. My name ain't Gandolfo. I never laid an eyeball on you in all my life, and I like to eat alone. You got it?
Sure, Gandolfo. Come on. We'll go back to the hotel and see Mitchell.
Lover boy, I just finished telling you...
I don't want to have to get tough, Gandolfo, on account of I wouldn't want to cripple you before the fight tonight. So let's go quiet.
For the last time, beat it. You bother me.
Okay, Gandolfo. Now, just so we understand each other, this what you feel pressed up against your side ain't a briar pipe. You follow me?
I follow you.
Good. Follow me. And don't try nothing funny or I'll be forced to take drastic action which might cause leakage in your radiator and valves. Okay?
Okay. Stanley is about 8 feet tall with hands like dredges. Also, he's carrying a small-sized railway gun in his hip, which is right next to my head. So I go. We take a taxi to a cheap downtown hotel, and Stanley escorts me to a room on the second floor.
Okay, this is it.
Look, if you're going to roll me, pal, you're in for a big disappointment. Shake me upside down, all you find's a key.
Candle lip dribble.
Come in. Hello, Stanley.
Boss, look who. I found him.
Come in. Shut the door.
I'm sitting in a resting seat, and I look up, and bingo. Right at the next table is our wandering boy, the great Gandolfo.
Sit down.
Look, mister.
I said sit down.
Thanks.
I can see how you made the mistake, Stanley.
What mistake?
Thinking this punk was Gandolfo.
What do you mean?
What's your name, punk?
Rocky Fortune, punk. What's yours?
Don't get fresh.
Did I hit him?
Take it easy, Stanley.
Boss, he's lying. This is Gandolfo, I tell you.
Shut up, Stanley. You have to forgive Stanley. He used to be a wrestler. He got dropped in his head a couple of times too often.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about as long as I'm here?
Not at all. You ever heard of Luis Gandolfo?
Yeah, he's a fighter, ain't he? Some bum from Argentina or Brazil?
He's a fighter, and he's also a bum, but he happens to be from Bolivia.
Yeah, I read about him.
I'm his manager, Mike Mitchell.
I can't say it's a pleasure.
Stanley here helps handle him.
Who handles Stanley, a zookeeper?
Boss, could I hit him like once, maybe?
Luis Gandolfo is scheduled to meet Kid Cool in the garden tonight. The winner gets a crack at the bantamweight champ.
According to the sports hawks, your boy has about as much chance as a snowball in Havana.
Less than that, Rocky. The odds are 6-1 that Kid Cool knocks him out, and we're betting against him.
Yeah, sounds like you got the tank all rigged up.
We had it all rigged up, but Gandolfo got cold feet and skipped, which leaves us holding the bag.
What's in the bag, Mr. Mitchell?
$600,000.
Oh, wow.
We invest 600 G's and we make 100 G's profit.
No fighter, no fight. No fight, all bets off, right?
Exactly. Only we got a fighter.
Yeah, who?
You.
Boss.
Shut up, Stanley. You're a dead ringer for our boy Gandolfo, Mr. Fortune. All you have to do is step in the ring for 2 rounds, let Kid Cool paste you, and down you go.
Well, it's been nice talking to you, fellas. Any other time that you need somebody to stand up under a falling blackjack or lay down in front of a freight train, get in touch with me. Tonight I'm busy. I gotta go, really.
He said, hold it.
You're not going anyplace, Mr. Fortune. You're going to step in that ring tonight like you were the great Gandolfo himself.
If I don't?
If you don't, Stanley here's going to fillet you. 1 bone at a time. You understand?
I begin to get the picture. One minute I'm drinking coffee in a joint, the next I'm a candidate for a bruise at the garden. I settle down in the hotel room to wait for developments, which begin to develop rapidly.
Who is it?
Press.
Just a sec. Okay, Gandolfo. Now you're going to let the reporters see you.
What do I say, goo-goo?
Gandolfo, don't talk very good English. Just say si.
Okay.
Let him in, goofball.
Right.
Well, if it ain't the South American Boxing Association. How's the boy, Mike?
A tiger. He's ready to murder that Kid Cool. Right, Gandolfo?
See?
You don't look in such good shape.
He's deceptive. Right, Dolph?
See?
Look, Johnny, give him a good write-up, huh?
He's 6-1 to lose. He needs encouragement. Right now, he needs rest.
Okay, I'll give him a plug in Espanol. Okay, Mike. See you.
Yeah, thanks for coming by. More? Open it.
Luis, querido mío. Oh, let me kiss you, baby.
Yeah, why not?
Baby, why you don't call me?
He's been training, Loopy. Come on now, beat it. You can see him after the fight.
Good luck, Louis. Kiss me.
See? Honey, I'm not Luis. I'm Rocky Fortune, 52 Bleakman Street. Get the cops. Buenos dias, Pumpkin.
Buenos dias, querido. Buenos dias, Mike.
Sure. See you after the fight, honey.
Nice girl. Mine?
Uh-huh.
What do I call her?
Loopy Monsoon. She's a chorus girl at the Latin segment. Nuts about you. Too bad you tried to tip her off, though.
Me?
Yeah, I saw you whisper to her, Rocky. Stanley.
Yeah, boss.
Go after her. Stick with her, and if she does anything suspicious, like calling the cops, stop her.
Sure, boss.
Oh, Stanley.
Yeah, boss.
Before you go, say goodbye to Gandolfo here. Show him we mean business.
A pleasure, boss. Buenos dias, punk.
That night, I am hustled over to the garden with Mike Mitchell's automatic nuzzling my ribs. I dress, weigh in, and have the gloves put on by Stanley, who was returned from tailing Loopy Monsoon. Finally, the warning buzzer sounds, and I am escorted into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the main event of the evening. In this corner, the spectacular bantamweight from Brooklyn, USA, the fighting gamecock, Kid Cool. And over here, a newcomer to American boxing circles, direct from the pampas of Bolivia, the Bolivian Jaguar, Luis Gandolfo.
Okay, now remember, Rocky. You put it around for one round, and at the end of the second round, you dive. It's all set. Kid Cool's going to give you the signal so you can make it look good.
I don't think I can stand up for one round.
You do like we say. If you don't, you get killed. Simple?
Too simple.
Okay, now get in there. And remember, we're right behind you.
The bell rings, and I'm on my bicycle trying to keep away from Kid Cool, who's after me like I was the mechanical rabbit at the dog races. I managed to outleg him for the first couple of minutes, but as the bell rings, he tags me with a right that makes me see double. I stagger into my corner and flop.
Nice footwork, Rocky. You're practicing for the Olympic sprints or something? The fans are screaming for blood.
Yeah, mine.
Let him tag you a couple of times to make it look good. He'll tell you when to flop.
He won't need to tell me. I'm ready to flop now. In the opposite corner, I see Kid Cool eyeing me like I'm for sale, cheap. He takes a swig of his water bottle and comes out of his corner with murder written all over him. I stagger out and manage to grab him for a clinch.
Come on, break up the clinch. This ain't no dance marathon.
Let me hit you a couple of times, kid, just so I don't get an inferiority complex.
Okay, but when I wink, wait for my swing and go down. Got it?
Right.
Break.
Sure. Here, big boy, try this one.
Get to a neutral corner, Gandolfo. 1, 2, 3.
Get up, kid. Get up.
4.
I never laid a glove on him, so help me.
5, 6, 7.
Come on, kid. I didn't mean it.
8.
Honest, get up, boy.
9, 10. The winner by a knockout, Gandolfo.
Kid Cool is still laid out like a dress suit when I stagger back to my corner. Stanley helps me into my bathrobe while he's murmuring plans for my total destruction into one ear. I decided it's time for me to vacate the premises.
Let's go, punk. Take him to the locker room, Stanley, and finish him off.
Now, listen, I never touched that guy, honest. He just folded up on me.
$600,000 down the drain. You're gonna sweat for this fortune.
Yeah, before I sweat, Mitchell, you gotta catch me.
Grab him!
Look out, lady. I gotta catch a plane.
I bust away from Stanley's hot little paws and squirm through the crowd to the exit. I am probably the only fighter in history to win a fight and break an Olympic sprint mark at the same night. Luckily, there's a cab outside the garden. I jump in and give him the go-go. Step on it, Uncle. 52 Bleakman Street.
Gee, must have been giving you an awful beating to make you run out of the garden like that.
And the commentary. Let's move.
Okay, hang on. You mind if I ask you what happened in there?
I won.
If you won, I'd hate to see the other guy.
That's clever. I tell the hacky to wait outside my flat while I go up for some money and a change of clothes. The place is dark when I get there, and even before I turn the light on, I can smell the perfume. Good evening.
Buenas noches.
Yeah. Buenas noches yourself and a happy besame mucho.
I was so worried about you.
Didn't you understand the message I whispered in your ear?
Of course, but it's Stanley. He followed me all day until it is too late. I remember your address and I come up here to tell you.
Is that all?
No. I want to know if you know where Luis is.
Oh. Mitchell told me he flew the coop. That's all I know.
I have not seen him for 3 days now.
He's probably on a fast plane to Bolivia, which is where I should be if I want to live to be 34.
The gamblers have taken a big beating, no?
They have taken a big beating, see.
It's too bad they all pay off before they find out Kid Cool was poisoned.
Who cares if they didn't... What?
You have not heard? Kid Cool was poisoned. They find the stuff in his water bottles.
Is he dead?
No, just very sick. Meanwhile, the gamblers have paid off many bets.
I thought there was something phony about that nosedive he took. Any ideas about who did it?
No. Whoever it was must have collected a nice hunk of change, as you say.
Yeah, it was somebody who knew Luis was slated to take a dive and figured to pull a fast one on the gambling boys.
Maybe Mike Mitchell do this himself.
Maybe anybody. You, Gandolfo, Stanley, even me. Look, baby, it won't take Mitchell long to locate this place. I got to get dressed and blow. I'll see you some other time.
I give you goodbye, kiss.
Yeah. Baby.
Yes.
One favor?
Yes.
Help me get the boxing gloves off, huh? It occurs to me that Lupe Monsoon is pretty free with a lipstick, but who am I to complain? I hustle her out in about an hour and start packing for a quick trip to Tibet. There's a knock on the door, and my knees take it from there. Hold it. Okay.
Greetings.
Well, if it ain't my old pal, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of the Gestapo. Come in, Sarge. I'm glad to see you.
I'll bet.
What brings you?
I'm not sure, but I think it was a phone tip to headquarters. If this is another practical joke, Rocky, I'm going to have you stuffed and roasted, so help me.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
A dame calls up headquarters and says there's a dead man at 52 Bleakman, apartment 2B. That's you.
A dead man? Maybe she meant me.
You don't know about this?
It sounds like a gag.
Yeah, darn it. Okay, Fortune, this is positively my last word on the subject. Any more trouble from you, and I'm resigning from the force.
Finger walks out, and I open the closet door to put on my other suit, the one with 2 sleeves. As I open the closet, a guy who looks exactly like me falls out on his face. It ain't me. It's Luis Gandolfo, the Bolivian jaguar. He ain't much of a jaguar because he's been speared in the neck till dead. I stuff him back in the closet and head uptown after a quick run through the phone book. I am in trouble, and I think I know who's responsible.
Rocky, darling.
Whoa, down, girl. Whoa, no more mush. Back up.
You don't like me no more?
All I want right now is information.
What about?
About Luis Gandolfo.
You have seen him?
No, baby, but you have.
What?
Listen, honey, there was a fresh corpse in my closet when you left the apartment, and I didn't put it there.
A corpse of whom?
Of Luis Gandolfo.
Madre de Dio.
Don't pretend you didn't know anything about it. You went right down and phoned the cops, figuring the whole thing would be pinned on me.
You're crazy. Well, why should I do such a thing?
You want to know? Because you were the one who cleaned out the bookmakers on the fight tonight. You poisoned Kid Cool's bottle and bet everything you had on me. And you collected, too. But Love Boy Gandolfo showed up and wanted his cut. So you lured him up to my apartment and slipped a hat pin into his jugular. Then you called the gendarmes figuring I'd take the rap. Is that right? Or am I dreaming?
Senor Rocky, you're crazy.
Maybe I am. You ain't the first one to tell me. But just to prove how crazy I am, do you mind if I take a look around this place?
Help yourself. Maybe if you tell me what you're looking for, I can save you the time.
I'm not sure, baby. It's either a roll of bills 600 grand deep or some poison.
If you look for money, I cannot help you. Poison I will be most happy to furnish.
Very funny. By the way, that big picture hat you were carrying in your hand in my apartment. I don't suppose you wear that with a hat pin, do you?
A hat pin?
Uh-huh. Let's see. This should be the hat closet. And this is the hat. And these are the holes for the hat pin. Where's the pin?
Pin? I think perhaps I have lost it.
Sure. You lost it in Gandolfo's throat, maybe.
I will not stand for this. Get out.
Where's the money, Loopy?
There is no money.
You want me to call the cops now, or are you going to level?
Oh, very well. How much do you want?
And you did slip the hat pin to Gandolfo.
He threatened me. You want the whole share.
That's what I thought.
How much do you want?
Let's see the stuff.
In the drawer of the desk over there.
Here?
No. The bottom drawer.
Uh-huh. This one's empty, baby.
So is your head, Senor Fortune.
Not only do I let her sap me, I even bend over so she can lay a brass candlestick right back in my ear where it'll do the most good. Always a gentleman, that's me. Sometime later, the purple merry-go-round comes to a halt, and I see a familiar, ugly puss bending over me. Oh.
Take it easy, dream boy.
Oh, my head.
Ain't he sweet, Loopy? Just like a sleeping baby.
Oh. How did you get here, knucklehead?
Now, I might have just dropped in by chance, or then again, Loopy might have called me on the electric telephone to help her get rid of what's left of you.
I begin to get the picture now. You two are in this together.
You are very clever, Senor Fortune. So clever, you nosed yourself right into a coffin.
Get her with the New York accent.
What do we do, baby?
Get rid of him. He knows too much. He guesses the rest.
How about I should drop him out the window, huh?
Don't be an idiot, Stanley. We got to get him away from the apartment.
Okay. I'll bump him here and we'll drop him off the palisade.
Okay, but just make it snappy.
Turn around, Fortune.
Can we talk this over?
I said turn around.
He says turn around, so I turned.
Hey, want it make a noise?
Yeah, this cannon's got a silencer.
Okay, get it over with.
So long, Fortune.
Don't move, either of you.
Mike.
I said don't move or you'll get what Stanley got.
Thanks for the rescue, Mitchell.
Don't thank me, Fortune. You may be next. So you and the numbskull thought you could double-cross me and get away with it, huh, Loopy? You should know better than that.
Mike, I swear I wasn't in on it. It was Stanley's idea.
Yeah, don't give me that, baby. I followed that meathead over here, and I was standing in the hall for 10 minutes listening to you two.
Mike, it wasn't my idea.
Stanley doesn't have the brains to figure out a scheme like that. Poisoning Cool and then betting against the odds.
Fortune, it was his idea.
Oh, sure. It was my idea to have Stanley shoot me in the back of the head so I could look innocent, too.
Okay, Loopy. Where's the dough?
What, Mike?
The dough, the moolah. You were picking up bundles from every bookmaker in town after the fight, including me.
No, Mike, honest.
You're gonna play possum. Okay. Now, where's the dough?
But you know it ain't polite to hit a lady like Loopy with the palm of your hand. You should use your knuckles.
I'm not gonna play around much longer, Loopy. Where's the dough?
It's in the suitcase in the bedroom.
Shall we all take a little walk into the bedroom? Now, don't try anything. Let's go.
There.
Open it. You really cleaned up on that fight. Okay, close it and hand it over.
Okay, Mike.
Now, both of you, over the other side of the bed. Move.
Mike, what are you going to do?
You two characters are going to have a little lover's quarrel. Let's knock over a couple of lamps to make it look good. So when the cops find you both dead, they won't have to strain their imagination.
What about Stanley? How are you going to explain him?
Well, just make it a triangle. You see, I'm not going to have to do any explaining because by the time the authorities reach this place, I'm going to be on a plane for nowhere with a suitcase full of government certificates. Okay, Loopy, you first. So long, Chiseler.
Okay, hold it. Oh, my arm. It's only a scratch.
You okay, Rocky?
Fine.
Get me a doctor. Can't you see I'm bleeding?
Yeah, sure.
Your timing was fine, Sarge, but how'd you locate us?
I went back to your apartment for a second look and found Gandolfo in the closet. I traced you through a hacky who was parked outside your flat.
Holy smokes, I forgot all about him.
Well, he remembered you. He took the number of the cab you left in.
Yeah, I guess I owe him a fat tip, huh?
As far as I know, he's downstairs, and his meter is still running.
I better get down there.
Now, just a minute.
Yeah?
If Gandolfo was dead in your flat, who fought at the garden tonight?
How should I know?
Gandolfo didn't have a mark on him.
He's a pretty tricky fighter.
How come you got a bruise on your cheek?
Me, Sarge? I ran into a door. Honest.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Jack Mather, Joe Forte, Jack Carroll, Maya Gregory, Maurice Hart, Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. And now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I'll tell you about a job I wasn't hired for. I asked for this one because I wanted it. It took me from one end of the country to the other. Only I almost didn't make the other end. Rough? Brother, it was killing.
Remember, if you must travel at night, use the utmost caution. Most of all, slow down from your normal daytime driving speed. You may have the vision of an owl after dark, but your number may be up if you drive too fast. At all times, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You ever notice how some guys go through life and nothing ever happens? Not even a ticket for speeding? Another guy, every time he orders a bowl of chowder, he finds a live octopus in it. Well, that's the story of my life. You take last week, I was sitting in a one-armed joint drinking black coffee and reading the Wan ads when I noticed a couple of ape-like characters giving me the double O. After a while, they leave their table and come over to mine.
What if it ain't my old pal, Gandolfo?
I beg your pardon?
Come on, Gandolfo. Don't give me the no capiche routine. Mitchell's been looking all over for you. You shouldn't have took off from the hotel room this morning without telling anybody.
Look, Buster.
The name is Stanley, remember?
Okay, Stanley, let's get something straight. My name ain't Gandolfo. I never laid an eyeball on you in all my life, and I like to eat alone. You got it?
Sure, Gandolfo. Come on. We'll go back to the hotel and see Mitchell.
Lover boy, I just finished telling
I
you...
don't want to have to get tough, Gandolfo, on account of I wouldn't want to cripple you before the fight tonight. So let's go quiet.
For the last time, beat it. You bother me.
Okay, Gandolfo. Now, just so we understand each other, this what you feel pressed up against your side ain't a briar pipe. You follow me?
I follow you.
Good. Follow me. And don't try nothing funny or I'll be forced to take drastic action, which might cause leakage in your radiator and valves. Okay?
Okay. Stanley is about 8 feet tall with hands like dredges. Also, he's carrying a small-sized railway gun in his hip, which is right next to my head. So I go. We take a taxi to a cheap downtown hotel, and Stanley escorts me to a room on the second floor.
Okay, this is it.
Look, if you're going to roll me, pal, you're in for a big disappointment. Shake me upside down, all you find's a key.
Candle lip dribble.
Come in. Hello, Stanley.
Boss, look who. I found him.
Come in. Shut the door.
I'm sitting in a restaurant, see, and I look up, and bingo. Right at the next table is our wandering boy, the great Gandolfo.
Sit down.
Look, mister.
I said sit down.
Thanks.
I can see how you made the mistake, Stanley.
What mistake?
Thinking this punk was Gandolfo.
What do you mean?
What's your name, punk?
Rocky Fortune, punk. What's yours?
Don't get fresh.
Should I hit him?
Take it easy, Stanley.
Boss, he's lying. This is Gandolfo, I tell you.
Shut up, Stanley. You have to forgive Stanley. He used to be a wrestler. He got dropped in his head a couple of times too often.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about as long as I'm here?
Not at all. You ever heard of Luis Gandolfo?
Yeah, he's a fighter, ain't he? Some bum from Argentina or Brazil?
He's a fighter, and he's also a bum, but he happens to be from Bolivia.
Yeah, I read about him.
I'm his manager, Mike Mitchell.
I can't say it's a pleasure.
Stanley here helps handle him.
Who handles Stanley, a zookeeper?
Boss, could I hit him like once, maybe?
Luis Gandolfo is scheduled to meet Kid Cool in the garden tonight. The winner gets a crack at the bantamweight champ.
According to the sports hawks, your boy has about as much chance as a snowball in Havana.
Less than that, Rocky. The odds are 6-1 that Kid Cool knocks him out, and we're betting against him.
Yeah, sounds like you got the tank all rigged up.
We had it all rigged up, but Gandolfo got cold feet and skipped, which leaves us holding the bag.
What's in the bag, Mr. Mitchell?
$600,000.
Oh, wow.
We invest 600 G's and we make 100 G's profit.
No fighter, no fight. No fight, all bets off, right?
Exactly. Only we got a fighter.
Yeah, who?
You.
Boss.
Shut up, Stanley. You're a dead ringer for our boy Gandolfo, Mr. Fortune. All you have to do is step in the ring for 2 rounds, let Kid Cool paste you, and down you go.
Well, it's been nice talking to you, fellas. Any other time that you need somebody to stand up under a falling blackjack or lay down in front of a freight train, get in touch with me. Tonight I'm busy. I gotta go, really.
He said hold it.
You're not going anyplace, Mr. Fortune. You're going to step in that ring tonight like you were the great Gandolfo himself.
If I don't?
If you don't, Stanley here's going to fillet you. 1 bone at a time. You understand?
I begin to get the picture. One minute I'm drinking coffee in a joint, the next I'm a candidate for a bruise at the garden. I settle down in a hotel room to wait for developments, which begin to develop rapidly.
Who is it?
Press.
Just a sec. Okay, Gandolfo. Now you're going to let the reporters see you.
What do I say, goo-goo?
Gandolfo, don't talk very good English. Just say see.
Okay.
Let him in, goofball.
Right.
Well, if it ain't the South American Boxing Association. How's the boy, Mike?
A tiger. He's ready to murder that Kid Cool. Right, Gandolfo?
See?
You don't look in such good shape.
He's deceptive. Right, Dolph? See? Look, Johnny, give him a good write-up, huh? He's 6-1 to lose. He needs encouragement. Right now, he needs rest.
Okay, I'll give him a plug in Espanol. Okay, Mike. See you.
Yeah, thanks for coming by. More? Open it.
Luis, querido mío. Oh, let me kiss you, baby.
Yeah, why not?
Baby, why you don't call me?
He's been training, Loopy.
Come on now, beat it. You can see him after the fight.
Good luck, Louis. Kiss me.
See? Honey, I'm not Luis. I'm Rocky Fortune, 52 Bleakman Street. Get the cops. Buenos dias, pumpkin.
Buenos dias, querido. Buenos dias, Mike.
Sure. See you after the fight, honey.
Nice girl. Mine?
Uh-huh.
What do I call her?
Lupe Monsoon. She's a chorus girl at the Latin segment. Nuts about you. Too bad you tried to tip her off, though.
Me?
Yeah, I saw you whisper to her, Rocky. Stanley.
Yeah, boss.
Go after her. Stick with her, and if she does anything suspicious, like calling the cops, stop her.
Sure, boss.
Oh, Stanley.
Yeah, boss.
Before you go, say goodbye to Gandolfo here. Show him we mean business.
A pleasure, boss. Buenos dias, punk.
Ooh.
That night, I am hustled over to the garden with Mike Mitchell's automatic nuzzling my ribs. I dress, weigh in, and have the gloves put on by Stanley, who was returned from tailing Lupe Monsoon. Finally, the warning buzzer sounds, and I am escorted into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the main event of the evening. In this corner, the spectacular bantamweight from Brooklyn, USA, the fighting gamecock, Kid Cool. Over here, a newcomer to American boxing circles, direct from the pampas of Bolivia, the Bolivian Jaguar, Luis Gandolfo.
Okay, now remember, Rocky. You put it around for one round, and at the end of the second round, you dive. It's all set. Kid Cool's going to give you the signal so you can make it look good.
I don't think I can stand up for one round.
You do like we say. If you don't, you get killed. Simple?
Too simple.
Okay, now get in there. And remember, we're right behind you.
The bell rings, and I'm on my bicycle trying to keep away from Kid Cool, who's after me like I was the mechanical rabbit at the dog races. I managed to outleg him for the first couple of minutes, but as the bell rings, he tags me with a right that makes me see double. I stagger into my corner and flop.
Nice footwork, Rocky. You're practicing for the Olympic sprints or something? The fans are screaming for blood.
Yeah, mine.
Let him tag you a couple of times to make it look good. He'll tell you when to flop.
He won't need to tell me. I'm ready to flop now. In the opposite corner, I see Kid Cool eyeing me like I'm for sale, cheap. He takes a swig of his water bottle and comes out of his corner with murder written all over him. I stagger out and manage to grab him for a clinch.
Come on, break up the clinch. This ain't no dance marathon.
Let me hit you a couple of times, kid, just so I don't get an inferiority complex.
Okay, but when I wink, wait for my swing and go down. Got it?
Right.
Break.
Sure. Here, big boy, try this one.
Get to a neutral corner, Gandolfo. 1, 2, 3.
Get up, kid. Get up.
4.
I never laid a glove on him, so help
5,
me.
6, 7.
Come on, kid. I didn't mean it.
8.
Honest, get up, boy.
9, 10. The winner by a knockout, Gandolfo.
Kid Cool is still laid out like a dress suit when I stagger back to my corner. Stanley helps me into my bathrobe while he's murmuring plans for my total destruction into one ear. I decided it's time for me to vacate the premises.
Let's go, punk. Take him to the locker room, Stanley, and finish him off.
Now, listen, I never touched that guy, honest. He just folded up on me.
$600,000 down the drain. You're gonna sweat for this fortune.
Yeah, before I sweat, Mitchell, you gotta catch me. Grab him!
Hey, look out!
Look out, lady, I gotta catch a plane. I bust away from Stanley's hot little paws and squirm through the crowd to the exit. I am probably the only fighter in history to win a fight and break an Olympic sprint mark at the same night. Luckily, there's a cab outside the garden. I jump in and give him the go-go. Step on it, Uncle. 52 Bleakman Street.
Gee, must have been giving you an awful beating to make you run out of the garden like that.
And the commentary. Let's move.
Okay, hang on. You mind if I ask you what happened in there?
I won.
If you won, I'd hate to see the other guy.
That's clever.
Hi, Becky. Judy. Just had lunch with Heather. She took me to the Kabuki restaurant. Heather recommended the sukiyaki, and she taught me how to pronounce it so I could order it myself. Step one in learning the host country's language, you might say. The waiter smiled, and he didn't treat me as if I had just stepped off the plane. I told Heather, it makes me want to learn more of the language, to make a good impression, you know? She even told me what to say when the waiter brought the check. When he said, "Oso kugi wa ikagadishitaka," which means, how was your meal? I replied, "Taihen oshi deshita," which means it was excellent. Imagine, even lunch in a restaurant can go a long way to improve relations between our two countries. Say, let's go to that same restaurant tomorrow. I'd ask Heather to join us, but you know how she dominates the conversation. Gotta run. Oh, I mean, sayonara.
Learning the language of your host country is important. And as Judy has discovered, it can also be fun.
Oh, thank heavens that's over.
What's over?
Our vacation.
Really? Why's that?
Well, 12 countries in 7 days.
Oh.
By the 4th day, my husband and I didn't know if we were in Sweden or Switzerland. And by the 5th, I didn't even care.
That's too bad. There's so much to enjoy.
So I've heard. How many countries did you do?
We didn't do any.
Oh.
We've been living there. We're just moving back to the States.
How wonderful. Where did you live?
Well, my husband's in the Army, and we were stationed in Germany. We've been there 3 years.
So you've really gotten a chance to know Germany.
Yes, and Japan, too.
Japan?
Well, we lived there for a few years, too, and really loved the countryside and the people.
You know you're very lucky to have had this experience.
I know. It's good for our children, too. They've already seen and done 10 times as much as I had at their age.
A military career offers families an unparalleled opportunity for travel. And that's worth remembering when you're making a career decision. After all, your career is your future.
I tell the hacky to wait outside my flat while I go up for some money and a change of clothes. The place is dark when I get there, and even before I turn the light on, I can smell the perfume. Good evening.
Buenas noches.
Yeah. Buenas noches yourself, and a happy besame mucho.
I was so worried about you.
Didn't you understand the message I whispered in your ear?
Of course, but it's Stanley. He followed me all day until it is too late. I remember your address, and I come up here to tell you.
Is that all?
No. I want to know if you know where Luis is.
Oh. Mitchell told me he flew the coop. That's all I know.
I have not seen him for 3 days now.
He's probably on a fast plane to Bolivia, which is where I should be if I want to live to be 34.
The gamblers have taken a big beating, no?
They have taken a big beating. See.
It is too bad they all pay off before they find out Kid Cool was poisoned.
Who cares if they didn't... What?
You have not heard? Kid Cool was poisoned. They find the stuff in his water bottle.
Is he dead?
No, just very sick. Meanwhile, the gamblers have paid off many bets.
I thought there was something phony about that nosedive he took. Any ideas about who did it?
No. Whoever it was must have collected a nice hunk of change, as you say.
It was somebody who knew Luis was slated to take a dive and figured to pull a fast one on the gambling boys.
Maybe Mike Mitchell do this himself.
Maybe anybody. You, Gandolfo, Stanley, even me. Look, baby, it won't take Mitchell long to locate this place. I got to get dressed and blow. I'll see you some other time.
I give you goodbye, kiss.
Yeah. Baby.
Yes.
One favor?
Yes.
Help me get the boxing gloves off, huh? It occurs to me that Loopy Monsoon is pretty free with a lipstick, but who am I to complain? I hustle her out in about an hour and start packing for a quick trip to Tibet. There's a knock on the door, and my knees take it from there. Hold it. Okay.
Greetings.
Well, if it ain't my old pal, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of the Gestapo. Come in, Sarge. I'm glad to see you.
I'll bet.
What brings you?
I'm not sure, but I think it was a phone tip to headquarters. If this is another practical joke, Rocky, I'm going to have you stuffed and roasted, so help me.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
A dame calls up headquarters and says there's a dead man at 52 Bleakman, apartment 2B. That's you.
A dead man? Maybe she meant me.
You don't know about this?
It sounds like a gag.
Yeah, darn it. Okay, Fortune, this is positively my last word on the subject. Any more trouble from you, and I'm resigning from the force.
Finger walks out, and I open the closet door to put on my other suit, the one with 2 sleeves. As I open the closet, a guy who looks exactly like me falls out on his face. It ain't me. It's Luis Gandolfo, the Bolivian jaguar. He ain't much of a jaguar because he's been speared in the neck till dead. I stuff him back in the closet and head uptown after a quick run through the phone book. I am in trouble, and I think I know who's responsible.
Rocky, darling.
Whoa, down, girl. Whoa, no more mush. Back up.
You don't like me no more?
All I want right now is information.
What about?
About Luis Gandolfo.
You have seen him?
No, baby, but you have.
What?
Listen, honey, there was a fresh corpse in my closet when you left the apartment, and I didn't put it there.
A corpse of whom?
Of Luis Gandolfo.
Madre de Dio.
Don't pretend you didn't know anything about it. You went right down and phoned the cops, figuring the whole thing would be pinned on me.
You're crazy. Well, why should I do such a thing?
You want to know? Because you were the one who cleaned out the bookmakers on the fight tonight. You poisoned Kid Cool's bottle and bet everything you had on me. And you collected, too. But Love Boy Gandolfo showed up and wanted his cut. So you lured him up to my apartment and slipped a hat pin into his jugular. Then you called the gendarmes figuring I'd take the rap. Is that right? Or am I dreaming?
Senor Rocky, you're crazy.
Maybe I am. You ain't the first one to tell me. But just to prove how crazy I am, do you mind if I take a look around this place?
Help yourself. Maybe if you tell me what you're looking for, I can save you the time.
I'm not sure, baby. It's either a roll of bills 600 grand deep or some poison.
If you look for money, I cannot help you. Poison I will be most happy to furnish.
Very funny. By the way, that big picture hat you were carrying in your hand in my apartment. I don't suppose you wear that with a hat pin, do you?
A hat pin?
Uh-huh. Let's see. This should be the hat closet. And this is the hat. And these are the holes for the hat pin. Where's the pin?
Pin? I think perhaps I've lost it.
Sure. You lost it in Gandolfo's throat, maybe.
I will not stand for this. Get out.
Where's the money, Loopy?
There is no money.
You want me to call the cops now, or are you going to level?
Oh, very well. How much do you want?
And you did slip the hat pin to Gandolfo.
He threatened me. Do you want the whole share?
That's what I thought.
How much do you want?
Let's see the stuff.
In the drawer of the desk over there.
Here?
No. The bottom drawer.
Uh-huh. This one's empty, baby.
So is your head, Senor Fortune.
Built on a solid foundation. Built for strength, using the best resources available. The United States Atlantic Command. Built on the strength of the men and women of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force, the Atlantic Command works with Allied forces to provide a strong defensive force throughout the Atlantic region, protecting peace and defending democracy. The U.S. Atlantic Command, part of our unified command system under the Department of Defense.
My father always used to tell me, Bobby, I want you to have all the advantages I never had, and I want you to do all the things I never did. The problem was, one of the things he never did was to take care of his high blood pressure. That's why I'm taking care of mine. Maybe that's why I'm around to enjoy my beautiful grandchildren.
Do what your doctor says. Treat your high blood pressure and live to do all the things they never did. A message from the National High Blood Pressure Education Program.
I'm an expert on rugs. You see, I'm a cat, and my favorite place to sleep is on a scatter rug. That's why they call me Ruggy. Now, one place you don't want to put a scatter rug is at the top or bottom of the stairs. If you slip on a rug on your way up or down, you can fall and go, meow! So, Take it from me. Keep those rugs away from the stairs in your quarters and put them where cats like me can sleep in perfect peace.
In peacetime and in wartime, the U.S. Army Reserve is dedicated to maintaining America's freedom. During the Vietnam conflict, reservists from the 312th Evacuation Hospital treated thousands of wounded in July. They were awarded a Medal of Commendation. When Hurricane Agnes flooded parts of the East Coast, 4,400 reservists helped clear debris, repair bridges, and provide medical care. They received the gratitude of thousands. Army Reservists, the dedicated and professional, helping to preserve our freedom in war and in peace.
Not only do I let her sap me, I even bend over so she can lay a brass candlestick right back in my ear where it'll do the most good. Always a gentleman, that's me. Sometime later, the purple merry-go-round comes to a halt, and I see a familiar ugly puss bending over me. Oh.
Take it easy, dream boy.
Oh, my head.
Ain't he sweet, Loopy? Just like a sleeping baby.
Oh. How did you get here, knucklehead?
Now, I might have just dropped in by chance, or then again, Loopy might have called me on the electric telephone to help her get rid of what's left of you.
I begin to get the picture now. You two are in this together.
You're very clever, Senor Fortune. So clever, you nosed yourself right into a coffin.
Kid her with the New York accent.
What do we do, baby?
Get rid of him. He knows too much. He guesses the rest.
How about I should drop him out the window, huh?
Don't be an idiot, Stanley. We got to get him away from the apartment.
Okay. I'll bump him here and we'll drop him off the palisade.
Okay, but just make it snappy.
Turn around, Fortune.
Can we talk this over?
I said turn around.
He says turn around, so I turned.
Hey, want it make a noise?
Yeah, this cannon's got a silencer.
Okay, get it over with.
So long, Fortune.
Don't move, either of you.
Mike.
I said don't move or you'll get what Stanley got.
Thanks for the rescue, Mitchell.
Don't thank me, Fortune. You may be next. So you and the numbskull thought you could double-cross me and get away with it, huh, Loopy? You should know better than that.
Mike, I swear I wasn't in on it. It was Stanley's idea.
Yeah, don't give me that, baby. I followed that meathead over here, and I was standing in the hall for 10 minutes listening to you two.
Mike, it wasn't my idea.
Stanley doesn't have the brains to figure out a scheme like that. Poisoning cool and then betting against the odds.
Fortune, it was his idea.
Oh, sure. It was my idea to have Stanley shoot me in the back of the head so I could look innocent, too.
Okay, Loopy. Where's the dough?
What, Mike?
The dough, the moolah. You were picking up bundles from every bookmaker in town after the fight, including me.
No, Mike, honest.
You're gonna play possum. Okay. Now, where's the dough?
Don't you know it ain't polite to hit a lady like Loopy with the palm of your hand? You should use your knuckles.
I'm not gonna play around much longer, Loopy. Where's the dough?
Well, it's in the suitcase in the bedroom.
Shall we all take a little walk into the bedroom? Now, don't try anything. Let's go.
There.
Open it. You really cleaned up on that fight. Okay, close it and hand it over.
Okay, Mike.
Now, both of you, over the other side of the bed. Move.
Mike, what are you going to do?
You two characters are going to have a little lover's quarrel. Let's knock over a couple of lamps to make it look good. So when the cops find you both dead, they won't have to strain their imagination.
What about Stanley? How are you going to explain him?
Well, just make it a triangle. You see, I'm not going to have to do any explaining because by the time the authorities reach this place, I'm going to be on a plane for nowhere with a suitcase full of government certificates. Okay, Loopy, you first. So long, Chiseler.
Okay, hold it.
Oh, my arm.
It's only a scratch. You okay, Rocky?
Fine.
Get me a doctor. Can't you see I'm bleeding?
Yeah, sure.
Your timing was fine, Sarge, but how'd you locate us?
I went back to your apartment for a second look and found Gandolfo in the closet. I traced you through a hacky who was parked outside your flat.
Holy smokes, I forgot all about him.
Well, he remembered you. He took the number of the cab you left in.
Yeah, I guess I owe him a fat tip, huh?
As far as I know, he's downstairs, and his meter is still running.
I better get down there.
Now, just a minute.
Yeah?
If Gandolfo was dead in your flat, who fought at the garden tonight?
How should I know?
Gandolfo didn't have a mark on him.
He was a pretty tricky fighter.
How come you got a bruise on your cheek?
Me, Sarge? I ran into a door. Honest.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Jack Mather, Joe Forte, Jack Carroll, Maya Gregory, Maurice Hart, Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed.
Supposing I should fall in love with you, do you think that you could love me too? Supposing I should hold you and caress you, would it impress you or perhaps distress you? Supposing I should say for you I yearn, would you think I'm speaking out of turn? And supposing I declare it, would you take my love and share it? I'm not supposing I'm in love with you. Supposing I should say for you I yearn, would you think that I'm speaking out of turn? And supposing I declare it, would you take my love and share it? I'm not supposing 'cause I'm in love with you.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi, this is the Rock. At least a 3-carat rock these days, since I'm digging my living out of the Park Avenue hills. Nats, I'm still hip to the Broadway and 10th Avenue beat while gathering my Mink Street paycheck. My process-serving occupation at Perry Shane's Law Factory only functions when there are processes to be served. Nothing was on the Park Avenue stove at this particular day, so I gathered up my frame and started to take it over to the other side of the tracks. While passing along and counting the mahogany panels in the outer office, the ultra-solid door of Perry Shane's inner sanctum opened. And a perfectly normal sound emanated from Mr. Shane's larynx.
Oh, Rocky, glad I caught you. I need another witness for this will. Mrs. Bigelow, this is Mr. Fortune.
Fortune? It's an odd name. It should be mine, and they could call me Misfortune. That's very funny. I didn't think I had a joke left in me.
Yeah. You should hear my material. Where do I sign?
It doesn't make much difference, Mr. Fortune. It's only a formality. It's a perfectly simple will. I'm only doing it because you insist, Mr. Shane.
I must insist, Jane. It's a perfectly clear legal document. You have no children, so your husband is your only beneficiary.
Well, if you'd rather I signed it later, I'll wait outside till you're ready.
Sign it now if you like. It makes no difference to me. Because I know it will not be executed.
Well, you can take my 2 cents for its face value, but how can you be so sure?
I'm sure, Mr. Fortune, very sure. You see, I'm afraid I'm going to kill him.
With those deadly words, I expected her to jump on a broomstick and go sailing out of the window. Instead, she picked up her hairless mink made of aging tweed and closed the door behind her. I took the bulging double O's off the space she had just vacated and put them back in my skull. Say, Mr. Shane, is it not a little early for Halloween?
She's a very unfortunate woman, Rocky. A woman steeped in the deadliest of fears.
What's she afraid of?
She's afraid of losing her mind.
She don't act like she's hanging on to it very well right now.
It's all groundless fear based on heredity. Her mother died insane, and she's convinced the same thing will happen to her.
What's all this routine about killing her husband? Shouldn't she be watched if she makes statements like this?
Well, her husband is convinced it's harmless, and he won't let anyone else look after her. She's lucky she has him, at least.
Well, this is his life.
Yes, it's his life, and I'm worried about it. Rocky, I hate to ask you to do this for me, but will you go out there to their home for a few days and keep your eye on things?
Why not? Just give me time to go to my tailor's and pick up a special little drape shape.
Translation, please.
A white Benny, friend. A little white coat. I think this I'm going to need. With a white coat clutched in my white little hand, I made my way out to the Long Island barn of Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Bigelow. Shane paved the way with the help of Don Amici's favorite invention, and they were expecting me. The reception committee had nice, gleaming white teeth. Well, at least you could say hello. Don't worry, fellas. I ain't coming in without your permission. Now, take it easy, boys. Don't tell me my fatal fascination is working.
Well, it's all right. Back to the house, boys. Just open the gate, Mr. Fortune, and come in.
They're friendly little kids, aren't they?
Well, don't worry, Mr. Fortune. Open the gate. They obey me.
I hope they get the same message.
Will you, please make sure the gate is closed behind you?
What happened to the dogs?
Well, they've gone back to the house. They'll come back to the gates as soon as we're indoors.
Have you talked with Mr. Shane?
Yes, he, called about an hour ago. I'm not quite sure what he expects you to be able to do. I don't think you can do anything. I don't think anyone can do anything.
Then why don't you help yourself? Where I come from, that's always the best treatment.
Help myself? I can't help myself, Mr. Fortune. If I could get myself to a doctor, I'd be doing just that.
So why not go?
Because I'm afraid of what he'll do after he examines me. I'm afraid of myself, Mr. Fortune. I'm afraid of what I'm capable of doing. I am capable of murder.
Now, let's take it easy, Mrs. Bigelow. Look, if you want to murder somebody, there's got to be a reason. It can't be money.
Money? Oh, no. Oh, no, it's not money. And it's not hate. You see, I love my husband, Mr. Fortune. And he loves me.
The house she ushered me into looked like it had been looking for a friend for years. This, like Madame, was a crazy little mixed-up house. Whenever you expected another room, you fell over another set of steps. She took me up one of these sets of steps, opened the door, and left a deposit. Me. The knocking that came upon my chamber door could have been the raven. It wasn't.
Good evening, Mr. Fortune. I'm Tom Bigelow.
Oh, hi. Come on in, Mr. Bigelow. I'm just sort of setting my compass.
I wanted to talk to you for a few minutes before we joined Jane downstairs.
Say, your wife's kind of upset.
It's nothing unusual. I'm afraid Jane is always upset by some fear or the other.
From my seat in the balcony, I'd say she needs a psychologist or a psychiatrist or something pretty bad.
And she needs one desperately, but I can't get her to go. This latest obsession is almost too much.
You mean about being afraid of killing you?
That's right. Do you know she had me pick up a package for her at the sporting goods store in the village? I looked inside the package when I got home. It was a gun. When I asked her why she wanted it, she told me I needed it to protect myself against her.
You know, the common sense school don't give diplomas, so I can't set myself up as an expert, but it seems to me that you're not safe in this house while she's carrying around a little idea of knocking you off.
No one's safe in this house. That's why I wanted to talk to you alone. I appreciate Perry Shane's concern, and you're wanting to help, but it isn't safe. That's why we can't keep maids or cooks. The only help we have is Fred. He drives and does as much cleaning as possible. That's why the house is always in this condition. I just can't trust her with people.
What are you two talking about?
Oh, we were just about to come downstairs to join you, dear.
You were talking about me when I came in. What were you saying?
I was just telling Mr. Bigelow here that I'm a big boy now, and the salt air here on the island kind of gets the appetite.
Yeah, we shouldn't keep Mr. Fortune waiting for his dinner, dear.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fortune. Closed doors do strange things to me. I hear voices through them. Voices talking about me.
Well, they were voices, our voices. But we weren't discussing you.
I hope you won't mind, Mr. Fortune. I'm not feeling well. Would you mind eating with Tom?
Well, of course he wouldn't, dear. In fact, I don't think it's good for you to eat alone. I'll have Fred serve Mr. Fortune's dinner, and we'll eat in your room.
Oh, look, I can scramble some mean eggs myself.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. It's all prepared. He'll have his dinner, and we'll have a cordial together. And Fred will drive him to the station.
That sounds fine.
Well, I'll chat for a minute while you see about dinner, Tom.
Don't you tire yourself, dear. Go to your room and lie down, and I'll bring up our dinner.
Very well, Tom. You go see about dinner.
Only be a few minutes.
I was anxious to talk to you alone, Mr. Fortune, because of what Tom just said.
He said a lot of things.
He said that Fred would drive you to the station after dinner. Does that mean you aren't staying?
Well, yes. Of course, if you want, I'll come back tomorrow, but I gotta get back to town tonight.
But I know you planned on staying. Why, after talking to Tom, did you change your mind?
I'm still wearing the same old mind, Mrs. Bigelow. I'm just pointing it towards town for the evening.
I'm not a child, Mr. Fortune. You're going back to town because Tom told you what I tried to do to Fred.
So what if you did try it on Fred? That don't mean it can happen to me.
Tom is sure it can happen to you. Particularly now there's a gun in the house.
Look, if you're unhappy about the gun, why did you have Tom bring it in the first place?
I didn't want it, of course. Tom just thought I should have it handy because I'm alone when he and Fred go to the city.
You didn't order it from the village?
Well, of course not. I hate the sight of the thing. Particularly since I don't feel I can be trusted. Since I tried to kill Fred, I'm almost beside myself.
If you'd only go to the right kind of doctors for help.
I want to. I really want to, but Tom won't let me.
Tom won't let you?
No. I know why. He thinks they'll have me committed for good.
Mrs. Bigelow, I come from a part of town where a killing only makes the inside pages of the tabloids. Small-time hoods, kids gone berserk, drink rotten jealous husbands go haywire, and they kill. But at least they all think they got a reason. A real reason to them.
I realize that. That's why I can't understand why I'm afraid of killing Tom. I can't understand my taking an axe to Fred.
How long ago did you do this?
It was one night last week. I wasn't feeling well, so I took a sedative and I went to bed. I dreamed that night. Fred was in my dream. Without waking, I got out of bed, put on my robe, and I went outside. I went to the garage. I got an axe and went to Fred's cottage. He was in bed, asleep. I raised the axe. Fred wakened and sat straight up in bed, horrified. I calmly put down the axe, walked out of the room and went back to bed. If he hadn't wakened, I'd have killed him.
Now, look, Mrs. Bigelow. You're a little mixed up now. Upset, you know. This whole thing could have been a nightmare. Never even happened.
I realized that. In fact, when I woke in the morning, I just thought I'd had a bad nightmare.
What changed your mind?
Next morning at breakfast, Fred came to Tom. Told him he was leaving. He didn't say why at the time. Tom questioned him later. He told him what happened. Tom finally told me.
I think I get the picture. It must have happened if Fred wouldn't know about it. He couldn't be reading your dreams.
Exactly.
How come he's still here?
Tom prevailed on him to stay. He's our only hope of any help at all. Now he keeps his cottage bolted all night when he goes to bed.
Tell you what, Mrs. Bigelow, in some kind of way, I don't know how right now, but some way there's got to be somebody who can help you. Your story is straight, but you got to realize one thing. Going to the doc doesn't mean you're going to be put away. Tell yourself that and tell Tom the same thing.
I need help. I want help. You lock your door tonight. Do anything, but please don't leave me here alone, please.
Hello?
Perry, this is Rocky.
What's the matter? Trouble?
Trouble? Man, I was young at heart when I got out here, but right now I feel like I'm traveling from here to eternity. Some pretty serious things going on around here, Perry. This gal already tried to kill the hired man. She told me how herself.
Oh, then it's much worse than I thought. If she really is homicidal, she better be put away now.
I don't know about that, Perry, but I do know you better fix up a date for her to see a good doc as soon as possible. Before retiring to my background for bats, Mr. Bigelow stopped in. He must have been feeling kind of rocky because that's what he was calling me.
Rocky, I'm still not sure you're doing the right thing. I'd feel much better if I knew you were on your way to town.
Don't worry about a thing, Tom. This will be the last night because I already talked with Shane. He's making a date for you and your wife to see a good psychiatrist tomorrow. Your wife's agreed to go.
I didn't want to be forced to tell you this, Rocky, but I'll have to now. I can't take Jane to see any psychiatrist.
Why not? She's willing.
I know she's willing. You've convinced her there's a chance she may be helped.
So maybe there is.
There isn't. I know, Rocky, because I know her case. I knew her mother's case before her.
How do you know? Are you a doctor?
Yes, I am.
How come Perry Shane doesn't know this?
Because all that Perry knows about me is what Jane's mother told him. All this goes back quite a long time. Her mother befriended me many years ago, helped me out of some trouble. She had the same fears that Jane now has. The family strain is very weak. In her more rational moments, before she went completely insane, Jane's mother asked me to forget my practice and just look after Jane.
Didn't Jane know you'd been a doctor?
No. We decided to keep it from her because we never wanted her to know her mother had fears about her, too.
Tell me something, Tom. I know that when a guy gets very sick, they call in a couple of different doctors. Don't you think it'll be wise in this case?
Well, of course, I'm not a medical man. I'm a psychologist, but I'm sure of my diagnosis in this case. My old associate, Dr. Giles of Syracuse, worked with me on several similar cases.
Well, if the guy was close to you, why not call him?
I have no idea where he is now. I lost track of him years ago. It's just no use, Rocky. I hate to admit it, but there's no hope for my wife. Now let me have you driven back to town.
Won't be necessary, Tom. I can't close my eyes to everything you told me. You got a lot of guts to take it this way, and I think you're a great guy, but this case is too close to you. Your wife's gonna have to go to a doctor.
Okay, Rocky, have it your way. I hope you're still alive tomorrow to take her.
That was the last sound I heard from Mr. Bigelow, and the music it made to my ears was not from Harry James. This little boy was not going to help me get the treatment for his wife, even if he had to make like a Frankenstein to stop me. Somebody had to clear up some of the picture for me.
Hello?
Perry, it's me again. I got a long story for you, no time to tell it. You got some paper and pencil?
Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Check on a couple of things for me, Perry. Try to track down a Dr. Giles in Syracuse, New York. Giles, I guess. Find out if he can possibly come down tomorrow to examine the wife of his old partner, Dr. Thomas Bigelow.
Who's Dr. Thomas Bigelow? Tom's father?
No, it's Tom, but keep it under your cap. It's important, though, that he gets down here tomorrow. And another little item, get hold of Finger right away and ask him to check on something for me, will you? Ask him to rout out the owner of the sporting goods store in the village here and find out who in this house bought a gun from him recently. It's important to find out who ordered the gun that Tom picked up.
What's going on out there?
Right now, I wouldn't take any bets.
What's the name of the store? Where is it?
Who knows? There can only be one sports store in this one-horse village. Very fine, Mr. Shane. I'll be talking to you tomorrow. We had a third party on that line. I heard the click. Right now, it was important to find out three little items. Who was on the line with us? Why were they listening, and how much did they hear? By this time, the house was so quiet it was noisy. First thing I did was take off the shoes and drop them one by one on the floor. All I had to do was try to get around the house without being heard and try to find the snooper. Ow. The door was as quiet as a dentist's drill, and just as sharp. One little light burned in the hallway, but all it did was make the shadows darker and bigger. No light showed under any of the other bedroom doors.
Finding it difficult to sleep, Mr. Fortune?
Hiya, Fred. I find it kind of tough to get to sleep with all this quiet going on. I guess I'm used to the big city.
Considering what happened to me the other night, may I suggest you stay in your room?
Yeah, I guess maybe that's a good idea. Well, see you around. Now, what do you suppose this character was doing out in the hallway after the house had called it a night? It was supposed to be dangerous for him, too. Well, all I could do now was wait till later and find out if he was spending the night outside my door. Time was pulling at my eyelids. It was dragging, and it was dragging my eyes closed with it. I was blind as a bat when I shook myself awake, only this time it was from the dark, not the drink. I listened for any sound of movement. Nothing. I got the door open this time without seeing any signs of Fred. The small light was still on, but I could see practically nothing. I made my way along the hall in the direction of what I hoped was Jane Bigelow's room. Then I heard the sound that pulled me in the right direction. I was going in the right direction, and I had the crying of a woman for my compass. I got to a door and tried the knob. I closed it just as quietly as I opened it. Jane Bigelow was in bed, staring at the ceiling and sobbing her heart out. Mrs. Bigelow. Mrs. Bigelow.
Rocky. Help me, please. Please, Rocky.
Oh, sure. Now, let's quiet down. Now, take it easy now. Come on.
Why do I think these things? Why do I hear my mind make these horrible plans?
What plans, dear?
What's the difference? You won't be able to hear them. Only I hear them. I hear them.
The gun. The gun in your drawer. You take the gun out of your drawer.
Only I can hear them. Rocky, you hear it too. It's not just me.
Rocky is unconscious. You take the gun and you shoot Rocky. You take the gun and you shoot Rocky.
Is this the voice you heard when you thought you tried to kill Fred?
You do hear it too.
This is the voice that keeps telling you you're going to kill your husband.
Yes. How can you hear it? It's in my mind.
Lady, this voice isn't in your mind. It's coming out of your wall someplace.
But what's happening, Rocky?
I'm not sure of the whole thing yet. Tell me, did the voice talk to you before? I mean, just a few minutes ago?
Yes. It woke me up. It told me I went to your room. I hit you over the head.
I got the picture. I think I'm getting the whole picture now, so let's give him some directions. We got to get out of here fast. He listened to my phone confab with Shane and knows we're getting onto him. This little boy's going to try to kill me tonight.
But who? Who's doing this?
Never mind. I'll take this little persuader along just in case. Come on, back to my room. Now keep hold of yourself. Remember one thing. There's nothing wrong with your mind. Remember that. I know this is rough for you, but it's almost over. Just keep hold. They're bound to come after me soon. Surprise, Herman. Come on in.
Rocky, what's the idea of the gun?
Just following your directions, only instead of your wife supposedly shooting me with it, which is what you planted in her mind, I'm keeping this pointer right at your skull.
Rocky, what's going on? My head. Rocky, I feel...
No, please don't faint on me. You feel okay. This bum has been talking to you and everything for years. Now just swallow and pull yourself together.
I'll be all right.
What a smart little voice of conscience game you pulled, Mr. Bigelow. Check me on a couple of points.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will. Everything fits. You were a psychologist. You knew your wife was disturbed because of how her mother died, and you kept working on her by planning things to make her believe the same thing was going to happen to her.
And I didn't really try to kill Fred.
Check me on this, Fred. Tom here coached you on the whole deal. The voice she heard, which was done through some simple gimmick planted through the house, it gave the story of what she was supposed to have done, right? All she actually knew about was what she heard. She never even left her room.
Don't tell him anything, Fred. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He don't have to. We'll find a gimmick in the house. That's how you planted every thought you wanted in her head. And why you were coming over here now to hit me over the head and then shoot me with his gun. Later you'd convince her that she did it. It would happen that way, too, because it was all familiar to her. Familiar because of the thoughts you planted through the voice.
Why did he do all of this? How could he do all of this to me?
He was doing a very smart thing. Shane and everybody else knew that you had the obsession you were afraid of killing him. I'll make book. What he planned on doing was shooting you with his gun and then claiming self-defense against an insane woman. Or did both of you plan that, Fred?
That wasn't my idea. I don't go along with this murder business.
Shut up, you fool. There was never any thought of killing anyone.
The life you were leading your wife was worse than death. I want to know one thing, Bigelow. I'm sure now you no longer practice as a psychologist because you were thrown out by all the decent associates who knew you. Was that the little trouble Jane's mother got you out of?
No longer practiced as a psychologist. You mean Tom was once a psychologist?
That's right. Figures, too. Only where decent docs use their know-how to help people like most of them do, this crumb used his to try to destroy you. This I'll make book on without waiting for Shane's information.
But why? Why did he hate me like this?
He didn't hate you. He just loved your money more.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast include Maurice Hart, Betty Lou Gerson, Marvin Miller, and Frank Gerstle. Tonight's script was written by Norm Sickle. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
What would you do if a guy offered you a one-way ticket to the moon, all expenses paid? Well, sir, this happened to me a couple of weeks ago. And the funny thing is, I'm all set to leave when I find out that the rocket to the moon is really a rocket to the morgue. And I'm traveling as a corpse, first class. Tell you about it next week. See you around.
Enjoy Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. Ever have somebody try to make a monkey out of you? I did. Not that I minded so much until I found out that it was a dead monkey.
Talent Unlimited. Sorry, Mr. Bunson's tied up.
Thank you.
Pardon me.
Yes?
I'm looking for a Mr. Martin Bunsen.
What is it, please?
Well, the employment agency sent me over. My name's Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
Oh, you're the fellow for the paid companion job.
Yeah. You wouldn't be the party that's looking for a companion, would you, honey?
Not at the moment, Mr. Fortune. Go right in.
Thanks. Keep your switchboard open. I'll be back. I elbow my way into Marty Bunson's office, which is a cheap, smoke-filled bin with furnishings by the Collier brothers. Behind a stack of papers with a telephone on each ear is Marty Bunsen, a sharp-looking, dark-haired character, combination publicity man, talent agent, promoter, and tout. On the leather sofa sits a long-legged blonde, about 6 feet tall. Takes a few seconds for me to cover all that ground, even with my 20/20 vision, but it's time well spent. Secretary said I could come in.
Sit down. Marty will be through in a minute.
Thanks.
What? Yeah, okay. Okay, Harry, it's a deal. Hang on a second. Hey, come in. Sit down. Hey, you're looking great. Hold on, Harry. Mindy Lane, this is Mr.
Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Excuse me a second. Harry, now listen, about the publicity on the guy from Mars picture. I'm working on the Chamber of Commerce for a full-dress Martian day in Central Park. We stage an invasion with midgets, see? Maybe we can get Orson to MC. Okay, Harry. If the price is right, you go ahead with that other matter. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so long. Well, you're looking great, Fortune. Put on a little weight, huh? Now, let me see. You're here about...
A job.
A what?
A job.
Yeah, well, it's been nice meeting you. Keep in touch with the office, huh? First thing it breaks, I give you my solemn pledge...
I'm not a performer, Mr. Bunsen. The employment agency sent me.
Oh, that job. Well, why didn't you say so? What do you think, Mindy?
He's cute.
You got eyes.
Okay, Fortune, you're hired. $60 a week, less 10% to me for getting you the job.
Uh-huh. Who's my employer?
Me. Take it or leave it.
I'd like to leave it, but I'll take it.
Okay, report to the television studio tonight at 6:30.
What studio?
Well, Miss Lane's, of course.
Oh, I get it. You're the Mindy Lane who's got the TV show every night.
Star of TV, video, and television. You ever watch the show?
Well, my set ain't working. In fact, I don't have a set.
Now, be on time.
Do you mind if I ask you what my job is?
Didn't the agency explain you're a paid companion?
To Miss Lane?
To the senator.
Which one?
Oh, this boy's pretty square. He's almost a cube.
He hasn't seen the show, Marty.
Just a minute. I'll get the senator. Where is he?
He's asleep in the closet.
Oh, excuse me. Senator? Hey, Godfrey, come on out. Now, Mr. Fortune, this is Senator G. Godfrey Jiggs. Senator, meet Rocky Fortune.
Senator G. Godfrey Jiggs turns out to be the biggest chimpanzee I ever saw in my life. Suddenly, I remember that this oversized anthropoid is the star of Mindy Lane's daily TV show, and I have signed on as his valet. Godfrey removes his miniature Hamburg and comes over to me for a quick sniff. Before I know it, he's greeting me like a long-lost relative. All right, down, son. Here, down. Oh.
Don't fight him, Rocky. He likes you.
Easy, boy. Here, stop
Come
that
here,
kissing,
Godfrey. Come on. That's a good fella. Oh, isn't he sweet?
Yeah, if you like apes. What do I have to do for this character?
Just pick him up at Mindy's apartment every night and make sure he gets to the studio on time. Then you take him home. It's only a couple hours work a night.
When do I start?
Right now. Here's his collar and his leash. Take him up to Miss Lane's apartment on 5th Avenue. Here's the address. She'll meet you there in half an hour.
Will he come with me?
Oh, he's very affectionate. He likes you.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Oh, and Fortune.
Yeah.
Be careful with him. He's worth about $500,000.
Oops. I leash the chimp, and we make it down to the sidewalk where I flag a hack. There's something definitely crazy about this job, but the hours are good and the pay's okay, so who am I to complain?
Where to?
45 Fifth Avenue. Now sit back, Godfrey.
Hey, who's your friend?
TV actor.
Hey, that's the monkey I seen on Mindy Lane's program, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you know? You his trainer?
I'm his father. Now, how about watching the road for a change?
Look, you tend to your job, I'll tend to mine.
The hack drops me off at Mindy's apartment, and the doorman shows me which way to go. I get the key in the door and open it. Mindy's got guests, and they ain't very polite.
Okay, shut the door.
Sure, anything you say. Would you mind taking a howitzer out of my spine?
Back against the wall.
All right, okay.
Lily,
Yeah.
take care of him.
Okay, Harry. Now just breathe deep, honey. This ain't gonna hurt one bit.
Not the guy, idiot. The monkey.
Oh.
Say, can I put my hands down? I'm getting a little tired.
He's tired. You're tired?
Yeah.
Okay, take a rest.
Harry drops the barrel of his cannon across my head bone, and I spend the next 20 minutes pounding my ear on the broad room. When I come to, there's the sweetest smell in the room, like a hospital. And through the haze, I can make out the puss of my very good friend Hamilton J. Finger, sergeant of the gendarmerie.
Take it easy, Fortune. Take it easy.
Oh, they forgot to lower the gates.
What gates?
At the railroad crossing. What hit me, a local or an express?
You was sapped.
Where's Godfrey?
Godfrey.
The monkey.
Wait a minute now. I'm beginning to remember. I walk in as a mug with a 45 and a tough-looking babe. They clout me, and that's all I remember.
Marty?
What?
Look on my dresser. It's a note.
Here, let's have a look at that.
Here, officer.
If you want the chimp, it'll cost you $5,000. Don't call us, we'll call you. Hey, looks like the ape has had the snatch put on him.
What do you know?
Did you get a good look at the guy who slugged you, Fortune?
The guy was about 8 feet high with hands like mauls. The woman was a little on the tired side, if you know what I mean. A lot of mileage.
Yeah. Well, we'll send out an alarm.
Oh, you've got to get him back, officer. He's the star of my program.
We'll do our best, lady.
Hey, you know, something just occurred to me.
Yeah?
How did those people get in here? Miss Lane had a new lock put on that door only yesterday.
Who has the key?
Just Miss Lane and Mr. Fortune here.
Just a second, Uncle. Back up. Whoa.
Well, it is peculiar, you must admit.
Hey, what about that, Rock?
Sure, I arranged the whole thing. I snatched the ape, and then with a quick twist of the wrist, I slugged myself in the back of the head. And while I was unconscious...
Okay, knock off.
Oh, it could be an inside job. Mr. Fortune here might have arranged with the crook.
You want to get belted?
Now, listen,
Now, hold it. Shut up, the both of you. I'll send out an alarm. Meanwhile, nobody leave town. You understand?
Before you go, I'd like to say a word to Mr. Fortune.
This'll be clever.
You're fired.
Thanks. I stagger back to my flat and fall into the sack with the radio playing soft music. Just as I'm starting to dream about Mindy Lane, something brings me out of the clouds.
And now for 5 minutes of news. Well, every TV set in the nation will be focused on Mindy Lane's cocktail hour tonight when the glamorous mistress of ceremonies makes a nationwide appeal to the kidnappers of her co-star, Senator G. Godfrey Jiggs, to return the simian snatch victim to Mama. What could have been a disaster for the show has been turned into a terrific publicity stunt by ace tub thumper Marty Bunsen. Says Mr. Bunsen, quote, "The evil, scar-faced man and the strange woman who overpowered her keeper and kidnapped G. Godfrey Jiggs will be brought to justice. Miss Lane appeals to them to treat the animal decently. He must be fed only special foods, and he will not eat from the hands of someone he doesn't like. We appeal in the name of..."
Keeper, he calls me. I shut off the radio, and it suddenly dawns on me that my former employer, Mr. Bunsen, was talking to a guy named Harry when I first walked into his office. And a guy named Harry slugged me in Mindy Lane's apartment. Also, Mr. Bunsen is making too much hay out of this monkey snatch. I decide to pay him a visit in his apartment. The phone book is a name in bold-faced type, an inch high.
Well, what do you want?
You owe me half a day's pay, not counting the time I spend on my face in Mindy Lane's apartment.
Come to my office tomorrow.
I need the cash.
How dare you barge in here?
Get the dough, pal. I'll wait.
Now, listen.
Get the dough, buddy.
All right. Stay here.
Sure, I got all night. While he goes into the back of the apartment, I take a quick look around. The living room shows nothing, and I decide to follow Mr. Bunsen into the bedroom at the rear of the setup. I tiptoe along the hall and manage a quick peek through the keyhole. What I see is enough to make me open the door in a hurry.
Now, get out of here.
Well.
You miserable sneak.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, what a tender scene.
What do you want, Fortune?
I want to know how come you got Lane's pet monkey sleeping in your bed like he was a crown prince.
Well, it's all a publicity stunt.
Uh-huh.
I cooked the whole thing up with Mindy. You know, chimp gets kidnapped, TV star desolate.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'll pay you well. I'll give you $100.
I got a lump in my head where Harry dropped the hardware.
All right, $150.
You know something, Marty? It just occurred to me that maybe this is a publicity stunt. And then again, maybe Mindy Lane isn't even in on it.
What do you mean?
I don't think you're above clipping your own client for $5,000.
Oh, now, don't be ridiculous.
Suppose we phone the little girl right now and find out.
All right. She needn't phone. She's on her way up now.
Swell. I'll wait.
There. That must be Mindy now.
Wonder what kept her. You get it. I'll stay here and keep an eye on the anthropoid. Marty Bunsen goes to the other end of the apartment to answer the door, and I wait inside the bedroom. I hear the door open, but nobody comes in. I wait a couple of minutes longer and decide to take a look. I exit from the bedroom just in time to get it again. Same spot.
Snap out of it. Come on.
Oh.
Come on. On your feet. Yeah.
Did you get the license number?
Very funny.
Whew. You know, the top of my head is beginning to feel like the Anzio Beach at H+1.
Suppose you got a good alibi cooked up this time?
Same as before. I reached around and hit myself with a crooked sledgehammer. Hey, the monkey's gone.
Uh-huh.
Bunsen did it. He waited behind the door and socked me. He's the one snatched the ape for the show, Sarge.
Now, that's almost as good as your alibi, Rock, only it won't wash.
Why not?
Because Marty Bunsen is laying on his back in the living room with a knife in his throat.
I am in trouble. Marty Bunsen is spread out in the living room like an hors d'oeuvre with a toothpick in the middle, and my friend Sergeant Finger thinks I had something to do with it. I try to explain about my visit, but the sergeant can't see it my way.
It's no use, Rocky. That story is full of holes.
So is your head. I'm telling you, it was a publicity gag. He was expecting Mindy Lane just before he got killed, and the buzzer rang.
Rocky, let's go down to the clubhouse and talk this over with the lights on, huh?
Sergeant, you ain't gonna pin this on me. I didn't do it.
Maybe I ain't gonna pin it on you, Rock. But it won't be because I didn't try. Now, come on.
Okay. But before you go...
Yeah?
You're leading with your chin. I'll see you later. I figure I'm cooked anyway. I may as well try to catch the killer before they have me served. Next stop is Mindy Lane's mink line cave on Park Avenue.
What's Rocky?
Mind if I come in?
Oh, I don't seem to have any choice. Well, what brings you? Is there any news about Godfrey?
As a matter of fact, there is.
Have they found the kidnappers?
Sit down, baby. This may come as a shock to you.
Well, he isn't dead, is he?
Who?
Godfrey.
No, Godfrey's all right, but his man Bunsen ain't doing very well.
Marty? Why, what's wrong?
Mindy.
Yes?
Now, cut out the baloney, baby.
What do you mean?
I mean that you know as well as I do that Marty Bunsen is dead because you left him with a knife in his throat.
No, I
You
didn't.
did go to see him about an hour ago.
Well,
Come on, honey. I was in the other room.
Well, then you must have killed him.
Don't be silly. I was in Never Never Land. Whoever stabbed Marty also conked me. That wouldn't be you, would it?
No, honest.
Let's have your version. You did go to his apartment, right?
Yes, I did go to Marty's apartment. The door was unlocked. When he didn't answer, I walked in. I saw him lying on the floor, and I got panicky and ran. Marty and I cooked up this whole monkey business as a publicity deal. Now, how could I explain that to the police?
Who do you think killed him?
I don't know.
Mindy, honey, one of us is in trouble, and as much as I like you, I'd rather it was you.
But I swear I didn't do it. Now, who can that be?
Let's answer it and find out. Hello.
If you want the monkey back, the price is now $15,000. You got 3 days to raise the dough. We'll call you again.
I must have a lot of dimes.
Who was it?
The party who killed Marty Bunsen slugged me and stole the monkey.
What?
Now, all we got to do is find him before he finds us.
Maybe we better call the police.
Oh, sure. Look, you stick right here. They'll call back with instructions.
Well, where are you going?
I don't know, but... Hey, wait a minute. Mindy, when you and Marty Bunsen cooked up this publicity gag, you hired a couple of hoods to do the snatch, right?
Well, Marty hired them, not me.
You know who they were?
I'm afraid not.
There was a big guy named Harry and a woman named Lily. Marty ever mention them to you?
Harry? No, the only Harry he ever mentioned is he's a television actor, Harry Peterson. Marty represents him.
Harry Peterson. What kind of parts does he play?
Mostly menaces and heavies.
Well, that's an awful long shot, but maybe it's worth a try.
What is?
It just occurred to me that Marty might have hired an actor to snatch the monkey, and that the snatch might have given the actor some ideas.
Like what?
Like going into business for himself. I'll see you later, baby. I make a fast call to the talent registry and find out that I can reach Harry Peterson at his flat in Greenwich Village. I subway down and find the number. It's after midnight, and the house is a 5-story movie set from a Humphrey Bogart picture. The mailbox says 5th floor, and I start up.
Yes?
Remember me?
Oh.
Mind if I come in? Thanks. Shut the door. Where's the ham?
Ham?
Harry, the menace.
He's out walking the baby.
At 10 minutes past midnight?
The baby couldn't sleep. Sometimes fresh air helps.
Uh-huh. I'll wait.
Look, Mr.
Fortune.
What we did wasn't very nice, but we needed the money.
Nice? Lady, I've been sapped until my hair hurts.
Well, Harry hasn't been working much, and when Marty Bunsen offered him $100 to stage that monkey business, he took it.
He overacts, doesn't he? Look at his lump on my head.
Well, he got scared you'd yell for the police.
That doesn't explain why he stuck a knife in Marty Bunsen and took the chimp away again.
What?
You heard me good.
Mr. Fortune, you're mistaken. We left the monkey with Marty. Why, I didn't even know he was hurt.
Not hurt, lady. Dead.
Oh, I swear we don't know anything about that, Mr. Fortune. I give you my word.
I don't know if you're acting or not, honey, but I'll buy your story until the morning.
You're going?
For the moment. Give my regards to Barrymore. Tell him I owe him a knock on the head. This chick is no Eleanor Aduza, and I can see through her phony act like a cellophane bag. I make like I'm leaving the premises, but I turn up my collar and dip into a dark alley to wait for Harry Boy. After a couple of minutes, he comes wheeling along with the baby carriage in front of him, and I don't need a crystal ball to guess what's inside. Hey, Jackson.
Huh?
Hold it a minute, will you?
What do you want in there?
In case you ever want to rock your baby to sleep, here's a rock. Hairbreadth Harry drops like a poled ox, and 2 minutes later, I'm making like Hambletonian down the avenue toward Washington Square with a baby carriage hitched behind me. After a couple of minutes, I pull up lame and flop down on a bench in the park with some oxygen. The monkey's fast asleep in the carriage. Drugged, I figure. Oh, boy, let's take 5. Uh-oh.
Say, mister, do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, sure. Help yourself, Sal.
Ooh, you got a bromo?
Never touch it.
Oh, baby. Yours?
I'm minding it for a friend of mine.
Wow, congratulations.
Thanks.
Hey, do you mind if I take a look?
Easy, Dad.
Oh, that's a nice little bitty. Yeah!
Steady, boy.
Pardon me.
Hey, Pop, you forgot your bottle of Tiger Sweat.
Keep it. I think I've had enough.
You could chalk one up for the Temperance League. Come on, Junior, we better get out of here before Harry the horse shows up. Woke up, huh? Let's go, kid.
Hold it, Fortune.
Well, speak of the devil.
Get him up.
Anything you say.
Let's walk.
Any place in particular?
Home, James. And one peep and I'll ventilate your spine.
You're driving.
Move.
You can't get away with it, Harry. Even if you get the 15 grand for the monkey, they'll catch you for Marty Benson's murder sooner or later.
Not me, Jack. You.
I don't dig it.
You're going to be found on your face with a handkerchief that wiped the knife in your pocket. It still has Marty's blood on it.
That ought to be very convincing.
Keep walking.
My feet hurt.
In a couple of minutes, you can get off of them. For good.
I never figured myself for a guy who'll die pushing a baby carriage with a monkey in it, but here I am. I slogged down the avenue with Harry's .45, caressing my sacroiliac, trying to figure a way out. The street's deserted. We reached the alleyway alongside the house.
Okay, punk. Leave the baby carriage here.
Okay.
Turn around.
All right.
Walk down the alley. You won't feel a thing. I'll give it to you on the 5th step. Move.
My legs won't work.
Walk. Another step. 3 more steps.
Giant steps or baby steps?
Go on.
Look, couldn't we talk this over?
Okay, punk. That's far enough. So long.
Oh, my arm. You killed me. I'm bleeding. You'll be bleeding worse if you try to get away.
Rocky, are you all right?
Let me get out in the light and I'll check for the leaks. Phew.
For a minute, I was afraid that...
Lady, I've been afraid for 30 years, but this tops it all. What brought you?
The lady here called the cops. We traced you to Peterson's apartment, and his wife broke down and talked. I figured we'd lay for Peterson downstairs.
You know he killed Marty Bunsen so he could get the monkey?
Yes, Mrs. spilled the whole thing. If you two are okay, I'll take this boiled ham down to headquarters. Let's go, Harry.
Rocky,
Uh-huh.
where's Godfrey?
Probably stopped in a baby carriage. I think they drugged him.
The carriage is empty.
What? Let me look. Holy smokes, the chimp was in there a minute ago. Where could he be?
Oh, here comes a man. Let's ask him if he's seen Godfrey.
Okay. Hey, Mac.
You was addressing me?
Oh, we're not going to get any place.
Hey, you're the fellow with the baby.
That's right, Dad.
I got news for you.
What's that, Dad?
If you're looking for your little boy, he's up there hanging from the lamppost.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Gene Bates, Alice Backus, Jerry Hausner, Herb Vigran, Nestor Paiva, Gloria Ann Simpson, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the time I got mixed up in the plot to murder Santa Claus? Well, sir, there I was, just hanging my Christmas stocking when the police decided they'd like to hang me. I'll tell you about it next week. Yeah, see you around.
What do you buy when you buy Christmas seals? Well, here's how Christmas seals helped one person. Bruce Malone was as healthy-looking as any man on the block, worked for a contractor, operated one of those air hammers that dig up concrete. One day, Bruce saw a mobile chest X-ray unit in his neighborhood. He stopped in. It was free, only took a minute, and after all, he bought Christmas seals every year. A week later, he got a call from his doctor. He learned that he had TB, tuberculosis. Because Bruce discovered TB in the beginning, when it's easiest to cure, he'll be home from the TB hospital soon. While he's away, Bruce is learning a new trade, less strenuous, to complete his rehabilitation. Christmas seals help to make all of this possible. That's what you buy when you buy Christmas seals. Protection for yourself, your family, your community. So if you haven't answered your Christmas seal letter, won't you do it today? Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Here's Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi, did I ever tell you about the time I decided to give up my place on Bleakman Street and find a new room? Oh, not that the place was bad, but when I started using my mailbox as a numbers drop, I decided it was time to find a new pad, which I did. The only trouble was the landlady. She wanted to collect the first month's rent in blood, and when I objected, her superintendent tried to terminate my lease on life.
Hello? Anybody home? Hey, where's the management?
Right behind you. Put up your hands.
Hey, what is this?
You tell me, bright boy.
I'm looking for a room.
What brought you here?
The sign in the window that says room for rent. Now, would you mind pointing that horse pistol the other way?
What's your name?
Julius LaRosa. What's yours?
You a wise guy?
Listen, Sammy, put down the artillery and let's get
Who
that...
is it, Lenny?
This joke was wandering around inside, Ma.
The door was open. The sign said room for rent, so I came in.
You want to rent a room.
That's the general idea, Ma.
Put away the gun, Lenny.
Ma, how do you know who this character is?
Put it away.
Thanks, Ma.
We've been having trouble with thieves lately. Lenny thought maybe you was one.
Well, I'm glad you protect your guests. Do you have a room?
We got one vacancy on this floor, third door down.
Can I see it?
This way. $5 a week. In advance.
This is a peachy view of the garbage bin.
Take it or leave it.
Well, I'd like to leave it, but I need a flop until I can locate an apartment. I'll take it.
5.
Wait till I get the vault open, will you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No heavy drinking in the rooms. Keep off the second floor. That's where me and Lenny live.
It's a deal. You keep off my floor, and I'll keep off yours.
I ain't joking, mister. You set foot on those stairs, and Lenny's liable to lose his temper. When Lenny loses his temper, he's liable to do anything. Anything. Well, welcome to 55 Bishop Street. My name's Thompson. You call me Ma.
That's touching.
If you go out at night, be careful. This is a tough neighborhood.
I come from a pretty tough neighborhood.
This ain't pretty tough. It's real tough.
Oops. I park my duffel and flop down on the mattress, which is a cross between a sack of cement and the Aberdeen Proving Grounds for light, medium, and heavy tanks. No sooner do I close my eyes than the door opens. In walks a little bald-headed guy about 40 wearing rimless glasses. A Casper milquetoast if I ever seen one, and I seen several.
What are you doing here?
What do I look like I'm doing? Playing Scrabble? Do you believe in knocking?
Get out of this room.
Oh, you got to get a little bigger before you talk like that to a full-grown man, Buster.
Where are my things? Where's Helen?
I ain't seen your things, and the only Helen I know is Helen of Troy, and she moved to Utica about 3 years ago.
Oh, very funny.
I didn't think it was that good.
It wasn't. Now, see here. I want you out of our room, and I demand to know where...
Something wrong, Mr. Fortune.
This billiard head keeps acting like somebody's in the wrong department.
Mrs. Thompson, what is this man doing in my room?
Who are you?
Who am I? Why, I'm Gerald Kinsey. My wife Helen and I we've had this room for a week now.
Mister, you're nuts. I ain't never seen you in my life.
Never seen me? I paid you a week's rent this morning. My wife Helen was...
I don't know anybody named Helen except Helen of Troy, and she...
He knows.
Come on, Horace. Get out of here.
Oh, are you all out of your minds? What is this?
You heard me, Homer. Vanish.
I demand my wife. I demand...
You demand a belt in the mouth if you don't beat it.
I will now. I'll...
Something wrong, Ma?
We got a stray bedbug. He thinks he lives here.
Lenny. You remember me. Gerald Kinsey. My wife Helen and I were...
What's he talking about, Ma?
Lenny.
Look, Zeke. You got the wrong house, maybe, huh?
Wrong house? Why, this is 55 Bishop Street, room 1. My wife and I were...
Lenny, show him the door.
Let's go.
I will not go. I demand my wife. I demand my wife.
1, 2, and away we go.
Take your hands off of me and I'll...
You're nothing. Now get out. And if you come back here, I'll kill you, understand? I'll break every bone in your body. Ow! Ow!
I watched Lenny give Gerald a bicep like he was a sack of old feathers, and then I start to unpack. Inside the dresser drawer, I spot a cufflink with the monogrammed initials GK on it. Also, there was some spilled face powder. I put the cufflink in my pocket and lie down on my bed to think things over. I'm just starting to doze off when I hear a sound at the window. So I make like I'm asleep, and I wait. A second later, Gerald slips into the room with a medium-sized paving stone in his mitt. He tiptoes over to the bed and gets ready to drop the concrete on my skull as I mousetrap him. Hold it. Drop it. Come on, drop it.
Ouch, my arm, you're breaking it.
Drop the Mickey. Now sit down.
Oh, please.
You better start talking, Sonny. I'm going to get rough, too.
Who are you?
My name's Rocky Fortune. I just rented this room. They forgot to tell me it was an outpatient clinic for Bellevue.
You're not with them?
With who? I'm not with anybody.
Oh, then you've got to help me.
Give me one convincing reason.
Listen, you've got to believe me, mister. For the past 3 days, my wife and I have lived in this room. This morning, I went out to look for a job. When I came back just now, they rented the room to you. They're just pretending they never saw me. They've done something to my wife. I know they have.
Why should they?
I don't know. They may be in some shady business or something. Maybe she found out about it. But, oh, please, you must believe me.
Hold it. Your initials are GK, aren't they?
Why, yes. Gerald Kinsey.
You ever see this cufflink?
What? Why, that's the one I lost. Helen and I looked all over for it.
It was under the shelving paper and some newspaper in the dresser.
But that should prove I lived here.
It's enough to go on, Gerald.
You see, the whole thing is a plot to...
Shh.
Huh?
Fortune?
Just a minute. Look, you better use the emergency exit. Out the window. If Nature Boy finds you in here, he'll take you apart like a jigsaw puzzle.
What'll I do?
I got a friend who's a cop, 21st Precinct, Sergeant Finger.
Huh?
Tell him I sent you and bring him back here, quick.
Open up!
Now beat it. Remember, Finger, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger.
I thought I heard somebody talking in there.
Talking? Oh, that was me. I always talk to myself.
Oh, that's a bad habit.
I never listen to it.
Huh. That's a good one. It'll keep you out of trouble.
What kind of trouble did you have in mind?
The kind where they bury you. Remember it.
Lenny goes upstairs, and I settle down to wait for Gerald and the gendarmes. After a couple of minutes, I hear the steps creak. I crack the door in time to see Grandma carrying a brown paper bag to the back of the hall. She takes maybe 2 steps and stops.
You're liable to get your nose caught in the crack of that door, Mr. Fortune.
I could spare a little.
We like the boarder to keep the door closed.
Gee, you and Lenny are a couple of real trusting souls, ain't you?
I told you we've been having sneak thieves.
Can I help you with that paper bag?
Just going out back to put the garbage out. I can manage.
Just trying to be friendly.
Try it with the door closed.
Sure, Ma. I hear Ma go out the back door with a bag of garbage. After about 20 minutes, I hear her close the door and go up the steps again. I figure either she went all the way to the city disposal plant with that stuff, or it wasn't a bag of garbage. After things quiet down, I tiptoe down the hall and open the back door. There's a small yard with a high concrete wall. It's filled with broken bottles, old almanacs, and other valuable stuff. At one end is a small wooden shed big enough for a half a dozen garbage cans with a cheap padlock on the outside. Just on a hunch, I go over to the shed and knock. Anybody home? Now, why would anybody want to put a padlock on the garbage? Anybody here beside you chickens? Okay, we'll just do a little lock picking and have a look. Wow. Don't tell me the housing authority has this place listed as an apartment. You're Helen, right?
Who are you?
My name's Rocky Fortune. How does that guy rate a knockout like you?
Are you working for Gerald?
More or less. He and I seem to share a room.
Listen, you've got to help me.
Maybe we better close the door, just in case Lenny decides to check on his guests. Why have they got you locked up here?
I don't know. Ma and the big one, Lenny, they must have drugged me or something. You got to tell that to Gerald. They locked me out here. They told me they'd kill me if I made a sound. No kidding, mister.
What are you so scared of me for?
You tell Gerald. I wouldn't want him to think I left him on my own or anything. You know how he gets.
You have been drugged. Now, take it easy, kid. We'll have you out of here in no time, as soon as I figure out a way.
You believe me, don't you? I didn't run away from Gerald. Honest, I didn't.
Did you want to?
We had a big fight this morning, but I didn't mean what I said. It's those people, Ma and Lenny. They put me out here.
All right, come on, let's get out of here. The fragrance from these garbage cans is a little bit too much. Uh-oh.
What is it?
That was the back door to the house. Here comes Lenny and Grandma.
You'd better hide.
Where, in my pocket?
The garbage can.
Smart girl. Okay, put the lid on. Hey, turn on the air conditioning, will you? I'm feeling a little bit like a rotten pimento and an undersized olive when it dawns on me that Lenny's going to notice that the lock has been opened. He does.
We out here, Ma?
I just brought her some food.
The lock is open.
I locked it.
It didn't open itself. You gotta be careful.
I told you I locked it.
We better go in.
Food okay, dearie?
Yes.
You better finish it. We're getting you out of here in about 15 minutes.
Out?
Your husband was snooping around. Things might get a little too hot.
Where will you take me?
Oh, I know a nice quiet spot where nobody will look in a million years. I gotta borrow a car. As soon as I get it, we move out. Come on, Ma.
You better take the full garbage cans out front for the collection, Lenny.
What's today?
Tuesday. We got a load of stuff.
Okay.
I'll stay here and watch Mrs. Kinsey.
Here's the gun. I'll just roll this one out first. What you got in here, old lead?
For a couple of minutes, I die while Big Lenny rolls me out to the front of the house to be picked up by a gent from the sanitation department. As I feel myself lifted into the truck, I decide I'll keep quiet till Lenny gets back to the house. It's then that I hear the machine that grinds the stuff.
Okay, Charlie, toss up that next can. What's the matter, Charlie? You forget to eat your crispy crunchies? Come on, let's have it. Hey, I see what you mean. Now, let's get the cover off this one and take a look. Hey!
Pardon me, Sam. Is this the subway to Jackson Heights?
What are you doing in that can?
Can? Holy mackerel, I thought I was in a subway car. Give me a hand, will you, Sam?
Yeah, sure. Are you nuts, Buster?
I guess I am, Sam. Would anybody in his right mind get into a garbage can by mistake? I'll see you around. I shake a few breadcrumbs out of my hair and climb off the truck. I sneak back into the house and make for my room. I get there and hear voices inside.
I told you to stay away from here.
I want my wife, Lenny, and I'll kill you if you don't tell me where she's hiding.
Go ahead. Pull the trigger. You haven't got the guts to kill anybody.
It won't be the first time.
It may be the last.
Let go my throat. Rocky, hit him.
A pleasure, pal.
Is he out?
Like a busted street lamp.
I guess you saved my life.
How come you didn't get the cops?
I got a gun instead. I was determined I'd handle it myself.
Somehow you just don't seem the type. Anyway, I located your ever-loving wife.
Helen? Where?
They got her stashed in a wooden garbage shed in the back.
Oh, I'll get her.
You stay here and keep the gun on Loverboy in case he recovers from that belt I gave him.
Oh.
I'll get Helen.
Okay, maybe that's best.
And keep an eye out for Ma. I don't think she's gonna like us. I leave Gerald and Lenny in my room and slip in my way out to the shed. I do another hairpin job in the lock and open it up. Helen's sitting on a stack of old newspapers waiting. Helen?
Rocky, you all right?
Yeah, except for a slight tinge of city dump number 5. You ready to get out of the shoebox?
Yes, but what about Lenny?
Lenny's in on his face in my room, and your husband's holding a heater on him.
Gerald? Is here?
Uh-huh.
I see. Puts a slightly different color on things.
You don't look very happy.
I'm not.
What's wrong?
It's none of your business.
Now, look, baby, I almost got myself bumped off getting you out of this trap. Now, level with me.
I'll level, Rocky. But at you, not with you. Get 'em up.
What is this? Kill Fortune Day in Brooklyn? Where did you get the artillery?
I had it.
I don't get it.
You will. Turn around.
So, you ain't exactly the damsel in distress I figured you for.
Look, button brain. For reasons of my own, I'm not interested in meeting my dear husband right now. I told Ma and Lenny that he was an escaped convict, holding me prisoner. I talked them into hiding me out here and pretending they'd never seen me.
How did you manage that?
Little money can make people do very noble things. No more talk now. This won't hurt a bit. I'll just...
Hold it, Helen. Drop the gun. You keep away from it, Fortune. Okay. Ma, into the shed.
You can't do this. Lenny needs a doctor.
I'm doing it. And he'll come to in an hour, so I just kick him once or twice.
Oh, you're a nice kid.
We're even, Fortune. You saved me. I saved you.
Shall we dance?
The only ones who are going to dance are me and my sweet little double-crossing wife.
Gerald, I swear I didn't double-cross you. The old woman and her son, they found out about the jewels. They locked me out here and tried to make me give them up.
That's a lie. You told us your husband took dope and beat you. You asked us to help you get away from him.
That sounds more like my little girl.
She's lying, Gerald. They kidnapped me.
Sure. Where's the stuff?
I hid it.
I'll bet you did. Well, find it.
It's in the ash can. Here.
Is this all the stuff from the Rensselaer job?
It's all there, Gerald.
It better be. Because you and I are going for a little journey. And you know how it upsets me when somebody tries to pull a fast one on me.
It's all there.
Okay, Fortune. You and Ma here are lucky. I'm going to give you a chance to stay alive for a while longer. Because you've been so good. Come on, baby. We're going.
You ain't going any place, mister.
Well, look who woke up. Step aside, big boy.
Not till I finished that little job on you that I started a while back.
Hey, don't do it. She isn't worth it. It was a trick. They're both thieves.
I ain't interested in what they are and what they ain't. I'm gonna take your pot, Baldy, and then I'm gonna work on your pal here.
I warn you, Lenny. I'll shoot you.
You don't scare me.
Lenny, don't. Please, mister, he's still groggy. He don't know what he's doing.
Tell him to step aside.
Lenny, don't do it.
Gonna give you something to remember.
Oh, no.
Keep away from him, Ma.
Now you're a murderer, too, or isn't that news?
Shut up. Helen, take Ma into the house and lock her in a cellar.
What are you going to do?
Never mind that. Get going. Somebody might have heard those shots.
Come on, Ma. Jerry, there's a cop standing out at the end of the alley.
Is he coming?
No, he's just looking around.
He heard the shots. Hurry up, get going.
Let's go.
Then don't try anything. I got $50,000 worth of stuff here.
I won't.
Okay, Fortune. Help me get this stiff into one of those empty cans.
Suppose I don't.
I'll kill you.
I'll help.
Ready? Now. Now put the cover on.
Hello?
Shut up.
Anybody in that shed?
Climb into that other can.
Now listen.
I said climb in. One peep and I'll let you have it.
Anything you say.
Now, get down. I'm going to put the cover on.
Now listen.
Do what I say.
Okay.
Anybody in here?
Oh, hello, officer.
Oh? I thought I heard somebody in here.
Oh, I live here. I just came out to take the garbage cans out front.
Oh? You didn't happen to hear a sound like a couple of shots a minute ago, did you?
Shots? Well, I was rattling these garbage cans so that I couldn't even hear you come down the alley.
Funny. I thought sure they came from behind the house. See, you're a small man to be handling those heavy cans. Here, let me help you roll them out in front.
Oh, that's all right, officer. I can manage them.
Nonsense. I hate to see a man hurt himself. I was out of work for 3 months myself once, lifting a car off a dead body.
What, you don't say?
Here, I'll wrestle this one for you. Here. Oh, Ma Thompson must do some heavy baking. Well, here goes.
So there I am again, headed for the city dump. I'm afraid to open my app because I don't know whether Gerald has his cannon pointed at me or not, so I figure I'll let him roll me out to the sidewalk before I make my move. By the time I reach the street, I'm so dizzy I feel like I'm in somebody's mixer with the dial set at heavy whip.
Oh, thanks, officer. You can just leave him right here. Oh, looks like we missed the morning pickup anyway.
Yeah, there's an empty one here. Well, I'll just be moving along.
Oh, thanks a lot. You're a real lifesaver.
I hate to see a man strain himself. Well, you're in luck. Here comes the garbage truck back from his run. I'll just stop him.
Oh, no. There's no need for that.
Since he's an old pal of mine. Hey, Hennessy! Hey!
What's the... Well, if it ain't New York's finest officer, Clarence Kilcannon.
Hey, Hank, do us a favor, will you? Ma Thompson missed the morning pickup, and she's got a couple of cans loaded to the brim. Would you dump 'em out?
Thompson, huh? Say, I was emptying one of her cans this morning, and a live character steps out and asks me if this is the subway?
Sure, and you're pulling my leg.
May I never take another breath if it ain't true.
Another drop would be more fitting. Here now.
Hey, Charlie, give the officer a hand with those. I wouldn't want him to strain himself.
Up we go.
And off with the lid. Oh, no.
Top of the can to you.
What the? Hey, mister. Hey, come back.
Officer, grab him. There's a corpse in that other can.
Hey, come back. Come back or I'll shoot.
My arm.
Stand still. It's just a scratch. Now, what's this about?
He shot Mrs. Thompson's son. The body's in the other can.
Officer, it's alive.
Yeah, well, we'll just go back and have a look. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
I know you from someplace.
The lineup, maybe?
Lineup? By Godfrey, there's an APB out for this character. Gerald Kent, alias Kinsey, alias Kinoy. He's wanted for the Rensselaer jewels theft with a woman named Norma Lynn.
That's the boy. His wife's inside the house.
Well, we'll just go in and see about that.
Hey, Kilcannon, what do you want me to do about the garbage?
Stick around, Hennessy. We'll be out in a minute with 2 cans full. And you can dump them off at the city jail.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast include Frank Richards, Gloria Ann Simpson, Jim Eagles, Virginia Gregg, Eddie Fields, and Maurice Hart. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. Here is a question. What is the top speed you can safely drive after dark if you have to rely on your own headlights to show up danger? The answer, according to the National Safety Council, is 45 miles per hour. If you exceed 45, you're driving beyond the visibility limit of your headlights. Keep plenty of distance between yourself and the car ahead. The secret of safe driving is simply to use common sense. Take your time, not your life. Tonight, enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You know, it takes a real artist to get real involved. And, brother, when it comes to that art, I'm the original Mike Angelo. But I gotta admit, I ask for it sometimes. This was one of those times. I was mad. Mad enough to dream this rack of mine up to 7 feet of steel. Maybe I was just a lox looking for a bagel blanket, but some smooth creep put a permanent curl in my lip. It's not tough to understand when circumstances puts a guy on the wrong road. Slums make monsters out of a lot of good citizens, but when a creep uses education, money, and a decent background to give him a background of crime, this is real slime. This guy wasn't even domestic. We imported him.
I met this here gentleman when he was going with the sister of one of my neighborhood buddies. Her name was Ellie. She was fast, frustrated 40, but it wasn't her fault. She spent her manhunting years looking after 5 brothers and sisters and heating the Saturday night bathwater on the stove of the cold water flat. I didn't know there was a guy in the picture till we were talking one night.
Rocky, you got a good head on your shoulders. What do you think I should do?
What's with this Dorothy Dix jazz? Do about what?
Well, now that all the kids except Sammy are married, I'd like to get married, too.
You mean Ellie's got a fella?
Didn't you think it was possible?
Oh, come on, honey, I'm kidding. Who said it wasn't possible? The guy who gets you is real lucky. Only I didn't know there was a guy. Who is he? Where'd you meet him?
I can't tell you, Rocky.
So you picked up a guy. That's something
It's
wrong?
not that I never picked up a man in my life. Only it's not easy for a girl my age to meet eligibles. I answered Nad.
Ellie, you fell for that routine?
So why not? There's some nice refined ads, you see. Most of them are like me, Rocky. They're lonely. I figured I'd maybe meet a nice widower who wanted somebody to look after them.
But you asked me what I thought. Does that mean you met somebody?
That's right, Rocky. Rocky wants to marry me.
Well, how come your brother Sammy never mentioned this? Doesn't he know about it?
No, Rocky, and don't tell him. I know already what he'll say about Elmer.
About who?
Oh, now don't you laugh, Rocky. His name is Elmer Broff.
Ouch.
I met him through an exceptionally well-worded ad. And I consider myself very fortunate. And if you're going to make fun of me, I'm sorry I ever burdened you with my problems.
Oh, now, honey, take it easy. Ellie, you know I love you like you were one of my own. Only you should talk this over with Sammy and let him meet this guy.
Sammy has nothing in common with Elmer. They speak different languages.
What does this guy talk? Hindustan or something?
He happens to be a very cultured and refined gentleman.
So what's a cultured, refined gentleman with so much on the ball doing advertising for company? What's the matter with him?
He's lonely, Rocky. But like I'm lonely. You make people laugh. You got charm. You got lots of friends. You don't know what it's like to sit and have a conversation all by yourself. You sit and you talk to yourself, and then you realize that no words are coming out. It's only your mind can hear you. And then you start thinking maybe you're losing your mind. It's a horrible thing to be lonely, Rocky. It's like having a hole in your heart.
Sure, I guess maybe I got a hole in my head, not my heart. I'm sure he's a wonderful guy, Ellie. Sure. I guess you ought to marry him at that.
Thanks, Rocky. Thanks for telling me that.
She thanked me for advising her to marry him. That was almost funny, because I found out a lot of things after that. For example, I found out why she didn't want to tell Sammy and have him meet this Elmer. Ellie knew she shouldn't marry him. She was afraid Sammy would talk her into being sensible. She didn't want to be sensible. She just wanted to be married. So Ellie got her fella and got married. Sammy wasn't too happy about it. 6 months later, he got the real reaction. You know what that sound is? That's a man crying. Crying his guts out. You know what it's like to sit and listen to a grown man? A guy you grew up with tear himself in two. And nothing you can do about it. Just sit and torture yourself. Bleed. And cry inside with him till finally you can't stand it any longer. Stop it, kid. Come on, stop it.
I can't. Rocky, I can't. I can't help it, Rocky.
What's in you, kid? What is it?
It's Ellie, Rocky. Ellie's dead.
I'll give you the details just like the lonely Mr. Fancy Pants from abroad gave it to the coroner at the inquest.
We had been out visiting some friends. My wife had been kind of quiet all evening. Usually she only takes a single drink. This night she had 4 or 5, and they seemed to depress her. When we arrived home, she said she had something on her mind and wanted to drive and think it out alone. Since it had already been a most unusual evening, I didn't question her. I was tired and had a few myself, so I fell asleep immediately and slept quite soundly. I found her in the morning. Evidently, she had driven into the garage and fallen asleep at the wheel with the engine running. It must have been an accident.
There was no accident. Ellie didn't drink.
This court finds the deceased, Ellie Bruff, came to her death on the night of December 2nd by inhaling carbon monoxide fumes. Death was accidental.
There was no accident. He killed her, I tell you. He killed her, and I'll kill him.
All right, easy, kid. Come on, Sam. Quiet. I finally got the kid sat down, but the damage was already in. Anything happens to Mr. Fancy Pants, and the kid is booked solid for a one-way trip to Sing Sing. I make coffee time with him and try to bring sense to some plan.
I only know one thing, Rocky. Ellie gave her whole life to raising us kids. For herself, she had nothing. All she knew was work. Take care of the house. Sure, she wound up with a few grand after the kids got married. She had herself a time.
I know that, Sam. I know your kids were her whole life. And if anything happens to you now, that means she wasted her life.
The other kids got families, Rocky. They can't take any chances. Ellie was all the family I had left. Ellie's dead. And he killed her, Rocky.
The law don't say that, kid. The law says it's an accident. And unless you got proof, you gotta go by the law.
I don't need proof. She was my sister, Rocky. She was all I had. This creep killed her. I got nobody left. Nothing more to lose. Rocky, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him.
Two things told me the kid's words were emis. The look in his eye and the bulge in his coat pocket. Sammy was a fighter and a rough-and-go kid, but he never packed a heater. So I had to get to Mr. Fancy Pants and get him to leave town before Sammy killed him. I knew Sammy would take the subway downtown and take the train out to the island where they had their house. Me, with my no-expense account, had to beat him out there. A 15-cent phone call could maybe save me $4 taxi. I invested.
Hello?
Elmer, this is Rocky Fortune.
Well, I'm glad you called, Rocky. I feel very badly about Sammy. It's horrible enough that Ellie is gone, but can't you possibly convince Sammy that it was an accident?
That's why I'm calling you, pal. I can't convince Sammy. We better do some talking right away.
Well, that's fine. Can you come out here?
Wouldn't do any good. You're having company, and you better not be home when the company gets there.
What you mean?
I mean, Sammy's on his way out, and he's liable to want some target practice for the heater in his pocket. You could be the target. That's all I had to say. 20 minutes and one speeding ducat later. It's open.
I got here as quickly as I could.
I noticed. Sit down and listen to some news, Mr. Broff. Tune in real close, because there ain't going to be a second time.
I'm awfully sorry to do it, Rocky, but if Sammy actually has a gun, I should be forced to go to the police for protection until I leave town.
Where you going?
Well, I don't know yet. There are too many memories around the house and around the town. You know how it is.
You know, Elmer, somehow I got no tears for you. I think you're a rotten liar. You got Ellie's insurance, you're selling the house, and you're blowing town. A nice, pretty convenient package.
So you think as Sammy does?
Don't put words in my mouth, Mr. Broff. I'm liable to spit 'em back at you. And I'm getting mad. I'm getting real mad, just looking at you. You just gave me the whole bit. I think Sammy's right. Why would a fancy pants like you want with a 40-year-old sweetheart like Ellie? Why would you marry her?
I married her because I loved her.
Nice try, but no cigar, Mac. You married her for the 10 or 11,000 bucks you're in line for.
I won't bother denying anything to you. There's no reason why I should. Ellie's case is closed by the police.
And aren't you real lucky? So Ellie's case is closed, and off you go with the loot. Let's just get a repeat performance on what happened, huh?
I've already told you the entire story to the police, and the case is closed.
I just now opened it, Mr. Broff, and I just might open your head.
Take your hands off me.
Stop making with the Shakespearean drama. I'm only making sure you're sitting in that chair, not running to the cops. Not till you satisfy one question that bothers me.
There's no reason for me to have to satisfy you.
It hurts that I should have to disagree with such a distinguished man, but sit still or I'll beat your brains in.
Oh, what do you want to know?
Now you're getting smart. In my head, I've been running over the details. Now, in the first place, like Sammy says, Ellie never went much on the liquor kick. And even if she did get loaded and did fall asleep in the garage with the motor running, who closed the garage door?
Why, I don't remember that it was closed.
You told the coroner at the beginning of the inquest that it was closed.
Yes, I suppose I did.
So I get a picture of Ellie getting out of the car, closing the garage door, getting back in the car, and falling asleep. Something's wrong with that picture, pal.
Well, I didn't want to bring that out, but it bothered me, too. I know what happened. But I didn't want to harm Ellie's memory. She must have committed suicide.
Why didn't the cops say that at the inquest?
I have no idea. There's no use digging that up, Rocky. You can only harm Ellie's memory.
The man's worried about Ellie's memory. That's real touching. It also stinks. That felt real good. That felt right.
Get something straight, Rocky. I can defend myself.
You better get something straight, buddy. If I'm right, you're going to have to.
I'm not going to sit here and have myself set up either as a punching bag for you or a clay pigeon for Sammy. I'm getting police protection while I'm in town.
If you go near the cops, I go to the insurance company and tell them you told me Ellie committed suicide. There was a double indemnity on that policy, and I'll bet you collect double because it was ruled an accidental death.
What do you want me to do?
That's better. I'm calling the shots now, Mr. Fancy Pants, and I'll level with you. I tell Sammy nothing because if I do, he's sure to kill you. That helps nothing. You're going to remove yourself from the local scene as of right now. And I'm going to get you, mister, and I'm going to do it nice and legal. I want you in one piece and very healthy. I'm going to see to it that you get an extra special crew cut in a drape shape with a slit pants leg. We got no case now, but one day you're going to be happy to turn yourself into the cops. Because that's the only way you'll ever get away from me. Make your plans, mister. Play your traveling music because you're traveling fast, and I'm walking behind you. While Fancy Pants gets set for his trip, I call my pal, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of the local Gestapo. He verifies what I already know. You need fact to hold a guy for murder. The cops don't play hunches. He gets one bright idea, and he figures the pattern is pretty set. Could be Bruff worked the same gimmick back in the old country. He'd run a make through Scotland Yard. Finger reminded me of something else. If Mr. Bruff is a killer, I stand to lose something mighty important to me, namely my life. With the financial aid of those who lose their heads easily, I'd get set to travel. Bruffs buys the drawing room to Los Angeles 2 days later. Figuring I'm as good as him any day, I buy the same style. Two days later finds us leaving Chicago. I keep low at first, and then accidentally on purpose, just as he's ordering dessert in the diner. How do you spell cyanide, pal? I want to order some dessert for you.
What's the idea, Rocky?
I told you I was working a mustard plaster deal on you. Figured it was time I showed.
What do you want now?
I want to know how you got Ellie so loaded that she sat still while you killed her.
I didn't kill her.
I know, you said that. She committed suicide. Ellie actually committed suicide when she married you. Only you helped to get to the burying stage.
Now, look, Rocky, I'll make a deal with you. You're a young chap. You never had too much money. If you call off this insane chase, I'll give you $5,000.
$5,000. I'm flattered. So you're that afraid of me?
Get something through your head, Rocky. Physically, I'm not afraid of you. This much I'll admit. I married Ellie because I needed the money, her money. I may even have made her slightly unhappy. Unhappy enough to commit suicide. I may even have made her suicide look accidental so I could collect on the double indemnity. But you have proof of nothing. Now be clever. Take the $5,000.
Do you know what Sammy would do to you if I ever repeated this conversation to him?
Well, you won't do that. You protected me against Sammy simply because you knew he'd kill me and would have to pay for it. In the eyes of the law, he would have killed an innocent man.
I wonder what would stop me from killing you. I hate you enough to carve your guts.
You better be careful, Rocky. I may just grow to hate you that much, too.
That's when I was sure I was looking into the eyes of a cold-blooded murderer. And he was looking into the eyes of the guy he wanted most to kill. Hey, that's me. Like a flash, it came to me that for a change, I was running off of the mouth much too much. The next stop the train made found me making a collect call to one Sergeant Finger.
As soon as I heard the call was collect, I knew it was you, Rocky. You still with Bruff?
Like chewing gum on a baby, only I got a feeling I may be sorry, Finger, this guy's a killer.
I know. How long a stopover where you are?
Only a couple of minutes, why?
Well, never mind now. There's no time. Listen, I just got word back this guy's wanted in more countries than money. 3 dames had fatal accidents, and he was married to them when they had their accident. And we got orders to grab him right away. And I tell you what, you have the train held, get the police immediately, and don't you try anything yourself.
What am I using for authority? My chicken inspector's badge?
Yeah, that's right. And if he gets wind of anything, he'll skip. I'll tell you what, I'll rush a wire through to your next stop. It'll verify your story. When you get to Ogden, you show the wire to the authorities and have them hold him. Then call me.
Now I'm working for the cops. What's with the loot, pal?
Talk about that when you get back.
If I get back. I was one nervous Joe when I got back on the train. Here I was back to back with a killer, and I set myself up as a kingpin in his bowling alley. I spend my time keeping a make on my neighbor and my ear glued to the compartment wall between us. I'm concentrating on the sound next door so much, and the lullaby of the rail starts ushering in the Sandman. I fight to stay awake. I lose the fight. A little later, I shake myself awake, happy that I still can. A telegram from Finger. This I need quickly. I could have slept through the delivery, so I ring to find out.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fortune. There was a telegram for you.
Where is it, son?
Well, I started to knock at your door, but the man in the next compartment said you were asleep and didn't want to be disturbed.
My neighbor told you that?
That's right. He said I had a telegram in my hand and...
And you gave him the telegram for me?
Well, I always see you both together, so I figured it would be okay.
By now he knows the whole story.
Did I do wrong?
Man, you just gave me a one-way ticket to paradise, only who wants to be an angel?
I'll go get the telegram from him.
By now it's in pieces. Where are we? How soon do we get into Ogden?
Almost there, sir. About 10 minutes.
Happy to see you up and about, Rocky.
Yeah, I'm tickled to death myself.
Let's get some air.
Who needs it?
Excuse me, sir. I got some things to take care of.
We both need it. For a smart laddie, you make some stupid mistakes. Do you realize you've actually prodded me into killing you?
Nice of me, wasn't it? Look, Broff, use that gun and you'll have the whole train on your back in a minute.
Oh, I realize that. I also realize that if I get rid of you before we hit Ogden, there'll be no one to call the police. Most of the passengers are asleep, and there'll be no one in the observation car.
I don't need a diagram, Mr. Accident Specialist. I didn't need a diagram. I was scheduled for a fall, and this time there wasn't even a dame involved. It was a short hike to that observation car, and he was right behind me all the time with a gun in my ribs. The trip back was uneventful. Didn't meet a soul and couldn't make a thing happen. Nothing there but a club car, a bar, and no drinkers. Suddenly, the rear doors open and my future has arrived. My future home, that is. Nestled between 2 shining steel rails with cinders for my pillow. The man finally made a noise.
Turn around, Rocky. I said turn. That's it. Now start backing towards the guardrail.
It happened. I saw it happen, but I didn't believe it.
Drag him inside, boys.
Yeah, drag me with him, boys. I don't think I can make it alone. I don't know where you guys came from, but I'm sure happy to see you.
Oh, we've had the front, middle, and rear of the train covered since you left your last stop. We were hiding behind the bar when you walked through the club car.
How did you know about it?
Got a call from Sergeant Finger. He was afraid Bruff would try to kill you before you reached Ogden. We couldn't tackle Bruff while he had the gun in your ribs. When he got you outside, the noise made it possible to sneak up on him without being heard or seen.
Why didn't that idiot Finger tell me he was having a train boarded? I just lost 10 years of my life.
Don't be rough on that idiot Finger, Mr. Fortune. His call saved your life.
Yeah, get your antenna set to receive some news, pal. I love idiots. From here to eternity.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Paula Victor, Tom McKee, John Sutton, Barney Phillips, J. Loft Lynn, and Maurice Hart. Tonight's script was written by Norm Sickle. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I'll tell you about the time I got hired by the rodeo just before someone shot the boss and rustled the gate receipts. I ended up with a six-shooter in my back and an invitation to be guest of honor at a Western fashion show, modeling an 18-foot necktie made of rope.
If you're a driver who likes to travel at night because the highways are less crowded than in the daytime, you're courting danger and should be extra careful. Although fewer cars travel the roads at night, the death rate per vehicle is 4 times greater at night than in the daytime in proportion to traffic volume. If you must travel at night, use the utmost caution. Most of all, slow down from your normal daytime driving speed. The two biggest factors causing an alarming increase in night accidents are bad driving vision and excessive speed. Safety experts say that more than 20 million motorists have bad driving vision at night. About 3 million have vision so bad at night that they are dangerous when they drive. Now, you may have the vision of an owl after dark, but your number may be up if you drive too fast or become involved in an accident with one of these drivers with extremely bad night vision. Avoid driving at night whenever possible, and at all times drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Here's Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
You know, when a guy needs work real bad, sometimes he'll take a job doing almost anything. Last week I was down to my last subway token, so I answered an ad for a truck driver. Hazardous work, the ad said. And, brother, they weren't kidding. Before the job ended, that truck was a hearse, and I was almost a client. So pour yourself a hot seltzer, and I'll tell you about it.
Come.
Mr. Doherty?
Yeah?
You the party advertised for a truck driver?
That's right.
I'll take it. My name's Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
3 other guys just turned it down. Better let me tell you what you have to do.
Just tell me how much it pays.
$50 a day.
Now I want to know what I have to do.
Drive a truck from here to L.A.
What's in it, uranium?
Nitroglycerin.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you around, Mr. Doherty.
Fortune.
Yeah?
75 a day?
Mr. Doherty, I was a PFC with a bazooka during the Battle of the Bulge. I didn't have a scratch on my body when it was over, but somehow my mind got kind of scratched. I don't like loud explosions.
$500 bonus if you make it.
I said I didn't... 500?
Cash.
You got yourself a boy. When do we leave?
In 10 minutes.
Somebody's in a hurry.
A fella in L.A. wants to blow up a movie lot. He needs his stuff.
Okay. I assume I get a relief driver.
That's right.
Who is he?
Me.
Yeah, you're really having trouble finding drivers.
I live in L.A. I just came east with a truck to pick up the nitro.
Okay, Mr. Doherty.
We're going to be living in a truck cab for 10 days. Call me Doc.
Okay, Doc. I'll phone my landlady.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah.
The company's got rules about driving explosives.
I'm listening.
Nobody except me opens the truck, see? Also, there's a steel shutter between the cab and the back part of the truck. Nobody opens that either. We take back roads all the way, no main highways. Got it?
I got it.
Also, this stuff goes off when you shake it, so try to miss the bumps, huh?
Doc, on the level, what are the chances, huh?
There ain't a thing to worry about. Only...
Only what?
Well, when you call your landlady, tell her if you're not back in a month, she can hang out the vacancy sign.
Oops. 10 minutes later, I'm driving across the George Washington Bridge in a red and white trailer truck marked Danger, High Explosives. We stop at the toll booth on the Jersey side of the bridge and pay the passage. Just as I'm about to give her the gun, the most gorgeous redhead you ever laid eyes on lays eyes on me.
Hello.
Hi.
Wonder if you boys could give me a lift.
Stranded?
Uh-huh.
Doc?
Why not? Hop in, kid.
We're carrying high explosives, honey.
I can read. Also, I explode very easily myself.
All right, take it easy, take it easy. We seem to be holding up traffic, excuse me.
How far are you going, miss?
All the way.
I beg your pardon?
Hollywood, USA. How far are you going?
All the way. Right, Doc?
Why not?
You mean you'll drive me all the way to L.A.?
If Doc says it's all right.
It's okay with me. Just don't say anything to the company when we get out there.
Oh, that's wonderful. How do you like that? Linda, baby, your luck is beginning to change already.
You, been having a tough time, Red?
The name is Linda.
Okay, Red.
Tough is the understatement of the year. First, I lose my job in the chorus at Sam and Eddie's. And then I lose my pocketbook with every cent in the world in it, including a train ticket to L.A., which some movie company sent me.
Screen test, huh?
Uh-huh. If I ever get there.
Well, good luck. Hey, Doc, just think we may be riding with another Linda Darnell.
The only movie star I ever liked was Rin Tin Tin. Pardon me while I grab some shut-eye.
As anybody could plainly see, Linda was no dog. However, Doc falls asleep and we head out Route 4. And it ain't long before I hear that old familiar sound, a motorcycle siren. Sure enough, a boy in a blue suit pulls alongside and gives me the wigwag with his glove.
All right, pull it over.
Some difficulty, officer?
Just a routine inspection, Chief.
You looking for anything special?
Only 200 grand and the hoods who stole it.
How? What happened?
A gang of hoodlums held up the United States Post Office day before yesterday. Got away with 200 grand.
Did you nab any of them?
We got one who was shot by a guard. The brains of the outfit is a hood named Mike the Butcher.
Oh, I read about that bum.
What's in the trailer?
Nitro.
Let's open it up and have a look.
Okay.
What's with your buddy there?
Oh, he had a hard night. He's sleeping it off. Just a minute. I'll get out and open the back for you.
I think I'll stretch my legs, too.
It's the first time I ever seen a dame running high explosives.
Women are doing everything these days, officer. Why, I understand they're considering lady state troopers.
When it happens, I resign.
Just let me slip these bolts.
Open it.
Right.
Packed solid, huh?
Yeah, that's mostly straw, though, to keep it from bumping. The nitro's in metal containers buried in the hay.
It looks legitimate. You got a license?
Right here.
Okay, Buster. Close it up.
We cleared?
Just keep off of the main highways.
Right.
Take off.
The trooper, who looks like he escaped from the gorilla cage at Ringling Brothers, speeds out in front till he's out of sight. The redhead and I climb back in the cab. Doc is sleeping like he ain't got a care in the world, so I start up the motor and we head for Pennsylvania.
Rocky,
What's up, kid?
I'm hungry.
Yeah. You know, I could stand some of that fodder myself. I'll pull into that roadside place up ahead.
Thanks, Rocky.
Don't mention it. I'll wake up Doc. He could probably use some Java himself.
Okay.
Hey, Doc. Doc, wake up. Hey, Doc, come on. Line up your flu. Doc?
Can't you wake him up?
No.
Well, let me try.
Wait a minute. Take it easy, Red. Nobody's going to wake him up.
What?
He's dead, baby. Stone cold dead.
Just a little while ago. Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
I don't understand how.
Just take a good look at them finger marks on his throat. You'll understand. Somebody choked this guy to death.
Rocky, you're dreaming. We've been right in this cab with him, except for 1 minute when the state troopers stopped us.
That was the minute that did it.
You mean we've been riding with a dead man all this time? Oh, Rocky.
I throw a blanket over Doherty and head for the roadside rest with Linda right behind me. Inside is a small bar and a couple of tables. I'm just going for the phone when a familiar voice stops me.
Well, look who's here. The high explosive kid.
Officer, you're just the guy I want to see.
Let me buy you a cup of coffee. It's freezing out.
Before you do, I think I ought to tell you I got a stiff out in the truck.
A what?
A body, corpse, a duster.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
Come on out and have a look.
I will. You better come too, miss. He's dead, all right. And it ain't an accident.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah, let's have a look in his pockets. Mm-hmm. This the key to the truck?
That's right.
Oh, I see he carries a rod.
Huh? I thought all truck drivers carried them, in case they got trapped in a wreck or something.
Maybe so, Jack. But all truck drivers don't wear phony mustaches, do they? Or is that in case they get an unexpected invitation to a masquerade?
Hey, that is a phony.
When did this job happen?
Well, the only time it could have happened was when the redhead and I got out of the truck to open the back for you.
Okay. What's your name?
Fortune. Rocky Fortune.
Miss?
Linda Crandall.
You two climb in the truck.
With that?
You've been holding hands with him for 2 hours. Another couple of minutes don't matter.
What do we do?
Follow me. We're going to drive over to headquarters and have a little conference about this with the lights on. Let's go. And keep right behind me.
Anything you say, pal.
Rocky.
Uh-huh.
I think we're in trouble.
I think so, too, kid. Also, I think we're going to get out of it.
What do you mean?
I mean, keep an eye out for the first side road you see. That's where we turn off.
But, Rocky, that trooper...
Kiddo, do you see that signpost up ahead there?
You mean the one that says Honesdale?
Uh-huh.
What about it?
Honesdale, my love, is in Pennsylvania.
So?
So what's a New Jersey state trooper doing leading us to headquarters in Pennsylvania? And while I'm at it, why is he wearing a Dick Tracy badge under his coat?
What?
I saw it inside the bar.
Wait, you mean he's a fraud?
He's as phony as Santa's beard.
But why?
A good question. Why was Doc here choked to death? And why was he wearing a fake mustache? How come this fake trooper's going up and down the highway looking for Mike the Butcher and 200 grand in cash? You want to play 20 questions?
Not now. Oh, we're coming to a dirt road off the side.
We'll just wait until Dick Tracy passes it on his cycle, and we make like Barney Oldfield. Hang on, honey. How we doing?
He's coming after us.
Well, keep tabs on him and flash me.
Rocky's got a gun.
Oh, brother, if he puts a bullet in that nitroglycerin...
Well, this bumpy road isn't helping either.
Uh-oh.
He's gaining, Rocky.
Yeah. There's a turn up ahead, though. I'm going to try it. Hang on.
Rocky! Rocky, look out!
Dead end. Unless this thing can climb a steel fence.
Oh. Rocky, here he comes.
Yeah.
Rocky, he'll kill us. What? He fell off his motorcycle.
Yeah. Come on, he must have hurt himself.
Rocky? Rocky, is he...
He's dead, baby. Now we got two corpses on our hands.
Oh, he must have had an accident.
He sure did. He drove into a couple of 30 caliber bullets and managed to hit him with his head.
But how? I don't have a gun. You don't have a gun. And Doc is dead. Oh, Rocky, this is getting spooky.
Let's see. He was right behind us, and the bullets hit him head on.
And Doc was in the cab of the truck when he was killed.
Honey, I just had a brainstorm.
Where are you going?
I'm going to open the back of that truck and have a look inside. You stay right here.
But the truck is filled with straw and nitroglycerin.
So it would seem, but I'm going to have me another look. Oh. We'll just unlock this kid. Open the doors. And slide this petition. And...
How'd they do? Keep your hands up or I'll give you what this phony trooper just got.
Yeah, sure thing.
Rocky, what is it?
We got guests, baby. Somebody's been living in the back of our living room here all the time.
Get over here, redhead. Stand next to your pal.
Who are you? How'd you get in there?
Never mind that.
He's been in there all the time, Red. The nitro and the straw just covered up back of the half of the truck.
Rocky, he must have killed Doc.
Did kill Doc, honey. He just reached through the grill that connects the cab and the truck compartment and choked him.
You're both too smart for your own good. Just like Doc.
Just think, honey, we've been chauffeurs for none other than Mike the Butcher. Yeah, that's a pretty smart way to get across the country with 200 grand in hot money. Why'd you choke your pal Doherty, Mike?
Doc got a little too clever, flyboy. When Blinky Harry come along on his kitty car, Doherty says to me through the back of the truck, Mike, he says, unless you want me to tell Blinky Harry you're in here, you better split that 200 G's with me, 50-50.
So you choked him?
He was breathing in my face. I can't stand the smell of garlic, so what else could I do? Also, I don't like double crosses.
I suppose you ain't double-crossing Blinky Harry and the other boys who helped you pull that stick up. I suppose you're just lambing across the country with the loot so you can protect it for the boys.
Yeah. How'd you guess?
I could tell by the way Blinky and the boys were chasing you on motorcycles, making like state troopers and searching cars. You don't think you're going to get away with this, do you, Mike?
Why not?
If the law doesn't get you, the mob will.
They got to catch me first. And Mike the Butcher don't catch easy.
A guy with 2 corpses on his hands gets to be a little prominent.
I ain't worried. Business is so good, I'm even thinking of putting on a couple of fresh ones. Come on, Egghead. Help me get Blinky and Doc into the back of the truck.
Then what?
Then we go for a drive. A nice, quiet drive.
Not much point in arguing with a killer like Mike the Butcher, so we stuffed Blinky Harry and the Doc into the back of the truck under the straw, and then me and the redhead and Mike climb into the cab and start what looks like the last lap.
Where are we, Fortune?
Just outside Pittsburgh.
I'm hungry.
I could stand a little chow myself.
Yeah, it's getting dark, too.
Next place you pass with curb service, pull in.
Yeah, we're coming to one now.
Okay, ease her in and wait for the car hop. I'll do all the talking. I mean, all the talking.
You're carrying the artillery, Tom.
Pull in. All right, blow the horn for service. And not a peep.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen. What'll it be?
3 hamburger plates, 3 coffees, 3 bags of popcorn.
Mm-hmm. Onion?
No onions.
Yes, sir. Hey, carrying explosives, huh?
That's right, Junior.
Boy, I sure wouldn't want your job. What are you loaded with?
Dynamite.
Wow.
Get the food, Junior.
Yes, sir. How about some ketchup?
Bring the works.
Yes, sir.
Junior brings the chow, and we light into it like 3 wolves in a pastry shop. While Mike the Butcher's picking his teeth with the barrel of his .45, I see Linda writing a message on a paper plate, using ketchup for ink and a French fried potato for a pen. Junior comes back out with 3 bags of popcorn just as Linda sails the paper plate toward the door of the eatery.
Here's the popcorn, sir. Did you enjoy the hamburgers?
That's swell. Here, toss this stuff in the garbage.
Oh, thank you, sir. Hey, you know, most people just throw their plates on the ground, which means I have to pick them up.
Oh, it's tough. What do I owe you, kid?
$2.10, sir.
Just a minute.
Ew. Wow. Is that whole suitcase full of money?
Just the tray, Junior. Here, keep the change.
Gee, thanks. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Yes, call the police.
I beg your pardon?
Shut up, Red. She's crazy. Been eating nitroglycerin. Get going, Fortune. You just talked yourself out of a long life, Redhead. I can't afford to take chances.
She didn't mean anything.
Not much. Okay, Fortune. Next dirt road you see, turn off.
Listen, this nitro won't take much more banging around. It's liable to go boom.
So is this 45. Now, you do like I say.
I drive up a deserted road, wondering if Junior found the message on the paper plate. And even if he did, how would the cops find us? After a couple of miles of bouncing around, Mike pokes his rod into my right eye and we stop.
All right, this is far enough. Okay, Redhead, you can stop chomping the popcorn now. Here's where you get out.
Me?
You. Keep the motor running, Fortune. Okay, step down.
Aren't you two getting out?
Not yet. Now walk over there toward the edge of the road. Keep your back to us.
What are you going to do, Mike?
Gonna get rid of the Redhead. She's too dangerous.
You just can't shoot her in the back.
It's against the game regulations.
Now I know why they call you Mike the Butcher.
That's far enough, baby. Just stand there while Papa pulls this trigger. Hey, Fortune, stop the truck. Stop or I'll put a bullet in you.
Go ahead, Mike, shoot. If this crate piles up, that TNT will go off like a Roman candle.
You crazy idiot.
Crazy like a granddaddy fox. Give me that gun.
Are you nuts?
We're doing 50 miles an hour, Mike.
You can't bluff me.
You see that stone fence up ahead?
Fortune.
We should be doing 90 when we hit it.
Fortune, stop it.
The gun, Mike.
Fortune!
The gun.
Oh, okay, here it is.
One move and I'll ventilate you.
All right, you win.
Sit over next to the door while I drive back for the Redhead.
Yeah, like you say.
There she is.
Rocky? Rocky, you all right?
I'm fine. Open the door for her, Mike.
Sure. In fact, I'll be glad to get out.
Red!
Rocky! Rocky, don't shoot!
Okay, don't move. One move, Fortune. I stick this penknife right in her throat.
Ah, you yellow...
Shut up! Now toss the gun.
Rocky! Rocky's choking me!
The gun?
Take it.
Okay. Now, both of you. Into the back of the truck. Come on. Open it up, Fortune.
Yeah.
All right. Get in. You first, Red. Now you, Fortune.
Sure.
In. Okay. I've had enough of you two. So I'm saying so long to you and the other two stiffs.
What are you going to do, Mike?
Me? I'm just going to back off a couple of 100 feet and start throwing lead into this nitroglycerin. Then I'm going to watch you and the Redhead and the stiffs go up like a 4th of July celebration.
Well, it ought to be painless anyway.
You won't feel a thing. So long, sucker. Okay, Fortune. Here it comes.
Wait a minute, Butcher.
Yeah?
If you turn around, the cops can get a better shot at you.
Up, Butcher. Not this boy, copper. Ah!
Come on, kid. Let's get out of this fireworks factory.
You two all right?
We're okay. How's the Butcher?
I had to finish him.
How'd you find us?
Yeah, the car hop at the curb restaurant called us when he found the lady's message on the plate, and we followed the popcorn.
Popcorn?
Uh-huh. I managed to drop some out the window all along the road.
Well, cut off my legs and call me Shorty.
All right, where's the rest of the money?
How'd you know about that?
Well, those bills he used to pay the car hop are marked like a theater exit. They're part of the post office loot.
They're in that suitcase next to Mike's body.
All right, let's have a look. Wow. I'll just take these.
I'm afraid you won't, officer. I'll take them.
Huh? Who do you think you are?
Well, if you'll look at my credentials, you'll see that I'm an agent for the United States Postal Department.
What?
We were tipped off that Mike the Butcher had double-crossed the gang, was trying to get out of the state. I was what you might call a plant.
Holy smokes.
Isn't there a reward for recovering this stuff?
Oh, yes. It goes to Mr. Fortune here.
No kidding. What is it?
This. That's for saving my life.
Yeah. When we go home, baby, you better ride in the back of the truck with the rest of the high explosives.
Suppose I don't.
Pow!
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Frank Gerstle, Lynn Allen, Bill Justine, Howard Culber, Jack Carroll, and Maurice Hart. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Say, did you ever notice how every week I get dragged or thrown into a homicidal picnic where I get pushed around? I'm not complaining, but I've gotten so many bumps lately I have to pay overtime for head readings. And speaking about lumps and stuff, reminds me of another form of homicide, the football racket. That'll be the background for next week's little tete-a-tete. I'll see you around.
It's said, the Lord loveth a cheerful giver. So do thousands upon thousands of polio victims who receive merciful aid through your cheerful contributions to the March of Dimes. Your extra help is needed now to pay for history's greatest assault against infantile paralysis, the 1954 polio prevention program, through gamma globulin and vast field tests of a polio vaccine. This is the year that the March of Dimes has started its polio prevention program. Your dimes and dollars are going to help pay for more gamma globulin and the mass tests of the trial vaccine. Join the March of Dimes and give extra for victory over polio. You'll be glad you did. Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Did you ever wonder what a bull must feel like when they let him into the ring? The bars go up, he's free, he rushes out figuring I've gotten away. And there in front of him are 50 guys with pitchforks and a man with an oversized knitting needle. He looks around and there's no way out. Last week I found out what that feeling is like. It all began one evening when I hit my flat for a change of drapery. Yeah?
Rocky?
Yeah.
This is Midge Moore.
Yeah, what's up, Midge?
Listen, Rocky, I just got a phone call from Carl, the organ grinder.
The grind? You're crazy. He's in a tank at Dannemora for 900 years.
I'm telling you, just called me. Must have busted out.
Midge, it's a gag. Somebody's trying to give you the memes.
It was the grinder. I know his voice.
Okay, it was the grinder. What did he say?
He says he's got a list with 3 names on it. The 3 guys would send him up.
Meaning?
First me, Midge Moore, second you, Rocky Fortune, and then Harry Bowman. He means it, Rocky. He's going to get us.
Look, Mitch, stay where you are. Lock the door. I'm going to check a friend of mine at headquarters and see if the grinder busted out, okay?
Make it fast, now, Rocky. My blood pressure ain't so good, and if the grinder gets here, I ain't going to have any blood pressure.
I hang up and follow my nose over to the Irish clubhouse for a talk with my pal Hamilton Finger of Homicide. I find his homely face behind a pair of size 14 brogans on the squad room desk. Hey, Sarge. It's me, Sergeant. Rocky, snap out of it.
Oh, hiya, Rock.
Catching a few winks, huh?
Oh, I was just meditating. What brings you?
I just had a call from Midge Moore.
So? Who's Midge Moore?
You remember about 5 years ago there was an ex-wrestler named Carl the Grinder?
Sure. You had something to do with sending them up, didn't you?
Yeah, Midge Moore and me was coming home from a bar one night when we see this ape beating up an old peddler trying to rob him. We yelled for the cops, and then we testified against him at the trial.
Wasn't that a fourth offense?
Yeah, he went up for the rest of his natural. Only before he went, he swore he was going to kill 3 guys. Midge Moore, me, and Harry Bowman.
Yeah, that's right. Bowman was the assistant DA who sent him up. He went rotten, didn't he?
Like a deadlock's in a steam bath. He's in charge of political corruption at the 4th Ward.
So what about this call from Midge Moore?
He says the Grinder called him.
You don't say. Where from?
Not from the State University.
Oh, that's a big help.
You're playing coy, Sarge.
Oh, yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. The Grinder busted out this morning. We just got an APB on it a couple of minutes ago.
Holy Moses.
You don't look so good, Rock.
Yeah, you should see me in my other suit. The one they're going to bury me in after Carl the Grinder gets through with me. I dive out of the precinct and into a subway station, and 5 minutes later, I'm pounding up the stairway to Midge Moore's flat, which is in a neighborhood even crummier than mine, if that's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Midge. It's me, Rocky. Let me in. Midge. Let me in. It's funny, the door's not locked. Midge? Midge, where are you? Midge? Uh-oh. Don't bother to answer, man. Midge Moore is lying on his face with his neck broken the way somebody breaks a match and throws it away. There's only one guy I know strong enough to do this to a man. Carl the Grinder. Sergeant Finger, please. Sarge, Rocky. Look, I'm up at Midge Moore's. Yeah. He's laying here like an unmade bed. You better come up. No, I'd like to stay, Sarge, but unfortunately my name is next on the list. I'm going to take a short vacation in outer Mongolia or someplace until you guys put the clamp on the Grinder. So long.
Rocky, wait.
Huh? Oh, hi, Mary.
Oh, Rocky, I'm glad I found you. I was just coming to warn Midge. My husband's on the loose. He's going to kill you.
You're a couple of minutes too late. Mitch was visited.
He's dead?
Dead enough to convince the average coroner.
Oh, Rocky, you've got to get out of town.
You're telling me.
Carl says that...
Wait a minute. Did he call you?
He came to the place.
He came to...
Yeah, he just walked in. He looked awful. He made me give him one of my brother's suits. He said he had some business to take care of. He'd be back for me later. He said if I let out a peep about him, he'd kill me.
Oh, he don't joke about these things, honey. Maybe you better take it on a fly-by yourself.
I wouldn't know where to go. I thought maybe I could talk to him, reason with him. Rocky, he's out of his mind. He's crazy to kill.
You're a brave girl to stand up to him, baby, but it ain't going to get you anyplace. Remember the last time he decided to use you as a punching bag?
I remember, Rocky, but he's still my husband.
Baby, he's a fourth offender, and he's psycho besides. Now get smart and get to the cops.
I guess you're right.
You bet I am. Beat it now.
Oh, where are you going?
Right now, back to my flat, pick up a suitcase and a couple of bucks. After that, I'm going to find a big rock and crawl under it till Loverboy gets caught.
What about Harry Bowman? Carl says he'll get him, too.
The way that ward healer's been trying to make this neighborhood hit the jackpot, I wouldn't mind too much. Look, the cops know Carl's after Bowman, and you can be sure Mr. Bowman has his muscle boys doing 4-hour shifts. Come on, baby, we got to make time. Do like I said.
Bye, Rocky.
I'll see you around.
Be careful.
Don't worry. I zigzag up to my place in the 4th Ward, which is Harry Bowman's private political kingdom, and scout the joint to make sure Carl the Grinder hasn't beaten me to it. I slip up the fire escape and into the hall. I make quick like a bunny over to my door, turn the key, and ease it open. Something tells me something is phony. But what happens next is so crazy, I check my cigarettes to make sure they didn't sell me the kind with the built-in dreams. What the... There in my flat is a 6-piece brass band with a big banner that reads, Yay, Rocky. The 4th Ward Political Club salutes you. In front, about 25 freeloaders with party hats and noisemakers are climbing the walls. I'm beginning to think I've stumbled into my own nightmare, so I do a quick about-face and dodge out into the hall. take it 2 steps when a gorilla in a bowler hat mousetraps him.
Hold it, Rocky.
Hey, let go of the arm. You'll bend the biceps.
Where do you think you're going?
Away. Maybe for good.
You ain't doing nothing of the kind. You ain't hospitable.
Listen, will you do me a favor?
Anything, Pally.
Tell me what this thing's all about.
Why, sure, Pally. It's a celebration, see, in honor of you.
What did I do?
You've been selected by Councilman Harry Bowman, President and Vice President of Fort Ward Political Association.
For what?
How should I know? You just been selected, that's all.
Now, look, Herman.
Call me Moose. That's short for Morris.
Okay, Moose. I want to know just what this
Here
thing...
comes the boss. Maybe you'd better ask him.
Well, Rocky, old pal.
He was trying to take it on the lam, boss.
What? Run out on a celebration in his own honor?
Bowman, what is this? What are these clowns doing to my flat?
Why, haven't you heard, Rocky? The Fourth Ward Political Association decided to honor Mr. Average Worker, the man who represents those hard-working, self-sacrificing individuals who made my election to office possible by their unstinting sacrifice.
Me?
I selected you myself.
Look, Bowman, I didn't even vote for you. Now, what's the gimmick?
Listen to him, Moose. He's so modest, he doesn't even want to admit how hard he's worked for my election.
Touching, ain't it?
Yeah, that's the spirit we've decided to salute, Rocky. Yes, sir. But let's go in and join the happy throng.
I don't want to join no happy throng.
Rocky, this is only the beginning. Why, we've planned a gala celebration in your honor. A parade in an open motor car through the streets of the Fourth Ward with banners saluting your name, a testimonial dinner at the firehouse, and finally, in recognition of your hard work, a miniature gold-plated ballot box.
Stuffed with votes for Bowman. Listen, Harry, I appreciate your publicity gag, but you'll have to find another schnook. This boy's leaving town, and if you ain't heard, I'd advise you to do the same thing.
Why?
Carl the Grinder busted out of Danamora. He's got a list with 3 names, Midge, me, and you, in that order. And if you don't think he means business, try looking Midge more in the face. You'll have to stand behind him, because that's the way his head faces now. So call up the celebration and let me get my suitcase.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
You ain't going anyplace, my friend.
I just told you.
You don't have to tell me. I got a phone call from the Grinder this morning.
Then what's all this jazz about? Let's get under a rock.
Me, maybe, but not you.
Listen, you moron. This bum's loaded for bear. He don't... Hey. I think I'm beginning to get the picture.
Yeah, smart boy.
I've been duck hunting.
Good. And you know it takes a decoy to catch a live duck. Carl the Grinder is the live duck?
And I'm the decoy.
He's clever.
Only one thing.
Yeah?
To hunt ducks, you use a wooden decoy.
Oh, we're out of wood, so we're using you.
What happens if I get killed?
Tough.
What happens if I don't?
I figure it this way, Rock, old man. You're next on the list. Just want to make sure the Grinder finds you, so I'm giving you a little publicity. If he shows and kills you, my boys take care of him. In the meantime, I'm leaving town for a short spell. Take care of him, Moose. See that he enjoys the party. So long, Mallard.
Bowman slips downstairs and Moose eases me into my flat with a .40 caliber cannon in my backbone. The party is going to be a beaut, I can see.
All right, shut up. Quiet down. All right. Now, hear this, you freeloaders. We're going downstairs for a motorcade over to the firehouse where we get free eats and beer. Courtesy of Councilman Harry H. Bowman, who can't be here on account of urgent business. Pile on downstairs and into the sanitation trucks, which Mr. Bowman has placed for your disposal. Okay, let's go.
Let's go, Fortune.
Must we?
We must.
Look, Moose, I'll never get a block sitting in an open car like a clay pigeon. Be reasonable.
Okay, I'll be reasonable. I'll give you 3 seconds, or else...
Else nothing. I'm gone.
Be my guest.
We pound down the stairs, and just as we hit the sidewalk, a couple of reporters and photographers gang up on us. At any other time, this would be flattering, but right now, it's murder.
Hold it, Mr. Fortune. I'd like a picture for my paper.
Sure, pal. What paper?
Son!
Go ahead. Shoot any time you're ready.
I'll do that.
No sooner is the word shoot out of my mouth than I feel those icy fingers clamped to my heart. The photographer sticks his head under a black cloth and points the camera at me as I remember 2 very important items. 1, news photographers don't work under a hood. 2, the Sun went out of business a year ago.
Hold it.
Moose,
Smile.
Hit the dirt. It's the grinder. Grab him.
Look out, he's getting away.
What's it there?
No luck. You got away in the crowd.
That's too bad.
He missed you with that Tommy gun, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have better luck next time. Okay, hop into the roadster for the motorcade.
Hey, who's the guy with the beard behind the wheel?
Him? That's Ivan, the boss's new chauffeur.
Looks like a fugitive from a shredded wheat plant.
Don't insult him. He's very temperamental. Hop in.
You all ready?
Let's go, Ivan.
Hold on.
Hey, do I have to stand up? My legs are tired.
Stand up. We want the grinder to be able to find you.
What happens if I make it to the firehouse?
You get a free dinner. Testimonial.
What happens if I don't make it?
Same dinner. In your memory.
Hey, Ivan, how about speeding up a little?
Did boss say go slow?
Thanks. Someday I'm going to have the pleasure of pulling out them whiskers hair by hair.
Good joke, huh? I'll kill you.
Where did you get this creep? At a House of David basketball game?
Boss hired him for the job this morning.
How far now, Moose?
Not a block. So far, nobody shot you.
Swell. I may even live till 6 o'clock.
What time is it now?
My watch says a minute to 6.
You're nuts. It's after 7. Okay, Ivan. Pull up. Everybody inside the firehouse for chow.
2 minutes later, I am upstairs at the Lincoln Pump and Hose Company, number 4. I get the place of honor at the head of a long banquet table where everybody can get a good shot at me. At my left is Moose with his ever-loving Luger aimed at my digestive system, and on my right is Ivan with his whiskers trailing in his chowder. Knishes are served, and the freeloaders fall to like a pack of starving wolves.
All right, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. All right, you crumb bums. Clamp down whilst I make the presentation to our pal Rocky. The boss, Harry Bowman, couldn't be here on account of urgent business, so I'm doing it in his honorable stead. All right, quiet. Rocky, old man, stand up here while I read this and no monkey business. Rocco Fortunato, in recognition of your untiring, like you said, untiring efforts in behalf of the 1953 political campaign, I present you with this gold-plated
miniature,
like you said, ballot box. All right, shut up. Okay, everybody eat. Boy, what a spread. How come you ain't eating, Rocky boy?
How do I know the Knishes ain't poison?
I'm eating them. Ivan's eating them.
How do you know they ain't poison?
Go on.
Think about it. Maybe the grinder got to the delicatessen. Maybe he came up here before we got here and fixed the anchovies.
Huh?
What's wrong, Ivan?
This anchovy don't taste so good, Moose.
Hey, they don't. These Knishes got a peculiar flavor, too.
That's probably your imagination. What's it taste like? Kind of bitter, maybe?
Yeah, bitter like. What's wrong?
Yeah, it's probably nothing.
What is this bitter?
Nothing. Fatten up. Eat up.
You told me I'm going to break your neck.
Well, is it kind of like somebody put too much pepper in it?
Yeah.
That's it.
What?
Therapeutic acid.
What?
Poison.
Holy smokes.
Your stomach feel kind of funny like?
Yeah. What do we do?
He's a jolly good fellow.
Fortune, you gotta save me.
He's a jolly good fellow.
Rocky, pal, what'd I take? Get me a doctor.
We'll give you a testimonial
Listen,
dinner.
you see this gun? I'll kill you if you don't tell me. Oh, my stomach. Oh, help, I'm poisoned.
Here, take it easy.
I gotta get out of here. Gotta get to a doctor straight away.
Well, I guess I'll be going too.
Yeah, I don't think so, Mr. Fortune. Because I'll put a bullet in your belly if you move.
Holy smokes, you ain't no Rusky.
And I ain't no moron either. I saw you dump that pepper shaker into the Knishes a minute ago.
Well, Ivan, old man,
If you watch real close, you'll see me dump the rest of it. Right in your eye. See you around, boy. While Ivan is still sneezing, I duck out across the hall to the locker room where the firemen keep their clothes. I get in and slam the door behind me. As I turn around to look for a window, hold it, Jack. I see one of the firemen, a guy about 8 feet tall with a handlebar mustache. Oh, man, can you help me? Listen, there's a killer named Carl the Grinder after me.
I heard of him.
He's wearing a phony beard like a Rusky. He'll be coming in here in a minute.
Wearing a phony beard, huh? You sure you're all right?
Look, I'm straight in the head, no kidding. I got to get a place to hide.
Guy got a gun?
A howitzer.
Come on, let me in. Open up. Sure this guy is Carl the Grinder?
I'm sure.
Okay, get in that lock and close the door.
Here?
Hurry up.
Okay.
Come on, Fortune, I'll shoot this lock off. Come on, keep quiet. I'm going to let him in.
Okay, Fortune, up. Who are you?
I'm me. Who are you?
I'm looking for a guy, kind of thin, about medium height, dark hair.
Oh, yeah? Maybe he's hiding in your beard.
I'll take a look around.
Sure, help yourself.
Yeah, thanks.
Try this.
Peeking out through the grill work of the locker, I feel like a halibut doing 6 months in a sardine can. The big fireman waits till Ivan walks past him, and he picks up a fire axe and lets him have it from behind. Ivan falls on his beard, and I feel like I'm in Madame Tussauds for a couple of seconds.
Who do you know? Sure, pal.
Oh, you.
I had to hit your friend.
You didn't hit him, John. You killed him.
No kidding. I must have used the pointed end of the axe.
Let's pull out that phony beard and get a look at him.
Yeah. I'd like to see what Carl the Grinder looks like myself.
1, 2.
What's wrong, pal?
Hey, this ain't Carl the Grinder.
Who is it?
Harry Bowman.
The guy who used to be the assistant DA?
Yeah, he was using me for a clay pigeon. I guess he wanted to hang around and see what happened, so he put on a fake beard and a phony accent.
That's the guy that sent the Grinder up the river, ain't it?
It's the guy. Now the Grinder's only got one to go. Me.
You, huh?
Yeah, it's too bad you cheated him out of Bowman.
Oh, I didn't cheat him, pal. I just changed the batting order a little.
Yeah, I guess you put another... Hey.
Yeah, pal?
Who are you?
Well, let me take off the handlebars, pal. There you are.
The Grinder?
Yeah, the Grinder. I figured since he was going to be at the firehouse, I'd make like a fireman. I didn't think it was going to be this easy.
I didn't think it was going to be this hard.
Move back.
A pleasure.
I'm going to do this with my bare hands, Fortune, the way I did Midge Moore.
You're going to have to catch me then.
Shall we dance? You're trapped, Rocky, like a rat in a corner.
You wouldn't like to sit this one out, would you?
Uh-uh.
Well, I guess there's nothing much left to do but throw my Sunday punch. Must be Monday. Nothing happened.
If that's your best punch, Rocky, you might as well quit now. Okay, Rocky. We'll dance now.
My throat.
Nice and slow.
Oh.
Carl!
Hold it, Grinder.
You ain't getting me, Topper!
You okay, Rocky?
Okay. Fine.
Carl, is he?
I'm afraid he is.
You're better off, Mary.
Yeah, I suppose I am. I went to the police like you told me, Rocky.
Had a hard time catching up with you.
Swell. I thought I was the easiest man in Manhattan Borough to locate. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here.
Hey, Fortune, you must have dropped this.
Huh? Oh, yeah, my gold-plated ballot box. Thanks very much.
I better phone in about this. What time you got?
6 o'clock. No, that can't be right. It was 6 about an hour ago.
Maybe you forgot to wind it.
Yeah. No, it's ticking all right.
It's kind of loud for a wristwatch, ain't it?
Yeah, even for a cheap wristwatch. Hey.
Huh?
Get away from the window, Sarge.
What?
Move!
Hey, why'd you throw that ballot box out there? You'll...
What was that? Looks like somebody stuffed the ballot box. I guess the Grinder was trying to make sure Bowman's party lost the election.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast include Jack Nestle, Barney Phillips, Kay Stewart, Jack Mather, Tony Barrett, and George Pembroke. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
You know, Park Avenue's a mighty fancy place. I've been finding this out since making like a process server for the 14-carat legal Eagle Perry Shane. But next week, I'll tell you how I got a little surprise. I found out the street can be mink-lined, but there's still plenty of skunk at the intersections. See you around.
Enjoy Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as the footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You know, sometimes my friends ask me, Rocky, why can't you hold a job? That's a good question. And I don't know the answer. Maybe I just get restless or something. Anyway, whatever it is, me and steady employment don't get along. Now, you take the last job I had, steward on a big luxury liner from Bermuda to New York. I figured I'd like to see the ocean, you know? And a couple of guys were trying to help me, too. Only they wanted me to see it the hard way, from the bottom.
Come in.
Pardon me, Miss Nightingale. This is sick bay, isn't it?
Yes. Something wrong?
My heart is going pitter-pat.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing, Blue Eyes. I'm the steward from A-Deck. I came for the pills.
Pills?
The Dramamine for Lady Droopsnoot. You know, the Duchess in A7.
Oh, you mean Lady Harkness.
Yeah, anything you say.
Oh, you'll have to wait a moment for Dr. Harper. He'll be back.
That's too bad.
Is something wrong, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune. No, why?
Oh, you keep staring and winking.
Oh, I've got something in my eye. I'm just trying to wink it out.
Oh, you better let me take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, just sit down there in the light.
How's this?
Now, lean closer.
Like this?
A little closer.
Does this make it?
That's too close. Now, which eye is bothering you?
Right now, both. Try the left one.
Open wide.
Ah.
Your eyes, I mean.
Oh. Ah.
Don't be fresh.
Don't be so beautiful.
I don't see a thing.
I do.
Please, Mr. Fortune, you're not cooperating.
I don't even know your name.
My name is Helen Travers, R.N.
For real nice?
For registered nurse.
Yeah.
Now, about the eye, do you mind if I wash it out?
Honey, you can do anything you want. Would you like to take out my tonsils or saw me in half? Anything, just name it.
You're impossible. Hold still. There.
Ow!
That's for being so fresh.
Something wrong, Miss Travers?
Oh, hello, Doctor. The steward would like some Dramamine.
Oh, seasick? You don't look well. I haven't looked well since I was 9. It's for a passenger in A7.
A7? That's Lady Harkness, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm afraid I can't give you any more.
What's wrong, Doc?
The chief steward was up less than an hour ago to get some Dramamine for Lady Harkness. Stuff isn't candy, you know.
The chief? He just sent me up.
There must be some confusion here. I think you'd better check.
All right, Doc.
Sorry.
Not at all. It was a pleasure.
I hope your eye improves.
Yeah, the wash seemed to help it a little bit. Say, maybe I could come back later on for another eyeful,
I'm afraid my boyfriend wouldn't approve.
Anybody I know?
Yes. Yes, the chief steward. Goodbye, Mr. Fortune.
I walk out on deck, still thinking about Helen Travers RN, which stands for Registered Knockout, and leg it down to A deck. I get my hand on the doorknob of A7 when I hear something which ain't exactly music. Lady Harkness! Lady Harkness! Open up! Open up! When nothing happens, I put my shoulder against the door and heave. When nothing happens, I try the knob, and it opens. I practically fall into the cabin, which is dark on the inside of a coal miner's boot. The reason I fall is quite simple. Lady Harkness is stretched out on the broad loom like a dead lizard. I take one look and reach for the phone. Give me the ship's doctor, honey. Hurry. Hello, Doc. This is Rocky Fortune. I'm in cabin A7, and the place looks like Act 2 of Arsenic and Old Lace. You better get down here before... Oop! Whoever it is has been hiding behind the door when I come in. I never know what hits me. The top of my head exploded, and the floor kept coming up to meet me. Only it took a long time to fall, and I must have had some crazy dreams on the way down.
Rocky!
Huh? What?
Up here, on this cloud.
Well, Helen, how'd you get away up there?
I flew. Come on up.
How?
Fly.
Are you kidding?
Try it. You can fly. Spread your wings.
Holy mackerel, I got wings.
Flap harder.
I can't make it. Maybe I've been grounded.
Try again. That's it. Flap harder.
I'm off the ground. Hey, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen.
Take it easy, Rocky.
My wing, I can't fly.
Who can? Come on, snap out of it.
Hey, where am I?
In sick bay.
What happened? My arm?
Your arm is in a cast.
How come?
You must have fallen and sprained it. Dr. Harper told me to put a temporary cast on it, just in case it's badly hurt.
Gee, it feels like lead. What hit me?
I don't know. We found you stretched out on the floor of Lady Harkness' cabin.
Well, how's the patient? Oh, say, you look awful.
We've been through that already.
Oh. How do you feel? Arm hurt?
Not bad.
Yeah, let's have a look, huh? Well, it's a nice job, Miss Travers.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, Fortune, if you can make it, the captain would like to see you.
What's on his mind?
Well, I don't know for sure, Mr. Fortune, but I guess it's the $50,000 worth of jewelry that was stolen from Lady Harkness.
I staggered down to the old man's cabin, feeling like somebody left me in one of those fancy washing machines with the dial set on rinse dry. When I get there, the reception committee included Lady Harkness, who is about 60, wears a tweed suit, and talks like an English Tallulah. The chief steward, who looks like a clothing dummy, and the old man. 350 pounds of human meanness.
Close the door, steward.
Aye.
I believe you know Lady Harkness.
Aye.
And the chief steward.
We've had the pleasure.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is this the man you saw, Lady Harkness?
Young man, would you mind bending over?
Me?
You, up to it.
Okay, but what for?
Well, you see, it was dark and I'd been asleep. When I opened my eyes, I only saw this strange man leaning over me. I screamed, and he put a pillow or something over my face before I could get a good look at him.
Is this the man?
Well, it might be, Captain.
All right, Fulton. Straighten up.
Do you mind if I sit down, Captain? I've had a hard tap on the skull.
You will remain standing in the presence of a ship's officer.
Thanks.
No insolence.
Excuse it. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Fortune, there is $50,000 worth of jewelry missing from this cabin. I don't suppose you'd like to confess.
Confess? Sure. I've been waiting all night to confess. You see, it was like this.
Get this, Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir. I crept in through the porthole, see? And Lady Harkness here was asleep. I scragged the ice.
I beg your pardon.
Heisted the jewels. She started to wake up, so I smothered her with kisses. Then she screamed. I saw I couldn't escape, so I called the doc on the phone. Then I carefully swallowed the jewels, hit myself on the head with a piece of stale salami, broke my own arm, and passed out. And I'd be very happy to sign a statement.
That's screamingly funny, old boy. How'd you like a punch in the jaw?
Just try it, Hercules.
That's enough from both of you. Mr. Waters.
Sir?
I want Mr. Fortune's belongings searched. If you don't turn up those jewels, you have my permission to comb the entire ship from stem to stern.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fortune, you may consider yourself discharged. You are confined to crew's quarters.
Just a minute, Captain Bligh.
Well?
Don't you think this amateur gumshoe work ought to be left to the law?
Mr. Fortune, in case you are not familiar with the maritime code, on this vessel, I am the law.
I execute a very unflattering salute with my good wing and stagger back to my bunk where I fall into the sack like a dead man. Only trouble is I can't sleep. My head aches, my arm aches, and my heart aches. And about 1 a.m., after 3 hours of whirling like a drunken dervish, I climb out of the hammock and head for sick bay, figuring I can pick up some sleeping pills. I get to the sick bay door just in time to hear voices inside.
Don't try to give me that.
I tell you it's true,
And
Larry.
I'll tell you you're a liar.
Larry, please.
Nobody's going to double-cross me, Helen, particularly not my own girl.
Larry, you've got to believe me.
I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
But I told you.
All right, baby. You want to play rough.
Larry.
No? Okay.
Larry,
Good evening. Am I interrupting something?
Fortune, get out of here.
You know, Emily Post says it ain't polite to hit a young lady unless she belts you first.
Get out.
You all right, Miss Travers?
Yes. Please, Rocky, do as he says.
Sure. Anything you say. Only before I go, Chief.
Yes.
Here.
Rocky.
Yeah, I suppose they'll hang me for mutiny now. Oh, well, it was worth it. I go back to my pad and spend a few more restless hours trying to figure out what goes between Larry the steward and Helen Travers. In the morning, I wake up and head back to sick bay for a checkup on the arm.
Ah, how's it feel?
Hurts.
I think I'd better x-ray in case it's a green twig fracture instead of a sprain.
Does that mean you take the cast off?
No. We can x-ray right through the cast. I'd hate to spoil Miss Travers' beautiful work.
Her beautiful work weighs about a ton. How long will I wear it, Doc?
I'll let you know after the x-rays. Just step over here, please. Huh? Now, place your arm right here. That's fine. You just hold that, huh? Now. Just hold steady. Ah, good, that's fine. Now, you wait here. I'll go into the dark room and develop it, huh?
Say, Doc, is Miss Travers in this morning?
No. She said you didn't feel well. Had a bad night, I expect.
I expect she did.
This'll only take a minute or two. Just make yourself comfortable, huh?
I sit down and slough my way through a couple of issues of National Geographic while the doc steps into the dark room. After a little while, I have a visitor.
Oh, it's you.
Come on in, Chief. Looking for a little medical aid?
I'm looking for Helen.
Oh, that's a lovely mouse you got under your eye. Did you bump into a door?
Very funny.
Have a seat. The doc's in the closet developing some x-rays.
Is she here?
Haven't seen her. Say, they find the missing jewels yet?
You know darn well they haven't found them.
Did you look in the captain's cabin? You know, I don't trust him. He's a sneaky character.
Fortune, when we get into New York tomorrow, the police are going to have a little talk with you, and frankly, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Chief, I'm going to level with you. If you were in my shoes, I'd throw them away. What's that?
It came from the darkroom.
Try that door there.
Locked. There's another door that leads to the office.
Come on.
Here.
Helen.
Doctor!
Holy smokes.
Is he...
Stone dead.
Dr. Harper.
Take it easy, baby. You can't do him any good now.
What happened?
I don't know. I came in late. I wasn't feeling too good. I remember that he wanted me to change the developing solution because he was going to x-ray Rocky's arm. So I went right into the dark room. First I thought I was alone. It was so dark. And then I saw him. I saw him on the floor with his scissors and his bag. Larry, he's been murdered.
Take it easy, honey. Come on, Chief. You better notify the skipper. And also better radio the New York Harbor Police to meet us. While the chief steward goes over to phone the old man, it suddenly occurs to me that I'd better have a couple of ready answers. So I go back in the little dark room to take another look at Dr. Harper and snoop a little. Just when I think I've struck oil, the skipper barges in.
Fortune!
Yeah?
I don't want anything touched.
Just window shopping, Skipper.
You are under arrest.
What's the charge? Or don't you need one?
The charge is murder.
Now look, Captain.
You will be placed under guard in the forward lazaret until the police board ship.
Just what makes you think I slipped it to Dr. Harper?
You were alone with him when the chief steward arrived.
He was in the dark room.
You had plenty of time to kill him and go back to the examining room. And you'll have plenty of time to pay for it, too. The rest of your life, I predict, Mr. Fortune.
I got news for you, Skipper. As a fortune teller, you got a crack in your crystal ball. The lazarette is a small iron box down in the hold of the ship, just big enough for me, a couple of mice, and a few hundred feet of anchor chain. A couple of deckhands take turns guarding me, which consists of sleeping on a little cot just outside the bulkhead door. I get 3 square glasses of water a day and all the bread that me and the mice can eat. I am not happy.
On your feet, Mr. Fortune.
Well, well. And to what do I owe this pleasure?
To the fact that I want to talk to you.
Is that gun just a conversation piece, or do you always carry it?
The captain authorized your guard to carry sidearms. I'm your guard for the next watch.
Just the two of us?
Just the two of us.
How cozy.
Get back against the wall and keep those hands above your head.
Anything you say, Larry.
I'm interested in what you say, Mr. Fortune.
Concerning what?
Concerning what happened to those jewels.
How should I know?
I say you've got them.
You've been smoking Dramamine.
I'll give you one more chance to start talking.
And if I don't?
I empty this gun at you.
Wait a minute, Buster. That's homicide, remember?
I can always say you tried to jump me.
I don't get this. Is there a reward, or are you interested in those jewels for personal reasons?
Just start talking.
Okay, I'll talk.
And make it good.
I'll make it as good as I can. Is this good enough? I had my hands up in the air, and I brought the arm with the cast down on the top of his skull as hard as I could. He went out like a wet candle, and I cracked the plastic cast right down the middle. I was still trying to figure out my next move when I discovered we were not alone.
Put up your hand.
Sure, it's getting to be a permanent position.
Hand me that gun.
Help yourself.
Robbery, murder, assaulting a ship's officer. You know, Fortune, we can make trouble for you.
I suspected as much.
You could save yourself some heartache by confessing where you hid the jewels.
Why don't you ask the guy who heisted them?
I suppose you can identify him.
Your chief steward, sir.
That's an interesting bit of information. Can you prove it?
No.
All right, Mr. Fortune. Back in the lazaret.
Will you listen to what I have to say, at least?
Save it for the homicide boys. They'll be coming aboard when we reach quarantine in the morning.
So I am back in the Bastille with my rodent companions. I spend the rest of the night trying to imagine what it's going to feel like when they sit me down in a Sing Sing Chippendale with wiring by Con Edison. Trouble? You'll excuse the cliche, but it shouldn't happen to two dogs because one dog couldn't handle it all. Along about daybreak, I'm nervously peeling pieces of plaster off my arm when I get the shock of my life. But before I can recover, somebody arrives.
All right, Fortune. On your feet.
I've been on them all night.
Let's go. The police cutter should be here in 15 minutes.
Now, look, Captain, before the gendarmes start working me over, I think I can crack this case.
Uh-huh.
I'm serious. I can trap the Doc's murder in just 10 minutes. Will you listen to me?
No.
Well, can I at least get some medical attention?
What for?
This cast is falling off. And I'd hate to appear in the police lineup with a crummy cast. Might look like you twisted my arm.
I'm not an unduly cruel man, Fortune. We'll let the nurse take a look at it.
Attaboy, Captain. I knew that underneath that rough exterior that beats a heart of solid stone. 10 minutes later, I am in the sick bay, feeling like an oyster which has just escaped from 6 months in an undersized shell and is about to be eaten alive.
Rocky, I was so worried about you.
Hi, baby.
When the captain told me you'd broken the cast on Larry's head,
How is he?
He's sleeping it off in the captain's cabin. Let's get that new cast on your arm.
How about a new arm while you're at it?
Let's get the old one off.
The arm or the cast? Hey, take it easy.
This won't hurt. Here, I'll just tap it a few times with this mallet. And there.
What's the matter, honey?
Matter? Oh, nothing.
Don't kid me, baby. You look like you just shot 6 holes in the high 80s.
There's nothing wrong.
Suppose I tell you what's wrong.
All right.
The jewels are missing.
What jewels?
The Lady Harkness loot. The jewels you mixed into the plaster for this cast in my arm.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy like King Solomon. You and Larry, boy, heisted those jewels. Larry did the muscle work and conked me when I came into the cabin at the wrong moment. Then he got scared and passed the jewels to you.
But
you knew that they'd searched the ship, so you put them into that plastic cast on my arm, figuring you'd get them back after the ship made port and we were all ashore. That's why you were so nice and sweet to me. I was worth plenty to you.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
All figured out. I even figured out why you knocked off the good doctor.
Tell me. I'd be interested to know.
You didn't plan on us taking any x-rays of my arm in the cast. And you knew the x-rays would show those jewels and they would fix your cute little wagon, but good. So you knocked him off and ruined the plates. I noticed the ruined plates in the dark room.
Finished?
I ran out of gas.
You can save your breath and just put up your hands.
You too? I'm going to need a special game warden if this keeps up.
Get over there against the wall.
My favorite position.
All right. Where are they?
Where are which?
The jewels you took out of the plaster cast.
That's an interesting question.
I'll give you just 5 seconds to provide an interesting answer.
I don't hear you, baby.
1, I can always say you tried to escape.
Such a pretty girl, too.
2, I'm ready to pull this trigger, Rocky.
Young and tender.
3, I mean it.
Too young to have to die.
4.
In the electric chair.
All right. 5.
Hold it.
Grab her.
All right. Quiet down, miss. You okay, Fortune?
Okay, Skipper. Except for a slight heart attack. You heard what she said?
I was listening through the porthole.
So, what kept you?
Well, I just wanted to give her enough rope to hang herself.
You nearly gave her enough to include me.
Oh, sorry. You know, I must apologize, Fortune.
Hmm.
Until you showed me how the jewels had been hidden in your cast, I really didn't believe a word you said.
Forget it. I got a dishonest face.
Well, naturally, if there's anything I can do to make up for it now...
Just one thing, Skipper. About my job. You remember how you threatened to fire me?
Yes.
Well, fire when ready, Gridley, because if you don't, I quit.
Tonight, NBC Radio has presented transcribed Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Marvin Miller, Norma Varden, and Shep Menken. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Sometimes I don't know what this younger generation is coming to. Did I ever tell you about the 10-year-old cowboy who held up the stagecoach with a water pistol and got away with 50 grand? Of course, I thought the kid was only kidding. But as the man in the hot seat said, brother, was I in for a shock. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune. One of the finest things anyone can say about you is that you're a good neighbor. That spirit has been a tradition in American life all through the years. Today, in hundreds of cities, this spirit of goodwill is expressed in a different way. It's expressed in our support of the local community chest or United Fund. This support is the modern way of being a good neighbor. Through your community campaign, you can make just one yearly contribution that takes care of many needs. You know that your money is collected and administered honestly and efficiently. So make sure that your campaign pledge is large enough to cover these needed services for an entire year. This is your chance to be a good neighbor. So give to your community chest or your local United Fund. Enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Here's Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
According to the insurance guys, an average joker like me can expect to show up on the census for about 66 years before he shuffles off the old mortal coil. However, an old buddy of mine who knows about these things says that in the case of certain unfortunate citizens, the statistics are not valid. And then he proceeds to produce a fresh corpse to prove it.
What'll it be, Mac?
Let me have a beer, will you, Doc?
Jack?
Rocky Fortunato.
Huh?
Don't you remember me?
Wait a minute.
PS-46, the baseball team.
PS-46? Hey, that takes me back a long way.
Sammy Mickinson from Bleakman Street.
Holy mackerel.
Green paint to Fortunato at the Mickinson. Best double-play combo in Greenpaint.
Well, how are you, Sam?
Never better. How's yourself?
Able to sit up and take a little nourishment, kid? What's new? What you doing with yourself?
Me? You'll never believe. I'm an actuary.
A who?
Actuary. I figure out statistical probabilities. Like if such and such happens, then probably such and such will happen. How about you?
Right now I'm in the same kind of business, generally. I'm what you might call a horse actuary.
Yeah?
Yeah, only I ain't so good. This morning I bet on a horse to show. If I figured right, I would only bet on him to live.
So you're between jobs again, huh?
You know me, Sammy. I get restless.
Still looking for the bluebird, huh? Yeah, how many times a month you used to run away when we were kids? 3 at least.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see you, Sammy.
Hey! You can't just run away. I got things to talk about. Come on, let me buy you a drink. Come on, I'm celebrating.
No kidding. You sell a big policy?
Sell a policy? No. Hey, Rock.
Huh?
I'm gonna get married.
No kidding.
Yeah. Girl works here in the building. Secretary.
Well.
So you see, you gotta have a drink with me. To celebrate, right?
Why not? Bartender? Anesthetic. 45 minutes and 90 proof later, Sam and I are just entering the 3rd grade at PS-46, and we got about 6 more years to relive. And by this time, my lips are beginning to get numb, and the same waitress who looked like Marjorie Main half an hour ago is now beginning to take on proportions like Marilyn DiMaggio.
Rocky, pal. Yeah, you're the salt of the earth. Rock, Another drink.
Well, well, if it ain't the old A&P gypsy himself. Hiya, Rock.
Sergeant, didn't your mother tell you ought to stay out of places like this?
Rocky, we were very poor when I was a boy. I couldn't afford a mother.
That's just what I thought. Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger, meet my old buddy boy, Sammy Merkinson.
Our pleasure.
You two boys look like you didn't just arrive.
Ain't it the truth? I was just walking along, minding my own business, when this sneak here pulls a bar on me. What could I do?
You're a detective?
Homicide.
Hey, have one with us, Sarge?
Never touch it on duty.
He's on duty. What a soft touch, huh?
There's a murder being committed every minute in this country.
So why ain't you out arresting somebody?
Listen to him.
I'm a taxpayer. You're wasting my money. Go find a murderer.
They ain't so easy to come by.
Ain't so easy with a murder every minute. Rock here and me, we could go out and find one just like that.
Well, if you see anybody, you let me know, huh? So long, fellas. Take it easy.
See you around, Sarge.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nice fella. He's stupid, but he's nice. He's a good cop, too.
Nice. He's a bum.
Careful, Sammy. This man's a friend of mine.
I repeat, as a detective, he's a bum.
What makes you say?
There's probably murderers right in this room.
What makes you say?
Figures.
Why?
Why? Oh, Rock, you ever heard of the law of probabilities?
They got a law about that, too?
That's my business.
Yeah.
Actuary. I'm telling you, it figures that there's a corpse around, and if there's a corpse, ipso facto.
I'll take your word.
That's more like it. Go on. Let's go.
Go where?
Find the murderer.
Wait a minute.
Well, you got something better to do?
Nah, I guess not.
Okay, pal. Come on, let's go find us a murderer.
I haven't finished my drink yet.
That don't matter. We'll case this place first, right?
Right. Somewhere in the back of my soggy brain, something told me this was all silly, but somehow I really didn't care. So we spent the next 10 minutes standing at the bar looking for suspects. What's wrong?
What? I see one.
One what?
A murderer.
Yeah, where?
Oh, Rock, over the end of the bar.
Yeah.
Don't you see the little mousy-looking guy with the bald hair?
Him?
Come on.
Okay. No, wait. Now, how do we handle it? We gain his confidence?
No, we startle him. Moi?
We scare him.
Sure. Okay. All right, Jack. Where'd you put the body?
Are you gentlemen from the police?
Quit stalling.
Are you kidding?
Yes, I see you are. Well, I intended to go over to you. Really, I did, but, well, I came down to have a few drinks to get up my courage.
A likely story.
Likely.
Well, usually, gentlemen, I go right home to my wife, Helen. Tonight, after I killed a girl...
Hey, Sam.
Huh?
This guy sounds for real.
Yeah. I told you he was a likely suspect. Okay, Mr.
Crispy is the name. Arthur H. Crispy. I work for the Paramount Insurance Company on the 55th floor.
I like that. A competitor of ours.
Oh, gentlemen, it's no joke, I assure you. I committed a murder less than an hour ago.
Hey, we better go up and identify the body.
Wait a minute. What's the name of the guy you murdered?
Oh, it wasn't a guy. It was a girl. Ethel Harkins. She works in our office.
How did you happen to kill her?
Well, I had been seeing her, if you know what I mean.
Uh-huh.
And it was expensive. Ethel's the kind of a girl who liked to go nice places and wear nice things, and I'm in the accounting department. I began taking money, not much at a time, but it adds up.
Gee, don't I know it?
I decided about a week ago I'd stop seeing her. I told her tonight, and she was furious. She wanted money. She said I'd been using her. She threatened to tell my employers, and it would have ruined me. I tried to stop her, but she began to raise her voice, and I began to choke her, and she fell on the floor.
How do you like that? Ask him where he stashed the body.
Yeah, where?
Well, I left it in my office, in the closet. I came down here to get a drink to steady my nerves until I figured out what to do, and you gentlemen must work awfully fast.
Sammy?
Well, we better go take a look.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that I can face it, gentlemen. Here's the key to my office. Now, if you like...
Hey, I tell you what. I'll stay here and see this buster don't get away, see?
Yeah.
You go up and find the body and call the cops. Right? Buck?
Okay.
Here's the key, 55, and my name is on the door.
You're an executive?
Well, sort of an executive.
What sort?
A vice president.
I stumble to the elevators and climb into an empty one. A smart aleck cat in a monkey jacket gives me a smart aleck look, and we begin negotiations for the 55th floor.
Going up, floor, please.
55. And don't spare the cables.
Fasten your safety belts, and away we go. 55. Watch your step, please.
Thanks. When you come up again, would you bring up my heels? I think I left them about the 48th floor. I use Arthur Crispy's key to let myself into the offices of the Paramount Insurance Company and stumble my way past a row of doors till I come to one marked Arthur H. Crispy. Underneath it in gold letters, it says Vice President. The door ain't locked, so I turn the knob, slip in, and turn on the light. Well. Hello, operator. Get me to the 21st precinct. Uh-huh. Yeah. Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger on duty? Yeah. Hello, Ham. Yeah, it's Rocky. Listen, Unc. Slip your metatarsal pads on and get over to the office of the Paramount Insurance Company in the Sun Building. Yeah, 55th floor. You know that corpse we were joking about? He's here. A blonde. No, I ain't having any DTs. Come on, will you? This is for the brass ring. I hang up the phone and start to turn around just in time for whoever sneaked in behind me to lower the 6 o'clock boom. I feel the thud. Oh! And somebody pulls the blackout curtains inside my brain. Wow.
Come on, take it easy, Rocky. Take it easy.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, hello, Sarge.
Is he all right?
Okay, what happened?
What happened? I came up and I saw the body of the blonde on the floor, and somebody belted me just as I... The body. Where is it?
That's just what I was going to ask you.
It was right there on the floor, honest, Sarge.
So were you. From what Mr. Merkinson tells me, you and Mr. Crispy here and him had all a real ball down in that bar.
Now, look, if you're trying to tell me there wasn't any such corpse...
But there was, I tell you. I strangled her with my own hands.
Oh, sure.
Listen, Wait a minute, there's somebody coming.
All right, now you just shut up till we find out who it is.
So there you are.
Hello, dear.
Don't hello dear me. You realize I've been waiting at the restaurant for 2 hours? And don't try to tell me it was a business conference. I can smell the alcohol from here.
It wasn't a business conference, dear. This gentleman is from Homicide. Sergeant, this is my wife, Mrs. Crispy.
Homicide? Oh, no. Arthur, you haven't been telling them that story about the corpse
My dear.
What's this?
Every time he gets a few drinks in him, he starts confessing to a murder. Last week, he announced to my sewing club that he had just strangled his boss and 7 vice presidents. Fortunately, everyone thought it was funny.
Helen, you're just making this up. You don't know what happened.
Well, if everybody is sobered up a little now, I'll be running along.
But I killed her.
And I saw the body.
Well, statistically, it figures. The law of probability.
The law of probability says I will probably throw the whole slew of you into the clink if you get me out on any more wild turkey hunts. How do I get out of here?
Well, you can take the executive car. Just turn to your left.
Thanks.
I'll join you.
Me too.
I think I need one, too.
Arthur?
But I'll skip it this time.
On the way down to the executive car, I try to convince Finger that what I saw was not a hallucination. But by the time we reached the ground floor, he's practically got me believing it was. Sammy and I go back into the bar to think things over. I don't get it, Sam. I just don't get it. I saw that blonde with marks on her throat.
What figures?
Somebody conked me and took the body someplace else. But the question is, who?
Well, it couldn't have been Crispy. He was with me till we got worried about you and went up.
Somebody must have been hiding behind the door when I walked into Crispy's office.
Wasn't you, was it, Rock?
What?
I mean, you didn't move the body yourself, did you?
What makes you think so?
Well, look, kid, there ain't ketchup on your sleeve, and we ain't been eating raspberries, so it must be blood.
Huh? Holy mackerel, how did that get there?
From moving the body, maybe?
Don't be ridiculous. Excuse me a minute, Sam.
Where you going?
Wash the stain off in the washer. I'll be right back. So Sammy and I resume where we left off. We're there maybe, 5 minutes, still trying to figure an answer. Something screwy about all this, Sam. I saw that corpse as plain as day.
It figures, Rock, it figures.
Now, somebody must
Gentlemen.
have... Buster, what are you doing here?
I sneaked away from my wife.
So?
Mr. Fortune, Mr. Murkinson, you've got to believe me. I did choke that girl. She was in my office. I'll never rest until somebody believes me.
I believe you, Crispy, but nobody believes us.
If there was a corpse there, where is it?
That's a good question. If there was a corpse.
But I tell you that...
Hey, Rock, tell me, you been eating shrimp cocktail?
What? What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing. Only if that ain't cocktail sauce on your sleeve, what is it?
Hey, now, how did that stuff get there?
Well, you better wash it off before it stains.
Yeah. Yeah, I better do that. I head for the washroom when suddenly lightning strikes and I make my way to the executive elevator instead. I get in the car and shut the door, only I don't press the button. Not just yet. I check my sleeve. Where there was only one red spot, there are now two. A second later, there are three. It could be that the drinks are too strong, but it ain't. So I chin myself up, open the escape hatch that they have on the roof of every elevator. Sure enough, there on top of the car is the dead body of Ethel Harkins. The same body I found in Crispy's office. I'm just about getting ready to run for the cops when somebody upstairs presses the button. The door closes and we start to rise. Honey, I don't know about you, but I'm getting over the first stop. Pardon me, this is where... Well, if it isn't Mrs. Crispy.
I'm looking for Arthur. What's that?
My companion? It appears to be a corpse. Come on in.
With that?
Why not? You've seen her before.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're the one who found her in Arthur's office and moved her out to the elevator.
Oh, you're insane. Why would I do a thing like that?
You tell me.
What makes you even think?
Okay, let's have it.
Well, I suppose I may as well tell you. I began to wonder why Arthur wasn't showing up for the theater, so I came up to his office. I used the executive car. I always do. And when I let myself into the office, I saw the body of this woman.
You know her?
Well, I knew that she and Arthur had seen each other a few times, but I knew it was all over.
So?
While I was trying to decide what to do, you came in and called the police. I hit you over the head, carried the body to the elevator, and pushed it up through the escape hatch. Then I left her and... Well, I pretended to come back when everyone was together.
That the whole truth and nothing but?
The whole truth and nothing but. It was crazy, I guess. Well, I know that Arthur isn't a bad man. She was trying to blackmail him and...
All right, lady. We better just leave this body here and call the cops.
Poor Arthur. He's always been so gentle,
Look, you go into the office and phone the police. I'll go down to break the news to your husband. I get downstairs and elbow my way into the bar where Sammy and Crispy are waiting.
Oh, it's about time you got back. Did you get the stains out?
I didn't get the stains out, but I found out where I got them.
Yeah, where?
They came from the body of Ethel Harkins.
What?
I found it on top of the roof of the executive car where Helen Crispy put it.
Wow.
Are you serious?
That's right, Arthur.
But why in the world should Helen have...
She didn't want a murder rap pinned on you. I guess she loves you. Go figure out a dame. 20 minutes later, Sergeant Finger comes down to the bar to make the pinch. The three of us are sitting around the table like I was awake when Sergeant Finger ankles in.
Okay, fellas, the party's over.
You been upstairs?
I've been. Lieutenant's up there now with a woman.
You saw the body?
I saw the body.
I'll sign a full confession.
Before we get to that, just how did you two characters get involved with this whole thing?
Funniest thing you ever heard of, Sarge. We're having a few drinks, and after you dropped in, and Sammy's a statistician, he says, it figures in a building this size there's got to be a murderer. So we begin looking for suspects, see? Sammy takes one look at this guy here, and bingo, that's the guy, he says. So we walk over, like a gag. And Sammy says, where did you stash the body, pal? He almost goes to pieces and tells us. It's up in my office, he tells us. So far, it's a joke. But then I see this guy's serious. How do you like that for coincidence, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty coincidental. You just pulled it right out of the hat, huh, Sammy?
Yeah, figures, that's all.
You think so?
Well, it was a long shot, I admit, but it worked. First guy we tapped just stabbed his lady friend.
That's amazing, all right. Well, Arthur?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Say, Arthur, you said before that you choked her to death, right?
Yes, she threatened to tell the president of the company, and I grabbed her throat and choked her. And then I ran out of the office and came down here.
That's very interesting, because the body we found was stabbed with a paper knife from your desk.
What's going on in that little mind, Fortune?
I'm just trying to figure, Sarge. A corpse don't bleed, right?
Right.
So if Arthur Crispy choked her and somebody stabbed her body, it wouldn't bleed.
What's this got to do with that?
My sleeve is covered with blood. Helen Crispy had it on her sleeve, too. Arthur, you're sure you didn't stab her?
I choked her.
So then how come Sammy knew here she was stabbed?
Well, I just figured that's all.
Coincidence, huh?
Yeah, sure. Yo, Rocco boy, just like when we picked this guy out of the mob.
Just like when you picked him.
Hey. Oh, now you're nuts.
When coincidence gets to be too coincidental, it ain't a coincidence. You follow me, Sammy?
What?
You said pick the least likely suspect. Okay, that's you.
Oh, Rock. You're drunk.
I was drunk. I'm sober now.
Maybe we better do a little checking on you. Maybe we better find out if you had anything to do with the murdered woman, huh?
Well, that won't be necessary. I'll tell you.
Okay, talk.
She was my fiancée. She was my fiancée, Rock. We were engaged to be married, I thought.
What?
Keep going.
I found out she was seeing this other guy. She was seeing lots of other men. One of them, a man she'd been blackmailing, came to me. This afternoon, I followed her up to Mr. Crispy's office. I listened outside the door and heard them arguing. I heard a sound like a struggle, and Mr. Crispy come out looking like a ghost.
You went in?
Yeah, she was on the floor. He choked her. When she began to come out of it, I questioned her about the blackmail. She admitted it. She told me she planned to work the same racket on me.
Nice kid.
So, I don't know. I lost my head. I grabbed a paper knife and I stabbed her. Then I locked the door and I came down to the bar and I started drinking.
That's where I came in.
I figured I'd be safe if I could pin the murder on Mr. Crispy. So, I just made up the business about the statistics.
You willing to sign a statement?
Yeah. I would be willing. Except that right now I have other plans.
Look out! Grab him! Robert! Is he dead?
He's dead. Must have been crazy to think he'd get away like that.
You know, I think he knew he was going to get a bullet, Sarge.
What makes you think so?
I don't know. Figures, I guess.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast include Paul Frees, Barney Phillips, Jack Nestle, George Perone, and Ida Reese Marin. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Hi. Say, did you ever spread yourself all over one of them 300 grand Long Island pads? You sit down at a mahogany table and let the shiny silver get in your eyes while you shovel patty de foie grass in through your front entrance of your face? Man, that's really living. Also, did you ever find yourself faced with a fancy 38 caliber lead purveyor in that same fancy type pad? Man, that's really dying. I'll see you next week.
Enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Here's Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
With the tabloids whispering about unemployment and 24-point headlines, a guy out of work gets the feeling he should grab anything that comes along. So when the kind lady at Uncle's Employment Service hands me a pink slip for an interview, I say yes before I read it. And after I read it, I'm not so sure. Adventurous young man with no family connections, desirous of serving mankind. Exceptional opportunity, unusual pay. Zenith Foundation, 45 Mugman Street. Experimental work, highly dangerous. I locate 45 Mugman Street, which is a shabby little building in a shabby part of town, and I haul myself up 5 rickety flights to an office with a glass door.
Come in.
Is this the Zenith Foundation?
It could be.
I got a slip.
Just have it. Fortune, huh?
Rocky Fortune.
No family?
None to speak of.
Turn around.
What for?
Because I say so.
Anything you say, pal.
Take out your wallet and toss it here.
Oh, is that kind of dodge, huh? There's only $3 in it.
Take it easy. I have to check it.
Okay, you're holding the artillery.
Let's have a look. No pictures. Home address, 55 Bleakman Street. What kind of a place?
Rooming house.
Honorable discharge from the Army. 3 citations. Where?
Anzio.
Health good?
Terrible, but I ignore it.
Driver's license, chauffeur's license, hack, steamfitters union, maritime card, truckers. You're a drifter, huh?
Yeah, I've been around a lot.
How come?
I get restless. I was born that way.
You go away for a long time, ever?
Yeah, 3-4 months.
So nobody'd miss you particularly?
Not particularly.
You clean?
You mean jail?
I mean everything. Police record, prints, booked.
Clean.
All right, turn around. Here's your wallet.
1, 2, $3. Yeah, it's all there.
Okay, Fortune. You can meet the boss.
I'm not so sure I want to. Is this thing legit?
It is not only legitimate, it's top secret. Let's go.
Where?
Utah.
How's that?
That's where the job is, a ranch in the Utah desert.
Oh, well, I'll pack my stuff and notify the landlady.
You won't need the stuff. We supply the uniforms and equipment. You can write your landlady. It's better that way.
What'll I tell her?
Tell her you're going away. You're going to go a long ways. You'll be gone for a long time. Tell her you may never come back.
2 hours later, Milton, that's the bum's name, and me are on a plane headed for Utah. I still don't know where or why I'm going or what I do when I get there, but I figure any kind of a job is better than starvation. Besides, I can always quit. I keep telling myself.
Okay, Chester, set it down.
Is that it?
That's it.
Hey, that's pretty deserted. How come they got such a big house out in the middle of the desert?
The house belongs to the boss. This is where we get out. Let's go. We head for a big house that looks like somebody moved an old castle over from Scotland piece by piece.
Out behind the castle is the biggest barn you ever saw. Only something tells me cows can't live on sand, so it must have something else inside. What really gets me, though, is the barbed wire all over the joint. We head for the main entrance.
Halt! It's okay, Harvey.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Milton.
The boss inside?
Yeah, he's in there with the professor and his secretary.
Well, just go right in.
What a layout.
This way.
Come in. Well, Milton, I see you found a man.
Rocky Fortune, this is Colonel Sam Jones.
The Sam Jones? The man who owns half the oil wells?
All the oil wells, boy. All of them.
Oh, glad to know you.
This is Professor Von Gluck.
A pleasure, I'm sure.
And Colonel Jones' secretary, Crandall.
My pleasure.
You're from New York, aren't you?
Brooklyn.
So am I.
Isn't it a small world? Sure.
I think before we continue our discussion, we should inform Mr. Fortune of why he was selected for the job.
By all means. Mr. Fortune, as you know, I'm a wealthy man.
So my broker tells me.
Well, about a year ago, I became interested in science fiction. You know, reading them magazines about rocket ships and men from Mars.
Dimension X.
The only thing is, Mr. Fortune, those magazines are not as far-fetched as you might think.
I'm still with you.
Much of them is devoted to genuine scientific study.
I think you're losing me now.
Well, to put the whole thing into a coyotes here, I got to reading about the research the Army's doing on space travel.
You mean space travel?
Exactly. For example, did you know that the Army now has a whole department of space medicine? Did you know, sir, that rockets are being devised which have already gotten past the pull of the Earth's gravity?
I seem to remember a picture of some mice in a rocket. They were kind of floating upside down or something.
Exactly. Well, sir, I began corresponding with the magazine, telling them my interest. Then one day I saw an article by Professor Van Gluck here announcing a new type rocket ship he'd invented.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go on, Colonel.
Well, to put the whole thing in a coyotes here, I decided to devote the remainder of my life to helping develop interplanetary travel.
You just lost me.
I established, with the professor's help, the Zenith American Foundation for the Promotion of Interplanetary Travel, commonly known as ZAPIT.
ZAPIT. That's clever. Where do I fit in all this thing?
Well, I'm coming to that, son. Well, sir, it wasn't 6 months before we got the professor's rocket off the drawing board and into the pilot model stage. And that's what we're working on now.
I should explain that the final rocket will be some 20 stories high and will carry a crew of 212. The pilot model is only 3 stories high and carries a crew of 1.
That's you.
No, Mr. Fortune. That's you.
Yeah, well, it's been nice. I enjoyed the plane trip. You got a nice little shack here, and I'll see you around.
Just a minute, Jack. You ain't leaving till the colonel is finished.
Now, look, pal.
Now you look.
I'm looking. And I'm staying.
Just hear me out, son.
I got no choice. Continue.
Well, the professor here assures me this model is absolutely foolproof. All you got to do is let us shoot her up to the ionosphere and fall back to Earth.
Fall?
She's equipped with chutes that open when she strikes the Earth's atmosphere.
Colonel.
And in recognition of your service...
I ain't gonna do it,
we
Colonel.
will pay you...
I don't care how much you...
$10,000.
You pay me,
in cash.
Sure. When do I leave?
You'll do it?
Did you say 10 grand?
Cash.
I'll do it. Colonel, the way me and money have been separated lately, for 10 grand, I'd fly to the moon on a Roman candle.
Good boy. Professor, you've got your man.
That's it. They give me a room with a view of Salt Lake Desert and all the room service I can tolerate. I kind of feel a little tired, so I stretch out for a snooze. But I'm no longer alone. Who's that?
Shh. It's me.
What's the shh about?
I don't want them to hear me.
Who's them?
The professor and Milton.
Well, in that case, maybe you ought to shut the door. Okay, what's on your mind?
I came to warn you.
Okay, warn me.
Get away from here.
I like it here.
They'll kill you.
Yeah, I'm going to die one way or another anyway.
Please, I'm not joking.
Look, Miss Crandall, maybe you better get to the point, huh?
The rocket ship... Shh. Somebody's coming.
Yeah, let's make like we're necking.
Well.
Doesn't anybody ever bother to knock in this joint?
I see you and Miss Crandall are getting acquainted.
I was just showing her a few holes. I used to be a wrestler. Flyweight.
You don't waste much time.
I don't have much time, pal. I may be on my way to Mars in a couple of days.
The professor wants to show you the ship.
Fine. Where to?
It's out back in the barn.
out into the barn, which is a 3-story concrete building with what looks like a silo at one end. We go through 5 sets of electric doors, and I find out it ain't a wheat silo at all. It's a rocket ship. The same kind you see in the comic books, all shiny and streamlined. So we walk over to the colonel and the professor standing near the platform.
There she is, my boy, the colonel's lady. Named her myself.
Yeah, it's very nice. Only one thing.
Yes?
Does it fly?
I love this boy. Son, this ship has inside it the greatest development in engines since Einstein opened the atom. She'll fly from here to eternity if we wanted to.
How about a look inside?
Well, now,
Absolutely verboten. I will not risk having any foreign agents steal my design.
Buster, do you remember me? I'm supposed to fly this harpoon.
When the time comes, all you will have to do is step inside. All controls are preset.
Just the same, I'd like to look around.
Absolutely
Verboten. You've said that before. Okay, but just remember, I might decide to quit.
Mr. Fortune, once I have introduced you to my secret designs for space equipment, it will be too late to quit. You understand?
What the professor means, boy, is once you're in on the secrets, we can't permit you to leave, so it's up to you, Mr. Fortune.
Okay, fellas, I'm in. I go back to my room to think things over, and it occurs to me that maybe I'd better get a gander at the inside of that chromium nightmare out in the barn before I really commit myself on this job. So I wait for dark and then sneak out back. There's a guard standing out outside the hangar, and I strike up a conversation with him.
Halt!
Oh, hi, Emil.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Fortune.
Yeah, I left my cigarette case inside. Can I get it?
I guess it's all right. The professor's inside working on the ship.
Thanks, pal. Emil opens the doors, and I go inside. The professor and Milton are inside a little glass office over a drawing board. I can hear them talking as I sneak past.
What do you think, Hans?
Another 100,000 will do it.
You think you'll go for it?
Of course he'll go for it.
Okay, I'll make out the bills of lading. What should I make it?
Titanium and platinum for the preheating coils.
Oh, you better spell it.
I'll write it for you.
Maybe we should lay off. Huh?
Nonsense.
I suppose you're right.
Are the fuel supplies all ready?
I put them in the tanks this morning.
Good. We have to be careful. What was that?
Mice, probably, but sound like somebody in the hangar.
Well, you better check. We can't take a chance at this point.
Okay. Anybody out here? Anybody here? If you're out here, you better come out now or you'll be dead.
The mice they heard was me, and my big feet stumbling up the ladder to the inside of the ship. So I make the rest of the trip with my shoes off. But it's touch and go all the way when Milton starts to climb the ladder behind me. Now there's nothing to do but slip into the cabin of the ship, which is as black as the inside of a ballpoint pen. And I'm praying that Milton will get tired of climbing, but I hear his feet on the iron steps.
You see anything?
Nope.
Well, check the inside of the ship.
Okay. Turn on the lights.
The lights go on, and I dive into a locker marked fuel tank, don't open. I get the lid on just as Milton sticks the muzzle of his .45 into the cabin.
Anybody in here?
You see anything?
It's empty.
All right. Come on down. I'll switch off the lights.
When I hear Milton go down the steps, I strike a match to see where I'm located. I put it out in the biggest hurry since Paul Revere's ride. The fuel tank is loaded to the giblets with sticks of ordinary blasting dynamite. So I climb out and decide maybe I better have a look around, which I do. What I find is so interesting, I don't even notice it when the door of the cabin slides open again.
Okay, Fortune, get him up high.
I thought you left.
I did. But the guard mentioned that you were inside.
You came up quiet as a mouse. Or should I say a rat?
What you say don't matter much, because you won't be able to talk at all pretty soon.
I see Mr. Fortune has been snooping around.
That's right, pal, and I've seen some pretty fascinating things, too.
Really?
Uh-huh. This is a real crazy rocket ship you got here, man.
In what way, Mr. Fortune?
Well, for instance, you take them bulkheads. They're the first genuine 12-ounce canvas duct bulkheads painted to look like metal I ever seen. Also, they're marked Property Room, Magnum Picture Studios, Incorporated. Then you'd take them 2-foot walls over there, solid tin. Or that phony control room with the stovepipe rocket tubes. This thing's built like a cardboard display model.
Mr. Fortune is very observing.
Ain't he?
A very unfortunate habit.
Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for you characters when the colonel finds out you milked them for $5 million to build a ship out of old beer cans.
It would be if he found out, but he won't.
Sooner or later, he'll poke around.
No, Mr. Fortune. You see, tomorrow morning we make our test flight.
Pal, you couldn't get this erector set off the ground with a derrick.
We aren't interested in getting it off the ground. You may have noticed the rather unusual fuel we carry, trinitrotoluene, known as TNT.
I begin to see it.
Yes. When the initial rockets go off, there will be a case of acute engine failure. The ship will go up in a cloud of dust, and Milton and I will retire to a small island with $3.5 million to try to figure out what went wrong.
Oh, brother, what a swindle this is.
It is a masterpiece, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was slated to go up in the smoke along with the ship.
Unfortunately, yes. We had to hire someone to make it convincing.
Rocket to the moon, they say. You ought to call it rocket to the morgue.
For you, Mr. Fortune, it will be exactly that. You see, you are going to make the journey as planned.
Milton jabs his persuader in my spine and marches me back to the house. I spend a quiet night staring down the muzzle of a .45. And the first thing in the morning, the professor knocks on the door, lugging what looks like 50 pounds of old inner tubes.
Milton!
Is everything ready?
I informed the colonel we're testing the ship at 8 o'clock. Here, Fortune, climb into this.
What is this?
A spacesuit, complete with two-way radio communication and oxygen. If you press this button, you will be able to communicate with whomever has the earphones for the receiving set.
That's me.
Yeah, like a walkie-talkie, huh?
Uh-huh.
Here's the receiver, Milton. All right, Mr. Fortune, into the suit.
Now, wait a minute. Is this thing guaranteed to work? A guy can suffocate inside a sack like that.
It will work as long as you will need it, Mr. Fortune. About 1 hour.
The Buck Rogers outfit, and Milton screws the aluminum helmet on my head. By the time he gets finished strapping on the lead boots and the oxygen tanks, I look like Martian Sam the Minstrel Man. Milton turns on the oxygen, and we go outside where the colonel and Helen Crandall are waiting for us alongside a jeep.
Good morning, gentlemen. Everything ready for the big moment?
Everything is in order. We've just tested Mr. Fortune's spacesuit.
He seems agitated. What's he saying?
Turn on the two-way receiver and listen on the earphones. What is it, Mr. Fortune?
Get me out of this thing. I can't breathe.
What's he say?
He says he's impatient to start the experiment.
That isn't what I said. Colonel, it's a fraud. They're going to blow this whole thing up.
What's he say?
He says he feels confident he'll make it all the way to the moon.
Bully for him.
Oh, you dirty rotten...
No point in wasting the batteries.
The ship is ready, gentlemen. Shall we go?
Well, now, before we get into the Jeep, I think we should drink a toast. I have a small flask here.
That's a good idea.
There you are.
To the success of our noble experiment.
To that heroic gentleman who's going to make this historic flight, Mr. Rocky Fortune. Fortune! Fortune! He's driving off! Archie, come back here. Come back, I warn you.
He's going right through the barbed wire.
So long, Milton.
Get the car after him.
See you on Mars, pal. I gun the Jeep through the barbed wire and make it with a few punctures. I take off across the desert until the buggy won't go anymore. Then I head for the rocks on foot, which ain't easy when you're wearing lead boots. The trouble with these spacesuits is that you can't get out of them without 3 mechanics and a blowtorch. Anyway, after about 20 minutes of dragging myself along, I'm surprised to contact what looks like a human being, but I can't be sure.
Easy there, Minnie. Easy, girl. Let's just settle down here and cook up some grub. Sure gets lonesome prospecting out in these rocks, huh, girl? Yes, sir. 3 months on this desert, a man's liable to start seeing things.
Hey!
What's that?
It's me!
Holy smokes, the Martians have landed. Take to the hills.
Oh, Pop, get me out of this suit!
Hey, we got to keep calm, Minnie. Maybe it's a friendly Martian.
Of course I'm friendly. Get me out of this suit!
Sure does talk funny.
Meet the Earthman. Friend! You got that? Me, Earthman.
He's
friend.
fighting to my knife, Minnie. What do you suppose he wants?
Get me out of the suit before I suffocate. The oxygen's running out.
I can't understand your lingo, Mr. Martian.
I'm suffocating. Help!
Why, he's fainted, Minnie. What do you suppose is the matter with him? Well, maybe we better get him out of that there crazy suit.
The oxygen gives out, and all of a sudden the world does a quick blackout. When the lights go on inside my brain, I'm flat on my back in very familiar surroundings. Looking down on my baby blues is the ugly face of my good friend Milton. Oh, what happened?
Take it easy, pal. It's coming out of it, Prav.
That's fine.
Oh, you. Where am I now?
In the rocket ship, pal.
The prospector, the desert.
The old prospector took you out of that spacesuit just in time.
How did I get here?
When he saw you were just a man, he tied you to his mule and brought you right to the house. Convenient, huh?
Swell.
So the professor and me took you back into the ship to get you ready for the trip.
Hey, you skunk.
Make sure he's tied up, Milton. I'll go down and keep the colonel cooled off.
Right.
And as soon as you get clear of the launching platform, I'll set off the charge.
I hope you don't make it, you punk.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Fortune, bon voyage.
There I am, right back in the soup. The professor goes down the iron ladder, and Milton bends over to tie me up. I don't have enough strength left to lick a postage stamp, but I figure it's now or never. So I make the supreme effort.
Hold still.
I'm ticklish.
You won't be for long.
Listen, before you tie me up, one favor, huh?
Now, go on.
I'll bend over. I'm too weak to shout.
What's on your mind?
This oxygen tank is on my mind.
Yeah, what about it?
I'd like to put it on your mind. Don't ask me how I did it, but somehow I managed to tip over one of those iron tanks over into Milton's head. He goes out like a sick firefly. I know I'll never leave the hangar alive if the professor can help it, so I decide to change clothes with my muscular friend Milton. It takes a couple of seconds, and I pull down the hat, take his gun, and climb down the ladder. 2 seconds later, I'm out of the barn and head for the concrete shelter where the professor and the colonel are going to watch.
Here comes Milton. Well, we'll give him time to get clear.
I can't understand what made that boy chicken out at the last minute.
We managed to convince him to go through with it.
Colonel, don't let him do it.
Ah, nonsense, girl. This is a historic moment. Ready, Milton? He's waving his hat.
Let her go, Professor. Right.
Look out! Everybody all right?
I'm all right.
What happened?
The fuel tanks must have exploded.
Poor Rocky.
Yes, too bad.
Yeah, ain't it a shame, though?
What?
Don't move, Herman, or I'll blast your skull.
What's the meaning of this? Fortune, why aren't you on your way to Mars?
I found out I forgot to buy a round-trip ticket, Colonel.
Sir, I demand to
Just
know...
go over and take a look at that load of junk that this swindler just blew up inside your barn.
Junk, sir?
I don't believe him.
These characters swindled you out of $5 million, Colonel. That rocket ship is nothing but papier-mâché and mucilage.
He's insane.
Am I? Here's a piece of metal that blew out of the barn just a minute ago.
Well, that does look like a part of the tail fin.
Yeah, on one side it looks for real, all shiny silver paint. But if you turn it over, it's the first tail fin you ever saw that says Rappaport's Selected Sardines. Let's go, Professor.
Why, the boy's absolutely right.
I tried to tell you.
You swindling coyote, I oughta...
Save it, Colonel, save it. The government's got a place for this character, and it ain't built out of old beer cans either.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast include Howard Culber, Don Diamond, Dan Riss, Edith Terry, and William Euler. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the time I decided to find a new room because I found out they were using my old mailbox as a numbers drop? Sure, I found a room all right, but I almost had to give up my lease on life along with the first month's rent, which was payable in blood. Tell you about it next week. See you around.
Thursday, hear the Academy Awards presentation on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. I don't know about you, but I'm the kind of guy who can't stay put. I get restless. Give me a nice soft job, a buck in my pocket, and a meal ticket. And one will get you 10, I'll quit the job, lose the buck on the GGs, and exchange the meal ticket for a train ticket. Hey, you take last week, for instance. The employment agency sends me down to Houston Street for a job as a chauffeur. Hey, Mac, this 159 Houston?
And what do you want?
Somebody wants to hire a chauffeur.
A chauffeur?
I made a joke?
You take a look around this neighborhood, mister. Who you think got money for a chauffeur? Not even for food they got money.
Look, all I know is the agency got a call for a chauffeur. 5'9", thin, chauffeur's license, must be able to wear pre-cut uniform.
And you got the wrong place.
159 Houston, 6th floor.
This is 159 Houston. My name is Zeconic. I'm the janitor. You take a look how many floors we got, eh?
Maybe they meant 5th floor. I better go up.
Yeah, you go ahead. Let me know if you get the job, eh?
This don't look like chauffeur land to me, but I figure I already blew a subway token to get here, so I legged up 4 flights of stairs left over from a Charles Adams cartoon. As I am rounding the turn at flight number 5, a funny-looking little guy steps out of the shadows.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
You got change for a buck.
Sure. Here.
Thanks.
Hey.
Huh?
Where's the clam?
Here. Oh.
Now, I've been rolled before, but this guy works on my skull like he's a Sherman tank in the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. When I come to, I'm in a white room with iron grillwork in the windows. It's morning, which means I made an evening of it. Alongside my bed stands a gorilla in a white coat. I figure this place for a pad at Bellevue. I am mistaken.
Okay, take it easy, Steve.
Oh.
How do you feel this morning?
Oof.
You've had a couple of bad nights, Steve.
A couple? What day is this?
Tuesday.
Holy smokes. I've been out since Saturday.
Last week you were pretty good. Only a couple of lapses.
Did you say last week?
That's right, Steve.
The name is Rocky. Rocky Fortune.
You're not going to start that again, are you, Steve?
Start what?
That Rocky Fortune bit. Dr. Harris wouldn't like it.
Listen. Oh, what a hangover.
Take it easy.
Look, where am I, Buster?
Mount Kenzie Rest Home.
Mount Kenzie. Is that in the Bronx?
It's near Denver.
Denver? Denver, New York?
Denver, Colorado.
Okay, buddy. If the joke's over, I'll take my clothes and get out of here.
Joke, Steve?
Joke, Jake. Give me the clothes.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Not without Dr. Harris's order.
Will you tell the good doctor that Rocky Fortune wants to have a word with him?
Now, if you're going to insist on that, Steve, I'm afraid we'll have to try the treatment again.
What treatment?
Come along.
Take the hands off, Buster. You're etching the epidermis.
You coming along?
Not if I can help it.
Okay.
Johan's a big guy in the judo department, besides which they got me drugged like a hypochondriac with a 3rd-degree hangnail. He drags me into a white tile room and starts to massage my head with a fist like a sledgehammer. Only this bum's got a new wrinkle. First he puts a pail on my head, and then he hits the pail.
After 20 minutes of this, I begin to feel like the main bell on St. Mary's at Christmas morning. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, a gray-haired guy with a scarred face ambles in.
All right, Johann, all right. That's enough. Take the pail off his head.
Oh.
How do you feel, Stephen?
Oh, just dandy.
Johann is so impulsive.
Repulsive.
Would you like a cigarette?
Yeah. How about get me out of this polo coat?
Yes, in a moment. First, I want to see if you've come to your senses.
Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about? 1 minute I'm being rolled in a hallway in New York City, and the next minute I wake up in Denver, Colorado.
Stephen, you've been here at Mount Kenzie for 8 years.
My name is Rocky, born Rocco Fortunato.
Your name is Stephen Crandall III. 8 years ago, you were thrown from a polo pony and sustained a head injury. You suffered from delusions. You've been under treatment here.
Come on, Doc. What's the ransom?
Ransom?
How much do I have to raise to get out of here?
You see, Johann, he's still very sick.
Poor fella.
Yes. I'm afraid we'll just have to continue the treatment. All right, Johann, put the pail on his head. Now, once again, what's your name?
Rocky. And if you don't like it, you can...
All right, Johann. Now we'll try it once more. Your name?
Go jumping.
Johann. Name? That's enough, Johann. Very well, young man, your name?
Stephen.
Stephen what, please?
Stephen Crandall, III.
Your age?
32.
How long have you been here?
8 years.
Why did you come here?
Polo accident.
Good, good. And now, once again, your name?
Crandall. Stephen Crandall. By the time Johann and the phony doctor decided to call it a night, they almost had me convinced I was Stephen Crandall. Pardon me, the third. They doped me up again for the night, and next morning we covered the course again.
Good morning, Stephen. You slept well?
I had a funny dream.
So?
I dreamed I was a guy named Rocky Fortune. I dreamed I went to apply for a job as a chauffeur in New York City, and somebody sapped me. Pretty funny, huh?
But you understand it was only a dream.
Oh, sure.
I'm happy to hear that. You see, today we have a surprise for you. Can you guess?
I get a new pail. No jokes?
No jokes.
Check. What's the surprise?
You're going home.
I thought you said no jokes.
Well, this isn't a joke, Stephen. I feel you're ready to leave at last. We're going to let you go home, on trial, of course. Now, at the first sign of your delusion that you are someone other than Stephen Crandall, I'm afraid you'll have to return.
When do I fly?
Tomorrow morning. Johann will accompany you.
I get another shot of essence of vampire and wake up next morning feeling as strong as a mouse. Before I know what happens, they hustle me into a black Duesenberg and drive toward Denver. About 2 miles out of town, we cut up a winding private road and stop in front of a 28-room bungalow. The doc and Johann walk me to the door, close enough so I can feel the muzzle of Johann's .45 caressing my spine. The door is opened by a medium-sized butler right out of Dickens, with side whiskers and all.
Yes, gentlemen.
Hello, Deems.
Why, it's Dr. Harris and Mr. Stephen. We weren't expecting you so early. Mr. Stephen, how are you?
Speak up, Steve.
Oh, fine, Deemsy, old man. Just peachy.
Come in, sir. Come in. Welcome home.
Thanks.
Have a seat, Mr. Stephen. I'll inform Miss Laurie you're home.
I lower myself into a chunk of Chippendale and wait. My head aches and everything looks like a 3D movie without glasses.
After a couple of minutes through the blur, I see a dame come floating down the staircase. Even in my weak condition, I can appreciate that she's got more curves than the Jersey Turnpike. She takes one look and comes on like gangbusters.
Steve, darling. Oh, darling, darling.
Sis?
This is your wife, Steve. He's still a bit confused, Laura.
Oh, I understand, Doctor. Oh, it's good to have you home, Steve. Kiss me again, darling.
You know something, baby? It's good to be home. We go into a clinch again, and I am just beginning to enjoy my new identity when Deemsy clears his adenoids and announces...
Excuse me, Miss Laura. Judge Harley is calling.
The judge here? Well, Dr. Harris, is it all right?
Judge Harley is an old friend of the family, isn't he?
Well, yes, he's known Stephen since he was a boy.
Well, I think it'll be all right. Just behave yourself, Stephen.
Oh, sure.
Very well, Deems. Show him in.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, Stephen.
How can I forget?
This way, Your Honor.
Laura. Well, and Stephen. Heard you were coming home, but I didn't expect I'd actually find you here. How are you, my boy?
Great. Just great.
Let me look at you. Oh, he's changed, Laura. Thin. Ought to eat more. Well, I expect 8 years in a way. It can change a man.
Even 8 hours can do it.
Very thin indeed. You know, I hate to see a thin man or a woman.
This is Dr. Harris from the rest home and his assistant, Mr. Fiddler. Judge Harley, gentlemen.
How do you do, Judge? I won't intrude. I just dropped by to see how you were progressing with your personal bankruptcy.
My attorney will file in a week or so, Judge.
Yes, well, it mustn't delay too long, you know. As a friend, I'll hold back the flood as long as I can, but creditors will be creditors. Yes. Well, I'll be running along. Stephen, it's been wonderful to see you back in the bosom of your family. You fatten him up now, Laura. Hate to see a thin man or woman. Good day.
I give the judge a couple of seconds to leg down to his black limousine, which I can see through the French window. I toss a haymaker at Johann and pull an Esther Williams through the casement. I land in a bramble patch, Natch, just as the judge gets to his car. Judge Harley, hold it.
Stephen, what is it?
Get in the car, I can't talk now. Come on, let's get going.
No, but Stephen,
Look, I'm not Stephen. My name is Rocky Fortune. This whole thing's a big hoax. Now step on it before they get here.
Of course, Stephen.
Rocky.
Strange, it won't start.
The ignition's not on.
Okay, hold it. Don't try to get away, Steve.
Fat chance.
You okay, Judge?
What happened?
Steve here tried to do away with himself. Right out of the window. Lucky it was the first floor.
What was he telling me about being Rocky something or other?
Oh, he's Rocky, all right.
Judge, listen. Call the Gridley Employment Agency in New York, will you?
Steve, you know what I got in my pocket. Now, be a good boy, and I'll give you some candy.
Okay, Ape Man. You win. This time.
Sorry to have troubled you, Judge. Come on, Steve.
I'm glad I was of service. Take good care of Steve now.
Don't worry about that, Judge.
It's thin. Very thin.
Lugs me back into the house like a piece of stale mackerel, and the good doctor immediately slips me a needle full of wink and blink and a nod.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh, the poor darling, he's all scratched up. Let me take him up to our room.
Yeah. My dear, you see how unstable he is. I'm afraid he'd better be in a separate room. Johann will stay with him.
But we haven't seen each other for 8 years.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Laura. As his physician,
You're no more physician than I am Steve Crandall. Baby, they're trying to put one over on you. I don't know why.
Johann.
Yes, Doctor.
Johann puts the muscle on me, and I'm locked into the guest room on the second floor. By the time we reach the door, my head feels like the steam room at an all-night Turkish bath. I get my ear on a pillow and pass out.
Rocky,
Hmm?
it's me, Laura. I've been waiting for you.
I've arrived.
Kiss me, Rocky.
Why not? Say, that's nice perfume.
I'm glad you like it.
Makes me sleepy.
Sleep.
Smells like marsh gas. Gas. Gotta wake up. Gotta open the window. Come on, Rocky. Come on, boy. That's the boy. Crawl. Crawl, boy. That's it. Now the chair. Window. Come on, boy.
Steve, what is it? I was in my room and I heard a crash.
Nothing much, baby. Let me get some air.
Well, you're sick.
I ain't healthy. Whew. Turn off that gas heater, will you? Where's Johan?
He's downstairs with Dr. Harris. Oh, Steve, what happened?
Nothing. Your friend Johan tried to fit me for a casket, that's all.
Steve.
I am not Steve. Let's get it straight, honey. Whew. Before Muscles gets back. My name is Rocky Fortune. I'm a ringer. The doc and Johan are trying to pass me off as your husband. You ought to know better.
I do.
It's a nice time to say so.
Well, I didn't dare. They threatened to murder me.
Okay, let's have it.
My husband committed suicide in their sanatorium some months ago. He carried very heavy life insurance. Naturally, we couldn't collect on a suicide. Johan and the doctor decided that they wouldn't report the death. They got you to take Steve's place.
I begin to get it. I have an accident, you collect double indemnity, and they pry you loose from the money.
They forced me into it.
Okay, we gotta get out of here, baby.
But they'll kill us.
Not if they want me to look like an accident, they won't. I'm worth a lot of loot, kid.
Well, how can we do it?
Is there anybody in the house you can trust?
Deems.
Fine. Get to him, tell him to have a car ready in front of the house in exactly 5 minutes. Where's Johan and the doc?
Downstairs.
Probably give me plenty of time to soak up the ether. Okay, look, go down, tell them I'm lying here dead. When they come up, you get out to the car. Got it?
Yes.
Wish me luck.
Good luck, Steve.
Rocky.
Good luck, Rocky.
As soon as Laura leaves, I fix up a dummy out of pillows and stuff it in the bed. Then I slip out of the room and hide in an alcove about 10 feet away. I wait. A minute later, the doc and Johan come stumbling up the stairs like a thundering herd. I let them rush into the room, take 2 giant steps, and lock the door behind them.
Open that door. Open that door.
Can't hear you, Uncle.
Please open the door.
Temper, temper.
Open the door, please.
So long, gentlemen. Don't think it hasn't been a pleasure, because it hasn't. I am down the steps like a grasshopper in a granary and on my way out when I see the telephone and get a sudden inspiration.
Operator,
Operator, I want the municipal courthouse. Judge Harley, it's an emergency.
I'll connect you with information.
I said emergency, baby.
If it's an emergency, baby, I'll give you the hospital.
I'll settle for information. Make it fast. Upstairs, I can hear Johan and the doctor making headway with the door, and I don't have much time to waste on explanations. I need something that'll knock the judge right off his bench and bring him out here in a hurry.
Hello?
Judge Harley?
Yes?
This is Deems, the Crandall butler.
Oh, what is it, Deems?
Master Stevens has just murdered the entire family, sir. He's kidnapping me.
What? What is this? What's that banging noise?
It, dynamite, sir. He's blowing up the house, room by room. I think you'd better get out here, sir. Here they come.
Deems?
Bye. I figured this ought to bring him out on the double, so I write a message on the mirror with Laura's lipstick and leap out to the car 1 jump ahead of the hounds.
Are you all right, Rocky?
Fine.
What took so long?
Had to call my bookmaker to ensure a bet.
What about the doc and Johan?
On the inside, looking out. Head for the local constabulary, Deems, the old sock.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I spend the next few minutes gazing fondly into Laura Crandall's lavender eyes, and she gazes back. I can see the fine blue blood surge to her cheeks, and on her, a blue surge looks pretty good. I'm ready to surrender to the beast in me when Deemsy makes a screaming turn off the main highway and pulls to a stop 10 feet from the edge of a cliff. Hey, what gives?
There's been a car following us, sir.
I didn't see any car.
If I may say so, sir, you weren't paying much attention.
All right, let's get going.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Listen, egghead, I said let's get...
You were saying?
Put down the gun, Deemsy.
I'll give the orders, Mr. Fortune. Get out.
Wait a minute, what is this?
Just step over to the edge of the cliff, if you please.
What if I don't please?
You take on weight all of a sudden.
He means it, Rocky.
Okay. Mind if I ask what happens next, or am I being naive?
Next, Mr. Fortune, you accidentally fall off the cliff. The car follows you.
Accident. Double indemnity.
Exactly. Now, turn around.
What makes you think they're going to believe it?
You're suicidal. Even Judge Harley saw you go through a window.
Very neat.
Turn around. We haven't much time.
Okay.
Laura, push him over. Come on, this is no time to lose your nerve.
Steve,
Push him.
I can't do it.
All right. Take the gun. I'll do it myself.
I hear a car.
Stop worrying. All right, Mr. Fortune.
That first step looks like a Lulu.
Get going.
Wait, listen.
The police car. Come on.
Okay, hold it. Hold it or I shoot.
Steve, watch out for the cliff. Oh, no.
Grab her.
I've got her.
Let me go.
Take it easy, baby.
You all right, Mr. Fortune?
I'll let you know later. Right now, I'm a little numb.
We picked up the car and then lost it again.
What convinced you I was telling the truth when I called?
I knew you weren't Stephen Crandall the first time I laid eyes on you. I also know I couldn't do anything about it at the time. When you phoned me before you left the house a few minutes ago, I'd already checked the employment agency in New York City. You're lucky we picked up the car.
What about the guy who fell off the cliff, Judge?
Is he dead, Sergeant?
Well, I didn't have a chance. Who is he?
As far as I know, he's the Crandall butler.
You got it wrong, Judge.
You know him?
I think if you take off those phony side whiskers, you'll find out he's the guy I was supposed to impersonate, Steve Crandall.
What?
Blossom here called him Steve just before he took the Brody.
Laura, is it Stephen?
Yes.
Why did you do this?
We had no money when Steve left the institution. He cooked up this scheme with the doc and Johan to cash in on his own insurance.
Next time I answer an ad for a chauffeur, remind me to make sure they want a live chauffeur, not a corpse.
Tonight, NBC Radio has presented, transcribed, Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Francis Urey, Maurice Hart, Jack Mather, Herb Ellis, Stanley Fraser, Lynn Allen, and Stephen Chase. Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
So that's how come I'm back on unemployment insurance again. Not for long, though. Next week, I'll tell you about the next job I had. Steward on a big luxury liner to Bermuda. I figured I'd like to see the ocean, you know. A couple of guys were trying to help me, too. Only they wanted me to see it the hard way. From the bottom.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune. We join American business and industry in saluting the National Safety Council and the thousands of safety-minded men and women who are, this week, attending the 41st Annual Safety Council Congress and Exposition in Chicago. With the cooperation of business and industry, the National Safety Council is making life in America safer for everyone. Enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. Well, I landed myself a new job last week, again. Inside talker on a Manhattan sightseeing tour. Grant's Tomb, Chinatown, the Empire State Building. Brother, I've been. The place that really gets me, though, is the Museum of Ancient History. Man, they got dead people laying all over that joint. Some of them in mummy cases 5,000 years old. Now, I don't object to a few old corpses, but they tried to embalm a fresh one named Rocky Fortune. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you will note, we are progressing up Central Park West, and on your right is the largest civic park to be found inside a city the size of New York. The bus will stop at the famous Museum of Ancient History next, where we'll take an hour or so to explore the finest collection of nature ever collected, including the Hall of Man, the Egyptian Wing, the mummies of the ancient pharaohs, as well as several of the daddies. And the wildlife exhibit of wildlife. Any questions?
Yeah, I got a question.
Shoot.
How long you been conducting this tour?
Well, as a matter of fact, lady, this is my first time around.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All my life I ain't been inside a museum even, so I finally decide, Linda Kugelman, it's time for a little culture. So what happens? I get a dodo.
Well, it's life, kid. You gotta take your chances, but I'll do what I can to liven up the tour.
That kind of enlightenment I can live without.
Any more questions?
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Anything, yeah, sugar.
Is it true that they all have real dead people inside them there sarcophagizers at the museum?
Yeah, that's right, sugar.
Wow, that's scary.
Well, Acme Guided Tours guarantees to protect its clients at all times, sweetie, and seeing that there are only 3 clients on this tour, why, I'll take special care that nothing happens to you.
Hey, kid. Yes? Ixnay on the Idegay, which means look out for wolves.
If you mean Mr. Fortune, our guide, well, I'm sure he's a gentleman. Aren't you, Mr. Fortune?
Well, it's up for grabs, but I'll try.
Mr. Fortune?
Colonel Portis?
Being in the oil business back in Waco, I'm naturally interested in the natural formations in this part of the country.
Naturally.
Can you tell me, sir, what that formation over that way might be?
Well, if you mean the blonde walking down the street, Colonel, that is a product of the Ice Age. And if you mean the rock-like structure behind her, that's a public washroom in Central Park.
Oh, boy, you should be on television. You're a scream.
Yeah, thanks, Sadie. I was on the radio once, but my mom made me get off. I was scratching the top. Yuck, yuck, yuck. All right, everybody. Everybody out. Museum of Ancient History. Please wear your green tags and follow me. We all pile out of the bus, and I lead the way into the museum, wondering how I'm going to fumble my way through the next hour. Right behind me is the cute little blonde from the land of cotton. Behind her is the redhead from Brooklyn, and bringing up the rear is Colonel Porteous. Handlebar mustaches trailing like banners. The first place we breeze through is the Egyptian Wing. Now, if you folks will all step over this way, we have a genuine example of a rock job brought over from Egypt, which is called, according to the guide pamphlet, a monolith from the Temple of Osiris. Follow me, please. Just a minute.
Sir?
Where's Linda, the redhead from Brooklyn?
Why, she was with us when we went inside that scary old King Pharaoh's tomb back there.
Well, I haven't seen her since we came in here, come to think of it.
I'll give her a blast. Hey, redhead!
Perhaps we'd better conduct a searching party.
Look, I'll go back to the tomb. Colonel, will you take a look in the Hall of Man? And, honey,
Yes?
you better stay right here in case she comes along. We'll all meet back here in 5 minutes. Let's go. I go back to the tomb of King Tut, Amen, or whatever his name is, and walk inside. The place is as empty as Santa's bag the morning after Christmas. I'm just about to leave when I see what looks like a piece of red silk sticking out of a stone sarcophagus that's up against the wall. I go over and give the cover a heave. Inside is the body of Linda Kugelman, stone dead. I turn around to go for the gendarmes just in time to feel a ton of concrete descend on the back of my skull.
Isn't he cute laying there? Just like Moses in the bulrushes.
He seems to be reviving.
I'll get some ice for his head.
Who dropped that pyramid on me?
Easy, boy.
You'll excuse the expression, but where am I?
The office of the curator. This young lady is Miss Fabian, the curator's secretary. How you all feeling, boy?
Like I've been sanforized.
I like to thought you all was dead when I came bunky to bunking in that there tomb.
Speaking of dead, did you see the body?
You all was stretched out like a wet corn pole.
Not my body, Colonel. Linda Kugelman's.
The redhead?
She was inside that that trunk in there, dead.
The poor man was hurt worse than we thought. I'd better call the doctor.
Hold it, miss. This is no dream. I saw that body inside the sarcophagus.
We'd better open it and have a look.
We'd better not disturb anything.
I think we ought to send for the law, son.
Good. Let's have the phone. Hello, Sergeant Hamilton Finger, please. Yeah, I'll wait. Hello, Sarge. Rocky. Uh-huh. I got a corpse. In King Tut's tomb. No, it ain't a Halloween joke. It's over at the Museum of Ancient History. Yeah, get your fat feet over here. I'll see you. I spend the next few minutes nursing my noggin until Sergeant Finger flippers in the curator's office. We all head for the tomb of King Tut.
You sure this dame is in there?
I saw with my own eyes, Sarge.
Okay. Who was she?
The name on her tour ticket said Linda Kugelman.
What'd she look like?
Like she'd been around more than once.
This the spot?
Right in here.
You all don't mind if we don't go in, Sergeant? It's scary.
You wait here. Let's go, Rocky.
That's it, Sarge. Inside that stone coffin there.
Open the lid.
Right. Holy smokes.
Linda Kugelman. Girl mummy, huh?
I swear she was in that coffin not more than 15 minutes ago.
This guy has been in there 15,000 years by the looks of him.
Somebody moved her.
Rocky, old man, this may come as something of a blow to you. But one more crazy trick like this, and I'm going to put you in the closet.
It's no joke, Sarge.
You bumped your head on the stone and thought you saw a body. Now forget it. Come on.
Is she, I mean...
There's nothing there but a mummy. Go home, all of you. You mean Miss Linda just vanished? But where? Maybe she's hiding in your mustache, Uncle. Okay, Rocky, now you remember what I said. One more false alarm, and I'll throw the book.
By this time, I'm beginning to wonder myself if I really saw a body in that box. I give another yodel for Linda Kugelman, but she doesn't show. So I hustle handlebars and Honey back into the sightseeing wagon. As I get the motor started, things begin to happen. Okay, Honey?
Yes.
Ready, Colonel?
Ready, son.
Next stop, Grant's tomb.
Just a minute, Mr. Fortune.
What now?
I think I found Miss Kugelman's pocketbook stuck way down here in the seat.
Oh. Let's have a look.
Right here it is.
I guess she won't mind if we open it to find out where she lives. Well, look at this stack of letters all wrapped in nice, pretty red ribbon.
Son, I think you all had better hand those letters over to me.
Now, just a minute, Pop.
I said hand them over, boy. This ain't no bubble pipe I'm holding against your head.
Yeah, I heard you good. You wouldn't be the gentleman who stuffed Linda's body in that mummy case, would you?
The letters, boy.
Be my guest.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Just loan me the Bory of your little bus.
Hey.
I'll just take it a few blocks and leave it, son. You won't get in no trouble. Now, if you and the young lady will kindly step out.
Better do like the man says, Honey.
Well, I do declare, I never expected a southern gentleman to act like this.
Step down, ma'am. Thank you. Buenas noches. I'll leave the bus a few blocks down.
Honey and I stand there like a couple of outfielders watching one sail over the fence while Colonel Lucius Porteous drives away in Acme's dinky little sightseeing bus.
What now, Mr. Fortune?
That's a good question, and I wish I had an answer.
As long as we're here at the museum, supposing we finish our tour.
As a matter of fact, baby, that's not a bad idea. Something tells me our friend Colonel Porteous had something to do with Linda Kugelman's recent demise. And the removal of her body, too. We hustle back into the museum, and I start looking around for one fresh corpse, which is not an easy thing to locate in a place the size of a museum.
But, Mr. Fortune, we've already been in the Pharaoh's tomb.
I know, baby, but if that body was moved, it was moved from here. So let's have a look around.
It just doesn't seem possible that somebody carried a dead lady through the holes without somebody remarking about it.
Yeah, you're right there.
Unless there's another entrance to this little old tomb.
Uh-huh.
My goodness, they must have a place for air so a party can breathe.
Air conditioning. Baby, don't ever let anybody tell you you're dumb.
What are you doing?
Just gonna have a look behind the vent in this air conditioning pipe.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all right. Whoever killed her came back, conked me, and stuffed the body in that air vent. Come on.
Where to?
The curator's office. I want to make a phone call to my pal, Sergeant Finger.
Come in. Yes?
Pardon me, my name's Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
Oh, yes. My secretary told me. You're the young man with hallucinations.
That's right.
My name's Deems, curator of ancient art. What can I do for you?
Call the cops. My hallucination is laying in the air vent with a broken head bone.
Are you serious?
Take a look for yourself if you don't believe me.
I certainly intend to.
You mind if I use the phone while you're gone?
Help yourself.
Operator, give me the police headquarters. Make it fast. Finger is there in less time than it takes to say Pithecanthropus erectus. And we head for the tomb of King Tut once again.
You say she's in the air vent, huh?
So help me, Sarge. Ask Honey here.
Well?
There she was, as big as life. I was never so scared in my whole life.
The curator's in there now.
Okay, let's go on in. Oh, I see. The police have arrived.
Sergeant Finger, Mr. Deems.
Sergeant, I regret all the confusion this unfortunate man here has caused. Skip the apologies. Let's see the corpus delicti. Of course, that's just the point, Sergeant. There is no corpus delicti.
What? Hey, are you
kidding? You can see for yourself. This airway is perfectly empty. Fortune.
Sarge, I tell you,
Fortune, you're coming with me.
Now, look, maybe if we call somebody in for a search.
Nobody gets cold, Fortune. You're mine.
Sarge, Hamilton, control yourself
I'm
now.
going to lock you up, Fortune.
You need a charge.
Not in jail, Fortune. In the booby hatch.
I'm telling you.
You're telling me nothing. Now, come on.
Sure. Anything you say, Sarge. Only before we go.
Yeah?
You ever been locked in the tomb?
Not recently.
Well, I got news for you. You're locked in one now.
Hey, grab him! The door!
Let it go! Open up! Come on! Open up there!
Bye now! I slam the steel fire door shut and take off down the Egyptian wing like Pharaoh with the frogs after him. I hear Finger get the door open again, and his delicate brogans come pounding down the marble in hot pursuit. Arguing with this Stone Age Dick Tracy is like flagging down a bomber. So I duck into the nearest exhibit, which happens to be the Hall of American Indians. They got a dugout canoe there, 50 feet long, paddled by a gang of wax Indians. I jump in, toss a Navajo blanket over my shoulders, and make like I'm stroking the Carlisle crew.
He came down this way. Fortune! Fortune, come on out!
He must have gone further.
Come on, he can't get far.
Finger and the curator head for the medieval exhibit, and I'm just about to climb out of the canoe when Honey Gal comes in, followed by a couple of little kids on a grammar school outing.
Hey, Sammy, look at that. A real war canoe with Indians and everything. Oh, boy.
Excuse me, little boys. Have you all seen a nice-looking, dark-haired young man around?
Lady. Hey, Sammy, look at that Indian with a blanket on him. Boy, is he funny looking.
You sure you all haven't seen anybody?
Lady. Hey, Sammy, dig them ears on that Indian, will you?
If you should see him, little boy, would you tell him that Honey Fairchild is looking for him?
Sure, lady. Hey, come on, Sammy, let's go into the next hall. Oh, they're going to close. Come on.
Does that bell mean they're closing?
That's right, lady. Come on, Sammy. Boy, did you ever see an Indian like that one? Sammy, let's get out of here. He just winked.
beg your pardon. I'm not in the habit of being addressed by strange northern warriors. If you are... Why, it's Mr. Fortune. I've been looking all over for you, honey. Whatever are you doing in that canoe with those Indians?
Well, if you give me a hand, I'll try to... Uh-oh, here comes Finger and Deems. Play dumb. That shouldn't be hard.
He must have got out.
I don't see how. There are guards at the exits.
Oh, here's Blossom, child. You seen your friend Fortune, honey?
Why, come to think of it, Sergeant, I did see him.
Where?
Well, he went through that door there, and then... Well, why don't you two gentlemen come with me, and I'll show you just where he all went.
Let's go.
Usually, they're really dumb. But every once in a while, you find one who's so good she can even fool smart people into believing she's dumb. Honey Fairchild was one of those. When she'd led Finger and Deems out of the American wing, I resigned from the tribe and climbed out of my canoe. My first stop was the office of the curator of ancient art, Jeremiah Deems. Something told me that all was not kosher with this kid. Anybody home? Deemsy? No? Good. I'll be your guest. Nothing. Nothing. More nothing. Now, why would you keep this drawer locked, Deemsy, old boy? Let's just force it open. And have a look inside. Nothing. Nothing. Something. Seems to me I've seen this stuff before. My darling, it's been so long since... Let's read some more. I know it is wrong for us to see each other, but...
You find the contents of my desk interesting, Mr. Fortune?
It knocks me out.
Anything in particular? Now, don't move. This gun is loaded, and I'm well within my rights to shoot you.
It's all very interesting, especially your tour tag with Colonel Porteous on it. Not to mention these letters that Linda Kugelman was using to blackmail you with.
Yes, I see you recognize them.
I took the liberty of reading a couple. You know, it's a pretty foolish man who writes love letters to a gal like Linda, especially when he's married.
Hand them over.
Help yourself.
You know, it's a pity I had to kill her, but then she wouldn't listen to reason. She bled me white.
You really had me fooled with that fake mustache and the phony Texas accent, Colonel.
Yes, I thought it was rather convincing myself, Mr. Fortune.
How did you manage to get Linda to take this tour?
Oh, quite easily. I suggested that if she took the tour and brought the letters to the museum, we could meet surreptitiously inside the Egyptian wing, and I'd give her the final payment.
Yeah, you gave her the final payment, all right.
She wanted $10,000. I thought I was getting off quite cheaply with only a few cents worth of lead pipe.
Okay, Deems, you're a big success. You pulled off the Colonel Porteous act, you knocked off Linda, shuffled her body around so not even the cops can find it, and you got your letters. The only thing you seem to have overlooked is little old me.
Oh, not for long, Mr. Fortune. You see, I have plans for you.
I can imagine.
Yes, Mr. Fortune. You're going to become a mummy.
At my age, Doctor?
After I've killed you, you'll be wrapped in mummy dressing and placed inside a sealed stone sarcophagus. Just think, you may not be found for another 10,000 years.
Well, at least until next Christmas, anyway.
Well, you don't seem particularly worried, Mr. Fortune.
I'm not. You see, I've got other plans.
Such as?
Such as putting out the light and leaving. I managed to knock the lamp off his desk and beat it before he can find the range. All I had to do now was figure a way out. The museum was closed, the lights were out, the doors were double locked, and I didn't have a key. I dove through the first door, which happened to be the medieval exhibit. About 100 suits of armor, clubs, wooden horses, and shields. I figure I'd play it smart and climb into a bulletproof suit before Deemsy gets there with the artillery. So I managed to squeeze inside a little number designed by Richard the Lionhearted for the Crusades. I pull on the shoulder plate, pull down the visor, and make like a dead Saracen.
Fortune, I know you're in here. You may as well give up. You can't get out. It's no use, Fortune.
I figure I'll wait him out. but after a few minutes of this, my right arm begins to get tired, since I'm holding it up over my head with a 40-pound axe in it. The arm slips down, and the elbow joint creaks like it ain't had a shot of oil in a few thousand years.
Well, you've given yourself away, Mr. Fortune. Now, let's see now. Would you be inside the 11th century harbor? No, not there. Perhaps the 13th century suit of armor. Let's lift the visor and have a look.
At this point, I figure I'll take a chance the suit is really bulletproof and go after him with a battle axe.
Ah, then you must be in the English armor, the Crusades type.
You're getting warm, Deemsy. You'll be a lot warmer in a minute, because I'm coming after you right now.
Oh, really, Mr. Fortune? Don't you know that armor's so rusted it couldn't possibly move? Oh, you're trapped like a sardine in a can, Mr. Fortune. Like a sardine in a can.
When I try to move, I see that Deemsy's right. I can't budge. I stand there like an iron deer on somebody's front lawn while Deems lifts the visor and pokes his .44 into my bridge work.
Your new suit is very becoming, Mr. Fortune. How do you like it?
If you'll have your tailor grease up the lapels, I'll wear it home.
The tailor's out just now, Mr. Fortune. But after I pull this trigger, you can change it for a wooden one. Right now.
Fortune! Hey, Fortune, where are you?
Oh, in here, over here.
What?
Oh, Rocky, are you all right?
I think so. What happened?
Miss Fairchild here convinced me I ought to give the place one more look-see for the redhead's body. I found it in the closet in Deems' office, and we heard the noise and sneaked in here.
How's my boy, Deems?
Oh, I had to put some lead in him. He ain't so good. Hey, how about getting out them cast-iron overalls?
I'm stuck. No kidding. Sarge, I'm dying in here.
Oh, you poor man. Is there anything I can do to ease the pain?
Yeah. Come to think of it, maybe there is, sugar.
Will you just name it, Rocky?
Yeah. Oil me, will you, kid?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included June Foray, Gloria Grant, Barney Phillips, Dick Beals, and Dan Riss. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Howard Wiley directed. Now, to tell you about next week's transcribed adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
This ain't exactly the season for 4th of July celebrations, but next week I'll tell you about the time I almost got to be a Roman candle in the biggest explosion since they took the cork out of Vesuvius. See you around.
Millions of people behind the Iron Curtain are victims of vicious lies about the United States. Yes, communism continues to take the initiative in the propaganda war. We must not only stop the spread of communist influence among peoples that are still free, but we must also fight the tyranny of those it has already enslaved. The support of all Americans is needed. The Crusade for Freedom offers each of us as individuals the opportunity to strike a blow for freedom through Radio Free Europe, an independent, citizen-sponsored organization which broadcasts the message of democracy through the Iron Curtain every day, hour by hour. Join the crusade by contributing your truth dollar. Send your contribution to Crusade for Freedom in care of your local postmaster. Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
I hear it said on good authority that a rolling stone gathers no moss. In my case, it is not only moss that I don't gather, but something else which is green, namely loot, with which to buy the little things that make life worth living, like food. I am therefore always available for employment, and when the agency sends me up to the Knickerbocker magazine, I am very happy to accept their $48.50 a week, less withholding. Excuse me, lady, in which of these glass brick kennels do I find Mr. Walter Partridge?
Just open your ears and head for the biggest noise. That's our Walter.
I'm telling you, Burke, I want those reviews on time.
See what I mean?
Thanks.
For 2 weeks in a row, I've had the business office after me for missing deadlines. I'm not in business for my health, which is lousy. What do you want?
Mr. Partridge?
It says Partridge on the door. My cufflinks are initial WP, and I've got Dear Walter tattooed on my right bicep. Yes, I am Mr. Partridge.
Okay.
Who are you?
Rocky Fortune. The agency sent me over.
Oh, yes.
Well, what do I do?
Do you see this sad, broken-down pseudo-intellectual here?
Now, Walter, you're taking unfair advantage of
This
me.
miserable object is Burke Whittemore, the drama critic of the Knickerbocker magazine. His reviews are followed with bated breath by middle-aged women from Hohokus to Great Neck. There's only one trouble. He has not seen a play in the last 3 years.
But if he doesn't go to plays, how does he review him?
Oh, he goes. He occupies an aisle seat in the 5th row. He's there in body, but unfortunately, the spirit has been applied internally.
Ah, come on, Walter. Isn't it fitting to pour libations to Dionysius before attending his temple?
I'm not worried about Dionysius. I am concerned about the libations being poured into Burke Whittemore. You get the picture, Mr. Fortune?
He's on the sauce.
That's the general idea.
My dear man, paralyzed drunk, I can type a better column with my elbow than any other drama critic in the metropolitan area.
Just once. I'd like to see what you can do while sober. All right, now, Fortune, you understand your job.
Look, Mr. Partridge, I am a great connoisseur of the theater arts. I have sat under the runway of Old Howard in Boston and similar high-tone resorts in Union City, New Jersey. But if you're looking for a drama critic, I think you better get yourself a new boy.
Don't be ridiculous, Fortune. I've got a drama critic. What I want is someone who can keep him from falling on his face.
Oh.
All right, now, here's your job. There's a new play opening tonight, Trolley in the Sky by St. John Maloney. Now, you're to stick with Whittemore from now until curtain time. Just keep him sober and don't let him fall asleep in the show. Your seat will be directly behind his on the aisle. And if he starts to show any signs of drooping, give him a good stiff poke in the back of the neck.
Now, see here, Walter.
You think you can manage that, Fortune?
Don't worry, Mr. Partridge. He won't even wink. I got a real dandy rabbit punch. I developed it punching rabbits. I am now remembering that this Burke Whittemore is the fellow known on Broadway as the Kiss of Death. He has not written a review with a kind word in it since Helen Hayes was playing kid parts with bloomers showing. But now he's a rum-dum, senior grade, and I'm hired to make an honest man of him. We head back to Whittemore's office where the job of protecting him from his various follies starts even sooner than I think.
But you can't go in there.
Get away from that door.
Won't you come in, Maloney?
I knew I'd find you hiding in here, Whittemore.
Be careful how you swing that cane.
All right, Maloney, what's the idea of breaking the glass in my door?
Your glass isn't the only thing I'm going to break. Are you planning to cover my opening tonight?
With a shroud.
Whittemore, I'm warning you. I will not create a sensitive, important, searching drama and have a warped Nibelung tear it to shreds with his pointed teeth. After you reviewed my last play, it ran exactly 2 performances.
A long run for that play. How did it do on the road?
Listen, you snake. If you vent your malevolent spleen on my new one tonight, so help me, I'll kill you. In fact, I don't think I'll even
Hey,
wait.
put down that cane. Now, a Malacca cane with a silver head is not as heavy as a bulldozer or as high-powered as a 6-inch shell. But when laid neatly back of the ear, it'll serve. I fold up in a tasteful knot and droop gracefully to the Axminster. Having delivered his ultimatum, St. John Maloney turns on his heel, which happens to be on my stomach at the time, and strides out of the office.
Fortune, you all right?
Oh, what happened to me?
We tried to brain me with his cane and caught you on the backswing. That's the trouble with these modern playwrights. No sense of direction.
I believe you.
Of course, we'll have to do something about that lump on your head.
Shall I call a doctor, Mr. Whittemore?
Oh, nonsense. We'll just cover it up with a hat. Fortune, do you happen to possess a Hamburg?
Are you clowning?
Well, then we'll buy you one on the way to the theater. Now, come on along.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Ain't you even going to call the cops?
What for?
Didn't you hear Maloney? He said he was going to kill you.
There isn't a playwright worth his salt on Broadway who hasn't threatened to kill me. Come along, Fortune. Thespis awaits.
Mr. Whittemore, wait. What about your mail? It's been piling up on your desk for days.
Good. Pile it alphabetically and burn it, Alice. Bills, nothing but bills.
But, Mr. Whittemore... Oh, dear. Mr. Fortune, would you take these letters along and try to get him to read them, please?
Okay. Here's one that doesn't smell like a bill. Lavender envelope.
Fortune.
Huh? Oh, coming, Mr. Whittemore. So I slip the letters in my pocket, and away we go. First, he insists on buying me a Hamburg hat, and then we head toward the theater. We get there about 40 minutes late. Burke Whittemore collapses in an aisle seat in the first row while I am right behind him in the second. A pint-sized blonde named Valerie Carter is emoting all over the stage, but I'm too busy to pay much attention. Already, Burke Whittemore is beginning to slide down in his seat.
Were I yet another, yet were I another's other, yet were I yet
Hey,
your other.
Mr. Whittemore, wake up.
Take me, for I am no other than your own, else were I another.
Okay, pal, I warned you.
Oh, hey, Fortune. Did you have to do that?
Cheer up, Mr. Whittemore. Something might happen. Who knows? Her dress might slip. In the first intermission, we struggled through a lobby the size of a phone booth, which is occupied by a cloud of smoke and a few thousand people. Whittemore runs up against a sad little man who looks as if his last friend just bit him. This is Judson Flanagan, the producer.
A great show tonight, Burke, eh? St. John has written a modern masterpiece in verse.
That third-rate carpenter couldn't write a testimonial for an underarm deodorant.
Very witty, Burke.
Do you like it? I'm using it in my review.
Are you writing them in advance now? You've only seen 10 minutes of the play.
My dear man, you tried out in New Haven. A gentle wind wafted the aroma straight into my office.
Listen, Burke, seriously, you've got to be fair. I've got my own money in this show.
You must be mad.
But, Burke, you can't pen it. You just can't. Look, I've done everything I could to please you. I've even starred your favorite actress.
Valerie Carter? She was my favorite actress. You should have given the part to Lassie. This thing is really a dog.
Burke, I'm desperate. If you cut this show to ribbons, I'll kill you.
We leave Flanagan and fight our way down the aisle. Just as we reach our seats, the house lights go down and the stage is dark, too, and as nobody is seated yet, we all kick each other around for a while. Just as I get myself firmly planted, somebody falls in my lap.
Oh, excuse me, monsieur, but you are in my seat.
Excuse me, lady, but you're in my lap.
Oh, no, this is seat D1.
This is B1, lady.
Oh.
Stick around. It's a great seat.
Oh, no, I could not. Pardon me,
She's a small, tight brunette wearing a veil and a mink and smelling of something at $50 an ounce. All in all, she appears to be some dish from where I'm sitting, which at the time is right under her. However, cherchez la femme, I always say. At this point, I notice Burke Whittemore is starting to slide again. I reach over and give him the old rigid digit in the back of the neck. Hey, Mr. Whittemore. Hey, wake up. Come on.
Oh, Stella, where art thou? You whose else becomes more present than absent.
Mr. Whittemore, wake up, pal.
Would that you were not another's other, so that I could seek and find you where you are.
I'm telling you, Mr. Whittemore, you gotta wake up. Evidently, I have more power on my index finger than I give myself credit for. Whittemore slides out of his seat and rolls into the aisle. I'm down beside him, but it doesn't take me long to head up the aisle to the front of the house, or I flag down Judson Flanagan, the producer.
Shh! This is the reconciliation scene.
It better be the reincarnation scene, pal. Come on outside. I got a flash for you.
Huh?
Whittemore is stiff in the aisle.
Again? Fortune, you help me get him out. We'll get him some black coffee and bring him to.
It'll take more than coffee, Flanagan. He's got a knife buried in his back.
Ted? That's impossible.
Improbable, maybe. But nothing's impossible these days, so you better call the cops.
We can't call the police now. It's only the second act.
Look, Mr. Flanagan, I know it may seem like bad theater, coming so early in the play, I mean, but there's a corpse in the center aisle. Aren't you even interested?
Of course, of course. We'll have to get him out of there before intermission.
I guess I ain't getting through. Burke Whittemore is dead. D-E-D. Look, give me some change and I'll call him myself. Where's the phone?
Right behind you.
Oh. Yeah, where's the change?
Here you.
Oh! Turning my back on Flanagan was like playing Potsy in the Holland Tunnel. He let me have it right on the cowlick with about 2.5 tons of small change in a bag. I figure if I stay on this job much longer, they'll refer to me as Melonhead Fortune, because I'm beginning to feel distinctly squashy behind the ears. When I come to, I'm on the floor of a small closet with my head sharing a bucket with a slightly damp mop. I stagger to my feet and commence banging on the door. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. I got a right to make one telephone. I want my lawyer.
Well, Rocky Fortune, what are you doing in there?
Sergeant Finger of Homicide as I live and breathe.
What are you doing in this closet?
Look, Sarge, a guy got croaked tonight. A drama critic by the name of Burke Whittemore.
How come you know?
Because I was sitting in the seat right behind him.
Huh? What were you doing there?
I was acting as his bodyguard.
Oh, that's a hot one.
I knew that'd break you up. Look, the guy was a lush. His magazine hired me to keep him on the wagon.
He's on the wagon, all right, only now it's a hearse. So you were sitting right behind him when it happened, huh?
Yeah, I was.
And he got the knife right in the back. It's very interesting.
Now, wait a minute.
Why'd you do it, Fortune?
You know something, Sarge? You are a pilgrim in the path of least resistance.
What do you mean by that?
You always pin the rap on the nearest suspect. It saves you so much time.
Why not? You had the perfect opportunity, Rocky.
Sure, but why would I want to do it? You need a motive, Sarge, a motive.
You're right. Why did you do it?
Oh, nuts. Look, why you pick on me?
You got any better suspects, Rocco?
How about the guy who wrote this turkey tonight? How about it, Maloney? Didn't you threaten to kill Whittemore if he panned your play?
Certainly I did. I'm only sorry that someone beat me to it.
How do we know that someone did?
I wasn't even in the theater when it happened. I can't stand the strain of opening nights. I was in the little bar across the street.
We'll check on that. Okay, Rocky, who else?
The producer, Flanagan. He had a fight with Whittemore at intermission time, just before it happened, Sarge.
That doesn't mean a thing. I never left the front of the theater.
Says who?
Ask my box office man. I was checking receipts with him from the time the second act curtain went up until Fortune came running up the aisle.
Well, now that leaves us right back where we started. Only one suspect, and Rocky, guess who?
Now, take it easy, Finger. Not so fast. Almost anybody in the theater could have done it. The lights were down. All they had to do was walk down the aisle in the dark and... Wait a minute. The brunette.
The who?
The brunette who sat in my lap.
What are you doing, dreaming again?
No, honest, Sarge. She thought I was sitting in her seat. We had a friendly tussle about it, and then it turned out she was looking for D1 instead of B.
When did all this happen?
Right after the start of Act 2, just before Whittemore rolled out in the aisle. Maybe you better chercher la femme.
Where did you say she was sitting?
D1.
Oh, that's impossible. D1 is a house seat, reserved for critics on opening night.
But I'm positive she... Look, we had an argument about the seat.
Anybody hear the argument? How about you, Miss Carter? Any of the actors notice a commotion down front?
Well, no. But, of course, we were all concentrating on our performances.
Fortune, why don't you quit trying to feed me all these wild stories?
Look, I could prove I was hired as Whittemore's bodyguard. Let me call the magazine, will you? Walter Partridge, the publisher. He'll back me up on it.
Okay, then, Fortune, get Partridge over and tell him to fly. Because if he don't, you're going to be my pigeon on toast.
By this time, Fingers made the whole thing sound so crazy, even I am beginning to wonder if there really was a brunette in my lap. Still, this is no time to give up. I feed a dime into the backstage pay station and inform Knickerbocker magazine that they have just lost one drama critic. Furthermore, that unless they wish to lose me, too, they'd better send Partridge over on the wing. As I hang up the phone, I find Valerie Carter waiting. In a dressing gown that is made of old butterfly wings.
Mr. Fortune.
Yeah.
Mr. Fortune, could you step into my dressing room just a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
So would Sergeant Finger, and he may be getting impatient.
Well?
Well, he ain't got the strange attraction you have. Let the bum wait.
Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
Do you mind if I sit next to you?
It's your couch, honey.
Mr. Fortune, I don't exactly know how to explain this.
You lost something lately?
How did you know?
Well, I didn't think you were looking for sugar just now when I felt that hand in my pocket.
Oh, well, then I suppose I'd better come right out with it.
Yes.
It's a letter.
Oh? A letter to Mr. Whittemore, you mean?
Yes.
Maybe the lavender one with the perfume.
Yes, may I have it?
Why?
Well, you see, Burke, that is, Mr. Whittemore and I were good friends for years.
I'm glad to know he had one friend.
In fact, we were even engaged to be married. But we had a silly little quarrel, and he said that he was going to criticize my performance tonight.
Yeah?
Well, naturally, I got very angry. So I wrote this letter and I sent it off. And then I regretted it, of course, and I called his secretary to try and intercept it.
And that's how you know I had it on me.
Yes. You will give it back to me.
You mind if I open the letter first?
Oh, no, please don't. It's so foolish, really, and it has nothing to do with what happened in the theater tonight.
How do I know that?
Well, Mr. Fortune, do I look like a brunette?
Well, no.
And after all, it happened right in the middle of the play. So, may I have the letter, please?
Nope.
Well, I thought you were a gentleman, Mr. Fortune.
Gentlemen are usually dopes. When Finger finds out who the murderer is, you'll get the letter back unopened.
Took you long enough to make that phone call, Fortune.
Take it easy, Sarge. Mr. Partridge is on his way over now, and he'll put me in a clear.
Yeah? It's going to take more than that.
What do you mean?
Fortune, you're in this up to your flapping ears. I've been checking out alibis, and both Flanagan and Maloney are clean. I guess who that leaves.
Name somebody. What about the brunette?
You know, it's strange. Nobody seems to have saw her but you. And a man was sitting in seat D1. Rocky, why don't you save the state the cost of a trial and confess, huh? Maybe I can get you off light with the electric chair.
I tell you, Finger,
Move
you
it.
are out of your...
Hello.
Mr. Partridge, I am so glad to see you, my boy. Will you tell this guy who I am?
I don't know who you are.
What? Now, wait a minute. Didn't you hire me today to look after Burke Whittemore?
Yes, I did.
And what do you mean by that crack, I don't know who you are?
Apparently, I should have asked for character references first. I hired you to protect Mr. Whittemore, not to let him get stabbed in the back.
All right, Rocky boy, let's go down to the station.
Before you go, Fortune, I'll take Whittemore's mail.
How did you know I had it?
Why, hand it over, Fortune.
Not so fast. Funny thing, you're the second person to ask about that. Why is everybody so anxious to get their mitts on Whittemore's mail? Wouldn't be the lavender letter, would it?
Mr. Fortune.
What lavender letter?
This one, Sarge. Valerie Carter sent it to Whittemore today. Who knows? We might even find a motive inside.
Mr. Fortune, that is not your letter. You have no right.
Sarge, listen to this. Dear Burke, it's no use you're trying to hold me with threats. It's all over between us, and nothing you can say will change my mind. I'm in love with another man, and I advise you not to cross him, Burke. He isn't the kind to let anything stand in his way.
Who's the other man?
Let me read it, will you?
No, you don't. I'll take that.
Here, give me that letter.
Hey, Partridge, what's the big idea?
Grab him, Finger. He's our boy. Before anyone can lay a glove on him, Partridge is across the stage and starting up the iron ladder to the catwalk. Sergeant Finger runs to beat, so I'm the first one up the ladder after him. When I hit the catwalk overhead, he's already touching a match to the letter.
Stay away from me, Fortune!
Unless you can fly, you're a gone goose, buddy. This catwalk has got a dead end.
Stay away!
I'm coming to get you.
Oh, you...
Look out, Partridge, you're going over. Partridge!
Fortune, help me. My hands are slipping. Fortune, I can't hold on.
Did you stab Whittemore, did you?
Yes, I did.
Louder.
I did it. I killed him. Now help me.
You hear that, Finger?
I heard it. My hands, I'm slipping.
All right, Partridge, catch. Alley-oop. I haul Partridge back up on the catwalk and frog march him down to Sergeant Finger.
I could have been killed. Fortune, you're crazy.
All right, Sergeant. You got the confession?
I'll repudiate it. He was threatening my life.
That confession will never stand up in the court. Well, maybe not, Mr. Partridge, but now that I got the man and the motive, I got a hunch we ain't gonna need it. There'll be other ways we can pin it on you.
Walter, I can't.
Hey, Rocky.
What?
You think the dame is mixed up in it, too?
Miss Carter? Nah. If she'd have known Partridge was going to bump him off, sending that letter was the most stupid thing she could do.
Yeah, I guess that's so. Okay, Partridge, let's fly downtown and find you a cage.
So, once again, I am a free man, meaning a man without a job. And all I have to show for it is a new pearl gray Homburg. Miss Carter.
Yes?
About that letter, I'm really sorry. You see, I was on the spot.
If only I hadn't written that awful letter, that's all.
Look, it's been a kind of rough evening, and you look a little beat. Would you like me to see you home?
Oh, no. I don't want to put you to any trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble. Just wait till I grab my hat here. B1, B... It's funny, no hat. It must have fallen under the seat.
Oh, well, do you see it now?
Yeah, Ow!
What's the matter?
Something stuck me. A bobby pin. Now, how did that get under my seat?
Well, what's so remarkable about that?
Yeah, nothing but bald-headed critics sitting in this row. No dames, except maybe the brunette who sat in my lap. Only why would a brunette be dropping blonde bobby pins around?
She wouldn't. I think you just made that brunette up.
I think maybe she made herself up with a brunette wig.
But who'd want to do a thing like that?
Well, it couldn't have been you. You were on stage.
That's right.
Come to think of it, though, were you there all the time? What about the start of the second act?
No, I wasn't. Any other questions?
Miss Carter, you don't happen to smoke a pipe.
No, I don't.
Then that's a gun in my ribs.
It is?
You did it, not Partridge. You sneaked around
If you mean that I killed Burke Whittemore, yes.
And why did Partridge take the rap?
Because he's in love with me.
He must be.
Don't worry. He'll come out all right. He can prove he was somewhere else tonight.
I wish I could say the same.
All right, now. Start walking.
Where?
The stage door, Mr. Fortune.
Yeah, that was pretty clever. Only don't you think you did this thing the hard way? Why didn't you just marry Partridge and tell Whittemore to go whistle up a tree?
I couldn't. Burke threatened me.
With what? Bad review?
With deportation. I'm in this country illegally, Mr. Fortune. Burke threatened to turn me in if I tried to leave him.
Oh, I see. Well, here's the stage door. What now?
Open it.
You got something definite in mind?
I have. They'll find you lying in the alley.
Won't be the first time.
Well, it'll be the last. Open that door.
Okay, here goes.
Miss Carter, I'm glad I caught you. I got a question.
Finger, watch out.
Hey, what goes?
Finger, I could kiss your lovely, stupid mug.
What for?
I'd be a dead duck if you hadn't figured this thing out.
Figure what out?
That you had the wrong man, of course. This dame was about to knock me over.
Miss Carter? You mean she committed the murder?
What else? Ain't that why you came back?
No, I came back to get her autograph.
Autograph?
Yeah, my kids are nuts about the theater.
Oh, brother.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Elaine Ross, Leslie Wood, Stotts Cotsworth, Arnold Moss, James Monks, Roger DeKoven, and Bill Zuckert. Tonight's script was written by Ernest Kenoy. Fred Wade directed. Now to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next time, I get a job dusting plaster statues in a 2-bit art shop. Only it turns out somebody figures to dust me off. For good. Naturally, there's a blonde, and she ain't no plaster statue. You can take it from me. I'll see you around. Bye.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Presenting Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, who stars as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. Say, if you ever vacationed up in the Catskill Mountains, you've probably heard of Mama Greenspan, the best cook between the Waldorf and Grossinger's. Mama runs Greenspan Villa, which was quite the place to go before son Larry started to gamble away the profits. I did a hitch there as assistant social director a couple of years back, and last week I got a call from Mama asking me to pinch hit for a few days till she could find a new social director. Before I got through, I was not only a social director, I was almost a funeral director at my own death. Pardon me, lady. Is this the Waldorf Astoria?
Is this... Rocky! Rocky, my boy.
How are you, Mama?
Oh, let me look at you. Ah, you're just the same. Nothing but flesh and bone. Come in the kitchen. I'll fix you something.
I just ate, Mama.
No. You force yourself. Come on down.
Tell me, how come you need a social director all of a sudden?
Well, the last director eloped with one of the guests without so much as a howdy-doody. Here, sit. I'll snack you.
Now, look, let's keep it down to 6 or 7 courses, Mama. Tell me, about this job. What do I do? How many guests have you got?
Well, for the last week, all we had was old Mr. Siegel in 212 and Mrs. Rafferty, the fat lady, from 216. But all of a sudden, yesterday comes a Mr. Martin, and an hour later, a young girl from Flatbush. Such a pretty little thing. Your eyes could fall out from looking on her. With such a pickup in business, I thought, Mama, good times is coming back again. You should get a social director.
And you figured I was out of work, so you called
Ah,
me.
I don't pay much, but at least you'll eat good until you find something more substantial.
Mama, you're absolutely wonderful. How's Larry?
Larry?
You remember your son. We used to play handball together when I worked here, remember?
Oh, that Larry.
Well, what's the matter, Mama?
Oh, everybody has his own troubles. Why should I make mine yours?
Come on now, tell me about it.
Well, I guess you knew Laurie ain't exactly a dependable boy. Not a bad boy, understand, but after Papa died, he started to go with bad fellas, and he gambled, and one thing led to another.
Yeah, I read where he got sent up for a year.
Only 6 months he was there. And when he came out a few weeks ago, he was a changed boy. Mama, he said, from now on, the straight and crooked path. No more gambling. I'm going to get a job. He said it right here in this kitchen.
So?
So he tried to get a job, and nobody would take him. So he got mixed up again, and...
And what?
And they're looking for him to kill him. Oh, Rocky.
Now, take it easy, Mama. Take it easy. Who's looking to kill him?
Oh, the man who came yesterday. Mr. Bugsy Martin.
How do you know this?
How do I know? Larry called me on the telephone and asked me if Bugsy Martin was here, and he said Bugsy Martin was after him, and I shouldn't say I heard from him. Period.
Did he tell you why this guy's after him?
You read in the newspaper where the federal payroll was held up last week?
The post office job.
The post office job. Rocky, I think Larry was involved.
What makes you think he was in on this job?
Because the post office was in Albany, and I happen to know that Larry had a plane ticket for Albany the day before. Also, I know he was mixed up with those no-good-nicks again.
In other words, you don't really need a social director.
In other words, I need a friend, Rocky. I need somebody who can help me in case Larry comes. Maybe you could talk some sense in him somehow.
Maybe, Mama. I'll do what I can. But for now, you better introduce me to the guest, huh? Mama took me out on the porch where the 3 paying guests were rocking back and forth. The first was Bugsy Martin, a tough-looking character with a bulge under his arm where the artillery was stacked. Seated next to him was a fat lady dipping into a box of nuggets, and next to her was a very jazzy-looking blonde with a mind like Billy Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you should all meet our new social director, Mr. Fortune. This is Mr. Martin.
Where's the Manches?
Hi.
Mrs. Rafferty. Mrs. Rafferty is a widow. Call me Gertrude.
How are you, Gertie?
And this is Miss Miller.
Hello.
What do I call you?
Call me anytime.
Are you for real? I mean, flesh and blood?
Mostly blood.
You ain't, married or anything? Mind if I touch you?
Steady now, I'm ticklish.
Well, it isn't that I'm bold or anything, Mr. Fortune, but I have a 1-week vacation, understand. My boss, Mr. Marcus, went to Florida. So I said to myself, Gloria, why not go to the mountains? Maybe I'll meet some young man and I have a little fun and meet a lot of people. And who knows, you might even make the acquaintance of somebody worthwhile.
So?
So I had to pick a week when every place was booked up except here. For 2 days now I've been sitting on this rocking chair till I'm chair sick. You know, I haven't even seen a delivery boy. Ooh, I'm so glad to see you.
No, just a minute, honey. Steady, I'm not looking to settle down in Flatbush and raise kids.
Who said anything about settling down? You're a social director?
That's right.
So direct to me.
Oops. I'm just beginning to enjoy my new job when Mama comes out and interrupts me. It seems that old Mr. Siegel, who is not feeling well and can't leave his room, would like his lunch brought up. Whatever is wrong with old Mr. Siegel, it ain't stomach trouble because lunch consists of a half a dozen of Mama Greenspan's famous 12-pound blintzes, chicken soup with matzo balls, and a copy of Josephine Jackson's 10-day reducing diet.
Come in?
Mr. Siegel?
Yes. Put it down and get out.
You ain't polite.
Go.
Maybe I should introduce myself. I'm Rocky Fortune, the new social director.
Out.
Anything you say, Sal. I'll just put the tray down here. I'm sorry, the cover fell off.
Clumsy ox.
It's all right. I'll just put it back on and... Well.
What is it?
Excuse me, Mr. Siegel, but this note just fell out of one of the blintzes.
Give it to me.
Sure.
Now get out.
Not for a while.
What?
I said not for a while. You and me are going to converse first.
Get out of here or I kill you.
My. Do nice old men like you always carry 45s? Give me that. Let go. Drop it.
My arm, you break it.
That's better. Now you can take off the phony beard, Larry.
You punk. I had to kill you for this.
Sit down. I said sit down.
Now lay off, will you?
So you're the boy who was going to go straight.
Did Mama tell you?
She told me everything except that you were up here making like a paying guest. The note in the blintz told me that.
Bugsy, he'll kill me if he finds out.
You better level with me, Larry, unless you want him to find out.
That's crazy. You won't believe me.
Let's have it.
Last week, Bugsy said he could get me a job driving a truck up in Albany. I went up.
You didn't tell Mama.
I wanted to surprise her.
Go on.
My first job is to deliver a load of furniture someplace, I thought. I pull the truck up right across the street from the post office and start moving the furniture into the house. Everything seems fine. All of a sudden, I hear shooting. I rush out. The street looks empty. I finish a job and start to drive to the next stop. Only I notice somebody has tossed a black bag into the truck. When I open it, $100,000 in hot government money.
Bugsy tossed the stuff into the truck and took off.
I got scared. I ditched the truck and took off with the money, figuring I'd go to the cops.
But you developed a case of sticky fingers.
I couldn't get a job.
It won't work, Larry. You know that. And also, if Bugsy and the guys don't get you, the federal agents will.
I know. I've been trying to get up enough nerve to go to the cops. But then Bugsy showed up. Since then, Mama's been hiding me up here.
Why didn't you just phone? Or have Mama phone?
They're watching Mama like a hawk. Maybe they got the phones tapped. How do I know? One peep and they'd be up here with heaters.
You still willing to go to the cops?
Ain't got much choice now.
All right. I'll get him for you. You stay here.
Okay, Rocky.
Don't change your mind.
I won't.
I leave Larry Greenspan in his room and head down to the kitchen to tell Mama the news. She's just tasting a ladle full of kreplach soup when I come in. Mama.
Oh, you frightened me.
I'm sorry. Listen, Mama, can I use the phone in your office?
Why not?
I just talked to Larry.
Oh, you found out?
Didn't you want me to? Come on, tell me, Mama.
Somebody could hear. So you met Mr. Siegel?
Uh-huh. He says to call the gentleman with the blue suits and order one today.
Oh, you're not joking, Rocky.
He's willing to turn over the money, too. Now, the main thing is to make sure that Bugsy doesn't...
Shh. Somebody's by the door.
Hold it. Hi.
Oh, excuse me. I just came in to see if there wasn't something in the icebox I could nosh before lunchtime.
Help yourself. Here's a piece of strudel.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Excuse me for interrupting.
Perfectly all right. You were saying?
I'll make the call. Keep Bugsy out on the porch.
Anything you say. Oh, Rocky, I'm so happy he decided to go to the police. You have no idea. I hope they treat him good.
Take it easy, Mama. We're not in the clear yet. I'm going to call a buddy of mine in the New York department. He's a slob, but he's an honest cop. I slip into Mama Greenspan's office on the first floor and get my thumb in the dial. Operator, I want the New York City Police Department. Person to person to Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger, First Detectives. That's right. Yeah, I'll wait. Hello, Hamilton? Rocky. Listen, how'd you like to be promoted to Chief of Detectives? I got the loot from the Albany post office job. Also, a friend of mine can finger the crooks for you. No, I'm cold sober. This is a nice guy who got made the patsy. Will you treat him decent? Good. I'm up at Mama Greenspan's in the Borscht Belt. You been? Okay, I'll see you. I hang up the phone and start to turn around, but in the middle of my turn, somebody drops a ton of stale bagels on the back of my skull, and I see the broadloom coming up to meet me.
Rocky, wake up! Rocky, please, wake up!
Oh. What transpired?
The door was open. I came in and you were kissing the carpet. Are you all right?
Yeah, except for a small dent in my brain.
Oh, thank heavens. The only man at Greenspan's villa.
Gloria, somebody heard me making a very personal phone call and pulled me on the head. Did you see anybody around here?
Not a soul. Rocky, why would somebody want to hit you?
I think I know why, baby. What I want to know is who. I stagger to my feet and am on my way up to old Mr. Siegel's room for a conference when I run right into the arms of Sergeant Finger, which is like running into a wounded rhinoceros on the charge.
Oh! Take it easy, Rock. You could get hurt.
Oh, I don't usually bump into guys with concrete chests. What'd you do, take a rocket ship?
Police helicopter. What's up?
Come on, I'll show you. This way.
This better not be no wild turkey hunt, Rocky.
Here's the room here. Mr. Siegel. Mr. Siegel. That's very funny.
Is it?
Yeah, we better give a look, huh?
Yeah.
Larry? Larry, where are you? Hey, Larry. He's gone.
Now, ain't that just charming?
Sarge, I'm telling you, the guy was here with a suitcase full of loot. Maybe he changed his mind, conked me, and took off.
Sure, that's what happened. Fortune, I ought to brain you for getting me up here. I ought to put you in a freezer. I got a good mind to bend up your nose.
Sarge, before you do, just so it shouldn't be a total loss.
What?
Come on down for a bowl of Mama Greenspan's chicken soup with matzo balls. I turn the good sergeant over to Mama in the kitchen and head back to her office to look around. I don't have to look for long. A second later, I'm nosing my way up the stairs like a bloodhound following a salami salesman home from work.
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Rafferty.
Oh, hello. What do you want?
I brought you a little nosh.
I beg your pardon?
Here's the rest of the strudel Mama gave you out in the kitchen. You dropped it on the floor of the office when you hit me in the head.
You're out of your mind.
Look, sister, I know you heard me talking to Mama about that loot in old Mr. Siegel's room. You figured maybe you could grab off a small hunk, so you knocked me out and went up there. Only you're a very nervous eater, so you left a trail of strudel crumbs all the way up from my body to the room.
What do you want?
Where's the money?
I don't know. Why don't you ask Larry?
I will. And if you don't know anything about it, how do you know who Larry is?
Well, I just assumed.
You just assumed you were talking to a schnook. Now, look, miss. There's a homicide man downstairs right now. Are you going to level with me, or do I turn you over to him?
Oh, please, no. I'm not a criminal. I've never done anything.
Except what?
Oh, I overheard you and Mama in the kitchen, and I put 2 and 2 together. So I hit you and went up to 212. I said if he didn't give me half the money, I'd tell Mr. Martin where he was hiding.
Then what happened?
He gave me $5,000.
Hmm.
I never had that much money in my life. Here. It's in this drawer. Take it. Please take it. I don't want it. I don't know what made me do it.
And you don't know where he is?
Oh, honest, I don't. He was still in the room when I left. Honest, Mr. Fortune.
All right, sister. Now, look, you stay right here and hang on to this $5,000 until I get back with the law. And don't think you're going to pull a disappearing act. Matter of fact, you don't look like you're going to win any prizes in the Olympic dash. I leave Rafferty nervously munching her way through a pile of salted almonds and head for the kitchen to get Sergeant Finger. En route, I am mousetrapped by Gloria Miller. And she's got that look in her eye. Just like a chorus girl watching an elderly banker with a weak heart.
Rocky,
What?
you haven't been directing my social life much.
Honey, it isn't that I'm not interested. I got a lot of things to do right now.
How about rowing on the lake for a while?
Later.
Ping pong?
Later, honey.
Want to get married?
Later, What am I saying? Gloria, look, excuse me. I got things to do.
What things? For old Mr. Siegel?
For old Mr. Siegel.
What's he got that I ain't?
Honey, if you only knew. I bust into the kitchen where Hamilton Finger's just about to lower himself into his third bowl of chicken soup and tell him I finally got part of the loot. He pounds after me up to the Widow Rafferty's room, and we open the door. Now maybe you'll believe me when you see the lettuce patch this kid has in her bureau drawer.
Open it.
Okay, Mrs. Rafferty, here's the... Holy Hilda.
You say you was just conversing with this party?
A minute ago, Sarge. I'm telling you, I
She
was...
don't look like a very lively conversationalist, Rock. Not with that sash cord around her throat.
The money. It's gone.
My, how unfortunate. For you.
What do you mean, for me?
Rocky Manvu, my pal, you've been giving me a lot of gas about crooks and loot and everything else, but so far all I seen is this corpse, and all I know, the rest is just smoke to make it look like something else is going on.
What are you talking about? I told you when I came...
You told me, now I'm telling you. We're going down to the chateau to ask a few questions, and pal, you better have the answers.
Sergeant, my old pal, my buddy, I'd like to accompany you just for kicks, but a friend of mine is in bad trouble, and he needs help. So for a short while, fall down. The sergeant settles gracefully into a pile of blubber, and I shut the door behind me. First stop is old Mr. Siegel's room, and guess who I find there? Well.
Oh, Rocky.
Uh-huh. You looking for something, Gloria?
No, I thought maybe you were here.
Sure. So you were looking for me in the dresser drawers and under the carpet.
You can't tell where you find a man sometimes.
Say, that's very funny. Come on, what are you doing here?
Honest, Rocky, I was looking for you.
Who turned this room upside down?
That's how I found it.
Look at me. No, nobody could look that dumb and really not be dumb. All right, honey.
Where's Mr. Siegel?
A good question.
What are you looking for?
100,000 clams.
Ooh, would you mind if I helped?
Not at all. It looks as if somebody else conducted a search, too. Let's try a few places they haven't looked. Mattress. Phone book. Nothing.
What's on the tray?
A pile of blintzes I took up to Mr. Siegel this morning. Looks like he never got a chance to eat them.
That's wasteful. When I'm married, if my husband wastes food like that... Listen to me talking when I'm married. I can't even get proposed to. What are you doing?
Eating a blintz.
You get a bad one?
I got a bad one, all right. It's made out of dough, real dough. $5,000 in each blintz. What do you know? Larry must have hid the money here after Mrs. Rafferty put the bite on him. Come on, honey. Grab a few blintzes and let's go.
Hold it. All right, Louie, drop the blintz. Get 'em up, the both of yous.
Do like the man says, honey.
Mind if I close the door? Might suddenly get drafty in here. And if somebody makes a move...
Help yourself.
Thought I gave this place a good going over. But I never would have looked inside a blintz for that kind of dough. That's a joke.
I know. I already made it, and we laughed.
You ain't never gonna laugh again unless you tell me where Larry is hiding.
You just heard the last laugh then, pal, because I don't know.
Yeah? That's a good one, too. Listen, punk. I had to choke it out of the fat lady a little while ago. I'd just as soon do the same for you. Now, where is that double-crosser? She said he was hiding in here.
You mean old Mr. Siegel?
I mean Larry Greenspan. Now, start talking.
7 years ago, our forefathers brought forth upon this earth...
Oh, you're gonna be a wise guy, huh? Okay, punk, you're asking for it.
So are you, Bugsy, and you're gonna get it right now.
Hold it, Bugsy. Why, you...
Harry, you okay?
Yeah, wait till I check for ventilation. I guess he missed me.
I was beginning to wonder if you really wanted to hear the whole Gettysburg Address before you came in with that fire escape.
Wanted to make sure you saw me out there.
How'd you get there?
When the fat lady said she'd squawk to Bugsy, I decided maybe I better get a change of room for an outside exposure. The cop get here?
Finger, yeah. Poor soul, he's in 216 resting. Gloria, put down Bugsy's gun. You can get hurt.
Thanks, but I just want to make sure I don't have any trouble.
What do you mean, trouble?
When I take the money,
What?
hand it over, please, Rocky.
Now, wait a minute, honey. What is this? What happened to the sweet little secretary who was looking for a man?
Rocky, I have a confession to make. The man I was looking for is Larry Greenspan.
Who is this tomato, Rocky?
Well, up to now, I thought she was a man-eating barracuda from Flatbush.
I am from Flatbush, Rocky, but I'm not a barracuda.
Well, just who are you, baby, or what are you?
I'm an agent for the United States Treasury Department.
Well, you can never judge a T-man by the rustle of his bustle, I always say. I say it, but it never does any good. After I recover from the shock of Gloria Miller turning out to be a female shamus, we revive the good Sergeant Finger and go down and break the news to Mama. That's the way it is, Mama. The good sergeant here says Larry might even get off with a commendation.
Oh, such a good boy. More blintzes, Sergeant?
Well, thanks. Yeah, it's a couple.
Oh, and you, miss?
Well, thanks, but I've got to get this money back to the authorities.
Rocky, you'll have some.
You got enough?
Oh, I'll whip up some fresh dough.
Well, wait a minute now. If it's all the same to you, this time make 'em with the kind of dough you can't spend. That last batch was a little too rich for my taste.
Now, to tell you about next week's transcribed adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Hi. There's an old saying, never look a gift horse in the mouth. But with pen and cheek, I now write me a new saying. Never look a gift blonde in the eyes. She was blonde because her hair told me so. That was the only proof I had. She didn't walk, she insinuated. She was from New Orleans, and her name was Lou, and believe me, brother, Lou was no lady. When I saw her, I said to myself, I dig this babe. She almost dug me, too, right into her grave. I'll tell you about it next week.
Visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi there. You know, when it comes to losing jobs, I got about the best batting average in town. Something always happens. I mean, either I strike out on a secretary's curves or else I get put out for dropping a suggestion in a suggestion box, suggesting that the boss drop dead. I start out with the best of intentions, but there's always something wrong with the setup. You take what happened last week. I land myself a job that pays $100 an hour, and at last I think I'm really living. And then I find out when it's time to collect that you're liable not to be living.
One moment, please. What is it?
Miss Chandler?
I'm her secretary. What do you want?
Instant messenger service.
We don't want any.
Look, honey, it's 8 a.m. This is my first job. Now, don't give me a hard time.
Now, look, Sonny, I handle all of Miss Chandler's affairs, and we don't want a messenger.
Oh, how would you like to get up?
This boy in the man suit says you called for a messenger.
Yes, I did. For the package.
Well, you're not really going to send it, Laura.
I've got to.
I still think you're making a mistake.
I haven't any choice.
Well, then why not let me deliver it for you?
No, I've thought it over. That neighborhood's dangerous, Eve.
Well, nobody's going to kidnap little Evie, darling.
Who's going to pay the ransom?
Why don't you run along?
Please, Eve, let me handle it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, honey. It's your own funeral. Only I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him.
About 800 yards, left-handed.
Leave us alone, Eve, please.
Oh.
Nice kid. Where does she live, in the refrigerator?
You'll have to excuse Eve. She's been with me for years. She's very devoted. Have a seat, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune.
You don't look like a messenger boy. You're older.
Well, my boss is very inefficient. He always sends a man to do a boy's work.
Will you have a drink? I think I need one.
Well, I don't usually start till 9 a.m.
Excuse me.
Yeah, steady, honey. Here, pull yourself together. You're shaking.
I had a bad night.
Here you are. Charge your batteries.
Thank you. Now, let me see.
Messenger service, remember?
Oh, yes. I left the package in my room. I won't be a moment. Will you wait?
Forever. Laura Chandler's a blonde with a figure like Swedish stemware. Tall and slender and curved in the right places. She walks out and I look around. The place is a plush two-story studio apartment, and from the drawing equipment, I figure her for one of these high-class fashion designers. I begin to wonder if she'll make it back before the nervous breakdown sets in.
Here's the package.
Where to?
14 Barbary Street.
Oh, that's a pretty rough neighborhood.
Room 2B. Here's the key. Go in and leave this package on the table. You'll find another package. Pick it up and bring it to me.
This doesn't sound like fashion proofs.
That's my business.
Pardon me.
And one thing. I don't want you snooping in the packages.
Well, it's been grand meeting you, Miss Chandler.
Where are you going?
I insult very easily.
Just a minute.
Well?
I'm sorry. Please, I'm terribly upset.
Hungover, they call it.
No, I haven't been well. Please forgive me.
Okay, you want kiss and make up?
It's very important to me that this package be delivered and the other package returned unopened. I'll pay you well.
Well, meaning what?
$100.
What's in this package? A new slim silhouette for the H-bomb?
Nothing like that. Will you take the job?
Yeah, one condition.
What's that?
Advance me 30 cents for a couple of subway tokens.
Here's $10.
Honey, I just want 2 tokens, not a seat on the stock exchange.
Take a cab. Here's the package. Be careful.
Don't worry.
Do a good job, and
Yeah?
I'll be very grateful.
Oh, in that case, lay off the happy juice. I may even ask you out to dinner tonight. I'd rather you were sober.
I'm afraid I'm too expensive, Mr. Fortune.
Rocky. And don't worry about it. I'm rich, if I live to collect. I leave the apartment with the distinct feeling that something peculiar's in the wind, and that it ain't the Fulton Fish Market. I leg it out the lobby past the doorman in full admiral's uniform and flag down a cab.
Whither to?
14 Barbary Street. And pal, don't ever put the flag down before the cab starts next time.
I can see this is going to be a fat tip.
Don't give me a hard time, Max.
Yes, sir. I can remember when the subway was good enough for you guys.
It still is if you like to stop here.
Oh, no offense, Excellency.
You know, if you pipe some of that gas into the tank, you'd be a rich hacky. Don't look around, Junior, but the light is green. Move. I feel refreshed after this little exchange of pleasantries and settle back to untie the wrapping on Laura Chandler's package. Not that I'm the suspicious type, understand, but when somebody offers me $100 to deliver a package, I like to make sure I'm not playing patsy with a pumpkin full of microfilm. And just as I get the wrapping undone, Max tromps the brake pedal. And I find myself up to the knees in nice, crisp $100 certificates.
Hey, mister, you dropped your money.
Why don't you give out safety belts in these things if you're going to stop this way?
What are you, a messenger for the United States Mint?
Just turn around, pal, and keep going. I'll gather up the cabbage.
What do you think this is, an armored truck? Next time you rob a bank, hire a van.
If you really want to know, this is Halloween money. I got it playing trick-or-treat.
Where? The First National Bank?
You're clever.
Yeah, stop soaping me, bud. I know real money when I see it. And I seen it.
Max guns the cab while I collect the spilled lettuce. I figure there must be 4,000 or 5,000, and I've just wrapped it up again when Max goes in another one of his famous quick stops. What now?
Out. New Summer Eve, Lafayette. Which means we're here, 14 and Bartlett.
I never thought we'd make it. What's the wrap?
65 cents.
Here's a 10.
Thanks.
Hey.
Huh?
You'll excuse the expression. The change. $9.35.
Yeah. Here.
Here's a buck. Get yourself a B-29.
I already got one.
Barbary Street is a dead end in the worst slum in town. Number 14 is a condemned building. I pick my way past a couple of prostrate bums and a garbage can, and I'm about to walk in when somebody taps me.
Pencil, mister? Help an old blind lady? Pencil?
Here, Mom. Keep the pencil. I got nobody to write to.
Bless you, son.
On second thought, I'll take it, Mother.
Here, you crumb.
The hallway is decrepit pink plaster that is crumbling crumb by crumb. I let myself into room 2B, which resembles a sanctuary for unemployed mice. There's no package, so I deposit my bundle of government greenery and wait. After a couple of minutes, I hear something coming. It's the old blind lady's stick tapping down the hall. She comes in and goes to the moolah on the table like a St. Bernard goes to a fallen traveler. Pays better than selling pencils, huh, Mom?
Keep your trap shut. The stuff here?
The stuff is there, and it's so green it's mellow. How about the package I was supposed to collect?
In my bag. Here.
Fair exchange. What's in it?
None of your business.
Thanks. Can I help you down the stairs, Mother dear?
I can find my way. Don't try to follow me.
Me follow a lady? Perish the thought. I give her a head start and pick up the package and head for the door. And I am just in time for lowering of the 9 o'clock boom, which descends on the back of my skull as I step into the hallway. Sometime later, I regain consciousness. The first thing I notice is a clammy hand inside my pocket. The second thing I notice is that it ain't mine. I keep my eyes closed and then mousetrap the guy. Okay.
Ow. You're breaking my arm, brother.
I ought to break your... Well, if it ain't Sam Socrates, the philosophical pickpocket. How is the biggest thief in town?
Rocky. My old companion from Gramercy Park. As Schopenhauer said, it's a small world.
Is that what he said? Huh? How are things in the pickpocket union?
Oh, haven't you heard, my boy? I've been elected international representative.
Oh, goody for you. Congratulations.
A hipster like you should know better than to lay in the dust in a creep joint like this. Why, if I hadn't come along, you might have been rolled.
Somebody laid one on my skull bone. Hey, you know the old blind woman?
Rosie?
I think she hit me with a pogo stick.
Rosie's new around here. But I don't think she goes for mugging. It was probably the other one, the blonde.
Blonde?
The one who came out after Rosie.
You don't say. How was she dressed?
Oh, very glad. About $2,000 worth of mink, present market value, figuring a 10% kickback to the fence.
Figures. You notice anything else?
She was carrying a package about this big.
Go on.
I assumed you had been mugged. Naturally, I don't like to interrupt a colleague while she's working, so I waited.
Naturally.
A professional courtesy. I come in to cop a quick snoop, as they say, and find you laying here like a dead lox.
Thanks, Socrates. Here's a fin for your trouble.
Oh, Rocky, I couldn't accept a gratuity from an old pal. The Beggars Guild would have me up on charges.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
Yeah, however, if you'll just turn around and permit me to sop it out of your pocket, I think we avoid a jurisdictional dispute.
Have it your way, Sam. Brush the creases out of the cashmere while you're at it. I leave the house and walk about 3 steps when a hand falls on my shoulder like it was Judgment Day. I turn around to look into the bloodshot eyes of my good friend, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of Homicide.
Halt.
I'm halted. Unclasped, Finger. You're bruising the bottom.
This the guy?
That's him. He had a roll like he was Bubba Rockefeller.
What's the problem, Finger?
The high cure says you were flashing a lot of letters.
He's dreaming. He smokes old socks.
I tell you, I seen it.
What about it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He knows all right.
Let's have a quick frisk. Well, it's clean.
Then he hit it. You better take him in, Sarge.
Oh, back off. Just a minute. What's the charge? Remember, Sarge, you gotta have a charge, Sarge, to arrest a taxpayer.
You got a charge to bring?
He was carrying like $5,000 in real money. That's a crime, ain't it? He's a suspicious character.
You got a charge or just suspicious?
I ain't got a charge. You got a charge, Max?
Me? I ain't got no charge. I just told you what I saw, that's all.
If you two gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Just a minute.
Yes, Sergeant.
Nothing. Beat it.
I walk away like I own City Hall, but inside I'm still 6 different shades of green. I make it to the subway and jockey my way to Laura Chandler's apartment. My head feels like the inside of Yogi Berra's mitt after a hot day in the bullpen.
Oh, it's you.
It's me. It is also I. You got any of that 100-proof battery acid left?
There's some bourbon on the table.
Thanks.
Did you get the package?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll boil it down. No.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
well, it doesn't really matter.
No? You were pretty upset this morning. Did you see a psychiatrist or something?
I decided to calm down.
Uh-huh.
If you don't mind, Mr. Fortune, I'll pay you the $100 and get it over with.
I don't mind, only I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Why a dame pays $5,000 for a package she doesn't get and then brushes it off like it was dead flies?
I see you opened my package.
Uh-huh.
That isn't polite.
It isn't polite to hire a guy to get a package and then hit him over the head and steal the package.
I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean, baby. You followed me down there and pulled me in the noggin.
You're insane.
You left your mink coat on the table over there. And one'll get your tent is covered with pink plaster from 14 Barbary Street.
Here's your money. Now get out. I said get out.
Let's have the package.
That package is none of your business.
I got a lump in my head that says it is.
Get back. I've got a gun.
I can see that. And I can also see that you don't know how to use it.
I warn you.
It's a funny thing about those automatics. You can't pull the trigger with the safety catch on. Now, let's have it. Now, come on, give me the...
Go.
There. Now, sit down.
Take your hands off me.
I said sit down. That's better. Now, fess up.
Well, I went to a party last night at my editor's. I met a couple. A young man, he said he was an artist, and a woman, a redhead. We'd been drinking.
I gathered as much.
He invited us up to his apartment to see his work.
Oh, brother. Where was the apartment? On Barbary Street?
Yeah. Somehow I got in a quarrel with the other woman. I don't even remember what it was about.
So?
I said I was leaving. He said have one more drink first, and then he'd call a cab. I took the drink, and then suddenly I felt funny. After that, it's all so horrible.
Give, baby.
I don't know what happened, really. I came to sitting on the sofa. The red-haired woman was lying on the floor. There was blood. In my hands, I had a gun.
Whose gun?
Mine.
Naturally, no nice girl is ever without one.
Well, there have been so many muggings and robberies in the neighborhood lately. My secretary thought I'd better carry one in my purse.
Well, back to Barbary Street. What happened next?
He told me I'd gotten very drunk, and we'd quarreled. He said she'd slapped me, and I'd taken this gun out of my purse. It seemed to go off before I realized what I was doing. I'm not a murderer. I've never hurt anyone in my life.
All right. Take it easy, baby. Now, look, what's with the packages?
The man, Charles, his name was. He told me to go home, that he could have the whole thing hushed up. He said the woman was a tramp, and... Well, I was too frightened to argue. I went home. And about 5 this morning, he called. He said he'd need money, $5,000. He said he had the gun with my fingerprints on it, and if I wanted it, I'd better pay up or he'd go to the police.
And you fell for it. Oh, baby, how square can you
Well,
get?
I don't know why I did it. I suppose the police is the only way.
Just a minute. One more item. How come you conked me?
Well, after you left, I began to wonder if I could trust you, so I followed you down there. I overheard your talk with the blind woman, and I knew you'd opened the package. I waited, and then I hit you and took the package with the gun.
Is this the gun?
Yes, that's my gun. What are you doing?
Just want to look inside. Uh-huh.
I think we'd better call the police. I'll feel better when...
Relax, baby. Nobody's calling the police.
But the murder...
There was no murder.
What?
Look at the barrel of this gun. It's loaded with rust. I haven't a bullet through here since Grant took Richmond.
But I heard...
You heard a blank. And, honey, I got news for you.
News?
When P.T. Barnum said there was one born every minute, he meant you.
I don't understand.
It's the old Badger game in reverse. The whole thing was staged. The artist was phony, the corpse was phony, the bullet was a blank, and the blood was ketchup.
You're sure?
Make bets on it.
Rocky, I don't know how to thank you.
I got a suggestion.
Yes, what?
Don't hurry me now. Just give me time to pucker up. I exit later feeling like a beaver scout with a year's backlog of good deeds. I can still taste Laura Chandler's lipstick, and I got $100 burning a hole in my jeans. I got back to the messenger service and put in a phone call to the precinct station. I figure if the crooks aren't in Argentina by this time, my friend Sergeant Finger can start trying to recover the 5 Gs. Finger ain't in, so I finish out the day, then hit my flat for a change of drapery. There is a reception committee from the city of New York, and it ain't Grover Whalen.
Good evening.
Well, well, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger, as I live and don't breathe.
Don't bother to shut the door.
You leaving? I wanted to see you.
We're leaving. I wanted to see you. Hello.
To the Place Gendarme?
The same.
You mind if I ask you why?
Not at all. You read?
Not fluently.
You look at pictures?
Fluently.
You seen the newspapers?
I seen the green sheet in the Morning Telegraph.
According to the evening papers, a woman named Gloria Verne was found murdered. Shot through the heart. Here's a picture in the paper.
So?
So she was found in a place on Barbary Street, number 14, according to the journals, apartment 2B. You familiar with this place?
I spent half the morning laying on my face.
So I recall.
So?
So the lieutenant invites you to the Irish clubhouse for tiffin and mixed grilling.
Shall we promenade?
Be my guest.
I spend the next few hours being pounded on the eardrum by the Inquisition Squad. I tell them everything I know, including about the gun which Laura Chandler has at home.
You say she thought she killed this woman, but the gun wasn't fired.
The barrel was stuffed with rust.
She has this cannon?
She had it when I left her this morning.
And she dropped $5,000 to an old blind woman without even feeling sorry?
I told you, Sarge, this is a nice girl. She didn't kill Gloria Verne.
Nice girls don't go on drunks with Greenwich Village con artists.
So she made a mistake.
Maybe you made the mistake, Rocky. Come on.
Where now?
Laura Chandler's apartment. I want to gaze into her cold blue eyes. Also her cold blue automatic.
We prowl up to Park Avenue and press the buzzer of Laura Chandler's apartment.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I brought a friend along for you, baby. Sergeant Finger of Homicide. This is Eve Hobson, Miss Chandler's secretary.
Pleased, I'm sure. Is your employer home?
She's asleep. She wasn't feeling well, so she took some sleeping pills.
She been asleep all day?
As far as I know, I went out on business for about an hour.
Wake her up.
Not without a pretty good reason.
Murder is a pretty good reason.
Murder?
Get her.
Ian, who is it? Oh, hello, Rocky.
Miss Chandler?
Yes?
Sleeping pills don't work so good, I see. They never do much for a guilty conscience.
I beg your pardon.
This is Sergeant Finger, Laura. Homicide.
Homicide?
You've heard of it, I see.
I don't understand.
I'll be brief. You're under arrest.
Under arrest?
You recognize this picture in the paper?
Laura, don't say a word.
It's no use, Rocky. It was nice of you to pretend I didn't kill her, but it's her picture. That's the woman I shot.
Laura, for Pete's sake, you didn't
And
do
you
it.
got the gun?
Yes, I left it in my desk drawer. Here.
That gun hasn't been fired for years, I tell you.
Let's have a look. Okay, Miss Chandler, get your coat.
Filled with rust, huh?
Rocky, the barrel of this gun is as clean as the inside of a hospital cafeteria, and judging by the smell, it's been fired recently.
What? Let me... Holy smokes. Laura, did you use this gun?
I left it in the desk drawer.
You been asleep all afternoon?
Yes, I took some sleeping pills.
Okay, Miss Chandler?
Hold it, Sergeant.
Well?
And they got some kind of a test to prove if a party fired a gun?
A paraffin test.
If Laura fired a blank, could you tell?
It's the same as if she fired a real bullet.
In other words, anybody who fired a gun, it shows up, huh?
That's right.
Rocky, it's no use.
Let me handle it, baby.
You can get 10 years in the Cast Iron Academy for shielding a murderer, Rocky.
Let me talk a minute, will you?
Talk.
How long has this Gloria Verne been dead?
The medical examiner says about 4 hours.
4 hours? Oh, no, I killed her last night.
Hold it, honey. Laura, tell me, could anybody have taken that gun out of your drawer, gone downtown, shot the dame, and then put the gun back?
Who would have done anything like that, and why?
I don't know, but I got a good idea.
Go ahead, Fortune.
Well, let me paint the picture. Somebody stages a fake murder to make Laura think she killed Miss Verne. Somebody gets $5,000 in return for the murder weapon and disposing of the body. And then I fumble my way into the frame and spot it for a fake. Maybe I call the police. So somebody takes the gun and kills Miss Verne for real.
Okay. Who done it?
Eve Hobson.
What? Sergeant, the boy is delirious.
You're the only one who could have taken that gun. Gone out, shot Miss Verne, and replaced it, baby.
Rocky, it's a little preposterous. Eve has been with me for years.
If it's so preposterous, then how about little Eve here taking a paraffin test to see if she's fired a gun recently?
Don't be ridiculous.
And while we're at it, honey, how's the pencil-selling business?
Pencil-selling business? No, I know he's mad.
You do a pretty convincing old blind woman, except for one thing. You were selling artist pencils with a special soft lead, the kind your boss uses for making her fashion sketches. Here's the one she sold me, Sarge.
Miss Hobson, do you object to a paraffin test?
Not in the slightest. I'll get my coat.
Okay.
If that dame didn't do it, then my name is... Look out! She's got the window open! Grab her, Sarge!
Okay, miss. Take it easy. Take it easy. Maybe you won't.
Oh, is that enough for you, Sergeant?
Yeah, that's enough. Let's go, miss.
Do you want me?
Just stay where we can reach you. You too, Rocky. Let's go, Miss Hobson.
Well?
Well,
You got any more messages to be delivered, lady?
only one.
What's that?
This. I like your messenger service, mister.
Laura,
Yes, Rocky.
next time, don't send for a boy. This is a man's work. Yeah.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose, fancy-free, and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Tonight's cast included Marion Richmond, Georgia Ellis, Bill Justine, Parley Bear, and Ted Von Eltz. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts, and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the bebop musician who dropped me into a hotel shaft and said, "Man, dig that crazy grave"? He meant mine. Tell you about it next week. See you around.
Let's visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
it comes to employment, I am what you might call a connoisseur. I have jobs which are strictly out of this world. The last one I had nearly put me there permanently. I am instructed to report to the 9th Avenue Arena. When I get there, I find the horse follies of 1954s all over the place. The legit title is Grand National Rodeo. And I find the boss, an old guy with a hat you could stew tomatoes in, hanging over the rail, watching a cowboy ride on a bull, which must have just sat down on a hornet. You Colonel Larrabee?
Ride him! Ride him! Look at that boy, stuck to that critter's back like he had a pot of glue in his hip pocket.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Colonel Larrabee.
That boy's the best brame of bull rider I've seen in 20 years. Hey, get that critter away from him! Doggone it, how many times have I told those broken down tramps to get him away from... Look out!
He's clear, Pop. He's up over the fence rail.
Oh, I gotta tell them hands to move in quicker. Don't look good when a rider gets gored by the bull. It's bad publicity. Gets the Humane Society down on you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but are you Colonel Larrabee?
I am. Who are you?
Rocky Fortune. The agency said that you needed an administrative assistant.
Administrative assistant? I told that agency I wanted an errand boy, somebody from the West.
Sure, that's me.
You from the West?
Yeah, 11th Avenue. You get any further west than that, you're on the Hudson River.
Ah.
Oh, come on, Pop. You just want somebody to run errands. He doesn't have to qualify as a top hand.
I suppose not. Still...
Yeah, what's keeping that next rider?
Well, Mr. Fortune, I'm Jane Larrabee. Colonel here's my father. If you're going to work for the rodeo, you'll just have to get used to him. He's so western, he makes Wild Bill Hickok look like a sophomore at Vassar.
Now, Janie, don't you go running down the West. All right, young man.
You mean I'm hired? Okay, what am I supposed to do?
Anything I tell you to. Mostly run errands and answer the telephone for me. The show's on, I'm all over this barn. I need somebody to keep me in touch with the office. Go print it?
Sure. I'm the tail on your dog.
Yeah? Yeah, all right, Fortune. I guess I'm stuck with you. You can start right now. You go down to my office and bring up the tally on the box office receipts for today's matinee. It's on my desk.
Sure. Where's your office?
Down those stairs over there. My name's on the door.
Reet, Dad, Reet.
Huh? A Westerner. Ah!
I have to pull myself away from the fence rail, and I hear the snap as my eyes peel off Jane Larrabee. She's one of them tall dames, dressed like the rest of the cowboys in Levi's and fancy shirt. But somehow the shirt turns out fancier than it was originally intended, and she manages to look somewhat different from Gary Cooper in similar circumstances. The Colonel's offices are down a long hall which looks like the Canal Street station of the Broadway subway. I open the door and walk in. Ooh. For a second, I think I'd forgotten to open the door. Something clobbered me behind the ear, and I go down for a long count. And just as I'm beginning to come up for air, I hear somebody coming down the corridor. I open one eye and spot a pair of bow legs that could walk over a beer barrel without noticing it.
What are you doing down there?
Oh, my head.
Where's that list I sent you for? It's been close to an hour.
I was slugged.
Oh, well, come on into my office and I'll... What happened in here?
Looks like somebody tried to turn the desk inside out. The guy that slugged me...
I figured that might happen. Some low-down coyote tried to rob me.
Maybe we better call the cops, huh?
No. If Larrabee can't handle his own affairs without calling on a sheriff, he might as well fold up. Besides, it'd be bad publicity for the show.
Colonel, it's almost time for you... Hey, what's this?
Glad you come along, Ringo. Some pat-rack slugged Fortune and busted into my desk. Fortune, this is my top hand, Ringo Durham.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Colonel, I told you not to leave all that money around if you'd only put it in the bank.
I don't hold with no banks. I want my money where I can lay my hands on it.
Did you have much dough stashed in the roll top?
Well, he had the receipts for the matinee, $25,000.
That ain't hay.
Pop, they're holding up the entrance queue. What's the matter?
Somebody broken in the Colonel's desk.
Pop, did they get the money for the note?
Now, don't you worry, Janie. There's the evening show yet.
But it's due at midnight. If you don't have $45,000, ACA takes over the show.
Who's ACA?
Amusement Corporation Associates. They got a lien on the show.
Pop, why couldn't you put the money in the bank?
I begged him, Jane.
Oh, I know you did, Ringo. Pop, ACA's been trying to take over your show for 10 years now.
Now, don't you worry, honey. I ain't gonna let them pies and prairie dogs get a hold of my show. I built it up from a Wheel of Fortune booth at the county fair, and I ain't gonna lose it now.
But the money... You won't be able to make the payment. Pop, what are we going to do?
Jane, you know I've got enough saved up. You can always count on me. I'd be pleased to help you.
I don't have to.
What?
You think I'm a bleating maverick still wet behind the ears? The money wasn't in my desk.
Wasn't?
Got it right here.
Where?
You didn't think it was that miserable wolf bait we'd been eating in the cafeteria put this lump on my middle?
You mean you're carrying the money with you?
In a money belt. Any man gets it off me, got to get my pants first. And ain't a Larrabee been caught with his pants down since the Oklahoma land rush.
What happened in the Oklahoma land rush?
Son, that's a long story.
It's a lucky thing whoever busted in here didn't know that.
I still think we ought to call the cops.
I don't need no tenderfoot posse. I carry my own policemen, 2 of them. Ringo, you can tell every waddy in the show that I got my money where I carry my lunch, and I'll blow a hole through the first man that goes for it, big enough to drive a yearling bull through. I can take care of myself.
I hang around the rodeo all day. And there's a certain atmosphere around the rodeo, and it gets stronger as you go downstairs where they keep the horses. I strike up a conversation with a bunch of the wild horse jockeys, but all of them who aren't called Slim are called Tex, so I can't tell one from another. And this is very confusing to me, and I'm beginning to wish that I'm back in the East where people speak English and the ladies wear high heels. Just before the evening show, I'm standing outside the colonel's office when I hear voices inside.
Colonel, what do you know about this Maverick Fortune?
Nothing. Why?
Well, that's a mighty interesting coincidence. You sent him down to your office, he's gone an hour, and there's an attempted robbery.
But he was dry gulched.
Well, that's what he says. Maybe he heard you coming and laid down and put on an act.
I don't know.
I feel a lot safer if you'd let me take that money over to the bank.
Now, don't you worry, Ringo. I'm keeping it right here. I just want to get my hands on any skunk that tries to grab my poke.
How about Fortune?
I got my eye on him. One move out of line, and I'll cancel him like a check.
I figure I better keep my nose clean, so I spend the evening sitting alongside of Jane Larrabee where I can get a good look at her profile, which is very rewarding, all the way down to her spurs. She's telling me about the rodeo, and I'm beginning to figure it's a plot thought up by the hospital across the street to drum up trade.
And then when the rider falls off the bull, they try to edge the critter away from him.
Well, suppose the bull don't edge.
Well, you see that dummy hanging in the middle of the ring?
With the cowboy clothes on?
Uh-huh. Sometimes if you run behind that, the bull can't tell the difference, so he tosses the dummy on his horns. Bulls are nearsighted.
Yeah. One of them one day is going to get bifocals, and you're all going to be in trouble.
Well, I gotta get along now. I'm entered in the bucking bronco contest tonight.
You mean you ride them four-legged pogo sticks?
Sure. Would you like to try it?
Thank you, no. I'm too nervous. I'll stick to jumping in front of the express trains on the 8th Avenue subway. Later on, I watch Jane Larrabee wrestle an 800-pound steer down to his knees in 12 seconds, and I make a mental note not to try anything in a taxicab with this doll. In that case, I figured the odds would be that she'd have me down, roped, branded, with a notch cut out of my ear before the cab meter could run up 35 cents. I head down below the main arena to the old man's office to find out if he had any messages for me to run. I open the door and walk in. Colonel, I came down to... Holy smokes. Colonel. Dead as a mackerel.
Put up your hand, stranger.
What? Oh, it's you. Listen, Rango, the old man...
I can see.
He's been shot.
Yeah, you used his own gun, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
Now, don't you step this way, mister.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. I walked into the office, and there he was.
Well, that's your story. Looks like I caught you just in time. Now, hand over the money.
I haven't got any money. I didn't do it. Listen, while you're standing there making like the Lone Ranger, the real killer's probably halfway to the Bronx.
Oh, no, he ain't. He's right here.
Ringo, what's the matter? They're calling for you down, but... What is it? What's happened?
Jane, it's your pa.
What do you mean? What... Oh, Pop. Pop, what is it?
He's dead.
Oh, Pop. Pop, no.
He was shot with his own gun. You're going to pay for this, Fortune.
But I didn't do it. Why should I?
$45,000.
I didn't take the money. You can search me.
Well, maybe you didn't have time. I'll look in his money belt and don't move. I can shoot out a candle from horseback.
Oh, Pop.
The money belt's still full.
That's what I tried to tell you.
You just didn't get a chance to take it. Hey,
What is it?
this isn't money in here. It's newspaper.
Newspapers. Well, the old man must have been trying to fool the killer. He must have hid the money somewhere else.
I guess he did fool the killer, didn't he, Fortune?
Listen, you bow-legged lunkhead, I didn't shoot him.
Jane, do you want me to take it?
Please, Wrangler. I'd better go upstairs. The show. I can't stay here. I don't want to think. You do whatever you think is best.
All right, Jane, don't worry. I'll take care of it.
Look, I hate to repeat myself, but you better call the cops.
Don't need no cops. We'll take care of this our own way.
You can't do that.
After the show, me and the boys will give you a nice, fair trial before we string you up.
You can't do this. This is New York City. I want a habeas corpus.
Well, there'll be a corpus, all right. Colonel Larrabee was the finest old man you'd ever want to know. There isn't a hand in this show that wouldn't take a chance of swinging to make sure his killer got what was coming to him. Now, right after the show, we're going to fit you for a nice, long necktie. Now, get moving.
Ringo, again, I tell you, why don't you send for the cops?
Call some smart city lawyer. Might find a way to weasel you out of this.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Get in here.
What is this?
A box stall. We'll keep you in here nice and cozy till I round up the boys and go on.
Hey, there's something in there. A horse.
Oh, that's Sam, the educated mule. He won't mind. Go on.
All right, quit pushing.
And don't tickle Sam on the side. That's what makes him kick.
Thanks a lot.
We want you in one piece till we can get a hold of you. Now, if I was you, I'd start practicing.
Practicing what?
How to sing Bury Me Not on the Lone Prairie.
I am sharing a lovely one-room apartment tastefully decorated with antique feed bags and harness straps, with luxuriant wall-to-wall straw. My roommate is Sam, an intelligent-looking mule who gives me the fishy eye. Now, look, Sam, I don't know you, and you don't know me, so let's leave it that way. Now, you stay over on your side, and I'll stay over on mine. Well, you got sinus condition, too. You know, pal, you ought to have them tonsils out. Now, look, Sam, all this is very pleasant, but I got to figure some way to get out of this before that crazy bunch of cowboys decides to try an 18-foot necktie for size with me on the end of it. Hey! Let me out of here! Anybody! Let me out of here! I got a right to make one phone call. Hey! Hey!
What are you doing in there, Mac?
At last, a human voice. How did you get in here without a Western dialect?
All right, Mac, stick up your hands before I blow your belt buckle out through your spine.
What?
This ain't no fountain pen. I got stuck in your ribs.
I've been betrayed by a Brooklyn accent.
What are you, punchy? Where's the dough?
What dough?
The old man's dough, the 25 G's.
How should I know?
You've been with him all day. Come on now, bright boy. Talk. Where'd he stash the dough when he stuffed that money belt with newspaper?
How did you know he had newspaper? Never mind, I can guess.
Hey, you're real bright.
You knocked him off.
Look, I ain't got much time. I'll give you 3, and then I'm gonna let you have it.
You wouldn't dare shoot down here. You'll have the cops in the joint on your heels in a minute.
You kidding with all them horse boys firing blanks upstairs?
You got a point. All right. I'll tell you where the dough is. Come on. You see this drinking fountain over there?
Yeah.
Behind it, there's a loose brick.
The water fountain?
Yeah, look over the top.
Yeah. You keep your hands up where I can see him here.
Sure.
I don't see no brick.
Lean over the top.
Yeah, where?
Here. I slam my foot down on the fountain pedal and let him have a shot of ice water and a kisser, and then I'm off running with a clear track.
Hey, you! Hey! Come on back here, you!
I figure if I stay in the Carter, I'm a set up for a slug in the back, so I take the first right turn, head up a ramp, and out a little door. I slam it quick behind me, which is a mistake. I'm right smack in the middle of the arena, and coming my way fast is about 2,000 pounds of cow with a built-in pitchfork between the ears. I give him a quick sidestep, and the bull puts on the brakes and skids to a stop 10 feet away. Hey, Ferdinand. Ferdy, come on, Ferdinand. You want to smell a nice carnation? Attaboy, you go down the other end, and I'll meet you there in 20 minutes. Nice, Ferdinand. Don't get sore, baby. Don't get sore.
Rocky! Rocky, don't move!
Who's moving?
Stay still. A bull won't charge if you stay still.
That's your story. How does he feel about it?
Don't move. The riders will edge him away.
I ain't got time to wait, honey. Ferdinand quits pawing the ground, shifts into first, and starts. This kid's strictly hydromatic, and he must be doing 50 when he goes past the place where I was. He pulls up short and looks around a little confused. He can't find me, which is not surprising, because I'm swinging back and forth across the arena on the dummy, which hangs in the middle of the ring. On one end of the swing is the bull, and on the other end is Rango, which is no improvement.
Rocky, hold on. Hold on. We'll get you out. Whatever you do, don't let go.
Get me off this dummy!
Bull doesn't get your fortune now, will you? Ain't getting away this way.
Somebody get me off this dummy. I'm getting seasick. May I have this next waltz, Max?
Drop off over here. They got the ball the other end. Go ahead, drop. Rocky, let's go.
Okay, here I go. So long, Max. It's been grand. Unfortunately, I make a small miscalculation and let go on Rango's end of the swing. He picks me up and dusts me off with his hand, which he happens to have rolled up into a fist at the time.
You rat. Thought you'd get away.
Listen, Apple Knocker, wise up. The real killer's right downstairs.
What are you talking about?
The short, fat guy from Brooklyn.
Oh, you're lying to me, you side.
I tell you, he told me he killed the old man. Now, come on, we can get him before he gets out of the building.
Okay. But if we don't find him, we're still going to see you fitted for a real tight collar.
Let's get going. Don't trip over those spurs.
I don't see no unfortune.
He might have gotten away. Wait a minute.
What?
There he is, down the hall. Come on. That's where you shoved me into that box store, right around this corner.
He's gone.
Couldn't be. I saw him. Wait a minute. Look, the door of the box store. It's moving.
You say that polecat's got a shooting iron?
Yeah, it ain't as big as that slide trombone you carry, but it's for real.
You better let me handle this one. Now, stand back.
Be my guest.
I'll kick open the door. Ready? Now! Drop that gun! All right, Fortune, I got him.
Yeah, that's him, all right. Hey, he's still moving. We better get an ambulance for him.
Why bother?
Well, it just doesn't seem friendly this way.
Help me.
All right, Mac. Take it easy. We'll get a doctor.
No, it's no use. Dirty rat.
You go get a doctor, Fortune.
Wait a minute. He's saying something.
Dirty rat. Hired me to get money. Then he...
Who did? Who hired you?
Then he shoots me down.
Then he means that
Fortune, you just ain't a lucky hombre. If he'd died like you should have, you wouldn't be in trouble now. Don't move.
You hired the killer.
I didn't tell him to kill the old man, just wanted the money so he couldn't meet that note. And he would have had to come to me for the money.
You were going to take over the show, huh?
I'm going to.
Not if I can get to the cops, you ain't.
Well, that's why you ain't going to. I figure I killed one man here in self-defense. I might as well make it two.
You were afraid this hood would talk, huh?
Out west, we like hombres like you, strong, silent, and dead. Okay, Fortune, here it comes.
Oh, Rocky, are you all right?
Janie,
Rocky, what's going on in here? Who is that man?
the one on the floor is the guy who killed your dad, and the guy with the can under my ribs is the man who hired him to do it.
Ringo?
Fortune, I'll kill you for that.
Guess again. If you do, you'll have to kill her, too. And something tells me you ain't got the courage, pal. You're through, Rango. Why don't you give it up?
Not yet. I'm getting out of here, and Janie, you'll come with me.
No!
Rango, you ain't got a chance.
Janie's my chance. Anybody comes after me, and she gets it, Fortune. Now remember that before you go calling the cops.
Rango tucks the girl under one elbow and gives me a straight arm into the straw with the other. The door slams, the lock snaps, and I'm back in housekeeping with the mule. This time he's nervous and lets fly a pair of heels at my head. Hey, look out! This gives me an idea. I figure I can't kick the door open, but the mule can. I climb up on top of him because that's the safest place. Line him up with the door and tickle him under the left hind leg. Nice work, Sam. Now hold still while I get down. I said, let me get off now. Let me get... Cut it out, Sam. Let me off, Sam. Where are you taking me? Sam heads down the corridor like a 3-year-old coming down the Widener chute at Jamaica. I guess I'd better stay on until he slows down, so I bury both hands in his mane and go along for the ride. We hit the sidewalk, and I spot Rango pulling Jane to a taxi down the block. It's obvious that they went that way, so Sam and I start after it. This is Sam's idea, strictly. Now, our runaway mule has been a little unusual on 9th Avenue since about 1911, I guess, so by the time we hit 46th Street, there's a traffic jam, and a horse pulls up between a beer truck and a taxi cab, and I fall off just as the cab door opens.
Rocky!
Get back in here.
Well, Rover boy.
Go to the cab door, Fortune. I'll plug you like I plug...
Okay, I'll close the door.
Oh, a hand!
All right, Rango, now I got the gun. Oh, how do you hold this thing with one hand? You ain't going nowhere now. Not in New York City in a traffic jam. Get out, Rango.
Rocky, he was trying to take over the show.
I know.
Well, we'll lose it anyway. We haven't got the $45,000 to pay the note.
That's easy. It's right where your father hid it.
We don't know where.
I do. I asked Max.
Max?
That dummy that's hung over the arena in the bull riding. He's got 45 G's stuffed inside his shirt.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Dan Riss, Marion Richmond, Don Diamond, Tony Barrett. Tonight's script was written by Ernest Kinoy. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the time I conducted a sightseeing tour at the museum? Man, they got dead people and sarcophagi lying all over that place. Not that I'm squeamish about a bunch of old mummies, believe me, but when they tried to embalm me, that's where I drew the line. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
I guess I've had some strange jobs in my time. Once I was a shill for a guess your weight guy in a carnival. I'd come up there looking like a rube, and he'd guess my weight at 200 even. Everybody in the crowd gives him the old ha-ha. However, they don't know I got the lead in my pants. About 50 pounds in my two hip pockets. You never really know when you start in just how a job's going to turn out. Sometimes the one that looked like the tamest turn out to be the loaded. Like the time I'm sent by the agency to play parlor maid to a gang of plaster Paris statues. The sign on the front of the window said Oliver Bates, Objet d'Art. It looks like I've intruded on ladies' night in an uninhibited Turkish bath. Most of the plaster statues are dames, and most of the dames would be arrested on the spot if they ever set foot on Jones Beach at daylight. Pretty soon, an oily little guy slides out under the door from the back room and oozes up to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What can I do for you? A reproduction for your library? A nymph, a satyr, some faun?
Sure, anytime. What do you got in mind?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, it's all right. You Oliver Bates?
Yes.
Well, the agency sent me over. They said you needed a handyman.
Oh, of course. Do you know anything about dusting statuary?
What is there to know about dusting it?
Well, the statues aren't intrinsically valuable, of course, but still we must be careful. Aren't they beautiful?
What happened to this one? She bite her nails?
That is the Venus de Milo.
Oh. Well, when do I start?
Right away. I'll expect you to keep all the statues dusted, the floor swept, and the windows cleaned.
Tell me, Mr. Bates, what is all this stuff? Looks like dream night in a DT ward.
My dear fellow, these are some of the finest statuary reproductions available. For example, this is a gargoyle from Notre Dame.
Oh, I remember this cat. He used to play fullback. Sam Gargoyle.
And this is the Aztec god Paliago Chilia.
Gesundheit.
Of course, you know you spend the nights here.
They told me, but I didn't bargain for this collection of gremlins. Is this stuff the genuine McCoy?
Of course not. They're plaster reproductions. Take this one, the Hag at Bay. The original stands in the Palazzo del Marco in Florence. Isn't she lovely?
Yeah, she reminds me of the old broad that sells the pretzels on 48th Street. She's got cobwebs on her nose.
Look out. Be careful.
Just dusting her off a little bit. Ticklish, honey?
Look out, you fool. It's falling.
I got it.
You fool, you idiot. Look what you've done.
Her arm comes off, that's all.
Get away from there. Don't touch it.
Maybe I could glue it back on.
No. Go away. Get out of here.
How much does it cost? You can take it out of my salary.
Don't touch it.
Look, Mr. Bates, what's it worth?
What's it worth? Oh, well, I suppose it really can be mended. I'll just carry it back to the shelf after this. Be careful.
Okay. Hey, Gargoyle, how do you think you'll do against Southern Cal? It turns out that Bates is running strictly a schlock house. He imports these plaster dummies from Italy for a couple of hundred lira apiece, which in American money ain't worth counting. He sells them over here to art lovers for 25 clams, which is a markup with of Macy's talking to Gimbals. I put in a couple of hours talking football with the Gargoyle when a car squeals to a stop in front of the store. One of those foreign jobs about 3.5 blocks long with a chauffeur out in the cold. An old geezer in a Scotch plaid shawl crawls out of the back and totters in. He's leaning on a silver-headed cane and a blonde-headed dish with a pair of legs that weren't off a piano.
Bates! Where is he? Bates!
Don't excite yourself, Mr. Sproul. Remember the doctor.
Oh, that doctor's an idiot. Bates! You!
Yeah?
Oh, you're not Bates.
I'm Rocky Fortune.
Rocky, I don't want you. Bates!
Yes, Sproul. I was in the back. I didn't hear you. Fortune, get Mr. Sproul a chair.
I don't want a chair. I want to talk about...
Mr. Sproul, perhaps we'd better go inside.
Now, here. I drove all the way from Westchester to this miserable little shop, and I won't be put off.
Of course, Mr. Sproul. We can talk in my private office this way.
Oh, yes, of course. Sharon, wait here for me.
Yes, Mr. Sproul.
He's a peppery old buzzard, ain't he?
That old buzzard is Jonathan J. Sproul.
Oh, you mean he's the old nut with the copper money, huh?
He has $8 million invested in copper, yes.
That's a lot of copper. You work for him?
I'm his secretary.
Must be nice to have $8 million in copper.
You work for Mr. Bates?
Yeah.
Must be very interesting work.
It's a living.
Can you tell me about the statues?
Sure, what do you want to know?
Well, are they all plastered?
All except Gargoyle, he's in training.
Oh, very funny. You really know about them?
Sure. Bates couldn't get along without me. Look, when you've tucked the old man in for his afternoon nap, why don't you come on back and I'll tell you all about him?
I'm sorry. I'll be busy with Mr. Spruill's collection all day.
What's he collect? Bottle caps?
Mr. Spruill is probably the world's foremost private collector of antique artifacts.
Is that a fact?
He has the only complete set of early Greek amphorae with lids.
What's amphorae?
Vases. Delicate ceramic vases.
And he's got the lids?
That's right.
Sweetie, you can call them amphorae lids. I call them bottle caps. About this time, Bates pours himself out of his office and sends me out for supper. I'm not particularly anxious to go because the counterman at the one-arm joint around the corner has his shirt buttoned 2 buttons lower than Sharon, but the effect is not the same. I inhale a bowl of chili and a piece of rubber meringue pie and head back to the store. There's nobody in front of the store, so I walk through to the back, tipping my hat to the haggard bay as I pass, and I open the office door. Good, you're still here. I was afraid you'd... Hey, what's Bates doing on the floor? Mr. Bates! Mr. Bates!
He's dead.
You ain't kidding, lady. Somebody blew out the back of his head, and it took a big gun to do that.
A gun?
Yeah, maybe a .45 automatic, something like the one you're holding in your hand. Maybe you better give it to me right now. Come on.
But...
Now you better tell Rocky all about it.
Well, I didn't do it.
Look, Sharon, I find you standing over a stiff with a real hot rod.
Oh, you gotta believe me. I found him this way. Mr. Spruill left his shawl. He sent me back for it, and I walked in, and I...
Don't tell me that you picked the gun up off the floor.
I don't know why.
Hey, you're real scared, aren't you?
It was awful. I touched him. My hand...
All right. Slow down. Did you see anybody when you came in?
No. Yes, wait a minute. There's a black car halfway down the block, and it drove off just as I came in.
Maybe it was a heist. Let's see. Bates kept his roll in his pocket. It's gone, all right. He must have had a couple of hundred in there. Hey.
What is it?
An insurance policy on his last shipment. Well, the shipment is safe. Bates should have made the policy straight life, I guess.
What's that?
Snow White and the 2 dopes.
What?
A patrol car. Somebody must have heard the shot.
What'll I do? They won't believe me.
Look, we're both in a spot. Camping out over a corpse is not popular with the lads in blue. Sharon, this whole deal is fishy in the Fulton Street market on Friday morning. Come on.
Where are you going?
Out the back.
But the police will think that I...
If we stay here, they won't have to think. They'll pin it on you like a gardenia. Come on. We do a Comanche sneak out the back door while the cops waste the taxpayers' rubber squealing to a stop in front. We beat it down an alley and around the corner onto the street. By the time we slow down to a walk, Sharon's out of air, breathing heavy, which on her looks good.
What do we do now?
That's a good question. There are a couple of leads I got in mind.
Leads?
That Bates was as phony as a showgirl's eyelash.
Why do you say that?
A couple of reasons. For one thing, what would a 2-bit operation like that need a night watchman for? He never had one up until the time he hired me. For another thing, that insurance policy. It was for $50,000.
Oh, now, what does that mean?
He had something in that store beside dying swans.
But what?
That's what I'd like to know. Look, let's move.
You ain't going nowhere, what?
If that's your finger, pal, you got stuck in my back, your nails need cutting.
This ain't no finger buster. That's a 6-inch knife. You can cut a hair with it, lengthwise. Okay, Mr. Bunting, I got him.
Good work, Butler.
What's the idea of this?
Shut up.
Look out for the knife. You'll damage the herringbone.
One move out of you, I'll damage the backbone.
All right, Butler. I'm sure they'll cooperate.
In a pig's eye. What do you want?
Well, you see, I have my car, and I thought I might drop you somewhere.
No, thanks. It's a nice night. I'll walk.
Enter the car, wise guy.
All right.
Would you prefer the back or the jump seat, miss?
Doesn't make any difference.
Well, I'd like
Get
to
in
sit
there,
up...
Joe.
All right. Don't push.
Everybody comfy?
Great. Your gorilla sitting on my head.
Really, Butler, you should be polite to our passengers.
Well, Mr. Bunsinger, you don't want him to know where we're going, do you?
Certainly not. Let him up.
Okay. But if you don't want him to see...
Don't be crude about it. The civilized way is like this.
Mr. Benzinger reaches back from the front seat and lays the butt of a .38 just back of my ear. I lose interest in most everything at that point and start on a personal inspection tour of several deep shaft coal mines without benefit of safety light. The next thing I see is a pair of bushy eyebrows, and I figure it's John L. checking up on my union card. By the time I get my eyes propped wider, I discover it's the ape Puddler looking at me. For a while, I think I'm still out because his face is turning from green to red to orange to yellow to blue and back to green. It takes me a minute to figure. Suddenly, I get it. I am in some kind of a loft with a skylight, and the technicolor effect comes from an advertising sign somewhere outside.
He's batting his eyes, Mr. Benzinger.
Give him some water.
Sure, what pleasure.
Not that way, in a glass.
What are you guys trying to pull?
Should I start with a telephone book?
Not yet, Puddler.
The telephone book won't hurt him much. It just kind of pikes him up.
Wait. You are Rocky Fortune?
Yeah. Hey, where's the girl?
In the next room. Fortune, before I let Puddler earn his keep, perhaps you'd like to tell me where it is.
Where what is?
You say, Mr. Benzinger, if you let me start with a telephone book, this wouldn't happen.
Quiet. Your employer saw fit to resist our simple questions.
You knocked him off.
Unfortunately, Puddler's reflexes are quicker than his intellect.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's up to you to tell us where it is.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I can start with a Staten Island book, Mr. Benzinger. That's real pen.
Please.
Right down, boy.
At the proper moment, Puddler, you may use the Manhattan Red Book. Fortune, your time is running out, and I am running out of patience.
Why don't you just give up?
Bates would have an assistant who didn't know.
Bates didn't tell me anything. He didn't even trust me with his 2-bit statues. You should have heard him holler when I broke the arm off an old plaster bag. You'd have thought it was made out of gold. You guys are making a big mistake if you think he told me anything.
It's no use, Mr. Benzinger. This crumb won't talk. Why don't you love
On
me?
the contrary, Puddler, I think he has talked.
I have?
He has?
Puddler, you will escort Mr. Fortune somewhere into the country and lose him permanently.
A pleasure.
Unfortunately, I will not be able to accompany you in the car. I'm sure Mr. Fortune would give his word of honor not to make any trouble.
Oh, yeah, sure. Cross my heart and hope to die.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but just to make sure, Puddler.
Yes, Mr. Benzinger?
The Brooklyn book?
Right. Ooh!
I am back in the coal mine again, and I'm beginning to figure I should have portal-to-portal pay. This time, the first thing I notice is a delicate aroma. It is vaguely familiar, and then I place it. The last time I go down to the track at Monmouth Park, when the train comes out of the tunnel on the Jersey side, a sudden essence arrives simultaneously with the sunlight. I discover that this is the place where all good pigs go to die. Secaucus, New Jersey. Well, this is where I am again. I bat one eye and find I'm driving along with Puddler. He's got one hand on a portable howitzer and the other on the wheel. So I play possum. When the car stops, Puddler gets out on his side and comes around the back to get me. Only when he gets there, I'm gone.
Hey, yo!
So long, sucker. He pumps a couple of quick shots after me, but outside of one lucky hit on the rear window, I'm home free. I head into town and stop on this side of the George Washington Bridge to put in the call of my old friend Sergeant Finger of Homicide.
Fortune, where are you?
Never mind, listen. You want the guy who rubbed out the art dealer Bates?
You're darn right I do. Fortune, if you...
They put the snatch on me, 2 thugs. A guy named Benzinger and a Neanderthal man named Puddler.
What are you raving about?
You gotta find him. They got a girl.
How nice for them. Look, Fortune, why don't you make it easy for all of us? Turn yourself in to the nearest precinct.
Finger, you gotta believe me. Don't you want the guy that knocked off Bates?
You bet I do. Turn yourself in, Fortune. I'll let you take a manslaughter plea.
I haven't got time to talk to you, knucklehead.
Wait a minute, Fortune. Don't go away, man. Let's talk this thing over. How have you been? What else is new?
There's Sergeant Finger for you, thinking all the time. Gonna trace the call. Bye now. I drive into town and get stuck in a traffic jam on 10th Avenue. while I'm sitting between two 20-ton trucks, both of them dumping carbon monoxide down my throat, I keep thinking of that blonde, kind of fragile, like she was made of spun glass, but real spun. And then I remember, Puddler with his face changing colors like a chameleon. A bell rings and a little electric light bulb lights up upon my head. I head down 10th Avenue to the offices and workshop of the Mammoth Spectacular Company. Down in the shop working with a blowtorch, I find old Charlie Svoboda.
Rocky, I ain't seen you since you was fired for misspelling a word in that beer sign on 42nd Street.
How's the old glass blower? They still call you on every sign north of Trenton?
Sure. Who could make a spectacular without old Charlie?
And Mama still makes all the big signs, huh?
Well, we got a little competition, but they don't make nothing more than signs on powder room doors.
That's what I figured. Charlie, I gotta find a special sign.
What sign?
All I know is the colors. Green, red, orange, yellow, blue, green.
Uh-huh. Which is longest?
The yellow. The green was the shortest.
Yeah. I'll check it in the records for you, but I think I know the one.
Yeah? What one?
It's a beautiful sign. 6-cycle animation. I worked on it only last year.
Where is it?
Bensonhurst in Brooklyn. Arf, arf, dog food. Let arf, arf suit your food.
Charlie looks it up and gives me the address. I put 10 gallons of gas in Mr. Benzinger's car, which I think is very nice of me under the circumstances, and head out to Bensonhurst. There's a sign with two dogs chasing each other around in circles. I take a line of sight from the sign to find two possible skylight windows. I climb up the stairs to the first loft and boil in. It turns out to be an artist who was painting a replacement for September Morn. His model takes a dim view of my intrusion, so I get out in a hurry. The second loft, I figure, has got to be it. I go up the stairs real quiet. The door at the top is ajar, and I ease my way into the room without squeaking the hinge. Room is empty. I go across to the other door, grab hold of the doorknob, and yank. Sharon, are you all right?
Oh, Rocky.
The door was open. Why didn't you get away?
I was tied. I just got loose. When I heard you, I thought it was those men coming back.
No, I left Puddler with the pigs, but he could have gotten back by now. We better get out of here.
I'm so glad to see you.
Yeah. Come on. Wait a minute, listen. Here they come.
What'll we do?
Now, look, they don't know I'm up here. Come on over here behind the door.
What are you going to do?
I brought a tire jack up from the car. We'll knock him off like ducks in a shooting gallery when he comes through the door.
Shh. Careful, Puddler. Don't drop it.
Looks like Puddler hits himself a ride back from Jersey. Here they come now. Ready? 1.
Drop the wrench, Rocky.
What the?
Grab him, Puddler.
Don't bother. I have him covered. One move, Fortune. I'll blow a disc out of your spine.
Lady, please do me a favor and shoot. I came back to rescue you.
Oh, well, that was very sweet of you. Did you get it, Benzinger?
Yes, miss. Puddler, bring in the statue.
The arm is off. But I didn't do it.
Well, what do you know? The old bat from the art store. What do you want with that statue?
Never mind.
I told you we'd get it for you, miss.
You've done brilliantly, haven't you? First you shoot Bates, and this imbecile lets Fortune get away from him. Come on. Pick up the statue, and we'll all go in the car.
How about Fortune? Couldn't I
He
just...
comes with us till it's over. Let's go.
Lady, if we're going in the car again, may I make one request?
What is it?
Let's not go Pullman this time. I'd like to sit up all the way. We are a happy crew in the car. Benzinger, Puddler, Sharon, the plaster statue, and little old curly-headed me. We head north on the east side drive over the bridge of the Parkway into Westchester. When we roll through an iron grill gate with a big sign on it saying Sproul, I begin to get the idea.
Benzinger, you come in with me and bring the statue. Remember, you tell the blind old fool you were Bates' assistant. Puddler?
Yeah?
Keep the motor running, and when we get the payoff, we've got to get out fast. Come on.
After you, miss.
And keep Fortune sitting tight.
The light, as they say, begins to dawn. Whatever it was that Bates was trying to sell to Sproul, Sharon hijacked and cut herself in.
Sit still a minute. They should have let me use the phone book.
You know that some people use the phone book to look up numbers?
They do? Never thought of that.
You never thought of a lot of things. Like, for instance, this car's got an automatic shift.
Yeah, so what?
Well, you ought to have it neutral, not in drive like you got it.
Listen, wise guy, you trying to tell me how to drive a getaway car? You got to be ready to start on an instant's notice.
Like this?
Hey, get your foot off.
Give me that gun.
Look out, the car! You got my foot jammed on.
Yeah, it's a great pickup this model's got, huh?
Going right into that house! Look out!
We go through the French doors like a knife through cheese and end up on the opposite wall of the living room with Benzinger pinned between the bumper and a brick fireplace. Puddle is slightly out of commission, having stuck his head through the windshield. I pile out of the car with Puddler's gun. Sharon's knocked head over tea kettle, out like a light but still breathing, very pretty.
What is this? What happened?
Pardon me, Mr. Fruhl. Is this the Sawmill River Parkway?
What is the meaning of this? I'll call the police.
I think it's a great idea. And when they get here, we'll hand them that statue you're cutting.
Oh, no. It's mine. I paid for it.
Lots of people paid for it. Bates, for one.
Why, what are you talking about? I just paid this man $50,000. He's Bates' assistant.
He's Bates' murderer.
Murderer?
Why did you pay $50,000 for this plaster statue?
Why, it's not a plaster statue. It's what's underneath. Look, I'll show you. There, do you see? There it is. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, carved by Praxiteles himself. Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful.
You had Bates steal it for you, cover it over with that cheap plaster statue to hide.
Oh, you think I care? Now it's mine, all mine.
I hope the two of you are very happy. Maybe she'll write you letters.
Letters? What are you talking about?
You're going to the can, old-timer. You're an accessory before, after, and during a murder.
She's beautiful, beautiful.
And that reminds me, Sharon, baby.
Huh?
Can you hear me, honey?
What? What is it?
I got something important to ask you.
What?
Where does Puddler keep his Westchester book I want to call the cops?
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast were Jan Miner, Ted Osborne, Leon Janney, Joseph Julian, Ed Begley, and Mandel Kramer. Tonight's script was written by Ernest Kenoy. Fred Wade directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Ever see a magician pull the disappearing act on somebody? I always wondered how they did it, and then finally I found out. A carnival guy pulled the disappearing act on me. The only trouble was he was trying to make me disappear for keeps. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
This program was transcribed. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. When I was a kid, a couple of maiden aunts made me practice the bull fiddle to strengthen my character. It didn't do much for my character because I hocked the fiddle and ran away from home. Every once in a while, though, I got a chance to pick up a couple of bucks playing with a small combo at a Polish wedding or a bar mitzvah. The last job I had was neither. It was more of a funeral, my own. Yeah?
Hey, Dad, I want to speak to Rocky Fortune.
You got him.
Rock! This is Bugsy. Bugsy Barton.
Well, hi, you jazz boy. Where you been?
Me and the cats are bouncing a little flea bag called the Hotel Zanzibar. You dig that place?
I've been there. How's America's greatest bebop horn?
Gaining altitude, man. Gaining altitude.
Getting tall, huh?
Yeah, real high. You all looking for a little gainful employment?
You mean music?
Dad, I don't mean bricklaying.
Bugs, I ain't played the bass for 5 years. Also, my instrument is with Uncle. I hocked it for train fare.
Man, that don't signify. We'll scuffle up a bass for you.
How much and where?
The Zanzibar, $15 in the pad for the night.
See you in a half hour.
Solid, solid. Plant you now and dig you later.
Whatever happened to that line? I invest the subway token, and 20 minutes later, I am in the jungle room of the Hotel Zanzibar, which is a cheap 3-story flea bag on Bleakman Street. On the bandstand is Bugsy Barton and his 5 barrels of bop. Bugsy is a musician's musician, and the boys are playing strictly from Memphis. After the set, Bugsy comes over and sits down with me. This boy is 5 feet wide across the chest, and he doesn't know from his own strength.
Rock, boy. Give me some skin, man.
Easy, Bugs. You're breaking up the metacarpals. What's up?
My bass player's on the sauce. I need somebody to take his place tonight.
Well, I ain't much of a bass player, Bugs.
Well, that don't matter, man. All you got to do is stand up there and wallop the Wurlitzer. I just want to cover the boy to keep the hotel manager from blowing his top.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Where's the fiddle?
You go up to Johnny's room, 212. Get his fiddle and come on down.
Johnny?
Johnny Lament, man. The best double bass you ever laid an eardrum on.
Yeah, of course. He used to play with Goodman, didn't he?
Oh, this Johnny's been all over town, Rock. Man, when he's sober, he can play all over that instrument. Hits every register but the cash register.
What's wrong?
Girl trouble. Used to have a little thrush called Evie Johnson. She and Johnny had a falling out, and he'd taken it pretty hard. Come on, man. You better hustle. We're on in 10 minutes.
I hopped the self-service elevator up to 2 and looked for room 212. It ain't very hard because it's the only room with a built-in trombone player.
Yes?
This Johnny Lament's room, baby?
What do you want?
I'm Rocky Fortune. I'm sitting in for Johnny till he comes in for a landing, which won't be soon by the looks of him.
You still haven't said what you want.
Oh, pardon me. I need the fiddle.
Don't you have your own instrument?
Honey, don't give me a bad time. I need the fiddle.
Come in.
Thanks.
Hello, Sonny? Who's that?
Take it easy, Johnny.
Evie. Evie, you come back, huh? Is that you, Evie?
Oh, this kid's for Bellevue.
Evie.
Johnny, go back to sleep.
Put some more music on, baby. Play me something sad. If you see my baby, you send her home to me. If you see my baby, you send her home to me. Tell my baby I'm sad as I can be. Who's that cat?
Name's Rocky Fortune, Johnny. I'm sitting in with Bugsy and the boys tonight, and I need your fiddle.
Sure, man. Anything you say, man. You want a drink, man? Dolores, honey, give this righteous cat a little drink.
Thanks. I don't touch it, John.
Say, man, you see my Evie any place around? See the little chick about so high with the softest blonde hair? You seen her, man?
Afraid not, Johnny.
The fiddle's in the closet, Rocky.
Thanks, baby. I didn't catch your name.
I didn't throw it. It's Dolores Kane. I'm Bugsy's new singer.
Pleased to meet you. Hey,
Yes?
what's the gun on the shelf for?
Oh, it's Johnny's. Don't worry. I already threw the bullets out the window.
Clever girl.
Thank you.
And pretty, too.
Thank you. And don't forget the bass fiddle.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Come in.
It's 11:10, Miss Kane.
Oh, write down, Mr. Quaid.
In case no one has informed you, Miss Kane, I pay you and Mr. Barton to put on a show in my club at 10:30. It is now 11:10.
I'm sorry, Mr. Quaid. We were just...
I can see what you were just. Is this drunken Paganini going to perform tonight?
Well, Johnny isn't feeling so good, Mr. Quaid, but Mr. Fortune here is going to take his place.
Fortune? I don't believe I've ever heard of him.
Rocky Fortune? Why, he's one of the greatest bass players in the business.
I'm paying for the greatest.
Rocky, tell Mr. Quaid how you and Dixie had him screaming for mercy at Lija's Hot in Paris last year.
Well, yeah, I don't want to brag, baby.
Oh, go on.
Well, you see, we was playing the dog watch from 12 to 4. And sudden like Dixie gets off on Japanese Sandman. Everybody said Dix was losing his lip, but that night he was blowing up a storm. I'm just playing along when up he comes, boogity-boogity, open horn, and every note looked like it was greased and stuffed. Pretty soon the cats were jumping and pandemonium breaks loose. French bankers were tearing their clothes off. You know, it took 150 gendarmes to calm the joint down.
That's very interesting, Mr. Fortune, but the next show is due to start in 3 minutes, if you don't mind.
Me? I don't mind. See you later, Johnny.
Anything you say, man. You see my Evie down there, you tell her Johnny says come back here. You tell her I heard Johnny's been to Weep City for her and he wants her back.
I shoulder the fiddle down to the jungle room just as Bugsy and the boys get off on Sweet Lorraine. We start off playing what the French call in time. We call it in a closet. After a while, the joint starts jumping, and for the next 5 hours, I slap that bass until the gut turns black and blue. Also, my hand. Half the time, I'm in 2 different keys, but nobody cares. And the fans figure I'm another Eddie Safransky, because I'm playing notes that don't even exist. About 4 in the a.m., the whole deal builds to a crescendo till I think the top of my head's going to fly off. And then suddenly, we're playing 16 bars of Goodnight, Sweetheart, and it's all over. I think.
Okay, cut. That does it. Thanks, Rock.
Well, how did it go, pal?
Oh, I tell you, sweet and groovy like a 90-cent movie, man.
Yeah, what happens now?
You want to play again tomorrow? We got a room for you on the 3rd floor if you need a pad for the night.
$15?
15.
You got it.
Solid. Here's a key.
Say, how's Johnny Lament?
Oh, still on his hip.
He's taking this thing kind of hard, isn't he? What happened to him?
Him and Evie had a big thing. Tonight she walked out, bag and baggage.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, that's dames for you. Invest heavy and come out light. See you in the a.m.
You'll pardon the expression, but what time?
The boys stop seeing double about 11. We rehearse at 12.
I lug the bull fiddle up to the 3rd floor and head for my room. I don't get very far, however, because halfway down the hall I hear something which ain't music. Hey, what's going on in there? Open up! Open up!
No.
Take it easy, baby. Wait a minute, just a minute. What's wrong here?
In the bedroom.
Before I have a look, would you mind putting down the knife?
Knife? I didn't even
Unless
know.
that's ketchup on it, baby. Maybe you better tell me what's in that room.
It isn't possible.
It never is. Pardon me while I take a look. Don't go away. I sprint for the bedroom, get the door halfway open, and I stop. There on the bed is the body of a beautiful little blonde. And one look tells it all. Some cat's killed a canary. All right, Dolores, let's have it.
It can't be.
Come on, baby. What happened here?
I finished singing my last number, and I had a drink at the bar. It made me sleepy, and I came up to the room and passed out. I woke up a minute ago. Eve was lying on the bed, and this knife was in my hand. Rocky, I didn't kill her. Honest, I didn't.
No, just take it easy. If you didn't, who did?
I don't know. I swear to you, it happened just the way I said. When I saw her, I screamed and then...
Take it easy. Look, open your eyes.
What?
I said open your eyes. Look at me. Okay.
Well, what was that for?
Just checking, honey. Somebody slipped you a Mickey. Your pupils are contracted.
It was the drink. I know it.
You know why anybody would want to frame you for Eve Johnson's murder?
Well, why should anyone?
Somebody did, baby. Now, come on, we got to work fast. Whoever did this has probably phoned the gendarmes already.
What can we do?
I don't know. At 4 a.m., you... Wait a minute, listen. You go out and press the elevator button.
What are you going to do?
Get rid of the body. Now, get moving. Dolores holds the elevator while I carry Eve's body in. Then I tell her to hold the button until I can hustle down to the 1st floor. I hit the lobby just as my good friend, Detective Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger of Homicide, comes on like Buster's gang.
Pardon me, Sam. Yes? Homicide. We got a tip on a body in room 310. Oh, there must be some mistake, Sergeant.
Well, my old cellmate Hamilton Finger.
I might have known. Is this one of your practical jokes, Fortune?
I don't know from what you're talking, Sarge.
Step over the elevator with me. We'll go upstairs, Rocky.
Anything you say. Look, what brings you here?
I ain't sure, but I think it's a corpse.
I jab the elevator button and we wait for the car. My pumper is playing footsie with my Adam's apple as the car comes down. And the door is open. And I nearly drop dead. The car is as empty as Ebbets Field in December. We ride up to room 310, which belongs to Dolores Kane. Hey, Sarge, what's it all about?
You'll find out.
Yes?
Open up, baby. Homicide.
Sergeant Finger, Miss Kane.
How do you do?
You've met.
Dolores sings for Bugsy. I've been sitting in. That's musicians' talk.
You mind if I look around?
Help yourself. You mind if I ask you what you're looking for?
We got a phone call, said there was a dead woman in this room.
That isn't very flattering.
What's in there?
Take a look.
Empty.
I think somebody's been pulling your legs, Sergeant.
Both of them.
Where's the bedspread?
In the hamper.
Excuse me. I suppose this is nail polish.
How did you know?
Yogi. Mind if I take it down to the lab for analysis?
If you'll have it laundered.
Okay, what's in the closet?
Oh, that's a small dragon named Lancelot. Careful he doesn't bite you.
Funny.
Boo.
Okay, I'll have the bedspread analyzed for bloodstains. Now, don't go away, either one of you.
We wouldn't think of it. Nighty-night, Sarge.
And no more practical jokes, you understand?
What did you do with it?
What?
The body.
It's in the elevator.
Not anymore, it ain't.
What do you mean?
It never made the first floor. The car was empty.
That's impossible.
Eve Johnson's body didn't walk out of that car, baby. Somebody lifted it.
Well, that means somebody must have stopped the car on the second floor.
Correct. The next question is, who would want to steal a corpse?
What'll we do?
Well, Finger's going to find bloodstains on that spread. And when he does, he'll be back with some ticklish questions. And I got a hunch we better have the answers. Let's move. We start a room-to-room canvass of the second floor. Dolores takes one card and I take the other. Result? A big fat goose egg. I finish my card and go look for Dolores. She's gone, but from the sound of voices, I figure she stopped off to see how Johnny Lament is making out. I started to go in, but I changed my mind.
Johnny, cut it out.
She's dead, ain't she? My little Evie's dead.
Oh, don't be crazy.
I ain't crazy, baby. Not anymore.
What makes you think she's dead?
I could see it in your eyes when I asked you about it.
Would it matter so much? She walked out on you, didn't she?
She'd come back if she was okay. I know Evie. Come on, Dolores. What happened to her?
How should I know?
You know, baby. You said you was gonna kill her.
You're out of your head.
She told me. She says, Johnny boy, Dolores is jealous of you, and she says if I don't stop seeing you, she'll kill me.
It's not true.
Come on, baby. I know you. We were married once, you and me, remember? Now, let's have it. What'd you do to Eve?
Nothing.
That don't wash, baby. That just don't wash.
Johnny, stay away.
You're gonna tell me, honey. Where's Evie? What'd you do to her?
Johnny, you're crazy drunk. Now get away.
You're gonna talk?
Johnny, no! Johnny!
Talk!
No!
All right, hold it, John.
Get out of here.
Knock it off. You all right, baby? Not that I really care.
I'm all right.
Sit down, Jazzbo.
This your new boyfriend, baby? 'Cause I don't like his face, and I think I changed him.
Sit down.
Johnny!
He's all right. I ought to belt him, and I ought to clip you, too.
I don't understand.
I heard it, baby. I got big ears. You didn't bother to tell me you were married to Johnny Lament, and you didn't bother to tell me you and Eve had a slight falling out.
I wanted you to help me. I was afraid.
You wanted a patsy, baby, and you got one. Only you're about to lose him, because Rocky Boy's going to walk away from all this right down to the nearest police station.
Rocky, no.
All that bilge about how you were framed and me with my open mind. I got a hole in my head.
Rocky, it's not true.
Yeah, well, tell Dick, the fun-loving rover boy, when he comes to, I'll leave his fiddle in the band room. So long, baby. And the next time you want a corpse moved, call the 7 Santini brothers. I don't belong to the right union. I put it up to my room as mad as a centipede with a hot foot and lugged the big bass fiddle down to the band room, which is right across the hall from Johnny Lament's room. The empty fiddle case is standing in the corner. I start to lay it down flat, and it weighs about a ton. And even before it slips out of my hands, I know why. Holy smokes.
Okay, flyboy. Get him up. High.
So you're the guy who was all busted up about losing his best girl.
Back against the wall.
A real nice guy. Kills his doll and tries to hang it on his ex-wife. You're a doll, Buster.
She found out I was pushing dope and threatened to go to the cops. I had to kill her.
Why, you crummy dope peddler. It's misfits like you to give honest musicians a bad name.
Don't run your mouth at me, Fortune. If you'd have kept out of it, you'd be all right.
You're going to have a tough time trying to get rid of 2 corpses, John boy. A fiddle case only holds 1.
I'll worry about that. Turn around.
Sure, pal. Anything you say. Only before I do, There's one thing I think you ought to know.
Yeah?
Dolores took the bullets out of your gun. Hello. Hello.
Yes, please?
Who is this?
The manager. What is it, please?
Listen, Quaid, this is Rocky Fortune. I'm up in the band room, 215. Now listen, Eve Johnson's body's up here in a bass fiddle case. And I got the cat that killed her. And get the cops and make it fast.
You say you've got the man who stabbed her?
Stretched out like a herring.
That's just fine, Fortune. Stay right there. I'll call the police.
Make it fast. I hear somebody coming now.
Don't worry. You'll be taken care of.
It takes about 2 seconds before lightning strikes. How did Quaid know she was stabbed, and how did he know it was a man? Suddenly, little wheels start to spin around in my noodle. Quaid is in on it. Sure he is. He's probably supplying Johnny Lament with the stuff. And what's more, he's undoubtedly on his way up here right now. I start to pick up Johnny Lament's .45 and remind myself that Dolores Kane has removed the bullets. A hand turns the doorknob, but it can't be Quaid so soon. I just pray that one of the cats has come to get his instrument. The door opens. I freeze.
Hey, Dad. Put the thing down, you gone goony?
Bugsy. Brother, am I glad to see you.
Put down the heater, man. What's going on in here?
Take a look in that fiddle case.
Holy smokes. Eve.
Yeah, here's the little boy who did it.
Johnny?
Admitted it. I had to flatten him.
Well, you did real good.
Not good enough. Listen, Bugs. The manager's on his way up here right now, and unless I miss my guess, he's got heavy artillery.
Well, Quaid? Is he in on this?
He is now. I gotta get out of here.
What you gonna do?
I got a sudden brainstorm. Look, help me get Eve Johnson's body out of this case. Come on, pal. Get with it. Come on.
Okay. Yeah. Where to?
In the closet.
Yeah.
Attaboy. Now dump Laughing Boy into the bass drum.
Right. Now, open the door.
Look, you think you can lift that case with me in it?
Are you kidding?
Attaboy, muscle man. Here goes.
All right, what you want me to do?
Now, look, you just walk out like you're on your way to a jam session. Once I get past Quaid and his artillery, I'm all right.
Okay. Now, watch your hand. Here goes. How you doing?
Cut the lip dribble and get going before I get blue. The fiddle case fits me like a fatal disease, but I squinch down and hold my breath, and I figure maybe we'll make it. Bugsy Boy picks me up like I weigh in at 3 pounds just as the door opens.
All right, Fortune, get your...
Hi, Mr. Quaid.
Oh, it's you.
You was expecting somebody else?
I was expecting Fortune. Did he get away?
Fortune? You mean the bass player?
You know who I mean, Muscle Brain. Did he get out?
You know me better than that, boss. I got Rocky Fortune right here. Inside the fiddle case.
So there I am. Smart? Ha! They don't come any smarter than old Rocco Fortunato, Jack. It never occurred to me that this hotel might be operating a narcotics dodge and that my pal Bugsy might be in on it. But I'm real tricky, I am. Yes, sirree. I outwit the crook by crawling into a bass fiddle case and letting him snap the catch on me. And there I hang like a cured ham, waiting to be boiled in hot fat.
What do we do with him, boss?
Let me out of here, you punk!
Get him out of here.
Why don't we just drop him down the air shaft? It'll look like an accident.
Don't be a jerk. Take him down to the river.
Anything you say, boss. Hey, Fortune, shut up. My, what a temper this cat has got.
Come on, Bugsy. Don't waste any... Who's that?
Search me.
Open up.
Who is it?
Police.
Just a moment. Drop him out the window.
Right.
Open up.
So long, sucker.
Okay, open the door.
What's going on here?
I'd like to know, officer. We came in and found this musician knocked out on the floor.
Where's Fortune?
Fortune? Well, I haven't seen him. Have you, Bugsy?
Fortune? Oh, not a hide. Nor a hair either.
Well, I know he came in here to return the fiddle.
He must have left then. Maybe he's in his room.
Yeah. He might have been here, but he left.
Come on, miss. We'll go up to his room.
Something wrong, officer?
Yeah. Fortune's wanted as an accessory to murder.
Hold it. Oh, no.
Rocky, what are you doing out there?
You won't believe this, Sergeant, but I just climbed out of a fiddle case. These hoodlums dropped me out of the window onto a fire escape one flight down.
What? He's obviously crazy, probably drunk.
If I'm crazy, brother, then how about opening that closet door? Because I've had a hallucination that Eve Johnson's body's inside.
I'd like to oblige, Fortune, but you see, I've got other plans.
Grab him. Hold it, buddy. All right, don't move, either one of you.
I'm standing still.
Open the closet, Rocky.
That enough for you, Sergeant?
Yeah. It'll do for the time being. All right, let's go, you two. Keep an eye on Dreamboat there.
Sure, well, if he comes to, I'll belt him with a fiddle.
Let's go.
Boy,
Are you all right, Rocky?
if I can ever straighten up, I'll be fine. What happened up here?
Well, the sergeant came back when he found out those were bloodstains, and I told him the whole story. We came down to look for you, and, well, I guess you know the rest.
Uh-huh.
You sure you're all right, Rocky?
I'm fine, baby, but I was just thinking.
What?
What they would have said if that fire escape hadn't have been there.
What would they have said?
Man, dig that crazy bass fiddle.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose, fancy-free, and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Tonight's cast included Jack Crucian, Gene Tatum, Tom Holland, Frank Gerstle, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts, and Andrew C. Love directed. This is Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the Broadway actress who was involved in the murder of a drama critic? And when I asked her for her autograph, she gave it to me with a .45. Tell you about it next week. See you around.
Visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi, this is Rocky Fortune. You know, for a guy who went to school under the L tracks and learned his alphabet off of neighborhood store windows, I'm at the head of a mighty fancy class these days. I signed a new lease on life when I stopped Perry Shane, a Park Avenue legal eagle, from bending down in front of a hot slug poured his way by an ex-con. Perry, being the rich, understanding type, showed his thanks by offering me a process-serving job in his 14-carat law factory. In the workings of my new job, I do not have the ticking of a time clock to affect my sunny disposition. However, on this particular day, my sunny disposition went south. In fact, everything was pouring. The skies and Mr. Shane, who was now pouring himself a slug of something that couldn't possibly be tea.
Come in, Rocky. Sit down.
What's with the early cocktail session? The rain got you down?
No. Matter of fact, I like the rain.
Mr. Shane, I will endanger the morale of your office by being the first employee to accept libation during office hours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rocky. I just forgot. Please join me.
Well, I don't usually, but since I suggested it, I will.
Here you are.
Thanks. You know something? I wonder how the poor people are making out. Here we are, warm in a mink-lined office, not a worry in the world. Smug as a bug in a rug.
Did you say smug?
That I did. I suddenly heard myself talking, I guess.
Strange you should say that. I was just thinking that about myself.
Problems?
Oh, not mine. A friend. Wonder how you'd handle this.
Well, try me for size.
I can't tell you what the problem is, Rocky. Legally, as an attorney, I should turn it over to the police. Yet it'd break his heart if it did.
Well, can I find out about it from the friend?
It's an idea. You can. Tell you what, Rocky, I'll write down a name and address. Here are the keys to my car. Take it and go right over.
The name and address on the card sent me uptown to a swank number in the 90s. The plush elevator took me to a Doctors Park Avenue fantasy, nestled high among the 32nd floor hills of solid concrete and mahogany. The name on the card opened the door himself. Dr. Jonas?
Oh, come in, Mr. Fortune. Perry Shane called me about 15 minutes ago. Let's go over here into my study. We'll be more comfortable.
Fine, if I can wade through this rug.
Oh, yes. I just want to make sure of one thing before we go into the study. Excuse me. Stanley? Stanley?
Yes, Dad.
I just wanted to make sure you were in. Make sure you talk to me before you leave.
Don't worry. I'm right here.
That's my son. Everyone else is gone. I wanted to make sure we weren't overheard.
Yeah, it's a real lush layout. You live here too, Doc?
I have the entire floor. I live and office here. Of course, being head of the Witherspoon Clinic, I also office over there. Please sit down.
Thanks. What's on your mind, Doc?
Perry has told you nothing of what's going on?
From where I sit, he's clean. He knows nothing about it.
I suppose it has to be that way. As an attorney, he'd be duty-bound to go to the police.
Maybe I can help get you started. From the way you talk to your son, I figure maybe he's in trouble.
We're both in trouble. I have to inventory next week, and I have no way of explaining the disappearance since I can't account for it in my records.
Disappearance of what, Doctor?
Why, drugs, Mr. Fortune. A large quantity of drugs have been stolen from my cabinets.
So why not call the cops?
Because the thief is my son, Mr. Fortune.
Do you know how much is missing?
Over the past year, I'd say at least $25,000 worth.
Wow. Isn't that a lot of dope for one doc to be stocking?
That's for this office and the clinic. However, it is a ridiculous amount. Additional orders have gone through with my signature forged to them. I found one in my son's room. He's not only a thief, he's a forger as well.
Is he on the stuff?
Of course. He's been on it for quite some time.
Can't you quiet the whole thing by just sending him away for the cure?
If it were only that simple. I have to keep narcotic records, of course. I have to account for everything I prescribe. How can I account for $25,000 worth of drugs in 1 year? The amount is ridiculous.
And that means if you don't put him in the can, you lose your license and you go to jail yourself.
Exactly.
He can't possibly be taking that amount himself.
Of course not. And he refuses to tell me what he's been doing with it.
How about letting me talk to him?
I wish you would. I can't talk to him anymore. I get almost hysterical. I keep wishing that I can't even say it.
Why don't you try? Might ease you off a bit.
My wife died 4 years ago. I keep wishing that he had died instead of her.
Oh, take it easy, Doc. Let me talk to him. So I find out that the streets can be dirty even on Park Avenue. This is for real, the doctor's dilemma. Here's a guy who's got everything in the world to give his kid, and the kid fouls up with the dirtiest mud in the whole world, dope. This boy I put on my list even before I made the talk with him. I shook fins with a wet fish, and he went right to the top of the list.
Mr. Fortune is trying to help you out of your mess. Now try to be civil to him. I'll be in the other room.
Who needs you?
Why, you young...
Take it easy, boys. Make some pictures for an outsider, and maybe something can happen.
And call me if he gives you any trouble.
Since when can you handle me?
Slow down, Junior. If he can't, I can.
Now, look, creep. If you want to help somebody, join the Salvation Army.
Here. You didn't dig that kind of jive out of Park Avenue. Where'd you get it?
I have nothing to say to you.
So we'll call the feds, and you'll say it to them.
He wouldn't dare call anyone. Son in jail? Huh.
I guess you'd feel better if your old man went to jail in your place.
What are you talking about?
Exactly what I said.
He's got his records to worry about, son. His drug records can't possibly jive since he can't account for all the stuff you swiped. Think it over, Buster.
Why, I didn't think of that.
You didn't think, period. Now, come on, give with some information.
Oh, what do you want to know?
That's better. What did you do with most of the stuff you swiped? I mean, outside of what you used yourself.
I sold the stuff at school.
But why? Doesn't the old man give you enough loot?
I guess so. For ordinary expenses.
So what's the extraordinary expenses?
The usual thing. Dates. I played some horses.
And you also maybe needed something stronger than the stuff you swiped from your old man. Something like heroin.
Oh, look, please don't tell my father. He doesn't know yet that it's heroin.
Why don't you stop it, kid? If you're on the kick, get off of it.
I can't. I tried. I tried everything.
You tried everything but going to your old man who could cure you.
I couldn't go to my old man for anything. He don't know I'm alive.
All right, take it easy now. Sit down. Dr. Jonas.
Yes?
Will you come here for a minute? Now, look, kid. When your father gets in here, I'm going to make the same question, and you give me the same answer. Maybe if we blow some of the smoke away, we can get the team together.
You having trouble with my son?
No trouble at all, Doc. Please sit down.
It's an effort to sit in the same room with him.
Well, maybe if you sat in the same room a little more often, this wouldn't have happened.
You two are still on the same team, so act like it, will you? Now, look, just a couple of minutes ago, Doc, I asked your son why he didn't go to you to ask him to kick the heroin.
Heroin? My own son on that filthy habit, and I didn't know it?
That's what I'm getting at. You, a doctor with a son on the rottenest kick of all, and you haven't seen enough of him to see it.
Where did you get it, Stan? I don't have heroin in my office.
He hasn't told me yet, Doc. But I'll make he buys the stuff with the loot he makes by selling the milder stuff he swipes from you.
Well, why? You have money from your mother's estate?
Doctor, look.
Yes, look. Look at my son, a thief, a forger.
Why do you think he did all of this, Doc?
Who knows why he did it? What would make my own son put me in a position where I would either have to send him to jail or be sent there myself?
I'm sorry, Dad. I never realized about the drug record. She said that... I mean, I didn't know.
I looked at the old man to see if he caught the slip. No action. I looked at the kid. He was beginning to look better. Instead of the wet fish I thought I saw at first, my impression took to the right flank march. This was another poor little rich kid. He could have all the laughs he wanted. But I guess a laugh is kind of empty when nobody home laughs with you. The father was a Frankenstein to his son, and the old man didn't know why. And it was time for the son to get a friend to turn to. I put myself in front of him on what I hoped was the right turn. He played right down the line.
I'm sorry I caused the old man all this trouble.
It's now his middle name, kid, and it's pretty much in your lap to get him out, and yourself, too.
Well, what can I do? Just go to the police?
No, he won't be off the hook if you're in the can, kid. He's not a bad guy, you know.
Yes, I guess I know.
Now, look, before we do anything, let's clear up one little miss.
What do you mean?
The name of the dame you were thinking about when your tongue did a tailspin a little while ago.
Well, I wasn't thinking about anybody in particular.
Stan, to bring those words in front of your ears, I make the quotation. You started to say, she said that, and you tried to rub out the statement. Who's the she?
Rocky, I can't involve her. Since Mother died, she's the only friend I've had.
Does she know your father?
Well, of course, but she wouldn't do anything to hurt him.
If she knew about the drug records and let it go on, believe me, she'd hurt him. Is she more important to you and your old man?
I don't know. Why can't I go to the police and confess the whole thing? Why do I have to hurt everybody I love?
The lights went on all over the world. 19 years old and in love with the only gal he could turn to. A gal who knew something about the narcotics racket. This the doc must know about. He did.
There's only one girl he can possibly mean, but it never entered my mind that she could be involved. Why, she's been with me ever since she finished her training.
What kind of training? She a nurse?
Of course, my nurse, Miss Carroll.
Young, curvy, nice soft shoulder for the kid to weep on?
I suppose so. Frankly, I never took too much notice.
You know, for a doc, you don't seem to take much notice of anything. Does she keep your drug records?
She keeps them, but she locks them up in my desk drawer.
Where can we find this Miss Carroll, Doctor?
I sent her home, so I suppose we can find her there. Do you really think she's gotten him involved in this?
Well, he's a very young and tender 19. And he thinks he's in love, and you can make book that this Carroll is the object of his affections.
If that's the case, let's get the police after her.
The feds are awful careful about how doctors use the narcotic supplies. If an order is out of line, they investigate. So with the amount of stuff Junior had faked as coming to Park Avenue address, it couldn't have been possible to get away with it. Some of it had to be sent to another spot they could get at. That spot could be the clinic. The finger was right in Carroll's eye as the doc put the finger in Miss Carroll's doorbell.
Who is it?
Dr. Jonas, Miss Carroll.
Oh, just a minute, Doctor. I'll slip into a robe.
Tell her it's come as you are, Party. We'll save time.
Time is something we have very little of. Both narcotic inventories must be made next week and sent in.
Check. If she's up to her neck, she's got to move out before then, right?
Right.
So, we see which way she moves when we give her a real strong arm to use. Incidentally, let's keep the confab low out here. Play this cool and follow the leader. Just don't be thrown by anything I might come up with.
Sometimes I don't quite understand your language, Rocky, but I do understand the things you've pointed out. I know now how I've failed as a father.
Well, if my plan works, at least you'll have made up for part of it. The kid's on the kick. We know he's has forged orders, but we don't know everything. Since he feels he's in love with his baby, he could be playing hero.
Yes, but no matter what happens, I know he has to pay for what he's done.
Shh, careful.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Doctor. I didn't know anyone was with you. Come in, please.
Thank you, Miss Carroll. This is Mr. Fortune.
How do you do, Mr. Fortune?
It's nice to see you, Miss Carroll. And I do mean nice.
Thank you very much. Won't you have a chair?
Sorry to intrude at your home, Miss Carroll, but this man has come to me with some very alarming news.
Really? Concerning me?
News about you would be a 3-alarm.
How quaint.
I told the doc here news about his junior. News that's worth dough to me. He said he wouldn't pay it till he talked it over with you. I said fine, as long as I sit in on the chat. Start chatting, Doc.
Mr. Fortune tells me my son is on heroin. Did you know that, Miss Carroll?
So you finally know. Yes, I've known about it for a month now. I knew it'd break your heart, and I've been doing everything possible to get him off it. I even promised to arrange a quiet cure for him.
It's a little late for that, sweetie. How quiet the deal is depends on how the doc acts.
What do you mean?
I mean, the kid's been peddling, too.
That's impossible.
I said he's been peddling. I know, because he peddled to me. Of course, I ain't interested in the chicken stuff he steals from his old man and sells. I only got time for the stronger stuff he uses himself.
Do you mean he's been stealing narcotics from the office? I refuse to believe it.
Doc, did I show you pictures of the kid handing the stuff over to me?
It's true, Miss Carroll. I've seen the pictures.
But Stanley's on heroin. We have no heroin either at the office or at the clinic. Do you know where he gets it?
I don't care about that. I'm only interested in my son. I'll see to it that he gets off the filthy stuff, but I can't have him treated as a common addict. I'll pay any amount of money to keep it quiet until he's cured.
Unwise of you to say that, Doctor, in front of a blackmailer.
Now, look, sister, get one thing straight. I don't like the dirty money, so don't give me the blackmail bit. I'm on the stuff, and I admit it. I've been on it a long time, and it costs real dough. And I need the dough to keep me on it. If you got any ideas on how I can get the stuff, I'll let the doc off the hook.
Doctor, you said you would pay any amount of money to keep this quiet.
Of course I will. You think I want to see my son like this man? Willing to lie, cheat, steal, do anything because he has to have the stuff? I'll pay every cent I have.
Well, why don't you let me talk to this man, Doctor? Perhaps I can help.
Tell you what, Doc. I'll hold the picture as long as I get the stuff. If the little lady here helps me, fine. In the meantime, don't call me. I'll call you. I felt like giving the doc an Oscar for falling in with the line I was pushing out. Now it was up to me to keep the little lady entertained till he got back to Junior and gave him the lowdown. I was pretty sure of one bit. Papa had much more chance of getting Junior to listen to him now. But the kid had to be tipped before she got to him, and she was bound to call as soon as she was alone. So I had to keep steady company with this chick till Junior learned the facts of life. The doc took the hint and left us alone. Charm school went to work.
You said all you wanted out of your negotiation is to be able to get the stuff you need?
Long as I get what I need, I make like a mummy, but I hold on to the picture.
What will you take to let loose of the picture?
I already told the old man, 10 grand in cash.
You'll give up the negative if I get $10,000 for you?
Well, the doc brought me here, but No reason why I can't do business with you.
I'll go to the bank first thing in the morning. You have the negative here by 10:30 a.m. I'll tell the doctor I won't be in tomorrow until 11:15.
Cutting yourself in a little bit, huh?
I'm looking after the doctor's interest. If you go near him again, I'll see to it that you don't get a cent.
Don't worry about me, sister. As long as I get that dough, I'll be able to get all the stuff I need. That's all I want.
Oh, stop whining and beat it.
Okay. Don't get mad. Please don't get mad. I'll have that negative here at 10:30. Honest, I will. Now, if the kid isn't too far involved, we're in business. So far, it looked like the little lady was taking all the bait we tossed out. The lady also had to work fast because she must know her little game is over when the inventory's taken. In the meantime, I had to deliver a negative in the morning. Stan and I looked at the birdie in a home-sized camera, took the negs to a friendly photographer, and in the morning I would be set with this item. Next, I had to have a heart-to-heart with the kid. By this time, he was willing to spill.
I never even saw the extra stuff that came to the office and the clinic.
But I thought you said you sold it to the kids you knew.
He only said that because he thought he was protecting her. Right, son?
Well, that's right, Dad. I just wanted to confess to the whole thing to keep her name out of it. I guess I've been a fool about everything. Her, too.
Well, if you've reached the age of 19 and have only been a fool over one woman, I'm proud of you.
Those words are nice music to my ears, Doc, but we got a long road to haul before we're out of the wood. This little cookie's been plenty smart. She had Stanley forge your name to those orders, and that's still a big federal offense.
That means I'll still go to jail.
Somebody's got to take the rap when that true inventory is taken next week. You could still be that somebody. Both father and son looked pretty ragged when I told them that, but at least they were now standing together. What happened depended on what the chick did after I gave her the phony picture negative. I didn't know any of the narcotics gang, so I figured I'd better not have them in on a party that just might not come off. Better I should have my pal, Sergeant Finger, and let him bring them in. A call to him said his part of the plan.
Even on Park Avenue, you can't stay out of the soup.
Finger, look. The kid only went wrong because of the old man. How many kids do you know where this happens? Play along with me and give the kid a break.
Smart guy. You know I got 6 kids. What else can I do?
Wonderful. Now, look, we're all set now. You bug the doc's office and set up in the apartment below. I already got permission from the people who live there.
You're awful sure of me. I hope you're as sure of what's going to happen.
I'm not sure. It's a chance. It's his only chance. What's the idea of the Army, Finger? I thought you weren't going to bring narcotics till we knew whether we were right or wrong.
Whether you were right or wrong, Rocky, you don't monkey with the feds. Somebody goes to the pokey. We're set up now so we can hear everything that's said in the doctor's office.
I know. And if Carol says what I hope she says, the kid's in the clear. If not...
If not, they take in the kid with the girl.
I was just hoping I'd get a chance for another brainstorm, if I'm wrong. I give her the picture and the neg, and she knows the time is up when that inventory goes in. Now, if she only makes the move. So we listen.
This is all a little difficult for me to understand.
Nothing difficult about it, Doctor. You said you'd pay any amount of money to keep your son out of jail. I'm offering you the out.
I've changed my mind about that, Miss Carroll. If my son has been selling narcotics to other juveniles, I'm afraid he must be prosecuted.
Look, Doctor, your son is guilty of one thing. He forged your name to those orders. Of course, he's also an addict.
You mean my son did not steal any of the narcotics? He did not sell them?
I controlled the whole setup. I supplied him with the stuff he used himself. I did the whole thing. And I know the time's short now. If he sold some stuff to this fortune, it couldn't have been much. But I now have the proof. And I'm holding the proof until you give me the money I need to get out of the country.
Then you mean you're willing to take the blame for everything if I turn over $100,000 cash?
That's right. I'll have that money, plus what I've been making throughout the year on the sale of the other stuff. I'm willing to admit my game's up.
Move in and take all this down, boys. And then you can move upstairs and take her.
It worked out exactly as you thought, Rocky, but I'm still in the dark as to how you figured her actions.
Well, the time for the kid was short. Just 1 week and the whole thing would be discovered. But the time was just as short for her. She had to get out. So when we dreamed up that picture of the kid selling the stuff to me and you said you'd pay anything to keep him in the clear, well, she figured she'd buy it from me at $10,000 to sell it to you for $100,000.
Then she gives you the bit that the whole thing can be blamed on her when the shortage is discovered.
And being lost in some part of the world with enough money to last a lifetime, she knew she'd be safe.
Exactly.
And she only had him sign the fake signature to keep a stronger hold on him.
Right again.
Now, if we can only straighten out Stan, what do you think will happen with him?
Well, first thing, since he's got a father again, Shane thinks he'll get a suspended sentence. He'll get the cure, and that's that. You know, if you'd only have realized one thing, this probably wouldn't have happened to the kid at all.
And what's that?
Well, when your wife died, you lost a wife, your son lost a mother.
You're right. That's when I went to pieces and failed him. Funny that coming from you. Your language doesn't sound like a college man. Your logic does.
That's easy, too, Doc. You see, the school where I learned my logic, they don't teach language.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Maurice Hart, Raymond Burr, Jack Carroll, Georgia Ellis, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by Norm Sickle. Andrew C. Love directed. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
According to the statistics, the average joker can expect to annoy the census taker until he's about 66. Next week, I'll tell you about a friend of mine who advised me to take out life insurance because you couldn't trust these figures. And to prove his point, he produced a fresh corpse. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Enjoy Fibber, McGee, and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. I don't know what it is about me and work that keeps the two of us from ever going steady Eddie, but sometimes I just get restless and I quit a job, and then again sometimes I get restless and I take one. This time I took one. Night counterman at an all-night Hamburg diner. The diner was located on the Lower West Side, right between a saloon and a dance hall. Those who liked weak drinks went to the saloon, and those who liked strong women went to the dance joint. Nobody came to the diner. Nobody but Trouble. Trouble was a 9-year-old cowboy with freckles and a shoebox under his arm, and it was around midnight on a miserable night when the door popped open and he popped in. How do you do? What'll it be, partner?
One wimpy, drown it.
How's that?
One wimpy, drown it. A hamburger with ketchup.
Oh, excuse me, kid. I'm still new at this job. I sling the hash, but not the lingo. Okay, one wimpy coming up.
And drown it.
Righto, we'll drown it. What's a kid like you doing out this late on a rainy night?
I'm just coming back from a friend's house.
What was it, an all-night pinochle game? How old are you anyway, son? 8?
I'm 9.
9?
Well, going on 9.
Oh, pardon me. How about a glass of milk while you're waiting?
Okay.
You, got any money?
See this shoebox?
Yep.
Know what's in it?
Shoes?
Money. $50,000.
Yeah? Well, that's a nice, safe place to hide it, kid. Only you go around walking with that much dough in your shoes, and you're going to be 10 feet tall. Hey, here's your hamburger.
Oh, thanks. You forgot to drown it.
What?
Ketchup.
Oh, yeah, the ketchup here. Yeah, slow down. Take it. When did you eat last, anyway?
Morning.
Oh, I guess you'll be wanting another burger, then.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up. Where do you live, kid?
No place?
You, wouldn't be on the lam, would you?
Uh-uh.
Running away from home? I guessed it. Things tough at school? Maybe your mom just doesn't understand you, huh?
I got no mom.
Oh. You got a pop?
Yeah, I got a pop.
What's his name?
None of your business.
Okay. You're a citizen. You don't have to answer. How about another milk? Where you headed?
Boat.
Any, special boat?
One that's going far away.
Your boats cost a lot of money.
I got a whole shoebox full of money.
Oh, sure, I forgot. That's right. You're loaded with loot.
How much do I owe you?
Forget it.
I can pay you.
Now, look, kid, it's a cold, wet night. This is a bad neighborhood. Why don't you go home and run away some other time?
I can't go home.
You just think you can. It don't help to run away, kid. I'm an expert. I've been running all my life.
I can't go home.
I'll call a friend of mine who's a cop, and he'll take
Get
you...
away from that telephone, mister. I got a gun in my pocket, and I'll shoot you.
Oh. I didn't know you were a desperado. Who is it, Billy the Kid or Jesse James?
Just tell me how much, and I'll get out of here.
Hamburger, 2 glasses of 40 cents.
Okay. Here's $1. Keep the change.
Thanks, Well, what do you know?
What's the matter?
Nothing, not a thing, kid. I was just admiring the lifelike engraving here of President Howdy Doody. Yep, the kid had handed me a hunk of Howdy Doody money. But I make like it's the real stuff and ring it up. He starts to climb down off the seat, hanging on to his small shoebox full of Howdy Doody dough like his life depended on it. All of a sudden, he looks awful small and scared. It reminds me of the way I must have looked myself when I took off from the orphan home at the advanced age of 10 years.
Well, I gotta be shoving off. So long.
Thanks for the tip. Oh, kid.
Yeah?
You know, if you got a long boat ride ahead of you, you ought to take some food along. Why don't you wait here a minute? I'll see if we got some donuts back in the kitchen.
Well, okay, but no tricks. I got a gun in my pocket.
Sure, no tricks. I'll be right back. Here, you can listen to the radio while I'm out. Hello, operator. Give me the 21st precinct. Uh-huh. Hello, is Detective Sergeant Finger there? Yeah. Hello, Finger, this is Rocky. Rocky Fortune. Listen, I got a scared young kid down here at the Oasis Diner on Fleet Street. Uh-huh, a runaway. Can you send somebody down to pick him up? I can't leave the joint. Yeah, sure, I'll stall him. Thanks, Sergeant. I hang up and go out front again. When I get there, Junior's disappeared. And in this place is a young dame about 22 with a figure like the before and after ads. Only she's after, if you know what I mean. When I get around to it, I see she's got a nice face, too.
Pardon me.
Pardon me?
Well, you haven't done anything.
I'd love to. What'll it be?
Well, I'd like to ask you a question.
I'd like to ask you one, too.
Have you seen a little boy about 9?
That isn't the question I had in mind, but it still goes. Have you seen one, honey?
Please, I'm serious.
So am I. There was a kid here a few minutes ago. Did you see him?
No. Was he a little boy with freckles and reddish hair?
That's the boy. A pocket-sized Arthur Godfrey. You a relative?
I'm his aunt. Please, where did he go?
I told you. He disappeared.
Well, did he say where he was going?
Out of Mongolia, I think. What's the story on him?
Well, he ran away from his boarding school. He stopped at his father's house early this evening to get some things, and then he just disappeared.
How did you track him down here?
Well, I located a taxi driver who dropped him off at the corner. Since this is the only place open at this hour, I thought you might have seen him.
How come his pop didn't notify the cops?
Well, I thought he had.
Don't
you have some idea which way he went?
Well, you might try the waterfront. He mentioned hopping a boat.
Oh, thank you.
Say, it's no neighborhood for a pretty girl alone.
I can take care of myself, Mr.
Fortune. Call me Rocky.
Mr. Fortune.
If you wait till I close up, I'll...
Good night.
I'll nothing.
Concerning the holdup of the shoe company payroll last night, police still have no clue as to the identity of the 4 men who stole the money. They wore Halloween masks. The smallest seemed to be the leader, and an all-points bulletin has been broadcast by the police in an effort to prevent the men from getting beyond...
I heard.
Step over here.
What is this?
You hide.
Okay.
I'm looking for a kid, 9 years old. Freckles, red hair.
Who isn't?
You want me to hit him, boss? Take it easy, Moose. You seen him?
What if I have?
You'll tell me.
Suppose I don't feel like.
Okay, boss. Okay.
Ooh.
Well?
Okay, he was here and he left.
Did he have anything with him?
Just an old shoebox.
Which way'd he go?
How should I know?
Maybe you saw.
I didn't. Now, how about taking your gorilla and getting out of here?
Can I hit him, boss? Take it easy. Did he say anything? Anything happened while he was here?
He said he was running away from home. A dame comes in and she says she's his aunt. I told her I didn't know where he was.
That's all.
That's all.
You sure?
I said that's all.
Moose.
Boss?
Make sure.
Okay.
Oh.
Still sure?
I'm sure.
Well?
I told you.
He's sure. Come on, Moose. Thanks, Buck.
My stomach feels like I've been kicked by an army mule, so I hang on to the counter till the blue wheels stop going around. Then I go behind the counter to clean up for the night. I hear a noise which seems to be coming from inside a big trash can we keep there, and I figure we got mice again, so I open it. And the mice is a small boy with a shoebox and a face full of half-eaten custard pie. Okay, kid, come out of the pail.
Are they gone?
You been in there all that time?
I hid her when I heard someone coming.
Did you hear those two hoods?
Uh-huh.
You want to tell me why those roughnecks were after you?
Well, the big one, Moose, he's a hired muscle.
Muscle?
You know, a gunman, a fiddler. The little one, he's Perry Brock.
Brock. Yeah, he's one of the old Murder Consolidated boys, isn't he?
Uh-huh. Now you know why I don't want to go home?
I don't follow, son. What's Perry Brock to you?
My father.
Oh, you got a lot of trouble.
So you see, if you call the cops and they send me home, he'll just beat me up and send me back to the boarding school again.
Yeah, I guess he would.
So I better get going, mister.
Call me Rocky.
My name's Mickey.
Hold it, Mick. Here comes the law.
I'll duck out the back.
You can get back in the garbage can. I'll get rid of him. Well, hiya, Sergeant.
So where's the kid?
The kid? Oh, yeah. Oh, the kid. He took off, vanished.
You don't say.
Just like that. Poof.
You couldn't call up the precinct and say, Sergeant Finger, don't bother walking over here on your tired feet on which you've been standing all day. The kid is gone. You couldn't do that, huh?
Well, I tried to get you, but the line was busy. Here, have a cup of coffee and a hamburger. On the house.
You trying to bribe an officer?
Uh-huh.
Make it a double hamburger with an onion.
2 double hamburgers and a pecan ring later, I get rid of Sergeant Finger of the Mounted and get the kid out of the garbage can. He smells like an old gymnasium, but I can't figure anything else except to take him and his shoebox home with me, which I do. I let him soak for a few hours and put him in my bed while I make like G.I. Joe on the broadloom. About 10 minutes after I fall asleep, Mickey. Hey, Mickey.
Let me alone.
What is it, kid? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Just crying to irrigate the freckles, huh?
Let me alone.
I know how you must feel, Mick.
Nobody knows how I feel.
That's not true, kid. Lots of people get a raw deal from life. You take me. I was an orphan. I didn't even have a father to run away from.
Maybe you're lucky.
You don't get much love from a paid matron who has to divide it up among 150 lonely kids.
Sounds like a boarding school.
Yeah. Sometimes I used to lay in bed wanting to cry so bad I thought I'd bust wide open.
That's how I feel sometimes.
So I ran away, too, just like you. Only it didn't help. I was twice as lonely and there was nobody to cry to. I've been running all my life. Get restless, quit a job. Get restless, take a job. It adds up to a big fat goose egg.
I don't care. I'm going to be tough.
Sure, you live in the jungle, you gotta be tough. But running away, that ain't tough, kid. Why don't you go home to your dad?
I can't.
Why not?
He don't want me. He never wanted me. He never even lived with me and Mom.
Never?
Uh-uh. After Mom died, I lived with my Aunt Annie, Mom's sister. But then she and Dad had a big fight, and he sent me away to boarding school.
You like your aunt?
Yeah, she's okay.
Yeah, that's how she looked to me. Well, suppose we call her.
No, Dad would just come and get me again. He ain't much good, Rocky.
I hate to hear you say that, but I guess maybe you're right, kid. Let's get some sleep, and we'll talk about it in the morning. Here, blow. Atta boy. Yeah, pull the cover over you. Good night, kid.
Rocky,
Mm-hmm.
could I stay with you, maybe? We could both be orphans together, huh?
No, I'm afraid not, kid.
I could get a job. I'm strong, honest. And I got plenty of money, enough for both of us. More than $50,000. I wouldn't be much trouble, Rocky, honest.
We'll talk about it in the morning, huh? Let's get some sleep. Good night, Mickey.
Good night, Rocky.
I don't get very much sleep. I'm thinking about this poor kid with his box full of howdy-doody money and what I'm going to do about him. It's early in the morning when I quit trying to sleep and get up to make us some breakfast. I almost fall on my face tripping over the shoebox. My foot goes through the cover and I pick it up to tie it again. 5 seconds later, I'm burning up the telephone switchboard. Operator, give me the 21st precinct. Yeah. Hello. Sergeant Finger still on duty? Uh-huh. Sarge, this is Rocky. Now listen to me. I got that kid again. He's asleep in my room. Yeah. Not only that, but he's got a shoebox with enough government folding money in it to choke a dinosaur. I'm not dreaming, Sarge. Get over here, will you? 25 Bleakman. Okay.
Okay, put your hands up.
Hey, wait a minute.
This is a real gun, Rocky, and it's loaded, so get 'em up.
Now, be careful with that thing.
You're some pal. All that stuff you told me last night, how you knew what it was like. Now you're calling the cops to send me home.
Mickey, listen to me. It's wrong what you're doing.
You said you gotta be tough. Well, I'm gonna be tough.
I didn't mean tough that way. If you took that money from someplace, give it back. Give it to the cops. And give them that gun before you get hurt.
Not me. I'm gonna be tough.
You're gonna wind up like your old man, Mickey. He's tough, too. The wrong kind of tough. Now, come on now. Wait here for this detective friend of mine.
I ain't going to no police station.
Look, in case you don't know it, kid, there's nobody lives it up like a lost kid in a police station. Honest, they put you up on a desk, they buy you ice cream cones, double dips. They read your comic books, take your picture, wearing a copper's hat.
And then my pop comes and takes me home and beats me up. Rocky, I'm getting out.
Okay, Mick. Good luck.
You said when you live in a jungle, you gotta be tough. Well, I'm gonna be tough. I'm gonna be tougher than anybody.
I'm just beginning to wonder if little Mickey Brock hadn't held up a payroll wagon himself when the doorbell rings. It is my good friend Sergeant Finger, right on time.
Okay, Fortune, where is he?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Sarge, it's like this. I found the money inside the shoebox, see, and I turn around and the kid's got a real tough-looking automatic pointed right at my breadbasket.
Now, hold it, and you just let me figure it out real slow-like. The kid ain't here, right?
Right.
And the box with the money in it, that's disappeared too, right?
Right.
Now, how about the laughing gas? Is that gone too, or you just have these hallucinations on soda pop?
Now, look, Sarge.
Now, you look, Fortune. This is the second time you got me out on a wild goose chase. You ever read the story of the boy who cried wolf? Well, you're him, see? And the next time you want a cop, don't bother to call. I ain't coming. You understand that, Fortune? Don't call us. We'll call you.
I am still standing there like a boy with egg on his face when the telephone rings. Yeah?
Mr. Fortune,
Yeah?
this is Ann Prentice, Mickey's aunt.
Good morning.
I thought perhaps you might have seen Mickey again last night.
How did you get my phone number?
I called the diner. The day cook gave it to me.
Well, as a matter of fact, lady, I did see him. He slept here last night.
What? Oh, where is he now?
Search me. He took off again.
We've got to find him.
Look, he don't want to be found. He wants to be lost.
Well, his father thought he might have come to my place for some reason. He's half frantic.
I'll bet he is.
Since you know what he looks like, could you help me look for him?
This is my day off, lady.
Please, Mr. Fortune.
Yeah. Where do you live?
15 South Place, apartment 5B.
Powder your nose, baby. I'll be right over. I invest 15 cents in the city subway system and then foot my way to South Place. Number 15 is a quiet apartment with a self-service elevator. I lean on the buzzer on 5B. No answer. I try the knob and the door swings open. I walk into a nicely furnished apartment smelling faintly of perfume. I'm about to call for Annie Pie when I hear a faint noise behind me and what feels like the muzzle of an .88 comes crashing down on my skull.
Oop. On your feet, punk.
Huh?
You hurt. Up.
Rocky, are you all right?
Up.
Let him alone.
Shut up.
Ooh-wee. Well, well, if it isn't Dick, the fun-loving rover boy.
Should I hit him, boss?
Restrain yourself, Moose.
You always have your visitors greeted this way, Ann?
They forced their way in a few minutes after I called you.
Yeah, nice fellas.
Flattery will get you no place, Fortune. Where's the boy?
Here we go again.
Ann tells me he stayed at your place last night.
He couldn't get a hotel room. There's a convention in town.
Very amusing. I thought you said you didn't know where he was.
I didn't. I found him in the garbage pail.
Now, boss.
You're a very funny man, Fortune. Moose, take him in the bedroom and work him over.
Gladly. Get going, you.
Oh, and Moose.
Yeah?
Don't kill him.
Moose shoves me into the bedroom and closes the window to the fire escape. Then he closes the door. And he closes my left eye. And then he closes my right eye. I managed to get in a couple of wild punches of my own, but this guy's built like a Sherman tank. After a couple of sets, I'm beginning to feel like a lump of fresh dough in a French bakery. Moose measures me for a haymaker. And I do a pirouette, 3 tours jetés, and an arabesque, and then a swan dive for the carpet. I hug the rug for a minute, and I manage to get one eye partly open. I discover I am looking into another eye, and it is not my own. It belongs to a scared, freckled face which looks out at me from under the bed. In his hot little hand, the kid's got a gun which he's pushing at me. I take it and straighten up.
Okay, Melonhead. One more. Hey.
Hey. Get him up and shut up.
Hey, where'd you get the run?
Never mind. Don't make a sound. Back up.
Okay, take it easy with that cannon.
Now turn around. Now call your boss in here.
Look, Fortune,
Call him or I'll ventilate your head bone.
Okay. Hey, boss.
What?
Step in a second, will you?
Okay. Has our friend decided to talk yet?
That's right, Brock. Get him up fast.
I seem to have no choice.
Get over there with Laughing Boy.
Rocky, are you all right?
Just fine, honey, just fine. Get some cord or something. We'll tie these monkeys up.
Yeah.
Just a minute, Ann.
Shut up, Brock.
Oh, no, Fortune.
Boss, he means business.
You're the biggest, dumbest moose in the United States. Maybe in the whole Western Hemisphere. Go get him.
Boss!
Don't move or I'll shoot.
Fortune, you amuse me. You really are a funny man.
What's so funny, boss?
That gun. Look at it, you numbskull. It's a water pistol. A plain, ordinary kid's water pistol. Go get him.
Perry reaches into his pocket for his own artillery, and Moose starts after me. I pull the trigger, and sure enough, a stream of water shoots out. The kid has handed me a water pistol. I'm too groggy to realize it. By the time the thing really sinks in, Moose has knocked it out of my hand, and Brock's got me covered.
All right, Fortune. We fooled around long enough. I'm going to give you just about 1 second to tell me where the kid is.
Turn blue.
If you don't answer, I pull this trigger. And this is no water pistol.
You're wasting your breath, pal.
Okay, start praying.
Rocky, tell him.
No.
Okay, meathead, you asked for it.
Okay, hold it. Drop the rod.
I saw your ugly puss on a fire escape finger, but for a couple of seconds I thought you were going to let him do it.
I ought to, Fortune.
Do you mind if I ask what brings you?
Some kid walks into the precinct this morning right after I saw you. He drops a shoebox on the sergeant's desk and walks out. Shoebox has got 50 grand in marked money from the payroll robbery. Took us a while to catch up, but we finally trailed the kid here and spotted him on the fire escape. Now, don't tell me he's disappeared again.
Nah, he's just hiding. Get these hoods out of the room and I'll find him.
Okay, you two, move. Would you show me the phone, lady? I gotta call the wagon to haul these punks away.
With pleasure.
Go on. You lead the way, Perry.
Mickey, come on out, son.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Your troubles are all over, kid. Your father's gone and he ain't coming back.
I won't have to go home?
Nope, from now on, this is your home. You're going to stay right here with your Aunt Ann.
You mean I can't live with you?
Look, kid, you don't know what a lucky stiff you are, getting to live with a lovely dish like... with an aunt like her. And don't worry, Bub, I'll be around.
You will?
Sure, every night, twice on Sundays. That is, if you think your aunt wouldn't mind.
Oh, no, she'd like it. And so would Uncle Bill.
Who?
Uncle Bill.
You mean she's married?
Yeah, you heard.
Uh-huh. I heard. Good night.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Richard Beals, Vivi Janis, Eddie Fields, Frank Richards, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts and based on a story by Robert Sanadella. Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I get a job that pays $100 an hour, which is pretty good pay if you live so long. The trouble is, I almost don't. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around, huh?
Now, enjoy Fibber, McGee, and Molly on the NBC Radio Network.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Did I ever tell you about the time I got mixed up in a plot to murder Santa Claus? Yeah. It all started when I answered a Christmas ad for a department store. The ad said, young man of good character as auxiliary store detective and other duties. 2-week employment. So, next day I am an auxiliary shamus for Quackenbaum's department store. Kind of a high-class Fifth Avenue dispensary where for only $50 you can buy your girl a mink toothbrush. And for an extra $5,000 you can get her a coat to match.
This way, Mr.
Fortune, Rocky Fortune, Mr. Prim.
Yes. This is 5th floor, children's toys. Note, please, Santa's workshop and the enchanted igloo. This will be your post.
What do I do?
Just keep an eye on the merchandise. Quackenbaum's has had a good deal of shoplifting recently.
Yeah, especially in the jewelry department, eh?
We don't like to talk about that, Mr. Fortune.
Mister, it's been on the front page of all the newspapers for a week. $8,000 worth of pearls.
Wow. The thief will be apprehended in good time, have no fear. Well, I must get back to my office.
Just a minute, Mr. Prim.
Yes?
What happens if I see a gunner?
A what?
A lifter, a thief.
Apprehend the criminal with the merchandise and bring both to my office behind the elevators. The name Lysander Prim is on the door.
Check.
Oh, and one other thing.
Yeah?
At lunch hour, you will relieve Santa Claus.
You mean put on a beard and everything?
Oh, it's just for half an hour. As a matter of fact, you start in exactly 5 minutes.
I'm not exactly built for this.
Neither is our present Santa. They're running thin this year. Just ask Big Elf to help stuff you.
Big Elf?
Santa's helper. The large fellow in the elf suit.
Oh, sure.
Good luck, Mr. Fortune. The honor of Quackenbaum's is in your hands.
At $44.50 a week, Mr. Quackenbaum is getting a bargain. Big Elf, whose name is Marty, weighs about 250. He helps me with the Santa suit, and I take over inside the magic igloo while Santa goes out for some chowder. I embarrass a couple of mothers by promising everything the kids ask for, and I'm really living it up, having the time of my life when a little girl about 6 comes in all by herself. She's a pretty little thing, too, with blue eyes and freckles. On one leg is a light steel brace. Jingle bells, jingle all, and that's what I want for Christmas. Well, hello, honey. You here all alone?
Yes, sir.
Well, what can I do for you?
I have a note for you.
A letter for old Santa, huh? Ho, let's have a look. Dear Santa, you know what we want for Christmas. We better get it or you'll never live to make those Christmas Eve deliveries. Signed, you know who. Well, did you write this letter yourself, honey?
No, sir. A man gave it to me.
What did he look like?
A big man with a black mustache. He gave me a nickel, too.
Heavy spender, huh? Honey, what's your name?
Gail. Gail Grayson.
And what would you like Santa to bring you for Christmas, Gail?
I'd like your elf.
You mean Big Bonehead out there?
Oh, no. Not the man in the elf suit. I mean the elf doll. The one with the red silk suit and the green hat.
Oh, well, that's pretty expensive, honey. Maybe your mommy and daddy can't afford it.
I don't have any mommy and daddy.
Oh. Well, you leave your name and address with Santa, and I'll see if we can arrange for something. It might not be that same doll, but...
That's the one I want.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, look, Gail.
Gail? Oh, Gail, there you are. I told you to wait outside the man's office.
I wanted to talk to Santa about getting that elf doll.
Honey, I told you that doll cost too much.
Santa says maybe he can arrange something.
Santa's wrong. Look, mister, I just been seeing a man about trying to get a job in this place so we can afford to eat. I don't have money for expensive dolls.
Well, I'm sorry, miss.
Well, you've no business building up false hopes in children. They put so much faith in this.
Well, if you just let me explain...
Come around and explain Christmas Eve if you can.
Well, I'd like to, but I don't even know your name.
This is my sister Laura, and we live at 65 Bleakman Street, 5 flights up Santa...
Gail, for heaven's sakes. Come along.
You won't forget the doll, will you, Santa? Please don't forget, please.
Lose a customer, Jack?
I'm afraid I lost a friend, too.
Cheer up. Maybe you won't live long, then you won't need a friend.
Why don't you just stick to being a big elf, huh, Marty?
Don't be a wise guy, Fortune.
Me? I'm never a smart aleck. By the way, how do they spell elf? O-A-F? After lunch, the real make-believe Santa Claus comes back, and I turn over the suit, beard, and stuffing. I'm glad to get back to being a store detective. That big elf is no pleasure to work with. I keep thinking of little Gail. Well, let's face it, I keep thinking of her big sister, who's got eyes like Dresden china and a figure like a Lamarge teapot. I wonder if I'm ever going to see her again. I don't have to wonder long, because right away things begin to happen.
Help! Softy! Catcher!
All right, hold it.
Oh, let me go.
Take it easy. Well, Laura Grayson.
Who are you?
Santa Claus, remember? My name is Rocky Fortune. I'm also the store dick in this
Oh,
department.
Mr. Fortune, please. I don't know why I took it.
Well, let's see what we've got here.
It's the elf doll, the one Gail wanted.
Oh, baby, if you're going to shoplift a doll, they got better ways worked out than just pick it up and run with it.
I had to take it. I couldn't disappoint her. I couldn't.
Yeah, I guess it was partly my fault.
Well, I suppose you'll turn me over to the police now.
Well, hold it. Lady, this ain't for general publication, but between you and me, I'm the world's worst toy store detective. Too much larceny in my blood. So I'll just turn around for 20 or 30 minutes, and if you're not gone when I turn back, I'm going to put the pinch on you.
You're letting me go?
Please, let's not be vulgar.
Well, thank you, Rocky.
Hey,
What?
you forgot the doll.
But...
I was going to buy it for her anyway. Besides, I get it for only $3 because it's the display model. Now beat it.
Oh, Rocky, I could kiss you.
Go ahead.
I will. Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year to you. Wow. The kid slips down the stairway with the elf doll, and I am still wearing her lipstick on my cheek when Mr. Prim boils over. He looks so much like a clothing store dummy, you expect to find a price tag on him. Right behind him is Marty, the big oaf elf.
Mr. Fortune.
Oh, hi.
Where is she?
Where is who? Whom? He.
The dame who stole the doll from Santa's workshop.
Oh, you are a little elf, aren't you?
Mr. Marty here tells me he saw you catch her. Where is she?
Overpowered me. She must be a lady wrestler or something.
Mr. Fortune.
Tell you what, though, Mr. Prim, just to make everything okay, I'll pay for the doll.
What?
No kidding. You see, I know the young lady, and I was going to buy it for her anyway, so I...
Well, this is highly irregular.
Oh, come on, Mr. Prim. Think of how proud Mr. Quackenbaum will be when you tell him you unloaded that shop-worn display model, huh?
Well, it's highly irregular, but go ahead. The sales clerk will make out the proper form.
Well, thanks, Mr. Prim. I'll do that.
Hey, Fortune.
Yeah.
What was the dame's name?
What's it to you?
Just curious, you know.
I know. Stay just as you are. After closing time, I go into the employee's dressing room for a quick wash-up and a change of linen. Place empties out when my pal, the store Santa, flops in after a hard day at the igloo. He takes off his red suit, and I see he's built like a Japanese wrestler with a nose like Rudolph the reindeer, only it ain't from drinking melted snow.
Well, good night, everybody.
Good night, Herm. Looks as if the detectives and the Santa Clauses are the late workers in this department, huh?
Yeah, just you and me now.
Just you, Santa. I'm blowing right now.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
That girl who stole the Elf doll.
What about her?
Mr. Prim mentioned that you know her.
So?
I'd like to know her name.
You're the second guy in a half an hour. What is this?
Just what I said, Fortune. What's her name and where does she live?
Look, I know you've been making a list and checking it twice, Uncle, but just why do you want to know?
I had my eye on that Elf doll myself. For my kid. I'd like to get her for her.
They got brand new ones in stock.
I'm interested in that one. So the name, huh?
Sorry, Uncle.
Fortune. Maybe I don't make myself clear. I want that girl's name and address. I want it very bad.
You know you shouldn't use that tone of voice. It don't sound like you got the holiday spirit.
I'm going to use more than a tone of voice if you don't unclaim.
Sorry, Sam.
Okay, Fortune. Ooh.
Okay, Mom. You want to fight?
I'll try. What's her name?
Why, you punk, I'll bust your...
Gentlemen, please, just what is going on here? Well?
Let Samson here tell you.
I was just showing Mr. Fortune here a couple of judo holds that might come in handy next time a young girl overpowers.
This is not a gymnasium, gentlemen. I'll thank you to leave and report back promptly tomorrow morning. Good evening.
I managed to stagger out of my own power and head back to my flat. I figure I'll have some supper and then locate Laura Grayson for another look at that elf doll that everybody wants to get his hands on. Also, for another look at Laura Grayson. Yeah. I stop to line my flu at a local cafeteria and go up to the flat. I walk in like I live there, which I do, and discover I have guests.
Hello, Rocky.
Well, Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake with poison in it.
A cake with a file in it would be more useful where you're going, Rocky, my old pal.
You are referring to the House of Detention?
The same.
Well, sir, if my days as a process server serve me correctly, they make mention of a thing titled due process, which means you don't arrest a guy without you can make some kind of charge, right?
Right.
So?
So we would like to revolve the wheel of our conversation around the axle of your understanding down at the Irish clubhouse.
Concerning?
Concerning a murder.
You said a murder?
Yeah.
Who?
Rocky, this is going to come as a shock to a naive young boy like yourself. But there ain't no Santa Claus.
How come?
How come? Because somebody stuck a knife in him. He's laying on his face over in Quackenbaum's department store. Let's go.
I spent the next few hours as a guest of the city, in the squad room, or sweat box, as it is affectionately remembered by inmates of various steel academies in this state. And mine host is Sergeant Finger.
All right! Now for the last time. You had an argument with him, right?
He had one with me.
Okay, he socked you.
Yes.
You socked him.
Right.
You got interrupted.
Right.
You left.
Right.
Then you come back and stabbed him.
Wrong.
Okay. Let's have your story.
Somebody was after him, Sarge. I got a threatening note that was supposed to go to him.
Where is it?
Here.
This is kid stuff.
You ever hear of a kid threatening Santa Claus? Come on, Sarge.
Okay, so it ain't kid stuff. Who sent it and why?
That's what the taxpayers hire you to figure out. Maybe it's got some connection with that jewel robbery.
What do you know about the jewel robbery?
Just what I read in the papers. Somebody snatched $8,000 worth of pearls.
You, maybe?
Don't be ridiculous. I wasn't even working there when it happened.
What makes you think it was an inside job?
The newspapers. They got the opinion from the police. You familiar with this organization?
Don't get funny.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe Santa Claus was in on that jewel job?
As a matter of fact, Rocky, the guy in that Santa Claus suit has a record as long as your arm. Only one thing is wrong.
Yeah.
We can't arrest him for his own murder.
So why pin it on me?
You're available. Also, whoever stabbed him was in on the inside. It happened after the store closed. Also, there's $8,000 worth of pearls floating around someplace and a reward for 1,000 to whoever finds them.
No kidding.
Yeah, you want to claim it? All you have to do is confess you killed a guy, turn in the pearls, collect the reward.
And go to the chair. I'll tell you what, Sarge. You do me a favor and I'll confess to the murder. The jewel robbery and all of the other old crimes you're too stupid to solve.
What's the favor?
Drop dead.
Rocky, someday, pow! Right in the toy department.
Come on, Finger. You know as well as I do I couldn't have done it.
What makes you think so?
That note the lieutenant handed you a few minutes ago. You checked my alibi, and I was feeding my face in the cafeteria when he got stabbed. So stop giving me the needle and let me go home.
Fortune, someday.
I know. Pow! Can I go now?
Don't you like it here?
It's great, but I got a date with a doll. Finger turns me loose, and I jockey my way right down to Laura Grayson's apartment in a cheap village flat. It's about 9 p.m. when I get my finger on the doorbell.
Just a moment. Rocky.
Hi. Can I come in a minute?
Of course.
Where's Gail?
Sleep. I hope so, anyway.
Listen, honey, I have to ask you something.
Well?
Have you got the doll?
Of course. Gail's so happy about it, she's ready to fly.
Look, I'll have to ask you for it back.
You what?
Well, I'll get another one to replace it, a brand new one, really. But right now, I gotta have that one.
Sure, Rocky. Sure.
It sounds kind of funny, and I can't explain it now, but you tell the kid I'll get her another one, huh?
It isn't necessary, Rocky. Wait a minute, I'll get it for you. Here.
Well, thanks. I have to get back to the store. I'll call you tomorrow, maybe for dinner, huh?
Uh-huh.
Good night, Laura.
Good night, Rocky.
I knew what she was thinking, so I didn't try to make any excuses. I just took the doll and headed back to my flat to take a look inside. It was as empty as an eggshell in a fox farm. I was just reaching for the phone when it rang. Hello?
Rocky?
Yeah.
But this is Laura. Rocky, something terrible's happened.
What's wrong? What's the matter?
Well, just after you left, a man came, a big man with a black mustache, and he asked for the doll. Said he was from the department store police. I told him you'd taken it back to the store, and he left.
Well, what's so terrible?
Well, he must have awakened Gail, and she overheard us. Anyway, when I went into her room just now, she was gone. Rocky, I don't know what to do.
She heard you say I was taking a doll to the store?
Yes.
Maybe she's on her way over there now to try to get the doll back.
At this hour?
Honey, 6-year-old kids don't know from the wages and hours law. Look, I'll take a run over there just in case she shows up. You notify the police and meet me. I stuffed the kid's doll in my overcoat pocket and flagged a cab over to Quackenbaum's department store. There's no sign of the kid out front, so I leg it around to the delivery entrance. No sign. I decide to check inside and show my pass to the night watchman at the entrance.
Hold it, mister.
Hiya, Pop. I work here.
Let's see your card.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, store dick, huh?
That's right, Pop. Now, listen, I'm looking for a little girl about 7 years old. Wears a brace on one foot. You seen her?
What would a kid like that be doing here after hours?
Her mother thinks she got lost in the store.
Oh. Well, I only been on a couple of minutes. I ain't seen her.
I'm going up to check the toy department on 5. You keep an eye out, will you? If she comes along, send her up to 5. I'll be waiting.
Okay. I'll keep watch, Fair.
Thanks. I go up to the toy department. In the darkness, it looks as eerie as a graveyard on Halloween. I figure maybe Gail managed to slip in past the watchman, so I give a yell. Gail! Almost scare myself to death. What's that?
Nobody here but us toys, boss. Get 'em up, Fortune.
I assume that ain't a lollipop stick in my spine.
That's right, smart boy. Step over here in the light.
So what do I owe the pleasure?
Just a little shopping trip. I'm looking for a doll.
You don't say.
I do. So hand it over.
Help yourself. It's in the coat pocket.
Toss it here.
There.
Now stand still while I have a look inside. Okay, wise guy, where's the stuff?
Stuff?
Don't play dumb. There was $8,000 worth of pearls from last week's job inside this doll. Where are they?
Search me, pal. Maybe you got the wrong doll.
I got the right doll, Buster.
What makes you so sure?
Santa Claus told me. Before he died.
Looks like you and Santa Claus were in on that robbery.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Until he tried to double-cross me.
What happened?
I heisted this stuff and gave it to Santa Claus to hide. He hid it so good I couldn't find it. He wasn't going to tell me where it was until I gave him more than half. Only I changed his mind for him.
Yeah, with a 4-inch blade.
Uh-huh. You should be a store detective. You're real smart.
I take it the stuff was in the doll.
That's right, Rocky. Only it ain't there now. And you had that doll.
Which means?
Unless you unclam, I may have to give you the same treatment I gave Santa Claus.
I'm telling you, the pearls were gone when I got that doll home.
And I'm telling you, if they were gone, it's because you took them.
I don't have them. Sue me.
Rocky, old man, it's Christmas time and goodwill to men and all that, and I hate to knock off two guys in the same day. But if you don't spill them pearls in 5 seconds, I'm going to put lead in your braid. Now, where are they?
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Rocky.
What the...
Gale, hide, honey.
Come back here, Fortune.
Here's a football for Christmas, boy.
I let Big Elf have it in the puss with a football from the toy counter and grab the kid. We duck into the maze of counters and crawl along until we get behind some packing crates. Marty's cursing and looking for us, and he's still got a gun, too.
Rocky, I had to find you. I wanted to...
Shh. Don't let him hear us. Crawl into this packing case.
Rocky, I'm scared.
Do as I say.
Okay, Rocky.
Fortune! It's no use, Fortune. I'm going to find you, and when I do... Shh. Come on out, Fortune! Come on out!
Rocky, I'm scared.
So am I, kid. We gotta do something. Let's see what they got in these boxes. Mighty Mike mechanical police car. Oh, there's a big help. Hey!
What?
Let me have one of those.
Here. What are you gonna do, Rocky?
You'll see.
I'm coming, Fortune.
Look out, Marty!
What's that?
That's 2 shots. He's got a revolver that holds 6. 4 to go. Let's see now.
There's something, Rocky. Super rocket ship.
Fine. Let's try this on. Ready? Go!
Fortune, are you crazy? I'm gonna get you.
3 and 2 are 5. One more. What's in that box?
There's an atomic blaster, junior space cadet size.
Why not? Let's try it.
I hear you, Fortune. I hear you now.
Try this, Crumb. You missed, Marty. That's pretty bad shooting.
Maybe, punk, but this ain't gonna be. What the...
Those things gotta be loaded before you can shoot 'em, Marty, remember?
You dirty...
Here's something else for Christmas. My gift to Santa's helper was a Louisville slugger right on top of the noggin. And just as he went out, the lights went on. And suddenly the place is crawling with humanity.
Rocky. Gail, are you all right?
We're fine, baby. Well, look who's here, late as usual.
No wisecracks. Is this the missing kid lady?
Yes, officer. Thank you.
Who's the stiff?
This is the bum who killed Santa Claus.
Boy, you should have seen Rocky beat him with that bat.
By the way, Gail, where's the stuff that was inside the doll?
You mean the pretty marbles? I thought they came inside the doll, Rocky. It was a sort of surprise.
Some surprise. Do you have them?
I think so. In my pocket someplace. Oh, here they are.
Sergeant, Here you are, sir. Just in case you ain't got all your marbles.
Marbles? Hey, those are the pearls that were heisted last week.
He's got a magnificent mind, this Sergeant Finger, doesn't he? Gail, I'm sorry about the doll, honey, but unless I'm mistaken, you got about $1,000 reward coming for this stuff.
$1,000. Rocky, it's too good to be true. I must be dreaming.
Want me to pinch you?
Couldn't you just kiss me instead?
Why not? Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Ted Von Eltz, Mary McGovern, Kay Stewart, Frank Gerstle, Jim Nusser, Barney Phillips, Bill Justine. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts. Andrew C. Love directed. And now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I managed to get involved in a fixed fight. Some gamblers want me to stay down for the long count, from here to eternity. Tune in and I'll tell you all about it. Till then, I'll see you around.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Frank Sinatra, who stars as that footloose and frequently unemployed young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. I don't know what it is about me and employment. We start out together, but sooner or later we reach the fork in the road. Usually sooner. You take last week. The employment agency sent me out on a job as an oyster shucker. But somebody tried to serve me up on a half shell with a real crazy cocktail sauce. Blood. Pardon me, is this the 50 Fathoms Clam House?
Yes. Is there something I can do for you?
That's the best offer I've had all day.
We'll have a table in a minute. Would you care to look at the menu?
What's the menu got that you haven't got, baby?
A price list. If you'll excuse me, I'm busy.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get sore. I work here. I'm the new oyster shucker. I'm Rocky Fortune.
Well, you'd better go around to the kitchen, Mr. Fortune.
Just call me Rocky, huh? And I'll call you 2 or 3 times a day.
Don't bother.
Why not?
For one thing, I've got a boyfriend.
Now, why would we let a little thing like that come between us?
Maybe because he's standing right behind you.
Oops. He isn't exactly standing behind me. It's more like all around me. This joker's 6'4", 200 pounds on the hoof, and broad enough to go through the middle of a revolving door. And I can't figure a gorilla like this with this girl. She's a real sweet little girl, like somebody's kid sister. Only she's wearing a knit dress, and she's got a figure that's giving the warp and the woof a hard time. I get a glimmer when she introduces me to the bruiser.
Mr. Fortune, this is Mr. Barney. He's the manager.
All right, Fortune, get back to the kitchen. I'll give you a personal introduction to a barrel of oysters. This way. Hey, Fortune.
Yeah?
Stay away from Iris.
Who says so?
I say so. Now, here's your counter. Shell's in a garbage can. And this is the oyster knife.
Right.
And just so as we don't misunderstand each other, I'm very serious about Iris. Very serious.
Hey, look out with that knife.
You understand, Fortune?
I got an inkling.
Now get to work and shuck them oysters.
It takes me a few minutes to pull the dull-bladed oyster knife 2 inches out of the table where Big Barney has buried it. About this time, Ferdinand the waiter drifts in the door.
Footy's a little wispy guy who looks like the mechanical rabbit the greyhounds chase at the dog track.
A dozen cherry stone. Hey, who are you?
Rocky Fortune. I'm the new oyster shucker.
What happened to Herman?
Maybe he got washed out with the tide. Hey, pal, when do I get something to eat here?
Didn't you get some supper?
No.
That Barney, no consideration. Look, I'll fix you something.
I've been looking at the menu. How about the swordfish? No?
To my best friend, I wouldn't recommend the swordfish. Not tonight.
Lieutenant!
Yes, sir?
Mr. Abenaki's coming in.
Excuse me. Hey, Chief! Give me 2 double shrimp cocktails, a crab meat salad, lobster gumbo, a bowl of Boston, a bowl of Manhattan, and a bucket of lobsters.
What do you got out there? Rotary luncheon?
No, just Mr. Abenaki.
I take a peek through the kitchen door, and Mr. Abenaki is sitting on 2 chairs at once and is still lapping over on all sides. Barney and Ferdinand are hovering around him like a pair of hummingbirds trying to neck with a Navy blimp. I make a resolution to quit eating French fried potatoes and go back to unbuttoning oysters and remove their overcoats. It's lonely work, so I strike up a conversation. There's nobody in the pantry but me and the oysters, so I got no choice. You think you got troubles? I'm the one that ought to get stewed. You got it soft. You don't have to worry what happens if your lady friend decides to clam up. All you got to do is just lay there, that's all. And if you want to make an impression on the dame, all you got to do is whip up a pearl. Holy smokes, a real live pearl. It's a real live pearl sitting in the middle of that oyster staring up at me with its one beautiful beady eye. I'm figuring on calling little Arthur the Book to place a fin on the nose of Pearl Diver in the 5th at Belmont when I open the next oyster. So help me another pearl. I haven't had a run of luck like this since I busted up the floating crap game in Dockerty's garage. So I leave the stake out and shoot it all. Another oyster. Another pearl. Come on, baby. Papa needs a new necklace. One after another, and every little darling loaded. I'm trembling as I hit number 10, 11, and 12. Great big fat pearls in my hot little hand, and all mine. Just to make sure, I stash them away in my pocket quick as Ferdinand the waiter comes in the door.
2 dozen special oysters for Mr. Abenaki.
Buddy boy, I never could see nothing special about no oysters. It's like eating a clammy handshake.
Get 'em up, and I'll pick 'em up on the way out. The specials for Mr. Abenaki come out of this barrel. And don't shuck 'em. He likes them open at the table. He says it improves the flavor.
Yes, sir, Sergeant. Unfortunately, Barney has forgotten to tell me this, and I've already separated Mr. Abenaki's special oysters from their shells. Now, to me, the difference between a couple of oysters is something that can only interest another oyster. So I fill up a plate from the regular barrel. This, it turns out, is a mistake. Through the doors, I hear Mr. Abenaki sounding off like the bullhorn on a big mow.
Barney!
And Ferdinand comes flying back like a scared pigeon.
What happened? What happened to the special oysters?
Who is responsible for this?
Please, Mr.
I
Abenaki.
paid for special oysters, shipped in just for me, and what do I get? Call these oysters? These miserable, scrawny blobs.
What happened to Mr. Abenaki's oysters? You, Fortune.
Me?
What happened to the specials?
It was just a little mistake.
A mistake! A mistake with my oysters.
Please, Mr. Abenaki. Fortune, what happened?
I opened them first. Nobody told me any different.
You hear that? He opened my oysters. All that flavor gone. Gone forever.
What is this, a federal case?
You feather-headed idiot.
Now, wait a minute.
Stupid, no good.
Customers can hear you.
Fortune, you lame brain, you apologize to Mr. Abenaki.
Okay. To him, I'll apologize. But you muscle-headed bum.
Well, you scrawny knucklehead, I ought to pry you apart like a chowder clam.
Why don't you put your money where your mouth is?
Mr. Barney, I'm sure it was an honest mistake. Why don't you give him another chance?
You shut up and keep out of this.
Hey, who do you think you're talking to? You ought to wash your mouth out with soap before you talk to a lady.
Fortune, you're fired.
Oh, no. Please, Mr. Barney.
You keep out of this. Take him up front and pay him off.
Iris fishes me a couple of bucks out of the register, and I can see she's a little sorry for me, which makes me feel very pleasant indeed.
Here you are, Mr. Fortune. I wish it was more.
Oh, well, easy come, easy go. I just wish I was staying on, though, so I could see you again.
It took a lot of courage to stand up to Barney like that.
I still have the oyster knife.
Well, I wish there was something that I could do.
How about splitting a steak with me tonight, huh? After all, I just got fired, and I shouldn't be left alone with a knife.
Well, I suppose it's all right.
Meet you when you get off. Is it a date?
All right, Rocky. I'm off at 9.
I figure bounced the knot on the head for the day. 12 pearls and a beautiful girl. This is better than the Daily Double. It's about 8:45 when I head out the back door. It's a very cozy neighborhood. You could sometimes go as far as a block without stumbling over a drunk or being mugged for a pair of clean socks. So I'm not too surprised when an arm whips around my neck and I cease breathing until further notice.
Don't say a word.
Who can talk?
This ain't no briar pipe sticking in your back.
Okay.
Hand 'em over.
Anything in particular?
You know what I'm talking about. Hand 'em over.
Mac, this may make me seem a little slow, but I haven't got the slightest idea what you're talking
The
about.
pearls, wise guy, the pearls. You got 'em.
Oh, them.
Didn't your mother ever tell you it ain't polite to shortstop? Now pass 'em over.
They're mine. I found them.
Okay. Hand 'em over.
Over my dead body.
That can be arranged. All right, wise guy, I'll give you a quick 5 to hand 'em over. 1.
Hey, you're kidding, ain't you?
2.
Okay. I got them right here.
3.
Right here. Hey, they're gone.
4.
Honest, I put them in his pocket, see?
I said 4.
Look, there's a hole in it. Look, I can wiggle my finger through it.
5.
If you don't believe me, look for yourself.
Yeah. Okay, hold still.
I'm ticklish.
You're clean, all right. Listen, punk, I'll give you a chance. You got 12 hours to hand those pearls over.
But I lost them, honest.
You lost them, you find them. Remember, 12 hours or we'll fit you for a brand new satin-lined overcoat with silver handles. And just to show you we ain't...
About 20 minutes later, the world slows down to a gentle spiral. Some other bum has rolled me for 38 cents in change, a subway token, and my shoes. I paddle around to the avenue with my bare feet, and I find Iris waiting in front of a drugstore looking like Hurricane Barbara, about to hit the Atlantic coast from Block Island to Cape Hatteras.
Rocky, this is not the kind of a neighborhood where a girl likes to wait for... What's the matter? You're limping.
I stepped on a live cigar butt.
Well, you're barefoot. Where are we going? To a square dance?
Look, honey, I'm afraid our date's off.
Why?
I got to attend a funeral.
Whose?
Mine.
What are you talking about?
There seems to be a difference of opinion about some pearls. I told the guy I found them, but he couldn't see it my way.
You found some pearls?
Yes.
Where?
Where else? In an oyster. 12 of them.
You found 12 pearls in one oyster?
No. One each in a dozen. How's that for luck?
Nobody's that lucky.
But now I can't find them. I got a hole in my pocket. I must have dropped them.
Oh, that's terrible.
You don't know the half of it. The guy who just slugged me gave me 12 hours to cough up the pearls, or else. A particularly nasty else.
Oh, well, then we've got to start looking for them. Right now.
Right now, I'd rather look for some shoes. The guy can get athlete's foot this way. We head back into the 50 Fathoms clam house to try to find the pearls. I'm cutting my bare feet to ribbons on broken clam shells. We go through the sawdust in the pantry a spoonful at a time, but we draw a blank. No pearls. Up to now, I've been thinking I'm just lucky. But slowly I realize I've been playing with marked oysters. I figure them pearls must be hot as a tin roof in August.
Rocky, what happens if we don't find them? They might kill you.
Yeah. I was thinking that was a possibility, too.
Well, where else could you have dropped them? Was there anything on the floor, a garbage can or something?
Wait a minute. There was. That little barrel that Mr. Abenacky's oysters came in. It was right by this stool.
Maybe the pearls dropped in it.
But the barrel's gone, too.
Of course, they pick it up at night and take it back to the oyster boat.
Can you find out which boat?
I know. I sign the receipt every day. It's the Polly B at Pier 22. Oh, Rocky, do you think the pearls could still be in the barrel?
Well, I got a hasty feeling I'd better find out. Anyway, if Abenacky's oysters came from that boat, then so did the pearls.
Rocky, I'm going with you.
Now, look, honey, it's going to be dangerous and dark down on the dock.
You'll be there.
I know. That's what frightens me. Well, come on. Let's head for Pier 22. And if I don't find the pearls, well, at least it's a good place to jump off. I'm still barefoot as we head up the waterfront to Pier 22, but I keep going. I figure it's like a horse. If I pull up lame now, I'm a cinch to get shot. Pier 22 looks like the spot where Henry Hudson dropped his anchor on the first trip. There's a crap game going on in the dock office. We wait until somebody makes a four the hard way and slip through in the confusion. The oyster boat is halfway down the pier, and we go aboard. Don't trip on them ropes.
Isn't that the barrel? Right there?
That's it, all right. I'll tip it up to the light. Empty as a pocket before payday.
Oh, Rocky.
I wonder where the elephants go to die.
Rocky, listen.
Yeah, somebody must have broken up the crap game. They're coming this way.
What are we going to do?
That guy who put the arm on me is with him. You see the guy with no neck?
Yeah.
Come on, we better hide.
Well, where?
Down the hatch behind us.
I can't jump down there, not in this skirt.
In it or out of it. Here you go.
Oh, it's dark down here.
Look out, here I come. Now keep quiet, baby, and maybe we'll get out of this thing in one piece.
All right, let's get going. Okay. Cast off the bow line.
What is it? What's happening?
Did you bring your toothbrush?
A toothbrush? What for?
I can only think of one thing to say at this point.
What?
Bon voyage. The Polly B is definitely not in the Queen Mary class. It's sort of a cross between an oversized shoebox and the Staten Island ferry. It would probably rock like crazy in a bathtub, and by the time we're through the Narrows and into the lower bay, Iris has turned a tasteful tone of green, which unfortunately clashes with her purple dress.
Oh, Rocky, I'm afraid I'm going to die.
No, you're not.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm not going to die. Ugh.
Somebody will hear you.
I don't care.
There's the boy. Loran, the boy.
What happened? We're stopping.
Maybe we hit a red light.
Will you men get the net on the side? Come on, hurry up.
What is it? Oysters?
I don't know. I better boost you up so you can sneak a peek. You ready?
Mm.
Well?
It's a barrel, Rocky. They pulled it in with a net. Rocky, it's got a flag on it. Let me down.
I got it now. Just like Prohibition. Someone on an incoming liner dumps the stuff over.
And this boat picks it up.
Yeah, and delivers it to the 50 Fathoms clam house. What a way to sneak in pearls inside an oyster. And if some jerk opens one by mistake, he just thinks he's lucky. Can you imagine a guy stupid enough to think he'd really find a pearl in an... You read any good books lately?
Rocky, it's a smuggling racket.
All right.
Baby, you're even
Back
smart.
off.
That's
Okay.
right. I could kiss you. I have my eyes closed and my mouth puckered when the roof falls in. Then I find myself kissing a 30-pound flounder, which is part of a load of fish dumped in on top of us. We're standing up to the neck in fresh-caught ocean fish in season. I pick a herring out of my ears and look around for Iris. And once again, I get that funny feeling. You know, that yearning to take her out of all of this. The Polly B makes it back to the pier in blue ribbon time. And when the coast is clear, Iris and I climb out of the fish and shake off the scales. I've got a smelt in my pocket and a certain air about me.
Ooh, I can't even stand myself.
I think it's invigorating.
Rocky, you know it's clear. You got the pearls by mistake.
Yeah, those oysters were meant for Mr. Abenaki. They're delivered specially for him.
It must be, Rocky. So, what do we do now?
Well, honey, as much as I hate disturbing a man at his meal, Mr. Abenaki leaves me no choice. He eats all day. However, there's a limit to how long a dame can wander through town with seaweed in her hair and a strong suspicion that barnacles have set in. So Iris heads up to her apartment to change. I figure I might as well head over to the clam house to do a little digging on my own. It's midnight now, and Ferdinand's in the kitchen when I get there.
Say, what happened? You jump off the ferry?
Never mind. Listen, has Abenaki still got his nose in a feed bag?
He's on his Demitas.
Demitas?
Yes, he has to watch his weight.
Look, Ferdinand, about those special oysters. Mr. Abenaki never has them open in the kitchen, right?
Right. He's a very particular man. He wants to make sure all the flavors locked in.
I'll bet he does. Ferdinand, this may come as a shock to you, but something tells me Mr. Abenaki is playing puss in the corner with the United States Custom. Not to mention the cops from the country where the stuff was originally heisted.
The stuff?
The pearls. I found a dozen of them in his oysters. I can't figure out where they went to, though.
You lost them?
Yeah, through a hole in my pocket. I was leaning over the counter right here. Now, they could have rolled along, but I didn't find them on the floor. They should have dropped right down here like... Who put that bowl of soup on the stool?
I did. That's Mr. Abenaki's oyster stew. I always leave it there till he's ready for it.
You do?
Yes.
Did Mr. Abenaki have oyster stew tonight?
Sure. He has a couple of bowls with each meal.
Ferdinand, I got to make some phone calls to the cops for a squad car and the Bellevue Hospital for a stomach pump.
You mean Mr. Abenaki is a smuggler?
Somebody around here is, and he looks like it. I'll let the cops nail it down.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it?
About Abenaki, why? He deserves what he's got coming to him.
Yes, but I'm afraid you don't. Now, please put up your hands, Mr. Fortune. You see, we wouldn't want the police around. The clam house has to think of its reputation.
But
your gun is loaded. Barney?
Sure, boss.
Take this gun and keep him covered.
With pleasure.
Then it's you.
I suppose it is. Barney, could Captain Duran arrange a special trip on the Polly B?
Easy.
Well, we'll have to be careful where we drop you. It wouldn't do to spoil the oyster bed. Mr. Abenaki wouldn't like it.
Couldn't you just maroon me on a desert island?
Please, Mr. Fortune, be practical. Now, we're going out through the kitchen door. Barney, you go first.
Sure thing, boss. Coast is clear.
Barney, what happened?
Probably this.
Rocky, you all right?
Sure, how's Barney?
Oh, he's out cold.
What did you hit him with?
A frozen flounder.
You know, was Ferdinand all the time?
The waiter?
Sure, he got to the oysters before Abenaki. That reminds me.
Where are you going?
To call the cops. I got to tend to something.
Yeah? Can I help you?
Mr. Abenaki, you had an oyster stew earlier this evening.
I did. Please pass the ketchup.
Look, I don't want to disturb you, but there were a dozen pearls in that stew.
Oh? I thought the oysters were somewhat gritty.
Now, we've got to get those pearls back wherever they are.
Is that all?
You've got them.
I suppose I have.
In the midsection.
More or less.
I'm going to send for a stomach pump right away.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I have them in my vest pocket. Here. Are these the pearls?
You mean you didn't eat them?
Goodness, no. I almost lost a filling on the first one, though. I thought I was just lucky. You're sure these pearls belong to you?
I'm positive, Mr. Abenaki.
Well, if they're yours, take them by all means. Oh, and young man.
Yeah?
Ask somebody to bring me another piece of pie.
Somebody else gets the pie. Me, I'm in the mood to relax. The Rover boys are safe in the walk-in refrigerator. The 12 pearls have come home to Papa. And I'm alone with Iris, who's wearing a flannel skirt and a little boy's shirt, which never looks like that on no little boy.
Well, Rocky?
Honey, I think maybe you saved my life. Would you like to claim a little reward?
What kind of reward?
Come here.
Mm-mm.
Closer.
Mm-mm.
Baby, I've got something for you. Here.
The pearls. Well, honey, I've got something for you.
Yeah? What?
A property receipt from U.S. Customs Department.
You're a...
Cop. Good night, Rocky.
Good night.
Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune.
Others in the cast included Lynn Allen, Jack Crucian, Jack Nestle, Lou Merrill, and William Euler. Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now here's Frank Sinatra to tell you about next week's transcribed adventure.
Did you ever get up in the morning and find out you were somebody else? The next week I wake up married to a dame and I don't even know her name. I'm living like a Maharaja and I'm insured for $100,000. Double indemnity.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. NBC presents Frank Sinatra, starring as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune.
Hi. You ever see a magician pull a disappearing act on somebody? Well, a guy tried to pull it on me at a carnival once. The only trouble was he was trying to make me disappear for keeps.
All right. Get your red-hot Texas wieners right here. Red-hot, they tickle and tantalize your tummy like a $10 tenderloin. Red-hot. How many, Jack?
One pop and hold of nitroglycerin.
One without sauce, 15 cents.
Let's have some black coffee, too.
One ink, right, 25.
Say, Maitre D.
Yeah?
How's chances for a guy picking up some steady employment around this townie?
You been with it?
I used to work at mid-camp with Benchley Brothers.
The original 40 thieves, huh? Well, talk to the boss. He's down in the big tent.
Thanks, I will.
Mister?
Yeah, what is it? Come on, I'm busy.
I'd like to buy a hot dog, please. How much is one?
15 cents.
Oh, I guess I can. Well, could I buy a half a hot dog? I've only got 7 cents.
Look, kid, go ask him out for the rest of the dough and come back, huh?
I can't. I don't have any more.
Oh.
Fill him up, Oscar. I'll pay for it.
Forget it. On the house. Here you are, kid. Compliments of Bussy Brothers Traveling Show.
I stand there watching the kid down the wiener like he's had a hard winter of Little America. After he finishes, I stake him to another which disappears faster than whiskey at a wake. He's only a little kid, about 8 or 9, with blue eyes and brownish hair. He's wearing a leather jacket and brand new blue jeans, a couple of sizes too big. I strike up a conversation. Tastes good?
Mm-hmm.
How long since you ate anything, kid?
This morning when I went out.
You here alone?
Uh-huh.
How old are you?
9. I mean 8 3/4.
You been on any of the rides?
Uh-uh. I only have 7 cents, and it costs a dime.
You finished?
Uh-huh.
Okay, come on. What ride would you like to go on?
Gee, you mean it?
I said it, didn't I? Come on.
Hey, Jack, don't you want the job?
It'll keep. Me and the kid here are going to live it up a little.
Can we see the fortune teller and everything?
Sure, why not?
Now?
Be my guest, son. I take the kid on everything, including the roller coaster, and I'm having a great time. Only the kid seems serious, like he's got something on his mind. I figure he's got personal problems. Finally, we passed the fortune teller's tent, and his eyes open up like saucers.
That's where I want to go, Rocky.
The fortune teller? You sure?
Uh-huh. Please.
Okay, let's go. Who am I to argue? I remember when I was 9 years old, things were so bad I went to a gypsy to find out if I'd live to be 10. So in we go to Madame Zaza's fortune-telling tent. She's a doll, too, small and brunette. The kid sits down all serious, and I listen.
What is your name?
Billy. Billy Grayson.
Ah, yes. Let me gaze into the crystal ball. Ah, you are almost 9 years old, no?
Uh-huh.
And you are looking for someone. Yes, I see it now. You are looking for someone you have not seen for a long time. Someone who loves you very much, no?
Uh-huh.
Then you must not be afraid, for you will find her soon.
No kidding?
You must go to the House of Mystery on the Midway. There you will find the person for whom you are searching.
2 minutes later, I'm footing after the kid on the way to the House of Mystery. We go inside, and the place is a maze of waxwork, skeletons, crazy sounds, and trick mirrors. Just before you go out, there's a guy dressed in a Swami suit with a sign that says, "Disappearing Coffin." He's got a black box in front of him, and you're supposed to lay down inside, and the bottom opens, and a chute drops you out on the Midway again. I get in first and slide down the chute into the sunshine. Then I wait for the kid to come down the chute. I wait, and I wait, and I still wait.
That must be the man, officer.
Okay, mister, take it easy.
Oh, what have you done with him?
Who, me? What is this?
What's your name, bud?
Who wants to know, officer?
Me, that's who.
Oh. In that case, it's Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
You know anything about a kid?
What kid?
What's his name?
William Grayson, Jr.
Who's this guy?
I'm his guardian, Howard Grimm.
I'm waiting for an answer, Fortune.
Yeah, he was with me.
You see, officer, the man at the hot dog stand was right.
Where's the kid now?
In the House of Mystery here. At least I think he is.
He better be, Fortune.
Hey, what's going on here? I meet the kid, I buy him a hot dog and a few rides, and you act like I put the snatch on him or something.
The boy has been missing from my home since last night, Mr. Fortune. We traced him to this carnival. If he's unharmed, you've nothing to worry about.
Come on, let's go in and get him.
I better wait here in case he comes down to shoot.
You better come with us, Fortune. Let's go.
We hustle around to the Barker in front of the House of Mystery, and the cop tells him we want in. I'm not exactly worried, but what the Barker has to say next makes me a little uneasy. This is a feeling which will grow in the next few minutes.
All right, it's on the inside. It's all on the inside. Witness the greatest spectacle of the ages, the famous 7 steps to heaven, the Oriental water torture, the chest of celestial bliss. See the living skeleton and experience the disappearing coffin. On the inside...
Hey, Mac.
Just a minute, Chester. On the inside, 25 cents.
Now.
All right, officer. What's the beef? Everything is clean. We've been inspected by the Legion of Cleanliness, and also the fixers in with the chief of police. Now go away. You're blocking up the entrance.
We're looking for a little boy about 9. Went in with this fella here about a few minutes ago.
Sorry, officer. We don't admit children, and this egg face I never saw before in my life.
Hold it up, Mac. You sold us a ticket yourself.
Buster, you're dreaming. You've been smoking bath salts.
Look, I went in with a little boy. You talked to him.
Get him off of my back, will you, officer? I got work to do.
Officer, he don't remember. The kid is inside.
You mind if we look around?
Help yourself. Just don't finger the finery.
Let's go, Fortune. Mr. Grimm, you wait out here in case he comes out.
On the inside, folks, the greatest of medieval torture chambers and criminal reenactments ever assembled under one roof, and you can see it for only a quarter the fourth part of an hour.
We enter the House of Mystery, and I can feel the hot breath of a fat cop on the hot nape of my neck. Billy! Billy, it's me! Rocky, where are you, kid? Billy! He must be hiding here somewhere.
Uh-huh. Let's ask the guy in the Swami suit.
Yeah. Hey, Baghdad!
You were addressing me, sire?
Yeah, I was addressing thee. Where's the little kid with the light hair?
Sire?
The kid who came in with me, remember? I got into the coffin and the kid was right behind me, only he never came out.
Sire, I know not whereof you speak.
You're gonna know whereof I socked thee if this rat race doesn't end pretty soon. Now, where is he?
Please, sire, you're creasing up the cashmere.
Talk, big boy.
Hey, let him go, Fortune. Listen, Uncle, did you see a kid in here a little while ago with this chimpanzee?
I ain't never laid an eyeball on this character. What is he, crazy or something?
Listen, Houdini, I'm gonna bust you right in the mouth.
Okay, now come off it. Let's go, Fortune.
Officer, this is some kind of frame-up.
Uh-huh. That's what Mr. Grimm thinks. You see, Fortune, the kid disappeared from his house, which is in Jersey. This is New York, understand? So if the kid ain't found, Grimm is going to charge a kidnapping under the Lindbergh law. You follow me?
I'd like to follow you, pal, but right now I got more important things to do, like finding that kid.
Look out. Grab him! He's going down the chute!
I see I'm getting nowhere with the law, so I take a Brody down the chute. When I hit the bottom, I stand there for a minute like a horse on a concrete pasture trying to make up his mind. The nearest place is the mid-camp where the gypsy lady does her palm reading, so I duck in.
Welcome back, sir. What will it be?
Here's a buck. Give me the works. Palm reading, crystal ball. You can even feel the bumps on my head.
This is a big order.
You look like you can handle it, Madame Zaza.
I will try. What is it you wish to know?
What did you do with the kid?
I beg your pardon?
Come on, baby. Cut the phony accent and level with me. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
That crystal ball routine about the House of Mystery, that don't wash, Zazie, so let's have a little plain and fancy prognostication before the gendarmes arrive.
Gendarmes?
The cops are after me. They think I snatched the kid.
Huh?
So predict.
Okay, Mr.
Fortune, Rocky Fortune.
Okay, Mr. Fortune. I predict that if you move 1 inch, I'll put a bullet through your chest. Don't try anything.
You're the first gypsy I ever saw with a .45 caliber crystal ball.
Shut up. And Marvel.
Yeah?
Come out front.
Who's this?
His name is Fortune. Meet Marvel, the world's biggest giant.
I eat guys like him for breakfast.
He working for Grimm?
I don't know. He gave me a song and dance about the law being after him.
Yeah? Maybe we should give him back.
Are you crazy? If they think he's got the kid, let them think so.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Look, can you keep him under wraps until the show moves out?
I guess so.
They'll be looking for him.
Leave it to me. I got just the spot for him.
I got a spot for you, too, Buster.
Well, what'll you do with him?
Leave him to me. Okay, Fortune. Let's go.
A pleasure. Before we leave, would you like to try this crystal ball for size? This guy don't even budge. So I'm getting ready to haul off with the table when Zaza lowers the boom on the back of my skull and it's off to the Never Never Land.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up, folks, and witness the wild man from Borneo. See the savage human beast who tears his meat with bare hands. See the monster in his cage. This creature is so wild that his mouth must be muzzled and his hands tied to keep him from ripping the audience to shreds. He's on the inside, so step right up.
I figure I'm dreaming until I open my eyes. I am in a cage about the size of a telephone booth. My mouth is muzzled and my hands are chained to the bars of the cage. When I get both eyes open, I can see that Marvo has got me rigged up in a leopard skin with fake hair and war paint. When a kid throws me a peanut, it suddenly dawns. The wild man from Borneo is me.
Boy, I want to hit him with a penis, huh? I want to toss this Hey, kid, bother the animals.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
We're looking for a kind of medium-sized, dark-haired guy named Fortune. You seen anybody like that around?
I seen 1,000 guys like that.
He may have a small boy with him.
Seen 1,000 guys like that, too.
No, it's no use, officer. He's gotten away and taken the boy.
Yeah, maybe. We'll notify headquarters and have an alarm broadcast. Hey, what's bothering the wild man?
He must see a dame or something. Every time he sees a dame, he goes crazy. Right, Tarzan?
I see more ferocious-looking wild men at the YMCA.
He's been sick.
Oh. How come you got a muzzle on him?
That's no muzzle, Sergeant. That's him.
I spend the rest of the day ducking peanuts, trying to work the muzzle loose, but it's no use. Along about supper time, I manage to slip my hands out of the cuffs, along with almost half my skin. When the barker comes in to feed me my kennel ration, I am ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will now witness the wild man from Borneo eating raw meat with his bare hands. Stand back now, he's dangerous.
Okay, Jack, I'm taking a muzzle off, but one peep and I'll brain you. You got that? There.
Thanks a lot.
Talking. Here's something to eat. Give him a good show.
I'll give him a real good show, Doc.
Right now. Oh. Hey, grab him!
Get out of my way, lady, or I'll bite you.
There he goes!
I'm off down the midway in my leopard skin like Seabiscuit running the Preakness. I duck into the first tent I can find, and I run out the other end. The next tent looks like a pretty good bet, so I duck inside that one. Nobody home, I think. On the second look, I see I'm not alone. Sleeping on a little bed in one corner of the tent is a midget wearing a full-dress suit and a high hat. Before I can move out, I hear somebody coming. I duck into an open steamer trunk and make like a wee mouse.
He ran down this way.
Don't make any noise. Come on in.
Well, everything looks okay in here.
Yeah, he's asleep. We better not disturb him.
I still think you ought to get out of here. Both of you.
Well, the show is moving out tonight. We'll be okay once we leave town.
Not with this Fortune character running around loose.
You're not afraid of him, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. Unless he knows what's going on.
No, the boy didn't tell him anything.
I'm more worried about Grim and the law than I am about anything else.
I'll take care of Grim if he tries anything, too.
We better get back to the Midway for the evening show.
No, you go ahead. I want to make sure everything's all right.
Yell if you need me.
Thanks, Mom. You've been wonderful. All of you.
Oh, forget it. We do the same for anybody in the show, you know that. I'll see you later.
I lift the cover of the trunk and peep out. Zaza, the gypsy lady from Brooklyn, goes over to the bed where the midget's sleeping. I see her pull the cover up over him, and then she leans over and kisses him on the forehead. As she straightens up, I suddenly get wise to what's going on. Hold it, baby.
Who's that?
It's me, honey, Rocky. Don't move and don't yell, or I'll give you a reason.
What do you want?
First of all, I want to know what's going on here.
It's none of your business.
Lady, I got a lump in my skull. The cops are after me. I've been pelted by peanuts, locked in a cage, and fed raw horse meat. Now, don't tell me it's none of my business. You start talking right now, I'm going to yell for the law.
You wouldn't dare.
No?
Oh, please. Oh, don't. I'll tell you.
That's a good girl. You can start by telling me why you got that kid dressed up in a midget suit.
Oh, we thought it would be a good way to hide him.
That makes sense. Now, how come you snatched him?
We didn't snatch him. He came because he wanted to.
What?
It's true.
Wait a minute, baby. Just who are you?
I'm his mother.
His mother?
Billy's father died when he was 4. I was with the carnival. His father came from a good family, and they didn't approve of the marriage. See, Billy's grandparents went to court and persuaded the judge I wasn't fit to raise the boy, that carnival life would ruin him. So Mr. Grimm was appointed his guardian, and I was denied the right to see him.
I begin to get the picture. Go on.
We'd been writing to each other, and I managed to see him a few times when the show was around here. He wasn't very happy with his grandparents.
So you decided to take him away?
When I found we were playing New York, I telephoned Billy and arranged for him to run away and meet me at the carnival.
And the Connie folks are all in on it, huh?
Yeah.
You know, baby, if you'd bothered to tell me this sooner, we could have saved a lot of trouble.
At first, I thought you were working for Grimm.
Don't insult me.
You know, I'm really sorry about what happened.
The big question is, what are you going to do now? Grimm and the cops are still looking for the kid, also for me.
I'll take full responsibility for what happened.
That means surrendering Billy to the law.
Yeah, I know.
With a good lawyer, you might even be able to get custody.
I've got to get him, Mr. Fortune. He needs somebody to love him and take care of him. Carney life may not be the best thing in the world, but at least we'll be together.
You want me to get the cops? You won't get away with it anyway, honey.
No, I suppose it was crazy. All right. Get the police.
Before I go,
Yeah?
you think maybe I could get a pair of pants? This leopard skin's a little drafty. She gives me a pair of pants and a shirt, which belonged to her pal Marvo, the world's biggest joint. And I hit the midway looking like my tailor is Omar the tent maker. Yeah, pardon me, officer.
Yeah?
I think you gentlemen are looking for me.
Listen, Bud, we're busy. Now go away. Fortune, grab him. Okay, we got you.
Take it easy. I gave up, remember? If you still want the kid, I know where he is.
Where might that be?
In the dressing tent with his mother.
His mother?
That's what I said, Mr. Grimm.
Come on, officer. Let's go, Fortune.
Wait till I roll up my cuffs. The surge is getting underfoot. We backtrack to Zaza Grayson's tent, but before we get inside, the dame comes running out to meet us.
Rocky, he's gone.
Huh?
Billy, he's gone. He must have overheard us and run away.
Hold it a second. Let me get this straight. The kid is loose again?
Right after Rocky left the tent, I went over to tuck him in, and he's gone.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous.
We've got to find him.
Come on.
Oh, no, whoa, boy, whoa. Back up about 40 feet.
But the kid
I've
has
had just about enough, Fortune. You and Madame Zaza here coming down to headquarters for a couple of 100 hours of questioning.
Sergeant, we've been through this before, but I'm afraid we're going to have to do a retake. Once again, they're off and running at Hialeah. This time it's Rocky Fortune in the lead, stumbling along inside a pair of oversized pants like Dopey the Seventh Dwarf. Second is Sergeant Aloysius Ryan of the Park Police, followed in a close third by Howard Grimm. Rounding the first turn of the midway is still Fortune by a collar button. Ryan second and Grimm third. Just when I'm getting